The school belle is walking home from the field. Not only did she help me bathe herself, but she also held me in her arms and slept together at night. Just now, I transformed into a clawless golden dragon cub. I was accidentally picked up by the school belle, Lin Yuchu, in the field. Seeing my cute appearance, Lin Yuchu directly hugged me in her arms. Just as I was enjoying this softness, a voice made Lin Yuchu quickly put me down. The person who came was Lin Yuchu's friend, Tao Ying. They don't know what I am. Afraid that I might bite Lin Yuchu. After Lin Yuchu reluctantly put me down, I looked at Tao Ying with wide eyes. This woman pretends to be a bad person doing good deeds. To figure out what I am, Tao Ying took a photo of me and sent it to her animal science teacher, Wang Wenjun. When Wang Wenjun saw my photo, he was dumbfounded. Is this not a dragon? I immediately sent a video to Tao Ying. At the same time, Tao Ying sent a photo. I followed them back to Lin Yuchu's house. After Lin Yuchu's grandmother saw me, she was startled and stumbled back. She kept muttering that I am a dragon. Before everyone could recover, Tao Ying's phone rang. It was Wang Wenjun calling. As soon as the video connected, Wang Wenjun was excited to see me. Tao Ying just turned the camera around. Zhao and Wang Wenjun leaned in front of the screen. It's like they want to jump into the phone. They just took one look and could tell that the photo from earlier is real. But even through the phone, it's still not clear. After two professors reported the situation, they decided to come and see for themselves. Tao, my classmate, please send us your address. The nearest animal protection department will depart immediately. In just a moment, Tao Ying's phone is almost blowing up. One after another, unfamiliar calls from the capital to the local police station, all waiting for Tao Ying to answer the phone. In no time at all, outside, the sound of a helicopter could be heard. I was lying in Lin Yuchu's arms. I could clearly feel the huge noise, causing Lin Yuchu's body to tense up. I felt a bit displeased in my heart. Suddenly, I feel like there's a tremendous force moving inside me. Lin Yuchu really likes big airplanes, but this time, he knew these big guys were after the little one in his arms. He's afraid the little one will get squashed. In a moment of desperation, two clear tears slid down from the corners of his eyes, falling onto my head. Feeling Lin Yuchu's emotions, I became angry, and at that moment, that force inside me began to surge again. I looked at my dancing claws and then at Lin Yuchu, who was clearly sad but trying to appear strong. I am a dragon. Summoning wind and rain is quite normal, isn't it? As soon as this thought appeared, I felt a certain connection between the power inside me and the surrounding environment. Although very weak, but I feel very clearly. It's as if I am a step of nature. I looked up at the helicopter in the sky. Come on, strong wind. On the helicopter, the Special Forces team members were just ready to land. Suddenly, a strong air current approached. The driver immediately detected a spot 1 kilometer away. But not long after, those Special Forces team members changed their mode of transportation. The team that came with a forced march came again. Just this time, leading the way is an Audi. The license plate reads 00001. This time, they did not aggressively approach the Lin family's courtyard. The crowd looked somewhat fearfully at the front yard. They suspect that the strong wind may be related to the baby dragon. Finally, the men in white shirts got off the Audi. The middle-aged man in charge took a set of low-quality shirt suit and put on a straw hat from the trunk. Then he instructed the others not to come over. He took a deep breath. He gently knocked on the courtyard door, then speaking in a local dialect, stating that he came alone to have a chat, and knowing sound, the door was pushed open. The one who opened the door was Lin Yuchu. He knew he was very weak, but the little one in his arms was even weaker than him. He must protect the little one well. No polite words. The man went straight to Chu Ti as soon as he came in, saying that he won't do anything to me. We want to draw some blood to confirm his true breed. Scientific research requires solid data. Whether he's a dragon or not, he's our country's unique fan. The country's mission is to protect you. Don't worry, we won't cheat him. If you're not at ease, you can let him stay with you. The middle-aged man finished speaking. He glanced at the area next door where the wind was blowing again. Seeing no trend coming this way, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that his proposal didn't make the young dragon angry. After Lin Yuchu agreed, two people in white coats came in. It was Wang Wenjun and Zhao Yang, who had called Tao Ying before. As a professor of plant science at Zhongnong University, this Wang Wenjun is his old friend. Wang Wenjun is in the field of animal science. I'm in plant science. Nima. This guy's chickens, ducks, and geese often come to steal the new crop varieties from the experimental field. If it weren't for the security guard stopping them, none of these graduate students can graduate. This old wall lamp really has a narrow path with its enemies. I was just thinking that Wang Wenjun was about to draw blood from me with a needle. How could I do that? I simply went straight into Lin Youchu's clothes, only showing my head, looking sternly at Wang Wenjun. Seeing that I don't like Wang Wenjun, Zhao Yang happily snatched the needle from Wang Wenjun's hand. That's when I came out. Wang Wenjun felt depressed. He's not familiar with this young dragon either. Where did I offend him? After the blood draw, all personnel evacuate. Immediately head to the specialized laboratory special forces and expand outward. Ensure tight protection without disturbing the villagers. Meanwhile, missile troops silently deployed. Ensure the safety of the airspace. All of this, Ling Youchu knows nothing about it. At the dinner table, Grandma specifically moved a spot for me. This is what Dragon Grandpa believes the most. He wouldn't dare to be negligent. Ling Youchu is the happiest. He just quietly eats, but occasionally glances at me. Can't hide the joy in his heart. The yard is very peaceful, but the outside world has already stirred up a huge storm. Such a big show of force. He can't be easily deceived. Talking about the helicopter is not a big deal. Keeping the 6 dragons a secret will only bring greater challenges to the protection work ahead. At this moment, the leader sitting at the head of the conference table pondered for a moment, and then proposed a plan for handling the matter. You guys release the picture of the helicopter, and then give a brief explanation. Tell the whole world in writing that our country has encountered the ancient divine beast, the 5-clawed golden dragon. But someone raised a question. Why not release the dragon's picture as well? What I'm about to say is that no pictures or videos of the dragon and that girl are allowed to circulate on the internet, unless he releases them himself, because the dragon doesn't like it. Meanwhile, inside the academy, they have stopped all experiments. They immediately conducted an analysis of the blood, and then they discovered that this blood is completely different from normal blood. Seems to have some kind of mysterious and frightening power. After scrapping the high-end precision instrument on the stage, the complete genetic test report is finally out. The results of the comparison made everyone gasp. Overall, the genes don't match up at all, but it matches with lions, Lao Kong, eagles and other animals have highly similar genetic fragments. This matches the legend that dragons are a combination of several animals. In other words, they were testing actual dragon blood, and I am a real dragon. As soon as the test results came out, the national media started reporting the channels they got. The temporarily blocked topics also returned to normal. Right after that, the official account posted an update. Our country's discovery of the ancient divine beast, the 5-clawed giant dragon, became widely known. The whole country was instantly stirred up. The stone is begging for a photo of the dragon, but these requests will all be in vain. There is only one reason. Lin Youchu doesn't know about this. After the test results come out, there were not many people disturbing Taohua village. The only big event is that the village chief Zhao Dezhu came once, handing over the position of village chief to Tao Yingying. Tao Yingying didn't refuse either. It's too difficult for the two of them to do agriculture in the village. If he becomes the village chief, some things in the village will be much easier. In addition, he can also let Lin Youchu, this fool, be bullied a bit. Later, the relevant department also gave Lin Youchu 10 million in agricultural funds. But he didn't accept it. I'm still young now. He can still afford to raise me by growing watermelons. Wait until he can't afford it before considering these things. After Tao Yingying knew about this matter, only said 2 words, idiot. While the weather is still relatively cool, Lin Youchu took the farm tools, ready to weed in the field. At the same time, he brought the camera to shoot today's video. He is not unaware of the fact that Long Long has been trending on the internet. He also understands. Now just need to open a simple live broadcast room. Declare your identity. Let the little guy give a warning. He can earn as much money as he wants, but he doesn't want to. He is a little scared, afraid that excessive views will harm. I'm afraid that a bunch of internet celebrities will come to Taohua village and disturb Grandma's life. He would rather weed a little more every day. Try some watermelon. Actually, these people have been here for a while, just scared by the dark muzzles of the special forces. Ilong just arrived at the location. A large group of villagers gathered nearby to watch. They are also curious about what this dragon looks like, but I'm still too young now. He looks from a distance, similar to a tiger. Want to get closer, but they dare not. I lie comfortably on Lin Youchu's coat. I've been working at Zhongnong University for over 10 years. It's been a long time since I relaxed like this. Watching the skilled movements of Lin Youchu, sunlight falls on his dark hair, and on his apple-like cheeks. Our Youchu is really hardworking. The more I look at Lin Youchu now, the more I like her. How did I not notice it when we were in college? Meanwhile, I've also decided to help Youchu. Now I'm Yulong. I can't help with weeding, of course, but I can control the wind. Let's have some wind first. Don't let the future wife get too hot. At this moment, people around, who were working, suddenly felt a slight breeze in the originally hot air. Why did the wind suddenly pick up? Youchu straightened up, feeling the direction of the wind with her palm. The breeze made her hair flutter, but he didn't care at all. I was enchanted by this scene. I originally intended to quietly enjoy it, but I found that I have to put 90% of my energy into controlling the wind. Helpless, I had to give up. With the experience from last time, I have understood the principle of controlling the wind myself. It's about integrating myself with nature. Controlling the wind is about imagining myself as part of the wind. Just then, a grain of sand blew into Lin Yuchu's eye. He quickly rubbed his eye with his hand, but it didn't work. Seeing this scene, I hurriedly and accurately controlled the strength of the wind, blowing towards Lin Yuchu's eyes like a person. With the help of a gentle breeze, the sand was quickly blown away. After recovering, Lin Yuchu was a bit puzzled. How could there be such a strange wind? Soon, he understood. He looked at me blankly for a while. His face turned red and then turned away. When I went home for dinner in the afternoon, I watched the news report about myself on TV. Am I this popular? Then am I the hottest topic on the internet now? If I appear in Lin Yuchu's video, won't his account become popular? He called me his future wife. At a critical moment, I still have to rely on you, my future husband. Thinking, I jumped directly to the camera on the table. I turned it on with my claws. Then I walked to the front of the camera. I walked away with a swagger, full of kingly spirit. Then I walked back, clicked to finish recording. Tao Ying took the camera and watched the video I took. Wow, amazing. The intelligence of this baby dragon is incredible. Next, I pushed Lin Yuchu's phone again. So you want me to send the video to Lin Yuchu's phone? I just nodded. Then I jumped onto Lin Yuchu's lap, lying obediently. After understanding this, Tao Ying transferred the video to Lin Yuchu's phone, opened his video account. There's nothing on it, because Lin Yuchu doesn't like being disturbed. Usually, the videos are posted using Lin Yuchu's account. Lin Yuchu's screen name is Orange Little. He said Lin Yu's color is bright, which makes people like it at first sight. Tao Ying quickly edited the video. Subtract the entrance at the front and the exit at the back. Edit the whole video, the remaining seconds. Then did nothing. Directly uploaded to Lin's video platform. The next day after waking up, Tao Ying brought Lin Yuchu's phone over. This one look directly shocked him for a whole year. Excited, he almost spat out the bun in his mouth. You're on fire. Overnight, Lin Yuchu's account has surged by over 2 million video views. This is just the video views of this account. Many media outlets have also reprinted it. If you add them up, the views are probably over 1 billion. Now this number is still increasing by the second. All the comments and private messages are overwhelming. Take off. Now I believe it. There really is a dragon. Excuse me, is this the official number for Dragon Baby? Why does he want to be called Orange Girl? Could this be a mother dragon? Too many comments. Tao Ying wants to come back but can't. I can only give up. Lin Yuchu just took a glance and stepped back. Start making me a hot breakfast. Not until 12:30 in the afternoon. I just woke up from bed. The first thing after waking up is to urinate. Of course, this urine cannot be scattered. I scattered it all in the watermelon field behind the house. When I returned to the room, Lin Yuchu had quietly brought the hot breakfast over. I've had all kinds of social engagements at Zhongnon. I've also eaten delicacies from land and sea. But Lin Yuchu's vegetable bun has a unique taste when eaten. I fell in love with it after just one bite. Watching me eat it eagerly, Lin, the cook, revealed a sweet smile. When I finished eating, Lin Yuchu was already busy working in the melon field behind the house. Yesterday was weeding. Today, he's going to turn over the watermelon. The watermelon will be on the market soon. He needs to carefully take care of the watermelon to make it grow better. When the vendors come to collect, try not to haggle too much. He doesn't understand. Others will haggle. They don't care about the quality of your watermelon. Fool, I complained. Then I didn't bother Lin Yuchu. I couldn't help Lin Yuchu with the watermelon. I hope my urine can have some effect. Now I'm going to continue studying my body. Maybe it's because I'm too small. My body is getting fatter at a visible speed these days. Now it's already over 1/2 meter long. The power inside my body is becoming more and more evident. I can even clearly feel something underground entering my body. No experience being a dragon for the first time. I decided to start from a place I'm familiar with, to figure out that my dragon self will definitely fly. Before, I felt the power inside me was going to lift me up to the sky. After getting ready, I walked into the yard. I mobilized the power inside my body. Sure enough, it was just a thought that flashed by, and then I floated towards the sky. Woohoo, take off. The commotion in the courtyard quickly caught the attention of the busy villagers around. They were all busy taking out their phones to capture the scene. Some even knelt down, praying for the blessing of the dragon. I didn't even notice all of this. At this moment, 1,000 grass mud horses were running through my mind. Why do I feel like I can't control the speed? Watching the distant plains, I just want to say one thing, newbie on the road, please take care of me. Luckily, this airspace has long been closely monitored by the air traffic control. The moment I soared into the sky, they received the message. They immediately cleared the airspace around me. Once all the planes withdrew from me, I started practicing my flying skills. Meanwhile, several big shots from the academy hurried over, observing my flight with the latest telescope. I've been flying for half an hour. I have successfully mastered the basic flying skills. As far as I know, there should be combat skills as well, like agile acrobatics in combat aircraft. Doesn't combat skills involve breathing fire or spraying water like a dragon? These need to be explored slowly. I wanted to try more flying skills. My stomach is really hungry and uncomfortable. Just 2 buns for 100 kilometers is not enough at all. After landing, I decided to find something to eat, but when I got back home, I saw a strange refrigerated truck parked at the yard gate. Before I could even guess what was happening, the person in the car jumped out on their own. It was the middle-aged man who came to the yard that day, still in the same outfit. Turns out you were worried I wouldn't have enough to eat. Specifically came to bring me food. Jian Ling Yue agreed to come. The middle-aged man waved his hand. The driver quickly opened the cargo door. It was packed full of a whole meal of beef. Both Tao Yingying and Lin Yue were stunned. At this moment, I jumped down from the roof. I walked swaggeringly up to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man saw me coming, quickly took 2 steps back. Now, from a realistic perspective, I am his big brother. His value lies in taking care of his big brother. From the perspective of ordinary people, I am a spiritual totem. He must not be offended. I stood still without any extra movements, just nodded. Speaking of food, I still struggled to get my instructions. The middle-aged man asked the driver to unload quickly. Even he went to help himself, although a refrigerated truck was used, but the fresh beef he gathered to tease it, just to make the young dragon eat contentedly. After a while, several well-dressed young men in casual clothes came over to help again, while I continued to comfortably lie on the young dragon's thigh and sleep. Waking up from a nap, those people had already left. The beef was also piled up in the courtyard. Oh my goodness, how am I supposed to eat this? Eat it raw? I haven't studied whether real dragons eat raw meat, but I'm sure I won't eat it. Speaking of beef, I still prefer to eat heavy beef hot pot. At this moment, Tao Yingying is circling around the beef. He's in a dilemma. How should we handle this pile of beef? We don't have such a big refrigerator. Come out when you see me. He seems to be fine when he sees me. Yu-Chu, come and let your little one at home eat. Look at how much he can eat in one go. Lin Yu-Chu looked at me beside him, said nervously, Ying, he can't finish eating. I'll go sell it. He's afraid Tao Ying will blame me. I sighed. He really is a fool. Then I walked to the middle of that pile of meat, stretched out my own claws, without hesitation, scaring Long Dao and the beef the moment they touched. It was torn open. I didn't even feel any force. This doesn't seem like beef. It's tofu. Are my claws this strong? It seems I need to restrain myself in the future. Don't hurt my family, Lin Yu-Chu. Soon, I divided a whole piece of beef into chunks. I collected the best snowflake meat from it, and piled it in front of Lin Yu-Chu. You mean to eat this? I nod. Lin Yu-Chu took a bag from the kitchen. She squatted down and carefully put the pieces of beef into it. I leisurely walked to the living room and Tao Yingying's workbench. I used my claws to push the information sheet off the top. The information sheet had a few big words written on it. Taoyuan Village Villager Information Form. So you mean I should distribute this meat to the villagers? I nod. Tao Yingying suddenly realizes. How did he not think of that? 15 minutes later, the broadcast for the villagers of Taoyuan Village. All villagers, please come to collect the beef. Tao Yingying thinks of something, then added a sentence at the end. The beef is provided by Shenlong. In no time, a long line formed in the yard. Naturally, it's impossible for me to come out and distribute the beef. At this moment, I'm busy lying on the sofa watching Lin Yu-Chu cook. To prevent my future wife from getting burned, I'll have to taste the dishes later, helping my future wife improve her cooking skills. This is all technical work. Most people can't do it. Tao Yingying will naturally take care of the outside matters. Anyway, he is the village chief. It's also beneficial for him. Meanwhile, a special meeting is unfolding. After a discussion, all departments jointly decided to develop Taoyuan Village. Since the Divine Dragon is not coming out, then we'll build the protection base in Taoyuan Village. The initial funding is 40 billion. Not as a cultural and tourism center. Not for real estate development. Just do one thing. Better protect the young dragons. At this time, I'm sitting in the kitchen. I was thinking of taking a nap secretly, but I found the power inside inside me is churning. Oh my goodness, what's going on? Then I heard those villagers outside shouting in unison. Thanks for the blessing of the divine dragon. Is that beef? The beef I gave to the villagers worked. To be precise, it should be the power of faith and the influence of incense that are similar. The blessing of the dragon affects all things. The reverence of all things will also enhance the strength of the dragon. Thinking of this, suddenly, it all makes sense. No wonder I've been gaining so quickly these past 2 days. It must be because of those few videos I posted on the internet. Looks like I need to find a way to increase my popularity. After the drop in popularity from my last video, Lin Yue hasn't posted a video in 3 days. Everyone in the comments section is suggesting such a wide variety of themes for the next video. There's everything, but soon a topic that interests everyone will emerge. As an ancient divine beast, the dragon, what does it eat? This topic appeared for just an hour, and it has received tens of thousands of comments. I think dragons eat grass. Dragons should eat fish and shrimp. Aren't dragon kings all in the sea? They all eat seafood. I still think dragons should eat meat. After all, we are all descendants of dragons. I just love to eat meat the most. I think dragons are omnivores. They eat everything. Those experts on the internet have also noticed the popularity. They have all put forward their own evidence, swearing to ride the wave of popularity. After listening to these expert speeches, all the onlookers feel like a sharp knife has opened their eyes. Their minds are completely opened. Some even say dragons eat the sky, eat the sun. Anyway, no matter how outrageous it is, just do it. Until someone can't bear to watch, go to the official website of the Animal Protection Department to leave a message and petition. Reveal to the whole country what the Xinlong really is. The big shots from various disciplines within the Xinlong Research Group and the Academy of Sciences are all at a loss. They also don't know what Xinlong wants to eat. After a discussion, they decided to report this request to the Xinlong Protection Work. After a discussion by the working group, since the whole world wants to know this question, then let it out. So the middle-aged man once again arrived at Taoyuan village in a refrigerated truck. But this time, he didn't throw a bunch of beef this time. The thing about distributing the remaining beef to the villagers last time, he had already received the report. Knowing that Xinlong can't eat so much, this time, he purchased the corresponding amount of beef for me according to the statistics. And some other vegetables, side dishes, bought everything that could be bought. He even brought a small piece of jade according to what was said on the internet. There is only one reason. Even the official doesn't know what the dragon likes to eat. Since we don't know, let's prepare everything. And looking at the piece of ice jade on the plate, I'm all fierce as a dragon. I looked at the middle-aged man as if he were an idiot. Who the hell feeds ice jade to a normal dragon? Are you trying to break this dragon's teeth? Seeing me doesn't seem too happy. The middle-aged man quickly took away the ice jade, but it was pressed down by a dragon claw. This would be a nice gift for my future daughter-in-law. Just a few pieces. I then put the ice jadeite into the drawer. The middle-aged man was confused after watching my actions, but soon he understood. It must be that Xinlong is not convenient to show in public. He only ate after we left. Wait until he leaves the house. He glanced back at Xinlong and indeed showed a happy expression. I'm still smart. You guys quickly unload the other things. Then he reported the latest situation to the working group. Xinlong really eats jadeite. After unloading the dishes, he expressed to Tao Ying again his hope to film the ship on the screen, then quickly leave. Wait until they leave. Lin Yuchu only came out of her room. After indicating to him that I was hungry, Lin Yuchu immediately started rummaging through the pile of ingredients. I wasn't idle either. I marked all the ingredients I wanted to eat. Lin Yuchu carefully picked out all the marked ingredients. There's beef, there are meatballs, there are vegetables, and Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, chili. The last time he made beef hot pot. It's their specialty here. Spicy and fragrant yellow beef hot pot, also taught by grandma. I took a bite last time and fell in love with the taste. A hint of joy flashed in Lin Yuchu's eyes. The little one likes the beef hot pot he makes. Lin Yuchu is busy in the kitchen. Tao Ying is filming with a camera on the side. This time I didn't choose to taste on the side. I have, more importantly, opened the drawer. I put that piece of ice jade in my mouth. Then I found a deserted pool, stretched out the dragon claw. I have this thing. I shouldn't need a cutting machine. When I get back home, the beef hot pot is already done. Tao Ying hung the phone on Lin Yue, started the live stream. The camera is right on me. The whole country was stirred up in no time. The Orange Girls account suddenly started a live stream. In just 3 short minutes, the number of viewers in the live broadcast instantly reached over 7 million. They became even more excited when they saw the theme. It turned out to be to answer their questions when they saw the hot pot on the table. The whole live broadcast room was full of question marks. Is Shenlong eating hot pot? Before they could continue the discussion, I appeared in the picture. I was 100% satisfied with the aroma of the hot pot. It's worthy of being the dish made by my future wife. It's just fragrant. Although the live broadcast is on, but it doesn't have much impact on us. Lin Yuchu picked up a piece of beef from the pot, blew on it with her mouth, made sure it wasn't too hot, then brought it to my mouth. I didn't hesitate either. Ate it skillfully. Holy moly, Shenlong is really firing up. It's like a certain someone can hold his liquor like Shenlong. Where's the official dad? The designated personnel should listen to the instructions. I'm from the 211 Animal Science, requesting to go into battle. I am from 985. I'm a master's student from 985. I'm a PhD. Step aside. Your teacher probably doesn't even have the qualifications. We'll let you guys go up. This reality check silenced everyone, until a girl named Sweetie spoke up. But I'm prettier than our teacher. The key is, I can still wear black stockings. Awesome. It doesn't matter which school you're from. I just like black stockings. Jokes aside. At this moment, everyone had a question in their hearts. Who is the woman feeding Shenlong? Could it be the orange girl? Until the live broadcast ended, they still didn't find an answer. Dozens of security personnel were all staring at the screen. They were monitoring the live broadcast throughout. As soon as something seemed off, they would cut off the broadcast. But they didn't find any anomalies either. If it weren't for watching Shenlong eat, they all suspected it was a lovey-dovey couple show. The whole time, which female caretaker was carefully feeding Shenlong. The only information obtained was that Shenlong really ate beef hot pot, and he really enjoyed it. It made them all hungry. This is the S-level mission under a confidentiality agreement. They say it's a mukbang. Turns out, Jenny is a mukbang streamer. Apart from eating, there's really nothing else to say, but I can't be blamed for that. That's why I had the experience of crying last time. I decided to be mute. As for Lin Yao, he never liked talking in the first place. Grandma also taught me, silence is golden. Words are unnecessary if not needed. Not saying a word led to this result. It's enough for the public to just want to know what Shenlong eats. Now they know that Shenlong likes to eat beef hot pot, and he likes to add vermicelli in the beef hot pot. Suddenly, eating beef hot pot became a national craze. If you don't eat beef hot pot, you're not a true Longwa person. Even the relevant authorities didn't expect that Shenlong's beef hot pot eating could also have cultural significance. As a result, the price of beef at the nearby market has increased by 10 yuan per pound. But I didn't know any of this. At this time, I was studying the power within my body. The power had significantly increased in growth rate after the live broadcast. In just 6 days' time, my body had grown to a length of 1 meter. Now, using all my strength, I could create a powerful airflow 500 meters long and sustain it while moving 300 meters. This power is nothing to be underestimated in the face of natural disasters, but it can be controlled at will. This can definitely be considered a small-scale meteorological weapon. It poses a significant threat to airborne aircraft. I must try it out on the aircraft of the beautiful country when I get the chance, but for now, I'll test the power of my claws. I searched for a long time, but all I found in Peach Blossom Village were vast farmlands. No place to hide at all. Just have to give up. Helplessly returned home. Just stepped into the courtyard. I saw Lin Yuchu sitting in the courtyard. His eyes were all red, holding a few green watermelons in his hand. Grandma Yi was comforting him on the side. I listened for a while on the side. Quickly understood what was going on. In the past few years, the wild boars from the mountain always come down to eat the crops in the field. This year they bred a large litter. They became even more arrogant. Trampled the carefully tended melon field of Lin Yuchu into a mess. The watermelons were also ruined. Damn it, try sticking it to my future wife. I remembered how Lin Yuchu couldn't bear to throw away the watermelon rinds. Suddenly felt heartache. This watermelon is also for you to eat. Immediately flew towards the back mountain. The moment I took off, I was detected by the reconnaissance aircraft in the air, reported the situation immediately, and activated video surveillance. After a few days of transformation, the Animal Science Research Institute of Zhongnong University has become the Shenlong Research Institute. This place has already become the Shenlong Research Institute. As the temporary head of the Shenlong Research Institute, since the last time Zhao Laozi took my blood, he has been having his students research the gene sequence. But there's too little blood sample. They simply can't research those complex sequences. Zhao Laozi took a sip of strong tea and remained silent. If only he could get more blood samples, he would still be able to sit here. Are you daydreaming? Just trying to comfort the students. The phone started vibrating. It's a call from the Shenlong Protection Task Force. He definitely won't dare to be negligent. Maybe we can get something from Shenlong again. After learning that it's Shenlong's video material, Zhao was extremely excited. he immediately rushed out of the laboratory. Arriving at the conference center that had long been prepared, the big screen turned on. After confirming the stable signal, Zhao sent a notice to all the professors in the institute. Notified all the professors in the institute. Soon the conference center was crowded with people. With the shaking of the camera, that Shenlong appeared in the video, facing the surveillance of the reconnaissance aircraft. I've long been used to it, as long as it doesn't disturb me while I'm looking for wild boars. Following the trail of the wild boars, I quickly found them in the bushes. These guys are full and sleeping. There's red watermelon flesh on their mouths. They seem to be enjoying the meal. It's time to send you on your way. I swooped down directly, aimed at the lead one, raised my claw and struck. Although the wild boars are tough with their thick skin defense, it's clearly not enough against my dragon claw. They were cut into pieces right away. Died on the spot. The other wild boars saw the situation was not good. They all fled, but they were no match for me. I quickly caught up and sent them to reunite. My strength is unexpectedly strong. I'm afraid there's hardly an animal on Earth that can beat me. What I didn't know is, if I hadn't acted too quickly, just the power of the dragon on my body could scare these wild boars into not moving. Washed my claws by the river, I hummed a tune and flew back home. The professors on the other end of the camera were completely dumbfounded. Is he really a 6-day-old baby dragon? I can't even imagine what it would be like to be hit by one of his claws. Quick, cut the video and analyze it frame by frame. See what its power level really is. The whole research institute is bustling because of this video. A few old men got on the car quietly. I said, Mr. Huang, isn't it a bit underhanded for us to do this? Underhanded? What does authentic mean? If we go later, not a single hair left. They hurried down for one purpose only. Bring back some wild boar meat for research. Maybe there's some kind of power on the wild boar's body. Terrible. There's still some distance between Zhongnong University and Taoyuan Village. Several people take turns driving, not daring to pause for a second. In order to prevent the scene from being destroyed in Taoyuan Village, bushes have been pulled up to 50 meters away to form a cordon. The special forces are guarding nearby. Not approved. No one is allowed to approach. What the group of scientists who wanted to get the wild boar's body were more concerned about was my motive for killing these wild boars. A special conference is being held in the temporary command post next door. Representatives from all aspects have been sent to attend. The screen on the right side of the temporary command post displays photos of successful attacks on wild boar herds. The aggression I exhibited. They need to conduct a new safety assessment. Once I attack the nearby villagers, the consequences are not something they can afford. And some villagers have exposed this matter in writing. Unexpectedly, there are some people on the internet provoking the situation. At this time, the big screen displays the organized information. Ha ha, settling the Shenlong. Shenlong has seen the aggression of the dragon, right? Be careful, you commoners, a dragon appears and you're joking about resurrection. Now you're dumbfounded, right? There are still many comments like this, and they are all sent from some unregistered accounts. Clearly someone is setting the rhythm. Until an account named Shenlong Wulbo posted a set of photos. They were photos taken of the scene of the wild boar's death. The set of photos was taken down by the relevant department within 10 minutes of being posted, but they were still being spread in various groups. Yet there was no widespread questioning at that time, but the seeds of doubt had already been sown. In the end, they came up with a plan. That is to take the relevant media to the village to investigate the reason for Shenlong's attack on the wild boar. At the same time, the Special Forces team prepared a plan to capture the dragon. Once it is determined that the dragon is uncontrollable, they will immediately take action. So it began. A live stream called Visiting Taoyuan Village appeared on various live platforms. As I explained that this live broadcast is to explore the truth behind the dragon attacking the wild boar, the live broadcast room immediately became lively. Is it the dragon being extremely violent, or is there some other reason? Audiences across the country are very concerned. As the camera advances, the interview team encountered the first villager at the intersection. He is an old man carrying a shoulder pole. After a brief interview, the host asked about the purpose of this interview. Do you know why the dragon would attack the wild boar on the hill? The old man was stunned when he heard this question. Then he exclaimed, "What wild boar is gone?" In the eyes of everyone, the old man knelt down directly, thanking the dragon for its grace, helping us get rid of the big C. The audience across the country is all stunned. What's going on here? The female host also went blank. I hope there won't be a live broadcast accident. He quickly helped the old man up. asked with concern. Sir, what did you mean when you said Shenlong helped you get rid of the big trouble? His wife stood up. Facing the camera, she was in tears. Our village is near the mountains. There is little arable land available. In order to make a little more money, they planted traps on those ridges. It's this group of wild boars raised by those cheese. They come every year to ruin the crops. The village can't stop them at all. It just makes them eat more and more. The small white melons I planted this year were all destroyed by them. That's over 200 worth of fertilizer. We need to save money. Speaking of excitement, tears welled up in the old man's eyes. Such sadness. The feeling of regret infected everyone in an instant. The results of the subsequent investigation were very consistent. Not a single villager didn't applaud and cheer. These wild boars have long made their lives miserable. And yet it's about protecting the animals. No one dared to move. Amidst the villagers' expressions of gratitude, this incident went viral in various ways. The nationwide audience, especially those who grow their own produce at home, not a single person who didn't thank the local deity. There were even people who initiated a proposal, summoned Shenlong to help them go out to sea in their village. The investigation team's conclusion was quickly organized into a file and placed on Chen Angua's desk. Wild boars are destroying the crops. Xiao Wang, go and ask if the watermelon from Lin Youchu's house was also destroyed by the wild boars. After receiving a positive answer, a sly threat appeared at the corner of Chen Angua's mouth. Just at this moment, urgent knocking on the door was heard. Soon after, a gray-haired old man appeared at the door with a few young people. Old Zhao, why have you come in person again? After the visitor arrived, Chen Anhua quickly stood up, politely said. Old Zhao stepped forward quickly, also not polite, said in a low voice, Captain Chen, I heard there were wild boars. I want to take 2 back for research. Chen Anhua smiled and said, it's just 2 wild boars. What's the big deal? Let the security department take you to pick one at will. As soon as he finished speaking, the knocking on the door sounded again. Why is it so lively here today? Chen Anhua was stunned, still said a tough word. This time, another gray-haired old man. Old Zhao, why aren't you staying at the Animal Research Institute? What are you doing here? Old Zhao was stunned, said while walking out. I'm just here to catch up with Xiao Chen. Why do you care so much? Wait for old Zhao to leave. The new old man muttered under his breath. Then he turned around and smiled at Chen Anhua. Anhua, this time I'm looking for you to get some wild boar carcasses. Chen Anhua's eyelid twitched. He can't afford to offend either of them. He quickly said, Old Zhao has already gone to pick. You should go over there quickly. Don't blame me if you go late. Zhao Yang pushed me again. The old man walked out grumbling, completely devoid of his usual scholarly demeanor. When the other middle-aged professors walked up to the cordon, they were collectively informed that the 2 big shots are currently picking inside. Whether you can get it depends entirely on your own ability. So, the small shrubbery was packed. Just then, the forensic team sent by the task force squeezed in. Before moving these wild boars, there needs to be one final check. Formulate a preliminary report for archiving so that researchers can conduct further studies later. The forensic team members were being watched by a group of old men. The pressure is immense. After the forensic team left, the bushes instantly became lively. Zhao Yang immediately directed his students to move the most gruesome dead one. Other professors began to argue one by one for the other wild boars. A group of students were all dumbfounded. Finally, after dividing the dozen or so wild boars into over 80 pieces, the big shots finally went home satisfied. If these wild boars were still alive, they wouldn't even touch the chirping larvae no matter what. The next morning, the entire Animal Research Institute at Zhongnom University was in an uproar. They found that the wild boar meat they brought back yesterday had a therapeutic effect on external injuries. 2 scalded white mice. One scalded area was the back of the thigh. The skin was already ulcerated. Pus and blood would occasionally flow out. The other one was even more severe. The scalded area was beside the head. The eyes and ears were all scalded. Under the circumstances, this white mouse probably wouldn't move, but now its wound was actually starting to scab over. There were obvious signs of improvement. Wang Wenjun's eyes were filled with nothing but shock. Severe burns can only be repaired through skin grafts, even for humans. There's simply no possibility of natural healing, not to mention improper care leading to wound infection. Once severe, it will lead to multiple organ failure. Even immortals would find it hard to cure. Another white mouse is a case in point. In no time, Professor Zhao's lab was packed with people. Next to the glass boxes of the 2 mice, there was a whole circle of people, under the expectant gaze of the crowd. Professor Zhao also didn't hold back. He laid out his findings in detail, stirred up 1,000 waves for a while. The crowd quickly boiled over. Being scratched to death by the dragon's claw can achieve such an effect. If it's eaten by the dragon and then pulled out, that would be something. That would mean immortality. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. If this experiment is confirmed, they will be the first batch of veterinarians to develop medicine for humans. If we could get dragon droppings, that would be great. A professor sighed. Others also nodded repeatedly. But from the current situation, this idea can only be left to time. To prevent the randomness of a single experiment, you all take your wild boar meat to do the experiment. We will have a unified meeting at that time. Soon, the whole building became busy. All the labs are doing the same experiment. The prepared mice were snatched up. Rabbits, the experimental animals, including monkeys, were all arranged. The preliminary research report was quickly submitted to the Dragon Protection Project, in order to get the team to approve more research materials for them. These old professors can only continue to produce research results, in order to gain the support of the team, so this time they directly abandoned their previous rigorous scientific attitude. They directly sent the preliminary results over. First, paint a rosy picture for the team. After reading the entire report, Chen Angua also showed a hint of surprise on his face. If this kind of thing can be made into medicine, it would be a blessing for humanity, and also a great achievement for him. At this time, I still didn't know that my small action had caused such a big shock. If you knew that these old professors were researching wild boar meat, I would probably laugh out loud. That wild boar meat can have such an effect. It's not because I'm too aggressive, it's because he ate the watermelon I fertilized. The professors at the Shenlong Research Institute worked very quickly. Chen Angua's report has just been submitted to the capital. Their preliminary experiments were then declared concluded. Out of 86 feeding experiments, 45 were successful. There were 41 with no feedback. The 100% therapeutic effect did not appear. However, after many repeated experiments, the wild boars that produced the therapeutic effect have always been effective. The others, on the contrary, there must be something wrong in the middle of this. At present, they have gathered all the meat from the wild boars that produced the therapeutic effect. They decided to first study what specific substance produces the therapeutic effect. On the other hand, the publicity department of the official account has received a complete preliminary experimental report. We've decided to polish the report right now. Sending it out will boost their confidence. This will have a positive impact on their future work in protecting the Chinese alligator. Very soon, an article titled "From Chinese Alligator to Trauma Medicine" has been posted on the official WeChat account of China Agricultural University, and it has been reprinted by various official accounts. The entire article mainly describes the arduous journey of Zhao and a group of scientists researching wild boar meat, only briefly mentioning the role of wild boar meat at the end. No further disclosure, but it was enough to shock netizens. That evening, the second collective meeting of the Chinese Alligator Research Institute was held. Mr. Zhao announced his conclusion. That kind of medicine is not derived from wild boars, but it comes from their stomachs, and the conclusion drawn from dissecting a dozen wild boars. As long as it's a wild boar that has an effect, it all has watermelon in its stomach. The meeting room fell silent. If it weren't for the conclusion made by Mr. Zhao, they would definitely be cursing on the spot. Watermelon can have this effect. Are you kidding? If watermelon could have this effect, who would still go to the hospital? In the future, just eat a couple of watermelons if anything happens. But, after they finished looking at the dissecting data distributed by Mr. Zhao, they had to admit again, this kind of analysis is the most reasonable. Could it really be watermelon? Mr. Zhao waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. As for whether it's really a watermelon, we have started the testing. In addition, we are seeking confirmation from the task force about the variety of watermelon planted in Taoyuan village. At the same time, on the other side, Chen Anguo walked out of the meeting room in high spirits. Just now, he received praise from various departments. Just then, the secretary ran over to hand him the latest data from the research institute. He was stunned to see it was a watermelon. The watermelons planted in Taoyuan village for 8 years. If it had this effect, it should have been discovered long ago, and more than 10 wild boars have eaten the watermelons. Only 8 had an effect. A bold idea quickly emerged in his mind. Shenlong's furious killing of watermelons is for the girl named Lin Yuchu. The wild boar ate Lin Youchu's watermelon. Lin Youchu's watermelon immediately said to the secretary at that moment, "Hurry back to Taoyuan village. The faster, the sooner to go buy melons." After a night of research at the Research Institute, the final results were also displayed on the big screen. Watermelon is the only place that secretes the organic substance. At that moment, Zhao Lao, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, called Chen Anghua. Chen Anhua expressed. We have now arrived at Taoyuan village. He will buy a little from each family's watermelon, including Lin Youchu's family. Then let them conduct comparative experiments. Hang up the phone. Chen Anhua once again knocked on Lin Youchu's door. Lin Youchu opened the door. Chen Anhua directly stated his purpose for coming, saying he wanted to buy some watermelon. Lin Yuwei invited Chen Anhua in, then took out 2 big watermelons from the kitchen's plastic bag. After washing them, he cut a few pieces and handed them over to Chen Anhua. Chen Anhua initially wanted to refuse. It's not that he didn't want to eat. It's just that if the people from the research institute found out, they would definitely criticize him behind his back. But thinking about the miraculous effect of this watermelon, he still decided to have a taste. It was very sweet going down, but that miraculous effect did not appear. Could it be because he wasn't injured? Are you saying you didn't eat enough? Chen Anhua also brought so many over. How many more bites? He quickly ate almost half a watermelon. If it weren't for him using up the last hole on the belt, he definitely could have eaten a little more. After eating and drinking his fill, he finally remembered the main business. After some questioning, he asked again which plot was damaged by the wild boars last time. After learning it was the backyard plot, Chen Anhua offered to sell his 2 plots watermelons, but Lin Yuwei said the watermelons there were all destroyed. They haven't grown much yet. But with Chen Anhua's insistence, Lin Yuwei picked 2 of the best watermelons to load onto Chen Anhua's car. As he left, Chen Anhua said he would send the money for the watermelons later. He knows Lin Youchu definitely won't take his money. A girl who can refuse even 10 million dragon raising funds. This watermelon is not about money at all. This is for Lin Youchu. But for Chen Anhua, this money must be paid in full. He took out his phone and dialed Zhao's number. At this time, Zhao was anxiously waiting by the phone. Seeing it was a call from Chen Anhua, he answered it immediately. Xiao Chen, how is it going? The watermelon has been bought, but I paid for it all. Just see that it's bought. It's good that it's bought. How much did the melon cost? I'll make a form to apply for funds. Chen Anhua looked at the 2 watermelons in the back row. In a deep voice, you also know that this watermelon is hard to buy. I really put a lot of effort into buying it. 3 melons in total. 1 melon for 10 million. Altogether 30 million. Chen Anhua originally wanted to eat it. If there were more, the work group could help share the cost. Unexpectedly, Mr. Zhao agreed directly. No problem. The watermelons were delivered to the Shunlong Research Institute on time in the afternoon. Why are there only 2? Wasn't it said on the phone that there were 3? Chen Anhua casually said. 1 was used by our work group. This watermelon is so big. 2 or 3, it's the same. Mr. Zhao nodded. That's true. Then changed the unit price on the application form to 15 million. Transferred the money to Chen Anhua. Of course, Chen Anhua cannot accept this money. He found information about Lin Youchu in the bank, arranged for someone to transfer this 30 million, and marked it as special funds for dragon breeding. Only in this way. Lin Youchu might only be able to accept it in this way. I wandered around the back hill all day before coming back in the evening. I was bursting to pee. The first thing I did when I got home was to pee in the melon field at the back. But after peeing, my pupils suddenly dilated. How come my 2 biggest melons are gone? These are the melons I carefully irrigated. They were actually stolen. He walked back into the room, preparing to find some clues. But he heard Tao Yingying and Lin Youchu talking. 30 million. You have an extra 30 million in your account, Youchu. Tao Yingying looked at the text message on her phone, her hands trembling. Lin Youchu, on the other hand, remained calm and simply said, it must be a scam. Tao Yingying opened the bank app again to check her balance. The string of zeros made her dizzy. It's real, Youchu, it's real. There really are 30 million. She opened the transfer information. The sender was the work group. The note said it was for the Dragon Breeding Fund. You see, Youchu. Lin Youchu looked at it once and confirmed that it was real, causing her to panic as well. With so much money, she didn't even dare to think about it. And maybe we should return it. Tao Yingying agreed. 30 million is not the same as 30,000. Even if it was given to them for free, they wouldn't dare to take it. Just as the 2 were about to call Chen Anhua, he jumped onto the table and pressed the phone down. Wait, he means for us to accept it. Tao Yingying looked at Chen Anhua in confusion. Chen Anhua nodded. Lin Youchu thought for a moment before saying, all right, the money is for him, I'll save it for him. After a pause, Lin Youchu added, I'll save it for the little guy to get married. Chen Anhua nodded in satisfaction. After the Dragon Research Institute received the watermelon sample, they immediately began analyzing its components. The results were not surprising. This new type of organic substance indeed came from the watermelon. Upon learning this news, the Dragon Research Institute, including the higher-level Academy of Sciences, were shocked. Is it really because of the watermelon? Without much time to consider, the Research Institute immediately collaborated with the pharmacy expert from the medical college and 3 academicians from the chemical industry to start the research and development of the artificial synthesis of this new organic substance. Regardless of whether the project would ultimately succeed, the process would be lengthy. Now, the most important thing was to figure out the reason why ordinary watermelons would transform like this. Are you saying that only the watermelons from Lin Yochu's family are like this? Are the watermelons from other villagers normal? So, the transformation of these watermelons is related to the young dragons. After obtaining approval from the relevant departments, high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft began real-time monitoring of the melon field behind Lin Yochu's house. At the same time, the latest research findings were announced to the world. This might not be good. Isn't this all classified information? The existence of classified information is for the national interest. Now, by making it public, we are also serving the national interest. The latter clearly outweighs the former. The task of making the announcement had to be just right. The national official media distributed the press release. The main ingredient of the special medicine is produced by the watermelons around the dragon. The fewer words, the bigger the impact. The people across the country were excited. Special medicine, dragon, watermelon, these 3 words are hard not to associate with each other. It seems that the dragon is going to bless the people again. Truly the blessing of our dragon country. If this special medicine can be mass-produced, it would be better for patients suffering from natural disasters and car accidents. Insiders revealed that this ingredient has the most obvious effect on treating burns and scalds, while for other injuries, it can only provide auxiliary effects. That's still good. There are so many burn victims every day that can't be saved. With this medicine, they will have a better chance. Truly the dragon, the first relevant discovery, has solved a major problem for us. At the same time, countless hospitals across the country began contacting the Dragon Research Institute. Their burn units were begging for this special medicine, especially for some patients who were already critically ill. Without treatment, they would die from fever throughout their bodies. The Dragon Research Institute looked at the pleas for help coming from all over the country and could only sigh helplessly. They had no other choice. How about giving them some of that wild boar meat? That's the only option now. Also, let's talk to the work group about this and see if we can get more watermelons. The text message from the Divine Dragon Research Institute was not seen by the members of the task force. Now, the main members of the task force have all infiltrated various organizations near Taoyuan village. A difficult task awaits them. We cannot let a watermelon leak out of Taoyuan village. According to the information provided by the intelligence organization, after the news was announced, intelligence organizations from various countries have already set their sights on the watermelon. The most profitable business in the world is definitely the pharmaceutical industry, especially those high-priced specialty drugs for multiple diseases. As long as there are patients, they don't fear the high prices they set. In the past, they made money in Longwa through pharmaceutical monopolies. If this specialty drug is mass-produced in Longwa first, it would be a fatal blow to them. We must get the watermelon. This is their unanimous decision. Teams pretending to be foreign faces for scientific research, tourism, and business inspections have flooded into Zhejiang province. Their only goal is to steal the watermelon. After assessing the situation, the task force also sent additional personnel from the special forces. At the same time, they began to sample the watermelons from each household in Taoyuan village to see if there were any special ones. Sitting in the temporary command post, Chen Anguo was quite worried. Now, on one hand, he had to be responsible for external publicity, and on the other hand, he had to arrange the sale of watermelons in Taoyuan village. He also needed to figure out the relationship between the divine dragon and the watermelon. Most importantly, a new and troublesome task had emerged. Stop the watermelon thieves. The secretary standing by came forward, poured him a cup of hot water, and said, "Can we mobilize the power of the people and launch a battle to defend the watermelons?" Chen Anguo's gaze focused, suddenly enlightened. Yes, they didn't lack manpower at all. Quickly, let the propaganda department announce this matter. An article titled "Foreign Spy Groups Stealing Watermelons, Requesting Support from the People of the Province" was published on various major platform official accounts. What? Those damn bastards, they can't beat us openly, so they resort to underhanded tactics. How dare they touch our divine dragon in Longwa? They're asking for death. I must participate in this. Let me catch them. I'll punch each and every one of those little bastards. Do we need drone support? The enthusiasm of the people in the province far exceeded Chen Anguo's expectations. In the end, the task force had no choice but to issue a notice, simply asking everyone to be vigilant of suspicious individuals around them. The professional security work would be handled by the special forces. As a result, when the foreign spies entered the vicinity of Taoyuan village, they were all dumbfounded. Even if they just went out to eat noodles, they would be watched by hundreds or even thousands of people, not to mention stealing watermelons in Taoyuan village. They all suspected that as long as they left the county town, they would be beaten up. Mom, I want to go home. How can we complete a mission of this level? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. How about we use local spies? The most lively battle was happening online. Silly netizens directly marked the locations of people they found suspicious in real time on a map. It was then compiled and updated by dedicated personnel. Hashtag stealing watermelons. Hashtag this topic immediately rose to the top of the trending list. Ranked second on the trending list was a more serious topic. Hashtag firefighters severely burned, requesting Divine Dragon's support. Hashtag there were also many comments below. After everyone learned that traditional methods were no longer able to treat the firefighter, they all posted comments under the topic for free, hoping to catch the attention of the task force. Pass it on. We really need watermelons. The patient's conditions have entered the late stage, and wild boar meat is unable to be effectively absorbed. We hope to receive some watermelon juice support. If anyone can contact the Research Institute or the task force, please help. Pretty please. Soon, media reporters came to interview them. After fermenting on short video platforms, it directly pushed the previous topic down and became the #1 on the hot list. In the midst of their busy schedule, the task force also saw this trending topic. We really don't have ready-made watermelons on hand, but I can go to Lin Youchu's house and try again. After careful consideration, Chen Anghua decided to give it a try. If it doesn't work out, he'll see if there are any leftovers at the Research Institute. Just as he stepped out of the tent, his secretary caught up with him. Leader, look, Lin Youchu said she's going to start the second live broadcast. In the dynamic section of the Orange Girl account, a preview appeared. A live broadcast preview. It stated that Orange Girl's second live broadcast would start in 10 minutes, and there was a topic tagged at the end. Hashtag firefighter severely burned, requesting Dragon God support. Hashtag after so many days without updating, the effect of a general update might not be too good. But this is Orange Girl we're talking about. Just 10 seconds after the dynamic was posted, there were already over 500 comments. However, the website's moderation couldn't keep up, and it was all blank. In the courtyard, Tao Ying looked at Lin Youchu and said, "You really want to start the live broadcast?" Lin Youchu weakly nodded, then pointed to the firefighter's message and said, save him. My watermelon. Tao Ying sighed. This girl is really kind-hearted. According to what she saw online, one of Lin Youchu's watermelons had already been sold for 10 million. As long as she could steal it, someone would immediately buy it. And the price keeps rising with time. If Lin Youchu is willing, she could just sell the watermelons in the backyard. It would bring in billions. The speed of making money is such that the villagers of Taoyuan village couldn't catch up even if they grew watermelons for a lifetime. But when Lin Youchu saw the severely burned firefighter just now, she knew that only her watermelon could save him. Without hesitation, she decided to donate her watermelon for free. Well then, don't be nervous during the live broadcast later. If you have any questions, I'll reply to them for you. Tao Ying knew. If Lin Youchu really wants to make money with this, then she won't interfere with Lin Youchu anymore. Chen quietly listened on the side. Although he usually likes to say that Lin Youchu is silly, this time, he fully supports her. In any case, saving lives is the top priority, and the other party is a firefighter hero who got injured while saving lives. Even if they don't have money, they must save him. Not to mention, this is his business. Soon, Orange Girl's second live broadcast began. People from all over the country were eagerly watching in front of their screens. As expected of the Dragon God, as soon as they saw the news, they immediately came out to help. Dragon God is mighty. Brothers, why do I feel like crying? The ancient books say that the Dragon God blesses the people and brings good fortune to the region. I used to not believe it, but today I do. Those who said that the Dragon God harmed wild boars, come out and witness the 500-meter-long Big Chopper. Tianhai City First Hospital, Burn Unit. All the doctors, nurses, and patients' families nervously watched the dark live broadcast screen. Zhang Wei's body was completely covered in white cloth on the hospital bed. Only his eyes and nostrils were exposed. The nearby instruments coldly displayed his life. His condition was really bad. If there was any way, the hospital's doctors would never let him lie in bed waiting to die. The intense fire not only burned his skin but also his internal organs. According to the doctors, let alone treatment, it was because of Zhang Wei's strong willpower that he could hold on until now. Soon, the black screen showed a picture. The live broadcast officially began. Lin Yuchu appeared in the picture wearing a white dress. Facing the camera, Lin Yuchu looked a bit thin and weak, but her charming and pitiful temperament remained unchanged. Oh my god, is this the legendary female zookeeper? This temperament, I'm in love. I surrender. Sisters, I announce my withdrawal from the battle. I can't compete with this. Why does looking at her make me feel heartbroken? What the hell, isn't this Lin Yuchu? Lin Yuchu, do you know her? How can you not know her? She's too well known, the legendary school beauty of Zhongnong University. The campus belle who went unnoticed for 4 years and was only discovered during the graduation photo shoot. It was said that she would go home and farm after graduation, but who would have thought she would go home to raise dragons? In an instant, all the bullet comments were discussing Lin Yuchu's beauty and temperament. They completely forgot about the existence of the divine dragon. Lin Yuchu didn't see these comments either. Because she was nervous, Tao Yingying helped her flip the monitor. She couldn't see the bullet comments or the live broadcast. Whether it was shooting a video or taking a selfie, she would get nervous every time she saw herself on the screen. She took a deep breath. Lin Yuchu spoke. Her voice was soft, but it had a hint of sweetness. Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Yuchu, and I am the caretaker of the little ones. We have decided to donate all the watermelons to those in need, free of charge. We hope that the firefighter will recover soon. After saying these words, Lin Yuchu lowered her head and left the shooting range. The villagers waiting outside began to pick watermelons and load them onto trucks under Tao Yingying's command. Time is life, and not a second can be wasted. From tricycles to armored transport vehicles at the village entrance, every step ensured that not a single watermelon was lost. The armored vehicle carrying a crate of watermelons quickly hit the road. The level of this transport was higher than that of the college entrance examination papers. They even deployed armed helicopters for real-time monitoring in the air, to prevent any accidents from happening. At the first hospital of Tianhai City, when Lin Yuchu announced that the watermelons would be donated free of charge, everyone was moved to tears. This statement not only showed great love, but also brought them hope for survival. Outside the ICU ward, Zhang Wei's mother cried uncontrollably behind the glass. Xiao Wei, can you hear me? The Divine Dragon is here to help you. You must hold on. Hashtag the Divine Dragon's watermelons have been sent nationwide. Hashtag when the hospital staff saw this trending topic, they gathered by the window and looked towards the hospital entrance. They didn't have much hope initially. After all, these watermelons not only had miraculous effects, but were also related to the Divine Dragon. They were definitely a top priority for national research. In some countries, they even offered billions to buy one. If it weren't for the girl named Lin Yuchu who mentioned the donation during the live broadcast, along with the consent of the Divine Dragon behind it, they wouldn't have had this opportunity. Divine Dragon, whether you are the hope of the Dragon Kingdom or not, at least you are the hope of us doctors and patients. And that girl, she's truly an angel. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Wei's condition deteriorated rapidly. The last emergency rescue operation began. At the same time, many reporters wanted to rush into the hospital, but they were all stopped at the entrance. No carrying of any professional tools, no live streaming with mobile phones, only text recording is allowed. Under the hospital's warning, the reporters were divided into 2 groups. One group entered the hospital to inquire about the latest situation, while the other group live-streamed at the hospital entrance. The condition of firefighter Zhang Wei has severely worsened. Life or death in 10 minutes. Firefighter Zhang Wei may not be able to hold on until the watermelons arrive. At the same time, medical media outlets also raised questions. Can watermelons really have an effect on severe burns of this level? If it weren't for the data from the Young Divine Dragon Research Institute, ordinary people would find it hard to believe in the efficacy of watermelons. But, it's the Divine Dragon we're talking about. The Divine Dragon from ancient legends. They're here, they're here. An armored vehicle smoothly stopped at the hospital entrance. Fully armed Special Forces soldiers jumped off the vehicle, holding steel guns in their hands. They quickly formed a battle formation. In the middle, a team member carried an aluminum box, tightly guarded. It contained the watermelons transported from Taoyuan village. The doctors who were anxiously waiting at the window finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. The watermelons have arrived. Hope has arrived. After Zhang Wei's condition worsened, it was no longer just a simple burn. Various complications arose, and each one was a death sentence for an ordinary person. Under the cover of the special forces, the watermelon was safely delivered to the ICU. This is a confidentiality agreement. Every step of the treatment, every piece of data, needs to be recorded by you, submitted, and not disclosed to anyone. Because it has not yet entered the stage of drug testing, we cannot guarantee its effectiveness, we can only guarantee that it is harmless to the human body. Zhang Wei's follow-up treatment needs to be done at our military hospital. For the next 10 years, Zhang Wei cannot leave the country, cannot participate in any medical activities, and all medical examinations will be handled by the military hospital. After signing the agreement, under the supervision of the special forces, the treatment began. The treatment plan was also simple. The relevant proteins in the watermelon were purified and then injected into Zhang Wei's body. At the same time, in order to buy treatment time, Zhang Wei was fed a small amount of watermelon juice. After confirming that there were no abnormal reactions, a group of experts gathered in front of various instruments for real-time monitoring. Similar scenes were happening in 23 hospitals across the country. As for the remaining watermelons, they were all handed over to the Dragon Research Institute for protein purification and storage. At the same time, the nation's attention was focused on media reports. The effectiveness of the watermelon left them uncertain. Can watermelon really cure diseases? It sounds like a fantasy, but even the experiments on mice were successful. But these are real human beings. What if something goes wrong? The country attaches so much importance to it, so it shouldn't go wrong, right? In Taoyuan village, Lin Yuchu was also watching these news reports in real time. It must work. After scrolling through her phone a few times, there were no new updates on the progress. Lin Yuchu looked at Chen Jiao next to her. Little guy, do you think my watermelon can save people? Chen Jiao extended his paw and placed it on Lin Yuchu's palm. You mean it can? That's great. The warmth of Chen Jiao's paw gave Lin Yuchu great confidence. Ah, silly woman, Chen Jiao couldn't help but sigh. If the watermelon couldn't save these critically ill patients, Lin Yuchu would probably be sad for half a month and remember it for the rest of her life. She wouldn't even consider not donating the watermelon. On the other hand, intelligence organizations from various countries had originally planned to steal the watermelons from Taoyuan village. But unexpectedly, all the useful watermelons had been transported away. Damn it, our plans are all messed up. Now all the watermelons are protected, our people can't even get close to them. Bounties are useless, our attempts to contact the doctors in those hospitals have all been caught. We won't have it easy, and neither will you. These intelligence personnel, familiar with internet phishing, quickly found their attack points. Can watermelon cure diseases? Are there really people who believe this against common sense? We can't rule out the possibility that watermelon can cure diseases, but is it right to use this untested drug directly on humans? Questioning the professionalism of these hospitals, joining the online uproar, completely disregarding the lives of patients. It seems that they are just trying to obtain first-hand experimental data. They are capable of conducting experiments on living people. Various attacking viewpoints were rampant, and through buying traffic and other means, these viewpoints spread widely on major websites. When people see them too often, it's easy for their thinking to become fixed. They seem to make sense. From a scientific perspective, it's not right to use an untested drug without clinical trials. It's clear that the relevant departments are eager to save lives, but the management is chaotic. I hope they can straighten things out. With the cooperation of intelligence organizations from various countries, there was soon a major shift in online comments. Many people joined the attacking camp, but soon, the voices of the families of the 20-something critically ill patients began to emerge. If it weren't for the Dragon Research Institute, if it weren't for these watermelons, would my son have a chance to survive? You only know how to criticize from a moral high ground. Do you think we don't know that it hasn't been tested? But what can we do? Can today's science save my child? My daughter is dying, and the Divine Dragon's watermelon is our only hope. Are you going to take away even this little hope from us? Even if my daughter dies, I thank the relevant departments, thank the Divine Dragon, thank that girl named Lin Yuchu. The patient's family appeared. This fishing boat storm reached its climax. The attention to the incident skyrocketed, and the official television station began exclusive interviews with the patient's family. For a while, those influential figures who were busy posting on social media fell silent. I don't want this 30,000 yuan anymore. If you ask for more, I'll wear a silver bracelet. Don't come to me for this kind of work in the future. What the hell were you idiots thinking? They watched as one after another of their social media accounts were blocked by the other party. Intelligence agencies around the world panicked. If their control over these people was lost, the authority they had established would be destroyed. This was something they absolutely did not want to see. However, the development of the incident was far from what they had expected. After those influential figures deleted them, in order to save their lives, they actually started supporting the Divine Dragon. Damn it! The head of a certain country's intelligence agency was so angry that he smashed 18 teacups. According to the words of the Dragon Kingdom, this was simply stealing a chicken and losing a handful of rice. Just as they were furious, the latest developments began to be reported on television. According to our reporter's on-site report, although firefighter Zhang Wei has not yet escaped danger, his condition has stopped deteriorating. Currently, the research institute is sending the next batch of extract to major hospitals. The whole country rejoiced. The big shots of the Divine Dragon Research Institute also let go of their worries after hearing this result. Since the efficacy of the medicine was not a problem, the overall direction of their efforts was not a problem. Old Zhao, the synthesis of this protein seems a bit difficult. We have investigated the genetic sequence of the Divine Dragon, but we still haven't found the place where this protein is expressed. Is there any progress on the Air Force side? Not yet. Now that all the watermelons have been picked, it's a bit difficult for them to observe. In the comments section of the Orange Girls livestream, everyone left messages. Tears in my eyes. The final result is good. Thank you, Divine Dragon. Thank you, Sister Yuchu. Such a valuable thing, they donated it just like that. It's really touching. I won't say anymore. My grandma asked me to buy a Divine Dragon statue to worship at home. I heard that a watermelon on the foreign internet has already been speculated to be worth 120 million. How much money is that for so many watermelons combined? Looking at the background of the livestream, the economic situation in Taoyuan village doesn't seem good. Otherwise, the government should open up a tipping channel, and we can consider it as a group purchase. Soon, these comments received support from a large number of netizens. The watermelons were donated for free, but they could still give tips. Such a valuable thing should definitely not be borne by the Divine Dragon and Lin Yuchu alone. Although each person couldn't donate much money, together we are strong. Quick, this is the official website, everyone go leave comments. In less than half an hour, because there were too many comments, the official website crashed directly. This situation was also reported to the working group. We closed the gift channel before because we didn't know who to give the money to as tips. Now, because of the watermelon incident, everyone's demand is very strong. How about opening the gift channel? Chan Anhwa pondered for a moment. Let's open it for one day and see. All the tips will be sent to Lin Yuchu's account. I'm going. It's really open. The gift channel was just opened and was discovered by the viewers who were waiting in the live stream room. Although Orange Girl was not live at the moment, they could still give tips. I don't care, I'll give a 20 first, it's the price of a lunch. I'll give 100. I was just about to buy cigarettes, but after thinking about it, I decided to give a tip instead. As they spoke, a large gift worth over 1,000 appeared on the screen. Over 1,000, enough to buy cigarettes, rich guy, I'll give you 50. With the support of numerous fans, the gifts on the black screen in the live broadcast room never stopped. This is a major event that the whole nation is paying attention to. Naturally, it cannot only be popular within the live broadcast community. You spend 99 to buy a skin, it's useless, but if you donate 99 here, not only do you buy a watermelon, you can also make a wish to the Shenlong, and more importantly, support the development of our country's technology. There is also a version for middle-aged and elderly people. Attention, family members, you can't buy a wish incense for 9 yuan, but you can directly make a wish to the Shenlong. Grandson, come here, how do you recharge in this live broadcast? Help grandma recharge with 10 yuan. Huyu Live platform. They simply opened the donation channel according to the requirements above. Unexpectedly, after only 3 hours, some couldn't handle it anymore because the donation flow was too huge. It was directly investigated by the bank and the China Banking and Insurance Regulatory Commission. In the end, under the coordination of the working group, they bypassed the Huyu account and directly transferred the donations to Lin Yuchu's account. Huyu company didn't have any problems. Anyway, according to the agreement, they didn't get a single cent of the share. But it was troublesome for Lin Yuchu. 10 yuan deposited into the bank account. 100 yuan deposited into the bank account. 88 yuan deposited into the bank account. Tao Yingying's mouth twitched. She never expected that making money could be so easy. In the neighboring village, in a newly built villa, an old man took a sip of tea and said, "We can't fall behind in the national mobilization. I'll donate 50 million first, and as for the rest, you guys figure it out." 50 million deposited into the bank account. 30 million deposited into the bank account. 30 million deposited into the bank account. 10 million deposited into the bank account. Suddenly, a wave of donations arrived, leaving the praying audience dumbfounded. After 7 or 8 years of live broadcast development, they had never seen such generous donations. One person donated 50 million. Several other donations in the tens of millions quickly followed, adding up to over 1 billion. Oh my god. This. Could it be a backstage error? Could it be the official manipulating the data? With the reputation of Shenlong, do they need to manipulate it? The crowd was still confused. Only a group of business tycoons noticed something was off. Let the network department investigate. It really is them. Quick, get some working capital. And then, Xiaoma donated 30 million. Jianlin donated 40 million. The large donations came one after another, but none exceeded 50 million. With their lead, bosses from all over the country, big and small, came to donate. No matter what the reason was, just go with the flow. For a while, the total amount of donations in the live broadcast room reached over 100 billion. Among them, tens of billions were large donations, and the rest were all donations from ordinary people. The entire comment section became a large-scale wishing scene. Guaranteed success in the postgraduate entrance exam. Hope the teacher won't check the homework. Hope the child is safe and sound. Hope to get rich this month. They hadn't seen any immortals, but Shenlong was real. Looking at the countless zeros behind their bank account balance, Lin Yuchu took out a small cloth bag from the cabinet. She unzipped it, revealing some small gold jewelry inside. This was given to her by her grandmother, who said that when she got married in the future, this would be her dowry. Lin Yuchu carefully put the bank card into the cloth bag. Then she placed it under layers of clothes. Finally, she locked the cabinet door with a small lock. She patted Chen Zhou's head. I'm saving up for you to get married. Then, Lin Yuchu took out a black and gold notebook from the middle drawer of the cabinet. On the cover of the notebook were the words Zhongnom University, 2012 Excellent Student. Chen Zhou's thoughts were brought back to 2012. Being an excellent student in university was different from being one in high school. The quota was scarce, and there was a high amount of scholarship money involved. Many students wanted to compete for it. If they were selected as an excellent student, it would definitely be something to be proud of. Not to mention, Zhongnom University was one of the top-ranked universities in the country. Being selected as an excellent student, there was definitely a fierce competition. Not only academic performance, but also innovation, entrepreneurship, and research achievements are all bonus points. Shen remembers clearly. That year, Lin Yuchu was the only student who made it onto the list of top students solely based on exam scores. Her near-perfect score left everyone speechless. After participating in the speech competition for top students in evening self-study, she placed a lollipop on each person's desk. It was the only time in her 4 years of college that Lin Yuchu bought something for everyone. It's orange-flavored. I didn't expect my wife to give me candy 3 years ago. Chen jumped up and stood on the desk. Lin Yuchu came to the desk, turned on the desk lamp, and placed her notebook on it. The warm yellow light made the desk look cozy. She opened the notebook. On the first page, the first line was written in small letters. Buy lollipops for the whole class, they should be orange-flavored. This sentence was followed by a checkmark in red pen. The second paragraph said, find time to work part-time at KFC and save money to go home. This sentence was followed by a cross and a small bracket. Too busy with exams. So sad, there were many more wishes and plans. Each page was filled with one after another. Flipping through, she reached the latest page. Lin Yuchu carefully wrote in the blank space, save money for the little one to find a wife, but she felt somewhat dissatisfied. She added a small bracket afterwards. Wait until the little one grows up. Chen was lying next to her, under the warm light. He silently watched the notebook filled with Lin Yuchu's wishes. Truly a treasure girl of this dragon. Now, let this dragon fulfill your wishes. The first wish. Let's go with this one. Today, my roommate and her boyfriend went to the zoo, so envious. Unfortunately, I've never been to the zoo and don't have a boyfriend. Crying face. Going to the zoo. Good idea. It just so happens that this dragon hasn't been out and about since being reborn. Decision made. Chen decided to find an opportunity to help Lin Yuchu fulfill her first wish. Meanwhile, on various major platforms, billions of donations were being made, making it impossible to not trend. Hashtag new record-breaking livestream, billions in rewards. Hashtag firefighters condition improves, thanks to Shenlong's watermelon. Hashtag mysterious school flower caretaker, Lin Yuchu. Hashtag speculations about Shenlong's intelligence. Hashtag what do you think about Shenlong's sudden appearance? Hashtag none of the top 10 trending topics had anything to do with Chen. If this were in the past, he could have made a fortune just by selling accounts. The information on the internet quickly reached the ears of ordinary villagers in Taoyuan village. How much money is that? Lin Yuchu's family must be rich. With so much money, it would take several lifetimes to spend it all. What's money? I understand now, with Shenlong's blessings, how much money can't be earned. Enough talking, I'm going to see if the stonemason Shenlong statue is ready. Since Shenlong came to the village, we've all benefited. Distant relatives we haven't contacted in over 10 years are calling. How about we pool our money and build a temple for Shenlong? I think that's a good idea. Those big bosses can give millions, so building a temple is nothing. After discussing, the villagers of Taoyuan village decided to build a shrine for Chen at the entrance of the village. The task was assigned, and a few tile workers contacted acquaintances to have cement, bricks, and other materials delivered the next day. The next day, several key villagers in the village arrived early at the intersection guarded by the Special Forces team, waiting for the construction materials to enter the village smoothly. But they didn't expect what they were waiting for was not a tricycle carrying cement materials, but a series of neatly lined pickup trucks. Excuse me, are you villagers from Taoyuan village? Yes, what's this about? Well, we are from Wanda Hotel and came to purchase watermelons from your village. Watermelons? Are you looking for the watermelons that can cure illnesses? We don't have those. You should contact the work group. The man in the suit shook his head. Uncle, you misunderstood. We are buying watermelons from ordinary villagers like you. Buying our watermelons? Really? The man in the suit nodded firmly. Just yesterday, there was an emergency meeting at the Wanda Hotel. They decided to send someone to buy watermelons from Taoyuan village. Are these ordinary watermelons that can live in the same village as the divine dragon? This was the chairman's exact words. They decided that after buying these watermelons, they would slightly package them and prepare them specifically for star customers. How much are you willing to pay? Today, the price of watermelons is good, below 80 cents per kilogram, we won't sell. 80 cents, how about this, you give us all the watermelons and we will buy them for 8 yuan per kilogram. What? 8 yuan. After approval from the working group, car after car of watermelons were sent out of Taoyuan village. The villagers of Taoyuan village looked at the stack of red bills in their hands and couldn't stop smiling. But they understood that all of this was because of the divine dragon. Now that everyone has money, any objections to pooling funds to repair the ancestral temple? No objections. The villagers all agreed in unison. Former village chief Zhao Daiju silently watched the scene. The villagers of Taoyuan village haven't been this united in over 30 years, right? Chen Jiu, lying on a pink blanket in Lin Youchu's yard, suddenly felt a surge of power within him. It seemed like he had become stronger again. Damn, can't leveling up be a bit more challenging? I haven't done anything while lying here? At this rate, my 3 generations of family business won't be able to compare to a night of sleep. How lonely invincibility is after circulating the energy in his body. Chen Jiu flew out of the yard. Today, he was going to buy tickets to the zoo. As a mountainous area, although Wanjiang City, where Taoyuan village is located, is not economically developed, there are still many wild animals. Those injured wild animals need to be taken care of. After some consideration, they decided to build the largest zoo in the central and northern provinces. The location is not far from Taoyuan village, just over 10 kilometers away. After finding the right direction, Chen Jiu flew straight there. This time, in order not to disturb the normal operation of civil aviation aircraft, he chose to fly at a low altitude. By the way, he could also enjoy the scenery along the way. At the same time, at the Air Force Base. Report. The Divine Dragon is flying again. The Divine Dragon is flying at a low altitude, destination unknown, continuous tracking. Keep tracking. Coordinate with the Civil Aviation Administration. Yes. After confirming that Chen Jiu had no aggressive intentions, the Air Force dispatched the latest fighter jets to provide escort at high altitude. At the same time, they shared this information in real time with the working group at the Divine Dragon Research Institute. Hurry, the Divine Dragon has left Taoyuan village. He is moving in the southwest direction. The speed is not slow. Unlike the previous aimless flights, this time the Divine Dragon seems to have a very clear purpose. Quick, draw the predicted route. On the large screen in the meeting room, a long red line traversed the map. The solid line area represents the places Chen Jiu has already flown over, and the dotted line represents the predicted route based on the previous trajectory. This is the current situation. We will update it in real time according to the Divine Dragon's flight path. Wait, is the urban area of Wanjiang City ahead? What? The urban area of Wanjiang City? What is the current altitude of the Divine Dragon? Over 100 meters, 20 meters lower than the tallest building in Wanjiang City. Quick, contact the staff in Wanjiang City. Should we activate Emergency Plan A? Activate it. Gather everyone for a meeting. Within 10 minutes, all the key members of the Divine Dragon Research Institute had gathered. Now, the Divine Dragon has left Taoyuan village and is moving towards Wanjiang City. Should we evacuate? No, we can't evacuate. Unless we use missiles to drive it away at close range, our fighter jets won't be able to accomplish it. Using missiles is even worse. If the Divine Dragon gets angry, it will be the civilians who suffer. Then what should we do now? The meeting room fell silent. No one dared to propose a specific plan. Anything related to the divine dragon could easily lead to disaster. Chen Anhwa, sitting in the main seat, suddenly stood up. He waved his hand and said, "There's no time. Let them all pass, don't intercept. Notify Wanjing City, the divine dragon is about to fly over Wanjing City, let them be prepared." The people below wanted to say something. Chen Anhwa said again, "I will take all the responsibility, you all go quickly." Pushing open the door, Chen Anhwa looked up at the sky. The azure background and the fluffy clouds complemented each other. This time, he chose to believe in the divine dragon. At the same time, in the Ligonkyo village, Luan Peng was busy in his own field. The large acre of cotton field had started to bloom slowly. He had to pick cotton in the field. In this lifetime, one must be born in a good place. Why didn't my father give birth to me in Taoyuan village? I heard that even their lousy watermelons can sell for 8 yuan per kilogram, all because of the divine dragon. If the divine dragon appeared in our village, I could sell this cotton for at least 18 yuan per kilogram. Suddenly, he felt a shadow passing over his head. Is it going to rain? No, the sun is so bright. He instinctively looked up at the sky. Then, he saw a majestic figure. Damn, a dragon. It's the divine dragon. The divine dragon has come out of Taoyuan village. Luan Peng quickly took out his phone, opened WeChat, and recorded a short video to share on his moments. Wow, this is so majestic. Look at these claws, these scales, they're different when seen in person. But soon, Chen flew far away. Luan Peng knew he couldn't catch up, so he added his own watermark to the video and sent it to his various family and friends groups. The focus was on the group of brothers. The 5 of them had played together since childhood, and the other 4 had successful careers in big cities. Only he was still picking cotton in the village. He pulled out the video and clicked send. Brothers, take a look at the divine dragon. I just took this, isn't it clear? This message instantly exploded the other 4 people. Damn, Luan, are you serious? Is this really the divine dragon that's trending? The divine dragon that donated watermelons? Luan Peng, can't I deceive you guys? Just now, the divine dragon flew over our house, circled around, and scared me. Luan Peng exaggeratedly described the incident. Damn, Luan, you have to share it. The divine dragon favors you, Luan. You're amazing. Luan Peng, damn, I won't tell you anymore. I just sent this video to the village group, and Lin Shanxian called me on video. Lin Shanxian? The Lin Shanxian we secretly admired in high school? Lin Shanxian called Luan on video? One of the brothers couldn't contain his excitement and said in the group chat, "Damn it, this is so damn unfair. It's even more unbearable than if you killed me." Sob, Luan Peng was not the only one who captured Chen's image. Soon, various videos appeared on the internet, but without exception, they all showed Chen's majestic figure in the sky. Hashtag the divine dragon leaves Taoyuan village for the first time. Hashtag come and see the majestic figure of the divine dragon in the sky. Hashtag love it, is this the divine dragon? Hashtag he's really talented. Hashtag this divine dragon can fly for real. Hashtag the widespread dissemination caused every video featuring Chen to have millions of views. And that's not counting the traffic within the groups. The hot search exploded completely. Just as the watermelon incident was starting to cool down, Chen once again made it to the hot search in a different way. Wanjing City, Comprehensive Conference Room. Looking at the uncontrollable hot search, the leaders were all headache. According to the latest flight path, the divine dragon will pass through the airspace of Wanjing City in 20 minutes. What should we do? The working group suggests protecting the safety of the divine dragon. We can't control the situation now. Then, activate the emergency broadcast, contact the TV station, and announce this news to the whole city. Arrange the transportation department to maintain road traffic. Prevent stampede incidents. Notify the security department to prevent the divine dragon from harming people and be prepared for protection. Notify the urban management department that no drones are allowed in the airspace of Wanjin City from now on. Handle any emergencies first, then report. Ensure the safety of Shenlong while ensuring the safety of the citizens. Soon, every community and village in Wanjin City began broadcasting through loudspeakers. Shenlong is about to appear in the airspace of Wanjin City. Residents are advised not to get excited and not to go downstairs unless necessary. If you need to watch, please queue in an orderly manner. From now on, the use of drones is prohibited. Do not go out by car unless necessary. Through the broadcasts, the entire city of Wanjian became active. This fourth-tier small city with a serious population loss seemed to have entered the Spring Festival. Everyone had smiles on their faces. Children held candies and melon seeds, quietly looking at the clouds in the sky under the guidance of adults. They were waiting for the appearance of Shenlong. On the road, police lights were flashing. People in uniforms from various departments stood on the streets to maintain traffic order. "Captain, there are too many people. We can't possibly check them all. Keep the traffic lights at intersections red and prohibit entry and exit from now on." Yes. In order to prevent any disturbances or potential malicious incidents, various communities mobilized. Soon, the movement of people in the entire city of Wanjian came to a halt. Everyone was either on rooftops or on the streets, holding phones, cameras, and telescopes, eagerly awaiting the appearance of Shenlong. Some elderly people even brought out candles and incense, intending to offer them to Shenlong, hoping for a smooth year ahead. At this time, Shen had already flown to the outskirts of Wanjian city. In the sky, he also saw the sea of people below. Is today a holiday? Great, the zoo shouldn't be crowded. The Wanjian Zoo was not located within the city but in the suburbs, about half an hour's drive away from the city center. Going to the zoo did not require passing through the entire city of Wanjian. Chen continued on his way, skirting the edge of the city, flying towards the zoo. Report: Shenlong has deviated by 32 degrees. Change of direction. Predicted flight route is deviating from Wanjian city. New target is unknown. Predicted route is towards the next major cluster of buildings. Wanjian Wildlife Zoo. The working group and the main leaders of Wanjian city breathed a sigh of relief. They were not afraid of 10,000 things, but they were afraid of one thing going wrong. If Shenlong were to charge into the crowd, they wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Continue tracking. At the same time, at the Wanjian Wildlife Zoo, half an hour ago, after receiving the notification that Shenlong would fly over Wanjian city, all the visitors had left. Hurry, we might miss it. You can visit the zoo anytime, but Shenlong is not something you can see anytime. I'm tired of seeing these animals, I'm here for Shenlong. Refund. During this season, the zoo's popularity was not particularly high. Now, with someone taking the lead to return to the city to see Shenlong, all the visitors who hadn't entered turned around. Even those who had already entered were shouting for refunds. Even the employees had a look of longing, wanting to take a day off and go back to spend time with their families to see Shenlong. No, absolutely not. What if there are still visitors coming? Even if it's just one visitor, we still have to take responsibility. The zoo director, Sun Shi, had a serious expression on his face as he rejected the employees' requests. But soon, he received a call from his wife. In the phone call, his 4-year-old daughter cried and shouted, Daddy, come back and watch the dragon with Nyo. Daddy, come back. Whoa, no, other kids have their dads with them. If you don't come back, I'll go play with Uncle Wang next door with Mommy Woo under his daughter's strong attack. Sun Shi had no choice but to agree. He then sent a notice of leave in the WeChat group. Except for the main security personnel, duty caretakers, and veterinarians, all other service staff were given a day off. They went home to be with their families. At the ticket window, 2 girls in small suits smiled. A girl said, Ting, you always have a way. Hee, follow me and I'll make sure you have the best of everything. With that, the girl named Ting picked up her phone, pressed the talk button, and said to the other end of WeChat, Nyo, you did a great job this time. Next time we go to the zoo, sister will treat you to cotton candy, okay? Thank you, sister. Nyo understands. Just like I taught you before, delete what you said earlier, got it? Okay, sister, let's go home and watch Shenlong. As the last wave of staff boarded the express bus, the entire zoo fell completely silent. There were no more noisy tourists, only occasional animal sounds. The remaining staff who stayed behind were silently playing with their phones at their respective posts, checking real-time news about Shenlong. Some even had video calls with their families in the city. We are in the Jiangbei district, the ancient capital. Shenlong will definitely come to our side. Nonsense. Our Jiangnan district is now the economic center, with a higher level of beauty than your northern district. If I were Shenlong, I would definitely come to the Jiangnan district. It is said that dragons live in water. Is it possible that Shenlong will go to the river? The tourists on the cruise ship along the river were tense, all looking into the distance. Just as everyone was arguing endlessly, the Wanjiang Broadcasting and Television Station announced to the whole city, Shenlong has avoided the city of Wanjiang. It is now moving towards Wanjiang Zoo. What? Wanjiang Zoo? The zoo employees were dumbfounded as they watched the bus that had just left. Damn it, why are we coming back? We've been fooled. Driver, hit the brakes. We're going back with you. However, the driver, who was eager to get off work, did not hear their shouts. He stepped on the gas and disappeared at the end of the road. The remaining zoo employees were in an uproar. They celebrated in the group chat. I didn't expect this. We got lucky. Ha, this is the fortune hiding behind misfortune, and the misfortune leaning on fortune. Don't be disappointed, we will share videos with you. Outside the zoo, armed security personnel began to gather around. This time, they didn't need to protect Shenlong, but they had to protect the villagers around. In addition, the official photographers who had rushed over hid in the surrounding woods, aiming their lenses at the sky. Regardless of whether Shenlong would land in the zoo or not, they would live stream the event. Just as they pressed the power button, they saw a dark figure approaching in the distance. It could only be seen as a black dot with the naked eye, but their 800mm telephoto lenses were not to be underestimated. On the camera screen, Chenjiu's majestic figure was displayed vividly. Here it comes, Shenlong is here. Wow, this scene, this composition, I can feel the majesty of Shenlong. Teacher Lu, with this scene, submit it to all the photography competitions, you will definitely win all the gold awards this year. Before a few people could finish exchanging their thoughts on photography, Chenjiu quickly landed at the entrance of the zoo. Shenlong actually landed at the entrance of the zoo. Why did Shenlong come to the zoo? Could there be other Shenlongs there? That's impossible. Isn't it possible that he came to the zoo to find something to eat? Damn, those tigers and lions, they won't be eaten, right? They shouldn't be. Don't forget, Shenlong's favorite food is beef hot pot, and so, a discussion about why Chenjiu came to the zoo instantly ignited the entire Wanjiang city and spread throughout the country. In less than a minute, it made it to the top of the trending topics. Shenlong's first outing, and the destination is actually the zoo. The purpose of Shenlong's visit to the zoo. Please, zookeepers, come forward and speak. In Taoyuan village, Lin Yuchu also learned about it from the news trending. Chenjiu had actually flown to the city and went to the zoo. Tao Ying opened the official live broadcast room of Wanjiang News. On the screen was Chenjiu, who had just landed, and the entrance of the zoo. Tao Ying, what is the little one doing at the zoo? Is he really hungry? That shouldn't be the case. We have leftover meat every day at home, and we use the big pot. Yuchu, what do you think the little one wants to do at the zoo? Startled by Tao Ying's call, Lin Yuchu trembled. She was pulled out of her imaginary world. I don't know. She wasn't worried about what the little one would do at the zoo because she knew that Chenjiu wouldn't harm anyone. What truly attracted her was the zoo gate behind Chenjiu. Her thoughts were brought back to high school. At that time, she was admitted to County No. 1 middle school with excellent grades. In a citywide exam, their class achieved the highest score in the whole school. With the school's approval, the class teacher applied for an opportunity for an outing to the zoo. The destination was the city zoo. The total cost of transportation and meals was 89 yuan. The whole class participated, except for her. Holding a brand new 100 yuan scholarship, she took the bus back to the village. The bus fare was 20 yuan, and she had 80 yuan left. She bought a cake. That day was her birthday. That day, she helped her grandmother chop firewood all afternoon. Grandma, the cake is delicious. When she returned to school, her classmates were talking about their trip to the zoo. The peacock's display was just so, not as beautiful as described in the books. But the giant panda is really cute. And the red panda, I thought it was a raccoon on instant noodles. I only found out it was a red panda after reading the introduction. The classmates' discussion made Lin Yuchu yearn for the zoo for the first time. She also wanted to see how different the peacock's display was from what was described in the books. She also wanted to see the red panda that looked so much like instant noodles. Later, when she went to college, she wrote down her wish in her notebook. She must go to the zoo to see it. But her busy studies and part-time jobs left her with no time. Even though the zoo tickets were not expensive. Later on, after graduation, various things came rushing in. This wish, like most memories, was forgotten in a corner. Until today, when she saw the zoo gate behind Chenjiu, she remembered. She took out the gold-stamped notebook from the middle of the wardrobe. She flipped open the first page. Today, my roommate and her boyfriend went to the zoo, so envious. Unfortunately, I have never been to the zoo, and I don't have a boyfriend, crying face. There was also a bright red cross. After Chenjiu landed, he walked straight to the ticket office. Today, he wanted to buy 2 tickets to give to his precious girl. But when he arrived at the ticket office, he realized that there was no one inside. What's going on? It's not a holiday today. Why is there no one? He looked at the entrance of the zoo and found that it was closed. There was a sign hanging on the door saying temporarily closed. Damn it, bad timing. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Chenjiu extended his dragon claw and looked at the small lock on the ticket office that was not secure to begin with. He swiped at it with his claw, and the lock broke with a sound. It opened. With another swipe, the ticket office door was kicked open. This scene was broadcasted live by a camera hidden 300 meters away. All the viewers fell silent. This was the first time they witnessed the fighting power of a divine dragon on the spot. The wild boar incident from before was only hearsay. Damn, this is too powerful. That's a steel lock. With just one swipe, the steel lock was broken? If he swiped at me like that, I wouldn't even make a sound, I would just be done for. But speaking of it, this is a divine dragon. If he wasn't so powerful, could he be called a divine dragon? That's true, but why did the divine dragon open the ticket office door? I don't know. Several zoo security guards hid in the corner, watching Shinjo's every move from a distance. They didn't dare to approach. We don't know what's going on up there, how would I know? Luckily there's no one at the ticket booth, otherwise it would be dangerous. Should we go up and take a look? We are zoo security guards. It's not good to just watch public property being destroyed, right? The old security guard next to them immediately swung his baton at the new guy. Nonsense, it's your first day here, have you forgotten what I said? Security guards can't protect anyone. They can only protect themselves. You're only making 3,000 yuan a month. What are you risking your life for? While the security guards were having a friendly interaction, Shinjo had already entered the ticket booth. Now, the Canon camera couldn't capture what was happening inside. Shinjo entered the ticket booth and was greeted by the fragrance of gardenia flowers. The two ticket sellers had left in a hurry, leaving behind their coats and water bottles. Shinjo controlled his strength and turned on the computer behind the window. He printed 2 tickets for himself. Done. Let's go. Just as he was about to leave, Shinjo suddenly remembered something. He hadn't paid. I forgot about that. I am a law-abiding citizen, I can't not pay. But after searching himself for a while, he couldn't find anything to exchange for money. Dragon scales and dragon whiskers could be exchanged for money, but he couldn't bear to take them off. What should I do? Right, I've got it. Shinjo remembered the watermelon from before. Since the watermelon had gained such power after being watered with dragon urine, it meant that his dragon urine was powerful. A watermelon could be worth millions. A splash of dragon urine should be enough to buy 2 tickets, right? He immediately found an empty beverage bottle in the trash can. After solving the problem, in order not to affect the working environment of the ticket sellers, he buried the bottle containing the dragon urine under a big tree outside. Then, holding the 2 tickets, he flew away without looking back. Time to go home and have a meal. Leaving behind a group of bewildered staff and the audience in front of the screen. What just happened inside? I think I saw a divine dragon burying a bottle under the big tree. Soon, a cordon was set up. A group of people wearing masks and white coats rushed over. They split into 2 teams, one team studying the traces left by the divine dragon inside the ticket booth, and another group digging up the mysterious bottle under the tree. We found it! Shinjo hadn't buried it deep, so the bottle was quickly discovered. The team leader, wearing rubber gloves, carefully lifted the plastic bottle. An iced tea bottle? After cleaning off the dirt, everyone was confused. It turned out to be a common iced tea bottle found on the market. What kind of game was this? The 2 ticket sellers missed the bus back to the zoo and were watching the live broadcast at home. When they saw the familiar iced tea bottle, they were dumbfounded. Ting Ting, isn't this the iced tea you bought this afternoon? Yes, but I remember finishing it. Although it was an iced tea bottle, no one dared to take it lightly. It was placed in a metal box and sent to the laboratory for analysis. The survey team on the other side also made a new discovery. Report, the computer in the ticket booth has been tampered with. What? The divine dragon tampered with the computer? Quick, see what was tampered with. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle tapped on the keyboard a few times. This computer is specifically for printing tickets, it doesn't have many functions. Let me see. Just now, this computer printed 2 tickets? This computer printed 2 tickets for tomorrow. The work group quickly reported this latest development to the secretariat. What? Are you saying that the divine dragon went to Wanjiang Zoo, left behind an unidentified liquid, and took away 2 tickets? Now, even Chen Anghua, who considered himself to be very knowledgeable about divine dragons, was confused. What's the connection here? This time, it's really involving classified information. Before the complete results of the liquid in that bottle are tested, let's suppress the online hype. Don't let foreign spies take advantage of the situation. Understood. The various departments got busy again. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Shinjo, had already flown back to Peach Blossom Village. He checked the time, it was 5:30 in the afternoon, just right. The kitchen was filled with a pleasant aroma. Lin Yuchu was already cooking. Shinjo walked to the kitchen door. Lin Yuchu, who heard the movement, was already sweetly looking at him. Little guy, you're back. Was the zoo fun? Lin Youchu's tone was playful with a hint of seriousness. She seemed genuinely eager for Chen Jiao to tell her if the zoo was fun or not. Chen Jiao jumped onto the nearby dining table. Then he spit out 2 tickets from his mouth. Because of the dragon's protection, the tickets were not wet with saliva. Lin Youchu was stunned as she looked at the 2 tickets on the table. She couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at Chen Jiao. Are these for me? Chen Jiao nodded gently. Lin Youchu excitedly reached out to take both tickets. However, Chen Jiao extended his paw and pressed down on one of the tickets, moving it towards himself. Then he pushed the other ticket towards Lin Youchu. Are you saying that this one is yours and this one is mine? Chen Jiao nodded again. Lin Youchu didn't say anything more. She just silently picked up her own ticket and looked at it seriously. On the ticket, there were various small animals depicted. There were peacocks, little pandas, and even the national treasure, giant pandas. In the bottom right corner, the time of the ticket was written. August 4, 2015, 9 to 6 o'clock, it was tomorrow's ticket. Lin Youchu smiled, her peach blossom eyes blinked. She took out a wallet with an orange pattern from her pocket and put both tickets inside. As she stuffed them in, she softly said, "Little guy, tomorrow, sister will take you to the zoo after so many years." She could finally go to the zoo. Chen Jiao was also very happy. During dinner, Chen Jiao happily ate 2 extra bowls of beef. On the other side, the task force received the bottle of iced tea. They divided it into 10 small portions. 4 portions were kept at a constant temperature, while the other 6 portions were sent to different testing institutions, including the prestigious Dragon Research Institute. With the help of various advanced tools, a preliminary conclusion was reached in half an hour. Preliminary analysis shows that the liquid contains a high amount of waste material, indicating a possibility of being animal urine. Animal urine? The task force immediately understood. So it's dragon urine. I thought it was something else. The research value of dragon urine shouldn't be high, after all, it's just waste. We got excited for nothing, thinking it was something valuable. Upon learning the composition of the liquid, the other members of the task force felt dejected. Only Chen Anghua felt that something was amiss. If dragon urine was useless, the dragon wouldn't have gone through the trouble of burying it. There must be some clue that he hadn't thought of. On the other hand, the group of researchers didn't mind the dragon urine at all. They were able to discover treasures from wild boar meat last time. This dragon urine was even more precious. After an hour, Zhao Lao from the Dragon Research Institute looked at the initial test results with a smile. Although they were just common liquid waste, there were many unknown compounds. Most importantly, they found a new type of compound present in watermelons. The entire institute was buzzing with excitement. This was definitely a major breakthrough. Just one new protein had such remarkable effects. What kind of effects would the other unknown compounds have? They didn't dare to imagine. Quick, report this conclusion. A new type of compound found in dragon urine, similar to that found in watermelons. With just a short sentence, everyone in the task force fell silent. Those who had just said that dragon urine was waste and useless now wished they could find a hole to hide in. Quick, arrange for someone to send the remaining 4 urine samples to the military base. I will report this matter. Dial that mysterious phone number. A powerful voice came through the phone. What have you discovered this time? Chen Anghua repeated the received report. Then he asked, how should we handle this? There was silence on the other end for a moment, and then a deep voice said, increase the publicity efforts. Then the call was hung up. In a house in the capital city, a man looked into the distance through a glass window. It's time for the pharmaceutical industry of Longwei to rise, Chen Anghua said after hanging up the phone, immediately instructing the publicity department to carry out their tasks. The suppressed hot search was also released. Question, what exactly is in the bottle buried by the divine dragon? Please, don't suppress the hot search. Official, please reply quickly. If this matter is not clarified, I won't be able to eat. Request to join the top 10 global unsolved mysteries. In the moment when the hot search was released, the official announcement from Zhongzheng directly answered the question. Currently confirmed, the plastic bottle contains dragon urine. Following this answer was the official account of the Divine Dragon Research Institute. A new compound found in watermelon and dragon urine, as well as several unknown compounds. 2 official answers. Although they were very brief, the meaning was clear. We have obtained dragon urine. Dragon urine can not only treat severe burns, but also has other major uses. Do you dare to challenge us? Of course, the last sentence was directed at foreign colleagues. The shorter the official message, the bigger the matter. The previously suppressed hot search was instantly ignited. The whole country was shocked. Does this mean that we may be able to treat other incurable diseases? One ingredient can treat severe burns, I can't even imagine what the other ingredients can do. The divine dragon even stores its urine in a bottle. It's really. I'm crying. I seem to see a glimmer of hope ahead. I'll check if there are any records of dragon urine in traditional Chinese medicine. As a pharmaceutical professional, although I don't know the specific uses of dragon urine, I can be certain that the next 50 years will belong to the pharmaceutical industry. This divine dragon is truly here to save the people. This discussion was more intense than any before. In the past, the divine dragon was just a totem, a symbol of the nation. But this time, people knew that the divine dragon was truly protecting them. The elderly who constantly forwarded health-related posts on social media also began to share this news. Cordyceps, snow lotus, they were nothing compared to dragon urine. The most sensitive to this discovery were those terminally ill patients lying in hospital beds, as well as their families. One component of dragon urine had solved the problem of severe burns. What other problems could the unknown components solve? Perhaps cancer? Or leukemia? It might even be able to treat AIDS. Regardless, their terminal illnesses now had another glimmer of hope. Divine dragon's protection. Sister, we have hope now. In a certain hospital room, a little boy with a runny nose said to the emaciated girl on the bed. Scenes like this were happening all over the country. The miracles created by the divine dragon time and time again left them with nothing but belief. However, the voices of ordinary netizens on the internet were not so unified. Soon, senior experts stood up and said, I think, although dragons in mythology have appeared, they are still only recorded in ancient texts. If they were really so useful, ancient people would have discovered it long ago. Also, even if you say that watermelons watered with dragon urine can cure severe burns, yes, that is a fact. But we know that in the end, dragon urine is still urine. After all, urine is just waste. It's already good enough if there is one substance in it that can treat severe burns. The other things probably aren't very useful. Furthermore, our country's pharmaceutical industry is still in its early stages. Even if we have dragon urine, it won't be possible to surpass other major countries within 10 years. After these words were spoken, they were all going against the tide. The anger of all netizens was ignited. This is absolutely rare. However, when they saw the ID of this expert surnamed Zhang, they instantly understood that this person is a big shot from the War Department. Then, they all liked and shared it. I think Teacher Zhang is right, our country still has a long way to go. Teacher Zhang is truly the most clear-headed expert. Other experts can only boast. That's right, the last time I had a conversation with Teacher Zhang, I learned a lot about the insider information of dragon urine. Also, I am a netizen from the northern part of the mainland. If anyone wants to communicate with me, DM me. Under the repeated jumping of the same group of people, the entire discussion environment was instantly stirred up. The relevant departments were also happy to see this situation. The water is getting more and more mixed now. We want to keep foreign countries in the dark. Meanwhile, at a biological research base in North America, a group of scientists looked at the news that came back from across the ocean, their eyes shining with excitement. We must get this thing. This will open up a new world for humanity. It represents not only money, but also the most mysterious and advanced technology in the world. We hope you can bring us samples for research, otherwise, we will consider going to the Dragon Kingdom. For these scientists, as long as there is something good to study, nationality doesn't matter. In addition, pharmaceutical companies from various countries also received this news. The world's largest pharmaceutical company, Reborn, sent people to the Dragon Kingdom immediately. This time, it was the only time they didn't prepare to buy or imitate related technology. We just want distribution rights. With Reborn taking the lead, other pharmaceutical companies also followed suit and sent their own negotiation teams. However, before they could board the plane, they received a notice of refusal of entry. Then, the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced to the public that the Dragon Kingdom refuses any form of foreign cooperation before formal results are achieved. After the statement was released, countries fell silent. Is there really no way? Taoyuan Village. Chen Jia watched the news on TV without any ripples in his heart. It was just a piss, nothing more. If possible, he had even more valuable treasures. Lin Yuchu was not very excited either. She just sat next to Chen Jiao and watched attentively, as if she was in school. She was serious and didn't miss a single word. Chen Jiao couldn't help but shake his head. Future wife, seems a bit silly. Are all top students like this? The next day, the sun rose as usual. The rooster still crowed. The outside world was in turmoil, but it seemed to have no impact on this small courtyard. However, today, Lin Yuchu woke up unusually early. After making breakfast, she took out a light blue box from the wardrobe. She also took out a pair of coffee-colored leather shoes from the shoebox next to the wardrobe. She opened the light blue box, inside of which was a set of denim overalls. The bubble-sleeved blouse, paired with a denim overall skirt adorned with cute little bears. Lin Yuchu put them on one by one. Then she put on the coffee-colored leather shoes. She turned around in front of the mirror. The white lace-edged socks just revealed her cute ankles. This outfit was a birthday gift she gave herself, only worn once. After making sure the clothes were fine, she tidied up her hair bangs and applied a layer of light orange lipstick. When Lin Yuchu appeared in front of Chen Jiu in this outfit, there were only two words in Chen Jiu's mind: stunning. This set suits Lin Yuchu's temperament even more than the one she borrowed when she graduated from university. Truly worthy of being my future wife, taking her out is so face-saving. Lin Yuchu put her own 20 yuan leather bag on her back, which she bought from a street stall. She made sure both tickets were inside. She also took out a few hundred yuan from the closet compartment, along with the bank card with billions of yuan in savings, and carefully put them in the bag. After making sure everything was fine, she squatted down, smiled, and touched Shinjo's head. She gently said, "Let's go, little guy, let's go to the zoo." After packing up, the two of them set off towards the direction of Wanjing City Zoo. Lin Yuchu has a driver's license but no car. She can only take a car to go. Chen could fly over, but after thinking about it, he decided to follow Lin Yuchu. What if my future wife dresses like this and gets peeped at by perverts? After all, when he was in college, he used to stare at girls wearing mini skirts every day. Lin Yuchu originally planned to take a bus, but Chen followed her, and she was afraid of causing a commotion among the people around her. She counted the money in her backpack and decided to splurge a bit and take a taxi. Driver, to the Wanjiang City Zoo. Alright, no meter outside the county, 151 yuan per trip. Luan Jiqiang, who had been driving a taxi for more than 10 years, still liked this kind of long-distance route. More money, no hassle of getting in and out. Lin Yuchu counted 150 yuan from her bag and handed it over. She said softly, "Here you go." Luan Jiqiang turned around to borrow money, with a smile on his lips, happily saying, "Alright," but when he saw Chen sitting in the back seat, he was directly shocked. "What the hell is this?" Lin Yuchu said somewhat embarrassedly, It's a dragon." Luan Jiqiang also saw it clearly at this time. What else could it be if not the dragon that was in the news every day? It was the divine dragon of the Dragon Kingdom. And this girl, wasn't she the legendary dragon keeper? Oh my god, Luan Jiqiang is really lucky. He actually got to drive a dragon. Luan Jiqiang's previous fear instantly turned into excitement. Happy. That was a divine dragon. A dragon that flew in the sky. The divine dragon admired by countless people in the country. A divine dragon taking a taxi? Who could have imagined it? But today, he encountered this. He quickly returned the money to Lin Yuchu. "I can't take money for this trip. If I charge for driving a divine dragon, what would I become?" Lin Yuchu was stunned and didn't say anything. Since she was a child, she didn't know what to do when someone gave her money like this. When Luan Jiqiang turned around, she quietly put the 150 yuan in the front seat pocket. Luan Jiqiang didn't notice this detail either. He hummed a tune and happily drove towards the Wanjiang Zoo. From today on, he, the taxi driver, would become famous. The sun shines in the sky, and the flowers smile at me. Looking at the scenery outside the car window, Lin Yuchu was very curious and happy. It had been a long time since she had gone out to play properly. The taxi was driving smoothly on the road. Meanwhile, the Dragon Research Group was in an uproar. What? Lin Yuchu took a taxi with a divine dragon? What kind of game is this? Quick, show me the route. A staff member in a white shirt rushed in with a work tablet. This is the destination sent by the taxi company. On the tablet, the words Wanjiang Zoo were particularly prominent. The zoo? Are they going to the zoo? Chen Anhua finally understood what it meant when Chen bought 2 tickets yesterday. Wait, you mean the bottle of dragon urine yesterday was used to buy tickets? Thinking of this, Chen Anhua couldn't help but laugh. The divine dragon had principles. The other people in the meeting room looked at their leader who was laughing foolishly. They were confused. Was this really their formidable leader, Chen Anhua? Chen Anhua also realized that something was wrong. He quickly changed back to his serious expression and said, "Report the situation to Wanjiang City and make sure they ensure the safety of the divine dragon and the public." Wanjiang City Zoo. After experiencing the divine dragon raid incident yesterday, under the instructions of the higher authorities, the zoo director Sun Qi decided to close the zoo for 3 days. The entrance of the ticket office was already surrounded by security personnel. Barbed wire was put up, and there were signs prohibiting approaching. But this couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the people of Wanjiang City. Everyone came to the entrance of the zoo to take photos. Some even treated the tree where Chen buried the bottle of iced tea yesterday as a wishing tree. They tied red cloth strips to it. This tree is the one the divine dragon liked. Just as Sun Shi was worried about how to start operating the zoo after this, a phone call came in. What? The divine dragon is coming again? To visit our zoo? Sun Shi was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this just a fantasy? After confirming the authenticity of the number multiple times, he urgently summoned all the staff on duty at the zoo. There is only one reason why I called everyone here. In half an hour, the divine dragon will come to our zoo for a visit, and I hope you all can fulfill your duties. The staff members were initially complaining about the director's sanity, wondering why they were called at this hour. But after hearing these words, they all became energized. The divine dragon is coming? Director's son, should our catering department be open when the divine dragon arrives? Grilled skewers, popcorn, and such, we probably won't need them, right? Sun Shi thought for a moment. The higher-ups meant for the zoo to operate as usual. The catering department was also a part of it. If they didn't open and there were problems, it would be on his head. If they did open and there were problems, it wouldn't be his responsibility anyway, as he was just following orders. This is the wisdom of being a director. Open everything, everything should be as usual. Every position should be manned. No problems should arise. The animal keepers should take good care of the animals they are responsible for, and under no circumstances should there be any conflicts between the animals and the divine dragon. The internal work of the zoo began in full swing. The external work was also carried out simultaneously. How could so many people be gathered outside when the divine dragon was coming? Report, should we forcefully evacuate them? Not for now, let's try to persuade them first. The security personnel outside were experienced in handling such matters. They quickly began using loudspeakers to make announcements. The divine dragon is about to visit Wanjiang Zoo. In order to demonstrate the high quality of the citizens of Wanjiang and to welcome the divine dragon, please orderly evacuate from both sides of the road. Do not obstruct the divine dragon from entering the zoo. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers became excited. Is it true? Is it true? Oh my, let me check if my dress has any wrinkles. What does the wrinkles on your dress have to do with the divine dragon coming? You don't understand. What we present to the divine dragon must be the most perfect image. How do you know the divine dragon will see you? What if it does? I have to fold my dress up, it's too long and doesn't show off my long legs. Under the organization of the staff, the crowd formed two rows and began to evacuate from both sides of the road. The cars parked on the roadside were also cleared away. It took a full 10 minutes. The crowd gathered at the entrance dispersed completely. The wire fences used for protection were also removed. The zoo put up a sign indicating that it was open for business. 5 minutes later, a yellow and blue taxi appeared at the end of the road. Look, the divine dragon is here. Many years later, Lu Hanan looked at his soon-to-be scrapped yellow and blue taxi. He would always remember that morning when he drove the divine dragon to Wanjiang Zoo. As the taxi appeared, the citizens on both sides of the asphalt road stopped and looked over. For a moment, Lu Hanan didn't feel like a taxi driver, but rather a member of the highest state ceremonial team. To prevent anyone from causing trouble, a long police car followed behind the taxi. Fully armed special police officers closely guarded the safety of the divine dragon. The air seemed to stagnate in that moment. There was only the sound of tires rubbing against the ground and the rustling of leaves on the trees along the road. The citizens had a tacit understanding. They just watched silently, like statues. Only their eyes followed the direction the taxi was moving. Lin Yuchu, who noticed the changes outside, felt a bit nervous. She tightly held the sides of her dress, her palms sweating. It was as if she were a bride getting married. Fortunately, Lu Hanan, as an experienced driver, didn't let his nervousness affect his driving skills. The taxi smoothly stopped in front of the zoo entrance. Except for the zoo staff, everything else was cleared out. It was as if nothing had happened. Today was just an ordinary day. And Lin Yuchu and Chen Jiao were just ordinary visitors. After getting out of the taxi, Lin Yuchu gently closed the door. Then she said to Luan Haonan, "Master, I put the money on the back seat for you." Luan Haonan instinctively wanted to refuse, but he thought that he might never have the chance to interact with Shenlong again in the future. This money was an important memento. After thinking about it, he accepted it. Lin Yuchu, accompanied by Qinjiu, arrived at the ticket inspection area. Now it's all machine ticket inspection, you just need to align the barcode on the ticket with the machine. Watching one person and one dragon enter the park. Li Tingting, sitting at the ticket office, immediately reported through the intercom, "Attention, Shenlong has entered the park. Look, there's cotton candy." After entering the zoo, Lin Yuchu found that there weren't many people inside. She felt much more relaxed. When she saw the cotton candy stall, she was happy like a child. "Little one, shall we go buy cotton candy?" Sister will treat you to cotton candy this time. Lin Yuchu wasn't nervous. The uncle making cotton candy was trembling. He also received a task assigned by his superiors and was working normally. Originally, he thought he was just a decoration. How could Shenlong possibly eat cotton candy? Unexpectedly, not only did Shenlong eat it, but he was the first one to find him. However, he wasn't afraid. He was happy and excited. It was such an honor to make cotton candy for Shenlong. It's just that his hands weren't listening to his brain. They were shaking badly. Fortunately, cotton candy wasn't sugar art, so the stability of his hands wasn't too high. In the end, a pink and blue cotton candy was made. Lin Yuchu took the cotton candy and took out 5 yuan in change from her bag. She said softly, "Thank you." Then she squatted down and placed the cotton candy in front of Chenjiu. "Little one, have you never had it before? You go first." Chenjiu didn't really like sweets, but this was handed to him by Lin Yuchu, and it was their first time visiting the zoo together. This cotton candy had to be eaten. He opened his mouth and took a bite, leaving a missing piece on the cotton candy. Lin Yuchu blinked her peach blossom eyes and said softly, "Is it delicious?" Then, she took a bite herself. The two of them continued walking deeper into the zoo. This ordinary scene shocked the photographer hiding in the dark and the audience in front of the live broadcast room. Wait, is this the zookeeper with Shenlong? Why do they feel like they're eating dog food? Whoa, my Shenlong has been kidnapped. My goddess has also been kidnapped. Why cry? I'm going to ship them directly. That's right, only a goddess like Lin Yuchu is worthy of Shenlong. And only Shenlong is worthy of Lin Yuchu. Wait, are you guys a bit perverted? One is a human, the other is a dragon. You don't understand, haven't you seen on TV that dragons can transform into humans? Maybe Shenlong will become human one day. Really? I'm not well educated, don't lie to me. Chenjiu and Lin Yuchu quickly passed through the leisure and entertainment area and entered the animal viewing area. Look, that's Monkey Mountain. Lin Yuchu excitedly pointed ahead. Chenjiu looked over and indeed saw the most active monkey mountain in the zoo. A large group of monkeys were freely moving around inside. They were even fighting and arguing over an apple. The chattering sounds were annoying, but for Lin Yuchu, who was visiting the zoo for the first time, it was full of curiosity. She walked quickly to the glass barrier and curiously watched the monkeys inside. Chenjiu also slowly followed. When he was a graduate student advisor at Zhongnon University, he would occasionally use the zoo tickets given during internships in the animal science department. He was tired of these animals, especially these monkeys. He hated monkeys the most. When he went to Amei Mountain for a wild plant survey, a monkey even stole his bottle of water. However, as he got closer and closer to the observation glass, a strange scene unfolded. The monkeys playing on Monkey Mountain, as if they were under a petrification spell, all stopped their movements at the same time. As Chenjiu continued to approach, a stranger scene occurred. The leading big monkey suddenly let out a cry and jumped down from Monkey Mountain, kneeling on the ground. Before Lin Yuchu could react, the other monkeys followed suit and knelt down on the ground. Lin Yuchu's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, she thought of something and turned to look at Chenjiu. Chenjiu was also confused. Turning into a dragon had this effect? Or was there another reason? Maybe they should try it on another animal. Chenjiu looked at the nearby road sign and found the fiercest lion and tiger enclosures. Luckily, these two locations were adjacent. This time, Chenjiu led the way with Lin Yuchu following. They left the group of monkeys lying quietly on the ground. The scene once again caused a sensation among the audience in the live broadcast room and in front of the television. Damn, is this a dragon? This is too awesome. These monkeys have never seen a divine dragon before. They knelt down immediately? Is this still the Mountain King I know, monkey brother? I'm impressed. The most shocked were the professors at the Divine Dragon Research Institute and the Animal Behavior Research Institute. The actions of these monkeys had completely surpassed the realm that science could explain. Wait, are they going to the lion enclosure? Oh my god, it looks like the Divine Dragon is going to the lion area. Our monkey brother is admitting defeat. I wonder how Lion Brother will react? Lions have the title of the kings of the grasslands. They won't admit defeat so easily, right? In the anticipation of the crowd, Chenjiu and Lin Yuchu arrived at the lion enclosure. Behind the iron fence, an adult lion was lying on the ground. Its body was 2 meters long, displaying its majesty. In front of the lion, there was a large piece of fresh red meat. It was feeding time for the lion. With one bite, its head swayed from side to side. With tremendous tearing force, it bit off a piece of meat. The flesh turned into crumbs in the lion's mouth as its teeth collided. Although the king of the grasslands was locked in a cage in the zoo, its basic attacking power was enough to make other animals tremble. Chenjiu saw the lion eating and was also interested. This was much more interesting than monkeys fighting. However, just like what happened in the monkey area, when Chen Zhou approached the lion at close range, the lion suddenly froze, quietly put down the fat meat in its mouth, and then turned to the side. It actually lay down on the ground, exposing its belly, rubbing its big head against its thigh, and looking at Chen Zhou in a coquettish manner. What the hell? Is this still a lion? It looks like my cat at home. Isn't this the way a cat acts coquettishly? Damn, is this the pressure of the divine dragon? You truly are the Dragon King. Dragon King, what a title. Welcome Dragon King. Crooked Smile Square Root Chen Zhou was also very curious. He had been to the zoo many times, but this was the first time he had seen a lion act like this. It's interesting, why not go in and take a look? With the experience of killing a wild boar last time, Chen Zhou wasn't afraid at all. It was just a lion, what was there to fear? He had already turned into a dragon now, so he had to keep up in terms of temperament. In a flash, Chen Zhou flew up directly. The zoo had extra strict protection for such fierce beasts. It was definitely impossible to enter through the main entrance. Since he could fly, he should be able to enter from above, right? In the blink of an eye, Chen Zhou arrived on top of the high fence and then descended towards the lion's location. The photographers who were shooting and the audience in the live broadcast room were all tense. Divine Dragon, what are you going to do? He wouldn't want to kill the lion, would he? Even the lion has admitted defeat. Please don't do it. I still prefer this big lion. Please don't kill it. We'll crowdfund to buy you pork to eat. Piggy? Why am I always the one getting hurt? However, the bloody scene they imagined did not happen. After Chen Zhou ran to the lion's side, he actually reached out with his claws and touched the lion's big head. That's right, he wanted to pet the big cat. This was a wish he had since he was a child watching Animal World. After so many years of not achieving it, now that it has become a divine dragon, it naturally needs to be satisfied. The lion, being stroked by Chen, did not resist at all. It continued to act cute. Its expression showed pure enjoyment. It seemed like being stroked by Chen was a great honor. After a few touches, Chen's wish was fulfilled. Apart from having a big head, it seemed no different from stroking a cat. Alright, let's go. With a leap, Chen flew out again. Wow, did the divine dragon go in to play with the lion? Truly a divine dragon, it has accomplished what I've wanted to do for many years. And this lion is so cooperative. Is this still the forest king I knew with one paw? This is already impressive. Didn't you see the group of monkeys in front? They knelt down and didn't dare to move. That's true. The Lion King is no longer in power, now the Dragon King reigns. Next, Chen continued to explore the zoo with Lin Yuchu. The outcome was not surprising. When they reached the entrance of the tiger enclosure, the tigers ran back to the corner trembling. When they reached the entrance of the giant panda enclosure, the pandas turned their backs and sprinted 100 meters away, fleeing. Even their beloved milk was abandoned. After going through the entire zoo, all the animals were left with deep psychological trauma. Chen, on the other hand, felt very happy. In the past, these guys never moved. Today, they finally did. Lin Yuchu had no experience visiting the zoo, but seeing Chen interacting friendly with these animals, she also had a great time. After making a big circle, Chen and Lin Yuchu returned to the entrance. This time, they were not greeted by a taxi, but a bulletproof Hongqi sedan. The elongated body exuded elegance. This silly future wife definitely won't sit in it. Before Lin Yuchu could refuse, Chen jumped onto the back seat directly. The original seats had been removed. To accommodate the dragon's body structure, the engineers had urgently modified the back seat. Now it looked more like a bed. Chen jumped on and lay down. He was tired from the day's activities. Lin Yuchu had no choice but to let Chen stay there. She couldn't make him get off. She reluctantly sat on the back seat as well. No, it should be called the back bed. Pulling the curtain divider, Lin Yuchu said to the driver in front, Go to the tax bureau. The driver's eyes widened for a moment, but he remembered what the leader said before leaving, to listen to the divine dragon and the caretaker next to him. So he didn't question it. He redirected the navigation to the tax bureau. Lin Yuchu took out a bank card from her bag and said to Chen seriously, You have to pay taxes for the money you used to marry your wife. Chen nodded in agreement and pressed the massage button next to him. The hundreds of billions he received as a reward last time, Lin Yuchu was going to pay taxes with it. How much tax is it for hundreds of billions, if it's all personal income? Chen hadn't experienced this feeling before, but he didn't mind. Now that he was a divine dragon, hundreds of billions was just a live stream event. Paying taxes was like donating an aircraft carrier to the country. When this change in route was reported to the working group, all the big shots were confused. What was this playing? Why was the divine dragon going to the tax bureau? But they immediately made arrangements. Clear the way for the divine dragon. Soon, an elongated red flag sedan appeared in the city center of Wanjing City. When the citizens learned that the divine dragon was in the car, they were all excited. On both sides of the road, there were citizens holding red flags. Some even displayed the divine dragon logo they had just made at the advertising store. Welcome Divine Dragon. The divine dragon is so domineering. Some elderly people shed tears of joy. On the road, because they were unprepared, the traffic police didn't have time to clear a dedicated lane. However, the private cars on the road all made way, voluntarily giving Chen a path. With everyone's cooperation, the journey became shorter. In just over 10 minutes, the red flag sedan parked in front of the tax bureau. The back door slowly opened under the drive of the motor, revealing its elegance. Lin Yuchu pushed open the door of the tax bureau and walked to the service window. She weakly said, "Hello, we're here to handle taxes." The service officer was completely confused. Originally, at this time, she was ready to leave work. But suddenly she received a message from Shenlong rushing over, and her superiors told her to stay put and wait for Shenlong to arrive. They needed to figure out why Shenlong had come. Oh, okay. Lin Yuchu handed over her bank card and ID. All the transactions are here, for personal income tax. The service officer's hands were trembling. Fortunately, she was skilled in her job, and everything was muscle memory. She quickly pulled up Lin Yuchu's information on the screen. Looking at the series of zeros, her surprised mouth could fit an apple. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. A total of 12 billion. There were a few more numbers behind, which she subconsciously ignored. She completely forgot that it was in the tens of millions. All of it is declared as personal income? Lin Yuchu nodded gently. The current tax rates are automatically calculated by the machine. After the service officer selected the appropriate type and clicked confirm, the printer next to her started printing. "This is your receipt, please keep it safe." Lin Yuchu took the bank card and receipt, and put them in a small cloth bag. She then put it in her own bag. Just now, she paid over 20 billion in taxes. One person, one dragon got back in the car, heading home. The news was once again reported to the work group. Over 20 billion? All taxes paid? The reward incident was handled specially and urgently because of Shenlong's presence. They went directly to the bank. They had completely forgotten about paying taxes. But Shenlong and Lin Yuchu hadn't forgotten. On their first outing, they paid taxes, and it was the full amount of personal income. You should know that in this situation, there is an opportunity for reasonable tax avoidance. And there are charities and such that can be used for tax deductions. If those watermelons and dragon urine were considered as free donations, offsetting 20 billion in taxes would be nothing. Even if it was reported to higher-ups, they would definitely handle it specially. However, Shenlong did not. "Team leader, what should we do next?" Chen Anghua didn't hesitate this time. He directly ordered, "Shenlong will safely return to Taoyuan village, so focus on protecting that area. This matter of paying taxes must be reported, and it must be reported fiercely. Shenlong is not only a spiritual totem, but also a material savior." At the same time, the leaders of various departments in Wanzhou City were dumbfounded. Over 20 billion in tax revenue. It was all real cash. They were just a fourth-tier small city. Soon, reports were produced online and offline like flowing water. Those newspapers, self-media outlets, had already prepared their reports. They could only be sent out by the relevant departments immediately. This was definitely big news. A once-in-a-decade big news. Shenlong pays personal income tax, 20 billion. After donating various treasures, Shenlong provides cash assistance, 20 billion. Shenlong's first tax payment directly offsets several counties. Various types of reports flooded in. From one city, it gradually spread to the whole country. Basically, the entire nation knew about this. Shenlong is mighty. From today on, I'm a fan of Shenlong. All those celebrities are little brothers. When it comes to actually paying taxes, we have to look at our Dragon King. Truly worthy of being the Dragon King, I admire and respect him. Those who said it was a waste of money to spend tens of millions to create a special protected area for Shenlong, come and take a look. Is it still a waste of money now? Tens of millions? With Shenlong's contributions, I wouldn't mind if it was several hundred billion. With the support of netizens, this news even spread to foreign countries. Those foreign onlookers, they originally had no concept of faith in Shenlong's dragon country. I thought it was just a different belief like their country. But these days, they saw the news of Shenlong treating critically ill patients. Now they see the news of Shenlong directly donating 2 billion. They understand. It turns out that Shenlong is not just a belief. It is a savior who saves people from fire and water. At the same time, today they learned a new word, Dragon King. Given the opportunity, I must go to the Dragon Kingdom to meet the Dragon King. The extended version of the red flag sedan slowly entered Taoyuan village. All the villagers looked at it with admiration. The vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of the yard. Lin Yuchu and Chen got off the car, just like usual. They walked into the gate. It seemed like today was just a normal day for a couple going to the zoo. In a villa with armed security abroad, an old man with gray hair had his secretary look at the news about Shenlong. In addition, the videos released by Orange Girl were playing on his iPad in a loop. As the leader of the country's largest dragon descendant conglomerate, tears welled up in his eyes. The legendary Shenlong has appeared. I should also return to the country. After decades of hard work abroad, even though he has achieved success and fame now, as he grows older, his longing for his hometown has become stronger. Sometimes, he also wants to secretly buy a plane ticket and return to the country alone. But if he leaves, there is no suitable person here to sustain the business. Until a few days ago, he received news of Shenlong's birth. Now he has seen what Shenlong has done. Everything impresses him. The mighty aura of Shenlong has made him make a firm decision. No matter how the business is here, he will return to the country. He wants to follow in the footsteps of Shenlong. Is the plane ticket booked? Yes, it's for tomorrow noon, and it will arrive in the evening. They are arranging the landing point in the country. Is it in Taoyuan village? We can't enter Taoyuan village for now, so we can only go to the neighboring Shichuan village. The old man nodded. According to his research on ancient books, Shenlong will create a certain domain. Or you could say it's a blessed land. People in the domain will be blessed by Shenlong, with good health and longevity. Regardless of whether it's true or not, he wants to go and see. If he can't go to Taoyuan village, he will go to the neighboring village. If the neighboring village doesn't allow it either, he will go to the town, the county, or even Wanjing City. In any case, he wants to go to the place closest to Shenlong. At night, Chen lay on the bed alone. Although Lin Yuchu didn't show it on the surface, today's event still had a significant impact on her. At this moment, she was in her grandmother's room, communicating with her grandmother. Chen didn't pay attention. After becoming famous again today, the power of belief surged. It has reached an unprecedented stage. He only felt that the energy in his body was growing extremely rapidly. It was gradually becoming uncontrollable. It seemed like it wanted to tear his body apart. What's going on? This feeling is a bit off. Could it be that I'm going to die? Recalling the information about energy and power, Chen suddenly remembered the novels he had read in his past life. When the energy in a person's body grows to the point where it can't contain it anymore, it's time for an upgrade. Could it be that he was going to level up? Little girl, Shenlong is not a pet, it won't always follow you. It accompanies you, it's your blessing. You don't have to worry about it leaving you. I can tell that Shenlong really likes you. Perhaps, there is something unique about you, Grandma said alone. She used her wisdom to teach Lin Yuchu about the truths of life. But when it came to Shenlong, she couldn't say for sure. This thing that hasn't been thoroughly researched in the whole country, perhaps only heaven knows. Lin Yuchu sat beside her, nodding gently. I understand, Grandma. In fact, Lin Yuchu also understood that Shenlong is not a caged creature. One day, Shenlong will leave her and return to its own sky. It's just that she hopes that day will come later. Lin Yuchu picked up her notebook. In today, my roommate and her boyfriend went to the zoo. I'm so envious. Unfortunately, I have never been to the zoo, and I don't have a boyfriend, sad face. This part was circled with a red pen. She thought for a moment about the phrase boyfriend and didn't cross it out. Then she turned around and looked through the window at the night sky, gently gazing at the stars. Suddenly, a sound like a cow's moo echoed in the yard. But it was different from a cow's moo, more shocking and melodious. It's coming from the little guy's place. Lin Yuchu quickly got up and ran to the neighboring house. Chen felt like all his organs were destroyed. It seemed like he was done for. After struggling several times, Chen completely passed out. When Lin Yuchu opened the door, she only saw Chen lying motionless on the bed. Little guy, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Wake up, stop fooling around. After several calls, Chen didn't respond. Lin Yuchu's eyes immediately turned red. In her panic, she forced herself to calm down. But her body couldn't help but tremble. Right, breathing. She remembered the first aid knowledge she learned at school and quickly checked Chen's breath. After confirming that he was still breathing, she quickly shouted, something happened to the little guy. Tao Yingying was abruptly awakened. She quickly came to Lin Yuchu's room to give Chen a preliminary examination. As a graduate in animal science, she was much more professional than Lin Yuchu. High fever, this temperature could cook an egg. Yu-Chu, quickly carry him to the bathtub and soak him, I'll make a phone call. Tao Ying took out the note given to her by the middle-aged man from her pocket. She dialed the number written on it. Chen Anguo was still awake despite it being midnight. He had to ensure that there were no omissions in the events at the zoo during the day. After confirming everything was correct, he finally signed the final document. Just as he picked up his clothes and asked the driver to go out and drive, preparing to finish work, his phone rang. The familiar ringtone tightened his nerves once again. He had two phones, one for daily affairs and personal matters, and the other for work that required signing a confidentiality agreement. And this ringtone represented the second one. He quickly took out his phone. The screen displayed three big characters, Tao Ying. Tao Ying wouldn't joke with him so late at night. It must be something wrong with the little dragon. He quickly pressed the answer button. Uncle Chen, Shenlong is unconscious and has a high fever that won't go down. What? Shenlong is in trouble. Quickly arrange for everyone to gather. The Agricultural University's Animal Science Research Institute had the highest level biological laboratory in the entire central region. As soon as the medical team station in Taohua village received the news, they urgently lifted Chen onto a stretcher and used ice packs to cool him down. They then sent him to the helicopter heading to the Agricultural University. Half an hour later, the helicopter landed smoothly at the Agricultural University. Under the protection of heavily armed security personnel, Chen was carried into the emergency room temporarily converted from the laboratory. It was called temporary, but nothing inside was random. Not to mention the level 5 microbiological protection. Even the equipment inside was temporarily dismantled from nearby hospitals. The value of the equipment alone was worth over $1 billion. Sister, nothing will happen to the little guy, right? Lin Yuchu sat on a bench outside, staring blankly at the closed gate. Tao Ying could only comfort her. It's okay. With so many experts and professors, they will definitely be able to cure the little guy. But the reality was that a group of elderly experts faced with Chen lying on the operating table were helpless. Heart function normal. Breathing function normal. No apparent external injuries. No internal bleeding. No apparent abnormalities in the brain. What about the blood? We can't get any blood at the moment. What's going on? Report, our needles can't even penetrate. Oldly, forget about the needles, even a surgical knife won't work. Saying that, the man picked up a surgical knife and forcefully slashed it on Chen's scales. The squeaking sound of metal sliding, the surgical knife was deformed under pressure. Chen Jiu's scales were unaffected. It's completely different from a few days ago. What's going on? What about body temperature? How is the body temperature? Real-time body temperature, 45 degrees. 88 degrees? At this temperature, even a drop of water on Chen Jiu's body would immediately evaporate. If a person has a fever of 88 degrees, there's no need to even look, they can go straight into a coffin. But Chen Jiu is a divine dragon. With a body temperature of 88 degrees, apart from being unconscious, all the functions of the body are intact? These experts were shocked and couldn't come up with any solutions. They could only silently observe the changes in Chen Jiu's various body values. Why don't you go find some tools? Several veterinarians returned to their respective laboratories. In no time, they brought a pile of tools they thought would be useful. This is a bone saw, see if you can saw it open. Zhao Lao took the saw and lightly tried it on the scales at the end of Chen Jiu's tail. After sawing a few times, the teeth of the saw were worn down, but it still had no effect. Try this, it's an impact drill I borrowed from the construction site next door. Afraid that no one would know what it was, Wang Wenjun added, they use it to drill through concrete, maybe it'll work. Everyone. Outside the house, it was already 4:30 in the morning. Lin Yuchu was still sitting on the bench, not doing anything, just staring blankly at the laboratory door. Tao Ying said, you should go sleep for a while, Uncle Chen said he'll let us know as soon as there's news. Lin Yuchu shook her head gently, you go sleep, I'll wait for him. Then she continued to stare blankly at the laboratory door. A cold breeze blew by, seeping into their clothes, making it feel particularly cold. Tao Ying sighed. Lin Yuchu's personality, there's really no way around it. She just hoped that nothing would happen to Chen Jiu. Otherwise, the impact on Lin Yuchu, she didn't dare to think about it. At this moment, inside the laboratory, Chen Jiu had actually already woken up. Inside the laboratory, Chen Jiu had actually already regained consciousness. He just couldn't open his eyes right now. He had to focus all his energy on guiding the power within his body. This time, he fell into a coma because the energy within his body had reached a limit. His original body could no longer bear it. In order to continue growing, he had to first strengthen his physical body. This would allow the excess power of faith to flow smoothly within his body. This power of faith would undergo further purification and solidification. The whole process was just like those cultivation novels. Heating the body to a temperature of 88 degrees was a process of strengthening the physical body. Fortunately, Chen Jiao successfully completed it. Including the skin, scales, and even the dragon whiskers, they all had been reinforced. The originally dark scales now had a hint of golden color. The dragon whiskers had also shed, and the new ones were thicker and longer. Now, he just needed to circulate the heavy energy within his body once more, and it would be almost done. Beside the operating table, it was surrounded by experts and professors from the Academy of Animal Sciences. They looked at each other. After staying up all night, they witnessed the entire process of Chen Jiao's growth. It looks like he's regrowing? Look at these scales, they're actually shining with a golden light. Under the illumination of the light, these golden lights were not very noticeable. But when the light bulb was turned off, layers of golden light could be seen shining on Chen Jiao's body. With Chen Jiao's breath, it rippled like water waves. Everyone was fascinated by it. They took out their phones and took pictures of this amazing sight. In the darkness, a withered arm reached out. It touched beside Chen Jiao's head and put the fallen dragon whiskers into its pocket. Then, the lights turned on. The people admired the photos they took with their phones and praised each other. They were immersed in joy. Only the leading academician patted his pocket. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. These photos might be a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Wang Xingjuan's hand holding the phone was trembling. As one of the top 5 experts in paleontology in the country, after Chen appeared, he urgently shifted his research focus to various myths and legends about dragons. These days, he has gone through all the ancient books and materials he could find. Apart from a unified description of the appearance of dragons, everything else has its own characteristics. After multiple comparisons, they were unable to gather accurate information. Their application for field observation seemed to have disappeared without a trace. They could only rely on live streaming recordings to get some useful information, just like other internet users. Today, here, he finally saw it. This provides factual support for our investigation of the authenticity of ancient records. Wang Xingjuan's tears flowed freely. The others felt the same way. Although it was just a simple photo, it marked a significant step forward in their respective research fields. Joy filled the entire laboratory. Until a pair of hands wearing rubber gloves stopped next to the dragon's head. Wang Xingjuan's gaze froze, and he took a sharp breath. The dragon whiskers are gone. Wang Xingjuan's words were like a meteor falling into the lake, breaking the joyful atmosphere in the laboratory. Everyone gathered around. They had just witnessed the old dragon whiskers falling off and new ones growing. But now, only the new dragon whiskers on Chen remained, and the fallen old ones were gone. What's going on? We only turned off the lights for a moment. How did the dragon whiskers disappear? This important research material is missing. Quickly, check the surveillance. Everyone panicked. You should know that in the scientific community, obtaining a research specimen related to Chen is as difficult as reaching the heavens. These naturally shed dragon whiskers were definitely not wanted by the divine dragon, and every department wanted them. And now they had disappeared. The leading senior academician walked over and gestured for everyone to be quiet. He pushed his reading glasses and observed Chen's head for a while. Then he said in a deep voice, "The laboratory has strict security checks. Who could have stolen the dragon whiskers? I think they must have been reabsorbed by the divine dragon." Wang Xingjuan's eyes lit up, and he agreed. According to the records in the ancient books, some mythical creatures do absorb and use their own discarded bodies. Everyone marveled, so that's how it is. Quickly record this major discovery. I really can't believe these old fools. What just happened made Chen, this 1,000-year-old fool, feel inferior. If they wanted to use the impact drill on him, that would be one thing. But now they were stealing dragon whiskers and claiming that he absorbed them himself. These old fools, one is worse than the other. If he could move right now, he would give each of them a dragon claw. At the same time, after receiving a report from a group of old professors, including academicians, who were at a loss, Chen Anguo was pacing in front of the laboratory door. Although this incident happened suddenly, he was not responsible for it. It even had positive implications for his future development. But as a person from the Dragon Kingdom, he sincerely did not want the divine dragon to fall here. Everything the divine dragon did was to protect the people on this land. Team leader, there are a lot of people outside, our people can't stop them. The secretary ran over with a stack of unorganized documents, panting. A lot of people? What's going on? After listening to the report, Chen Anghua understood the general situation. It turned out that the previous emergency escort did not leave enough time for them to cover up. The takeoff of the helicopter was captured by villagers. The landing at Zhongnom University was also captured by students. When these two incidents were connected, everyone knew that something had happened to the divine dragon. Team leader, we have controlled the villagers and students who took the photos, and the original images have been deleted. But the spread on the internet is too fast, and we can't control it. Chen Anguo waved his hand. Now is not the time to talk about this. Go to the entrance and see what they want. At the entrance of Zhongnom University, a blast-proof barrier blocked the entire gate. The political commissar of the special forces responsible for security was using a loudspeaker to communicate. Please everyone stay calm and do not proceed any further. The current condition of the divine dragon is stable, and we will do our best to provide treatment. To prevent any individuals from other countries causing damage, for now, please refrain from entering. Standing in front of the fence were ordinary citizens. Among them were elderly people, children, early morning cleaners, breakfast vendors, middle-aged individuals who rushed out in their pajamas, young people who had just finished overtime work, and students who had come for morning reading at school. Upon hearing the news of the Divine Dragon's incident and its treatment at Zhongnom University, they all rushed over. It was still dark outside, and the morning wind was particularly cold. But no one left. Everyone had a simple thought: they just wanted to know the current situation of the Divine Dragon. Chen Anhua immediately followed up upon seeing this and picked up the loudspeaker. He said, "Everyone, don't worry. The Divine Dragon has entered a stable phase, and if nothing unexpected happens, it will be able to recover on its own. Today, I will stand here and wait quietly with all of you." Chen Anhua, a figure who often appeared on television, spoke with authority. The crowd gradually quieted down. Chen Anhua continued, "Shall we all pray for the Divine Dragon together?" This proposal quickly gained everyone's support. A group of people bought candles in glass containers and arranged them on the ground in the shape of a dragon. Then they lit them one by one. Each candle flame appeared weak in the darkness, but when combined, they were so bright. This was the flame of hope. At the same time, online prayers were also taking place in sync. "Get well soon, Dragon King. Dragon King, we await your strong return. I, Brother Dao, welcome the return of the Dragon King. Me too, Brother Hu. Today is my birthday. I hope the Divine Dragon will recover." +1. Although it was early morning, the night owls remained strong. They lay on their beds, holding their phones, silently following the progress of the situation. What the hell is going on? Chen, lying in the laboratory, couldn't help but curse in his heart. After this upgrade, he was able to perform internal visualization. The pale blue power of faith had turned into ordinary blue after several cycles, moving like ribbons within his body. But just as he was about to complete the final cycle, something unexpected happened. A powerful force of faith regenerated and continued to pour in without any sign of stopping. Chen didn't know if this situation was good or bad. He could only do as before and store this power of faith within himself. Outside his body, he heard a squeak. The temperature measuring device displayed a garbled interface. What's going on? The temperature has exceeded 100 degrees, and the program automatically detects a measurement error. Get another thermometer. Drip, 105 degrees. And the temperature continued to rise. It had already surpassed the previous peak and was completely different from the predicted curve. Could it be that the situation has worsened? With a body surface temperature of over 100 degrees, no one dared to approach Chen, let alone examine him. Several people stared at each other in shock. What do we do? What can we do? Can we really turn back after charging forward? Let's wait, maybe it will get better on its own, just like before. No, something's not right. Look at its body, a professor exclaimed. Everyone turned to look at Chen. His body, which had been just over a meter long, was visibly growing at an alarming rate. The sharp dragon claws were also expanding at a visible speed. Is this the process of the Divine Dragon's growth? This is too incredible. How is this possible? This completely defies the natural laws of animal growth. Truly worthy of being a divine dragon. Quick, record this, it's definitely important research material. The excitement in everyone's eyes was hard to conceal. This is much more precious than the last dragon urine. As long as Chen is here, there will always be dragon urine. But the growth of this divine dragon is truly unique in the world. Several people looked attentively, and soon a new change appeared. On Chen's head, there were originally no dragon horns. Like a deer, there was only a small protrusion. Now this protrusion is actually growing along with the body. It grows out like bamboo shoots. Slowly, it branches off. At this point, all the basic features of the divine dragon have appeared. The divine dragon, exactly like the one in the painting, has arrived. Dragon horns, quickly record. Several academicians looked at the new horns that grew on Chen's head, and their mouths watered. This is a true treasure. One professor couldn't help but reach out his hand, wanting to touch the dragon horns regardless of the temperature of over 100 degrees. The paleontologist standing next to him quickly pulled him back and warned, "Dragon horns cannot be touched randomly. According to ancient records, only the dragon's partner can touch its horns. If an outsider touches them, it's even more serious than touching its scales." The professor who wanted to touch the dragon horns tensed up. He quickly retracted his hand. Just now, he thought of the wild boar that was divided into over 80 pieces. The information about Chen's skyrocketing body temperature was also reported outside the laboratory. Let's not announce this news for now. Everyone's emotions are at their peak. Chen Anghua rubbed his temples. By the way, let the two girls outside know. Lin Yuchu was still sitting on a chair at the entrance of the laboratory. He took out his phone, opened the video folder, and played the first video. On the screen, Chen appeared swaggeringly in front of the camera. Then he left with great dignity. Looking at Chen's mischievous appearance, a smile unconsciously appeared on Lin Yuchu's lips. Then, it was the second video. Chen appeared in the yard and soared into the sky. The majestic figure of the divine dragon soared in the air, admired by the world. The third video was a recording. She gently fed Chen his favorite beef hot pot. Seeing this, Lin Yuchu opened her own Orange Girl account. She clicked on follow. Although she already had over 800 million fans, there was only one account in her follow list. ID, Divine Dragon. She opened the private chat box and sent a message to the other party. "I'll wait for you to come back and eat beef hot pot." Then, she switched to another account in the account management. She replied, "Okay, my dear wife." A tear fell from the corner of Lin Yuchu's eye. She remembered the scene when Chen took her to the zoo during the day. "Little guy, you must wake up." It was 7 o'clock in the morning, and Chen's energy had reached its limit. His body had also grown to 2 meters tall, but he still hadn't woken up. The continuous power of faith had to be stored. Now, he was evolving. If we were to divide it according to human stages, he had already moved from the infancy stage to the crawling stage. After running the energy in his body once, Chen was surprised to find that the biggest gain this time was not the skin that had become as strong as a copper wall. It was something even more mysterious, a domain. They clearly felt that things within a 1-meter radius were becoming clear. It was as if they were a part of his body. He could clearly perceive the movement of dust and the aging of metal. There were no microorganisms here at all. Maybe his perception between him and animals was even stronger. Is this the most basic power of a dragon? Chen realized for the first time that he had been shallow before. What he thought was invincible turned out to be just the beginning. At 8 o'clock in the morning, various instruments kept ringing. Chen's third full-body examination was completed. Heart function normal. Respiratory function normal. No obvious external injuries. No internal bleeding. No apparent abnormalities in the brain. The body temperature of the divine dragon hovers around 50 degrees, and all organs are still functioning normally. The curve is slowly declining, showing a trend of returning to normal. 9 o'clock in the morning. Everything returned to calm. Chen created a space within his own body and placed all the temporarily unmanageable power of faith into it. However, his power was limited, and this space could only exist for 24 hours. 24 hours was completely enough. He just wanted to get some sleep. Exhausted from the whole night, Chen couldn't hold on any longer. Without even opening his eyes, he fell asleep directly. Half an hour later, the final check came as scheduled. Heart, normal. Breathing, normal. Body temperature, consistent with the previous check. Seeing the stable temperature curve, the experts breathed a sigh of relief. Overall, apart from changes in appearance, size, and skin hardness, all other examination items were consistent with the data obtained in Taoyuan village for the first time. Something's not right, all the data is normal. Why is there no movement from the divine dragon, not even a flicker in its eyes? According to reason, it should have woken up by now. Zhao Lao frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Could it be that our examination results are incorrect? Should we recheck everything?" The same procedure was repeated. Blood and urine tests couldn't be done. They could only use exploratory instruments for testing. The results of this examination were completely the same as the previous one. Not a single value had changed, and it was even more stable than that of a healthy adult. Something's not right. Why is it still not waking up? What about the X-ray? Is there any problem? Zhao Lao looked at the various examination forms for a long time but couldn't figure out what the problem was. The other experts were also at a loss, not knowing how to proceed. The youngest doctor standing beside them frowned and weakly said, is there a possibility that the divine dragon is asleep? Divine dragon's vital signs are stabilizing. Upon receiving this news, Chen Anghua immediately informed Lin Yuchu. "Uncle Chen, can I go in and see him?" "Not now, he hasn't woken up yet. I'll let you know as soon as he does." After arranging Lin Yuchu, Chen Hongui immediately reported this information to the whole country. Not only is the Divine Dragon safe, but unexpected changes have also occurred. Outside China Agricultural University, there was a wave of cheers. "Haha, I knew it, the Divine Dragon, it's the Divine Dragon. How could it be so easily defeated? Divine Dragon is safe, Divine Dragon is safe. Welcome back, Divine Dragon." Ha! What are the unexpected changes? The official statement is not clear. Let's use our brains and guess. What happened to the Divine Dragon? Soon, the hashtag guess the situation of the Divine Dragon hashtag started trending. 2 hours later, Chen woke up. With the power of faith protecting him, his 2 hours of sleep were equivalent to 12 hours for a normal person. Look, the Divine Dragon's eyes are open. The Divine Dragon is awake. The Divine Dragon is awake. Now it's truly safe. The last worry in everyone's hearts was finally lifted. If Chen hadn't woken up, they would probably have been scolded to death. But Chen woke up now. Even though they hadn't done anything, only basic checks, it was still a great achievement. This matter could be completely written into their research history, becoming a significant part of their lives. However, what they didn't expect was that the first thing the Divine Dragon did upon waking up from the operating table was to jump in front of Zhao Lao. Standing upright, the dragon looked at him silently. The current Chen had a straight dragon body that was 2 meters long. The dragon scales on his body were still shining with a faint golden light. Although a row of dragon horns hadn't fully formed yet, it was still full of dominance. Zhao Lao was only 1.6 meters tall. The pressure brought by the Divine Dragon made Zhao Lao almost unable to catch his breath. Everyone was stunned. What was the Divine Dragon doing? Why did it immediately face Zhao Lao upon waking up? Could it be expressing gratitude to him? Only Zhao Lao himself understood in his heart. The Divine Dragon was asking him for the fallen dragon whiskers. Ah, what a pity. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Lao took out the dragon whiskers from his pocket. What is that? That's dragon whiskers. Everyone was shocked. It turned out that the disappeared dragon whiskers were on Zhao Lao's body. Damn it, didn't he say that the dragon whiskers were naturally absorbed by the Divine Dragon? In terms of dogs, it's still your dog. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Wang Wenjun didn't care. What he cared about was, doesn't this mean that the Divine Dragon was still conscious just now? Then his attempt to attack the Divine Dragon with the impact drill. Soon, Chen was arranged into a specially made ward. Everything was set up on site within 2 hours, including flowers and fruits for visiting patients. Chen looked at the fruit baskets, which were filled with ordinary bananas, apples, dragon fruits, oranges, and so on. With a belly full of faith, Chen wasn't hungry, but his mouth was. He placed all the fruits on the table, ready to practice peeling them with his claws. However, his claws were too big and he couldn't control the strength. After a few tries, all the fruits were crushed. Just then, the door was pushed open. A female nurse in uniform walked in. She was here to record data. Ha! The Divine Dragon wants to eat fruit? The female nurse was a little nervous at first. This time, she gathered her courage and walked up to Chen. "Let me help you." Chen looked up and saw the female nurse, but he couldn't see her entire face because of the mask. However, she was unexpectedly a mature and elegant woman. The female nurse picked up a banana, peeled it, and put it in Chen's mouth. At the same time, outside the room, Chen Hongui and Lin Yuchu walked along the corridor. Chen Hongui said, "This time, the Divine Dragon is just going through a normal growth process. When you see him later, you will be surprised." The two arrived at the door of the ward. Through the observation window in the middle of the door, Lin Yuchu saw Chen lying on the bed, and a female nurse was bending over, feeding Chen a banana. Chen Hongui's mouth twitched. He was really surprised. No wonder he was called the Scum Dragon. "Lin Yuchu waited for you all night." Chen Hongui, a man in his 40s who was experienced in love affairs, couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Yuchu. Lin Yuchu didn't say anything and directly pushed open the door and walked in. The female nurse turned around and, after seeing that it was Chen Hongui, quickly stepped aside. "You're here. The Divine Dragon wanted to eat fruit, so I fed him a little. There's nothing wrong, so I'll leave first." As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Yuchu. She really was even more beautiful than in the videos. Even though she looked tired after staying up all night, she had to admit that Lin Yuchu deserved to be called the national goddess. Just as she was surprised, Lin Yuchu picked up a big, red apple from the table. She walked up to her and put the apple in her hand. Then she weakly said, "Thank you for taking care of him." The female nurse took the apple and said thank you before leaving with Chen Hongui. In the ward, only Chen and Lin Yuchu were left. Looking at Chen lying on the bed, with dragon horns already growing, Lin Yuchu wiped away the tears she couldn't hold back. She walked over, peeled a banana, and fed it to Chen, saying, It's okay. Chen just ate the banana without saying anything. He didn't want to whine anymore. Lin Yuchu didn't mind either. She picked up a fruit knife and an apple and started peeling it in circles. The apple peel quickly formed a long string without breaking. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on Lin Yuchu's hair. Chen just watched quietly. This scene was very heartwarming. Here, have an apple. Afraid that Chen would eat the apple core, Lin Yuchu cut the flesh into pieces and gently fed them to Chen. Lin Yuchu's eyes were already bloodshot, with dark circles around them. She looked very tired. Chen felt sorry for her. Silly, didn't you sleep all night? After finishing the apple, Chen refused to eat anymore. He shook his head. Lin Yuchu put down the fruit knife and sat on the chair beside the bed. Within 3 minutes, the sound of gentle breathing could be heard. Sleep here, don't catch a cold. Activating the power of faith within his body, the domain unfolded. With his current strength, the maximum radius of his domain is 3 meters. That's enough. The continuous power of faith flowed out from Chenjiu's body and surrounded Lin Yuchu. Under Chenjiu's control, these violent powers appeared gentle. Chenjiu moved his body to the right and then controlled the power of faith to lift Lin Yuchu from the chair and gently place her beside him. He also used some of his power to cover her with a blanket. Sleep, sleep. Chenjiu lay down on the bed, ready to absorb the remaining power of faith. However, he felt something unusual in his domain. What is this? Apple core. Within a radius of 5 meters, he could clearly sense 2 similar forces. One came from Lin Yuchu, and the other came from the apple core in the trash can. To be precise, it was the seed inside the apple core. The only common characteristic between the seed and Lin Yuchu was that they both had life. Could it be that this power is the power of life? A bold idea popped into Chenjiu's mind. What would happen if he input the power of faith from his body into the seed? He decided to give it a try since he currently had an abundance of faith power. Under Chenjiu's guidance, a strand of fine faith power entered the apple seed. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The skin of the apple seed moved. A white cylindrical object emerged from the seed. It was the young root of a plant. Then, the seed was lifted by the young root, and small green leaves sprouted on both sides. They were the cotyledons of the plant. In just 3 seconds, the apple seed sprouted completely, transforming into a small seedling. The transformation was not over yet. With the continuous input of faith power, the apple seedling began to grow at a visible speed. Without soil or nutrients, the roots of the apple seedling floated in the air, greedily absorbing the power of faith from the surrounding air. After a minute, Chenjiu felt that the power of faith in his body had decreased by 1%, so he stopped. Meanwhile, the apple seedling had grown into an apple tree, standing upright in the ward. Its branches touched the ceiling, and its roots penetrated beneath the floor. Fortunately, this was the ground floor, otherwise, the building would have collapsed. Impressive. Even Chenjiu himself was amazed by what he had accomplished. I truly deserve to be the Dragon King. If the apple seed can be used, can it also be used on my future wife? Chenjiu looked at Lin Yuchu, who was sleeping peacefully beside him. I'll take care of my future wife. He shifted his focus, and the power of faith began to move into Lin Yuchu's body. This time, Chenjiu cut the power of faith into even finer strands. He couldn't afford any mishaps with his future wife. Lin Yuchu had a dream. She dreamed of going back to her childhood, sitting under an apple tree at the village entrance, silently watching other children play jump rope. She wanted to join them, but they didn't want to play with her. She had no father or mother and was always mocked. Later, a little boy came from afar, holding a tempting orange. He sat next to her, smiling brightly, and placed the orange in her hand. Hello, can I play with you? My name is Chen. Before she could hear the boy's name clearly, a strong ray of sunlight shone down from the sky. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in the ward, lying peacefully on the hospital bed. And next to her, the dragon god was sleeping. Ah! Suddenly, Lin Yuchu screamed, pulling Chenjiu out of his sleep. Tree, an apple tree. Lin Yuchu was terrified. The ward, which had been normal just a moment ago, had grown such a large apple tree after she took a nap. Chenjiu nodded calmly beside her, wanting to assure her that everything was fine. He had originally planned to get rid of the tree, but after trying for a while, he realized that the power of faith seemed to only be able to kill, not bury. He couldn't destroy it completely, so he gave up and decided to wait for Chen Angua and the others to come and deal with it. He didn't expect it to startle Lin Yuchu. You mean, nothing happened? Seeing Chen next to her, Lin Yuchu visibly felt relieved. Chen nodded again. Lin Yuchu finally let go of her worries completely. How long did I sleep? I feel like I had a very long dream. She took out her phone, and the time displayed on it was 1:14. She remembered that she came in around 12 o'clock. Only slept for an hour? How is that possible? Lin Yuchu felt that her mind was clear. It's impossible to have only slept for an hour. Could it be that she slept for a whole day? She looked at the date again, and it hadn't changed. It really was only an hour. What's going on? Before she could figure it out, a team of fully armed security personnel, led by Chen Anghua, rushed to the door of the ward. As soon as they heard Lin Yuchu scream, they urgently assembled and rushed up with their equipment. Chen Anghua stood at the door of the ward and knocked on the door. Xiaolin, is something wrong? Can we come in? Lin Yuchu didn't reply. She got out of bed and opened the door. Chen, Uncle Chen. In the instant the door opened, Chen Anghua saw the huge apple tree. He waved his hand, signaling the special forces behind him to step back. Then he walked quickly into the room and closed the curtains. What's going on? Lin Yuchu shook her head in confusion. I don't know. I fell asleep and woke up like this. Well, it seems like the little guy did it. Chen Anghua, the dragon god did it? Such a big tree, firmly growing in the room. It even had roots in the concrete floor. It definitely couldn't have been brought in temporarily. He looked at the fruit baskets under the apple tree. A crazy idea formed in his mind. This apple tree, at least 10 years old, grew in just 1 hour. Growing an apple tree in an hour. It sounds like a fantasy. But the miracles of the dragon god are not something a mortal like him can guess. Only the dragon god can do such things. If Chen Anghua knew that this was Chen Zhou's masterpiece in just 3 minutes, he would probably be excited to the point of shock. Looking at Chen Anghua, who suddenly became dumb, Chen Zhou leaped and flew to Chen Anghua's side. He pointed at himself with his claw, then pointed at the apple tree. It's really uncomfortable not being able to speak, and I don't know when I'll evolve to speak. Chen Anghua came back to his senses. Looking at Chen Zhou's actions, he thought for a moment, then suddenly realized. Are you saying that you're giving us this tree as medical expenses? Chen Zhou. Good boy, you're really good at imagining. What I mean is for you to help us deal with this tree. But dealing with it and giving it to them seemed to be the same. Chen Zhou couldn't be bothered to communicate further. He simply nodded. With this nod, Chen Anghua knelt down directly on the ground. He solemnly and excitedly said, on behalf of the people of the country, I thank the Dragon King. Under Chen Anghua's arrangement, Chen Zhou and Lin Yuchu got on the special car back to Taoyuan village. As soon as they left, a group of academicians in plant biology rushed over. This is a top-secret confidentiality agreement. The decryption time is undetermined. It could be a lifetime. Please make your decision before going in. Several academicians didn't hesitate either. Having a connection with the dragon god, and it being a top-secret matter, it definitely involved core technology. As long as they could research it, it would be worth it even if no one knew about it for a lifetime. The predecessors who researched nuclear weapons were the same, right? After signing the confidentiality agreement, Chen Anghua led them to the ward where Chen Zhou had stayed. He opened the door. The reaction of this group of academicians was the same as Chen Anghua's first visit. Their mouths dropped open one by one. Their faces were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could an apple tree grow in a place like this? And it's such a big one? Could it be that the spiritual energy revival has begun? Spiritual energy revival? Professor Wang, I didn't expect you to read novels too. Professor Sun, you read it too? Young people's stuff, you should learn more about it. Recently, Shenlong has been so popular. I saw a novel about Shenlong. The author's name seems to be something like Urban Daddy, and it's written pretty well. It's just that the updates are a bit slow. I'm thinking of sending razor blades. Really? I'll go back and search for it. Just then, Chen Anghua coughed, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone, calm down, you've all seen the apple tree. Chen Anghua waved his hand and continued, what I want to tell you is that this tree was an apple just an hour ago, and for some reason, it grew this big. This is Shenlong's ward. Our preliminary guess is that it's related to Shenlong. The specific reasons need to be researched by all of you. There will be dedicated personnel to follow up with you. Thank you all for your hard work. After answering a few more questions, Chen Anghua hurriedly left. Over in Taoyuan village, another important meeting was waiting for him to attend. The research work on the apple tree will be supervised by a special task force responsible for confidentiality. On the way back to Taoyuan village, the secure phone rang again. This time, it was a call from above. How is the work arrangement for the apple tree? It has entered the confidential handover phase. We can soon set up the research room, no information leakage. The Dragon Palace project on the other side is entrusted to you. Chen Anghua responded with a grunt. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Leader, there's something I don't understand." The voice on the phone laughed and jokingly said, "You kid, there's still something you don't understand?" Chen Anghua, in the previous incidents involving Shenlong, we openly announced them, but this time with the apple tree. Hearing this, the voice on the phone turned serious. "We have discussed this issue. If your speculation is true, it may involve human lifespan and treatment for various terminal illnesses." Chen Anghua suddenly realized. Longevity, something humans have pursued since ancient times. How many people have died because of it? Once it's announced, all countries in the world will go crazy, causing unnecessary trouble for the country. Simply put, the risks after the announcement outweigh the benefits, so they chose the highest level of confidentiality policy. I understand. It's good that you understand. If there are no new developments regarding the apple tree, you don't need to get involved, focus on the Dragon Palace project. Yes. An hour and a half later, Chen Anghua appeared in the meeting room of the temporary command post in Taoyuan village. Everyone else was present. It was an extraordinary meeting. Apart from the working group, everyone else came from the official construction group. Welcome everyone to participate in the latest Dragon Palace project. You've all read the project proposal. The so-called Dragon Palace project is to build a new home for Shenlong. For the first phase, we have allocated 30 million. To avoid disturbing the villagers, we only privately purchased some land. For the second phase, our initial investment is 300 million, and the construction site is here. Chen Anghua pointed to a flat area on the map. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with the only side facing the plain. The construction difficulty is not great for your construction groups. Do you have any objections to the location, construction companies? As soon as he finished speaking, the fat man in a suit sitting in the front raised his hand. Bureau 7? What's your question? The fat man in the suit stood up and quickly said, "No problem, no problem. What I mean is, when it comes to building residences, Bureau 7 is the best. Just contract it to Bureau 7, and we guarantee a proper completion." The fat man in the suit wanted to continue speaking, but the tall, thin man next to him with metal eyes stood up. "You're saying that Bureau 8 won't accept it, but Bureau 8 is the best at large-scale comprehensive buildings. I think it should be contracted to Bureau 8. You, don't come and cause trouble. I think you're the one causing trouble." Chen Anghua knocked on the table. All right, we didn't call all of you here for this. This project will be completed through your cooperation. Bureau 7 will be responsible for the residential area, and Bureau 8 will be responsible for other comprehensive areas. There is only one requirement, that the Shenlong can stretch its bones and allow people to move conveniently. I want to inform you in advance that the growth of Shenlong is very rapid. Don't build your houses and then find out that Shenlong can't move in. As for the funding, everything is fine. If it's not enough, just apply directly. Understood. Soon, construction vehicles started to arrive at the outskirts of Taoyuan village, heading to the mountainous area for construction. Chen's perception has been enhanced again. He could hear the sound from several kilometers away. However, he ignored it. At this moment, he was secretly looking at Lin Yuchu's notebook. Let me see what the next wish is. This is good. My roommate brought me seashells from their hometown and photos of the beach. It's really beautiful. I really want to go see the sea. There were no check marks or crosses behind, just a sentence in parentheses. If I have a boyfriend, I must go to the beach to take wedding photos. Let's go see the sea together. After confirming that the confidentiality work was flawless, the working group announced that Shenlong had returned to Taoyuan village. I went to the gate of Zhongnong University all day today and didn't even know that Shenlong had already left. The confidentiality work is so casual, it would be nice to let us know a little bit. I guess something extraordinary happened with Shenlong, so it needs to be kept confidential. You know too much, upstairs. It's really exciting, guys. It's alright, as long as Shenlong is fine. Whatever happened last night was resolved tonight. Our esteemed Dragon King is truly amazing. The Zhatian gang welcomes the return of the Dragon King with 1 million members. Brother, you're in the wrong scene. I, Zhatian Gang Swawak, announce my withdrawal from Zhatian Gang and join under the Dragon King. Amazing. There were more jokes on the internet. Everyone was very happy. In any case, Shenlong had recovered. At night, Lin Yuchu searched through the cabinet and found 2 bamboo mats and blankets. She carefully laid them on the floor. Chen, on the other hand, watched the news report about him on TV. After a night of rescue efforts by Professor Zhao and other experts, Shenlong was able to escape danger. Now, let's interview Mr. Zhao and let everyone experience this thrilling rescue. Chen sneered. Rescue? Rescue my ass. It was indeed thrilling. He almost used a jackhammer on himself. As expected, Shameless people are invincible. The TV interview continued. May I ask, what was the situation like at that time? Mr. Zhao said seriously to the camera. The situation was extremely critical at that time. The surface temperature of Shenlong's body reached over 100 degrees. We used more than 10 instruments to conduct tests to determine Shenlong's physical condition. Facing this new species, Shenlong, we experts brainstormed and came up with new plans. In addition to traditional tools, we also added electric saws, hammers, axes, and other special tools. Finally, with our collective efforts, Shenlong was finally out of danger. This is the result of our hard work. Seeing this, Chen turned off the TV directly. Damn it! This Mr. Zhao is really shameless. His face doesn't even blush, and his heart doesn't even skip a beat. He almost believed it. At this moment, Lin Yuchu had finished setting up the mats on the floor. Then she turned to Chen and said, You can sleep here today. You're too big, the bed won't fit you. Chen looked at his own over 2-meter tall and sturdy body, then looked at Lin Yuchu's small bed. It seemed like he really couldn't fit. Damn it, I forgot about this. I leveled up and dug a pit for myself. The next morning, Chen flew into the sky and headed towards the temporary command post of the working group. After sleeping on the floor for one night, he decided to go on a trip tomorrow. Take Lin Yuchu to see the sea. Command post. After yesterday's meeting on the Dragon Palace plan, everything that needed to be done was handed over to the two construction groups. Shenlong successfully grew up and returned to Taoyuan village. The busy tasks finally came to an end. Next is a period of rest and preparation for the Dragon Palace project. Captain Chen, if there's nothing urgent, I'd like to take a leave. Chen Anguo nodded. Alright, take this opportunity to rest well. Chen Anguo's words were interrupted by the ringing of the office phone. Speak. Report, Shenlong has taken off again and is heading towards the command center. The command center? Why is Shenlong flying towards the command center? If it continues flying, it will reach the neighboring city. Chen Anguo furrowed his brows, realizing that things were not simple. Just as he was contemplating, the curtains next to him fluttered. An abnormal gust of wind blew in. Then, with the sound of something landing outside, everything returned to calm. What's going on? A staff member sitting by the door stuck his head out and looked outside. Then, he saw an imposing dragon head. Holy shit, it's Shenlong. Shenlong has come to the command center? Although their work group was the closest to Shenlong, they were still somewhat afraid of having close contact with it. Don't move inside. Chen Anguo instructed and walked out of the gate. Before he could say anything, Chen spat out a map from his mouth. What's this? Extending his dragon claw, Chen slapped the map on a large island below. Cheong Island? Are you saying you want to go to Cheong Island? Chen nodded, very satisfied. Dealing with smart people is simple. Then he pointed to Lin Yuchu, who was on the workgroup display board. Understood, I'll arrange a plane immediately. Shenlong is leaving the province. This is not just a matter of buying a plane ticket. Chen Anguo immediately reported this news to Cheong province, asking them to do the necessary work with the masses. They must not let Shenlong's appearance have a negative impact on Cheong province, and there must absolutely not be any incidents of attacking Shenlong. After receiving Chen Anguo's notification, Cheong province immediately held an emergency meeting. We can't hide Shenlong's current popularity, so I suggest we announce it. Now that so many people support Shenlong, I believe the majority of our citizens in Cheong province will be delighted to know that Shenlong is coming. They will definitely cooperate with our work. Old Zhang is thinking too simply. We just need to maintain order among the ordinary people. We're most afraid of those with ulterior motives. But I also support making an announcement. I saw how successful they were with the mass line before, so we can do something similar. After discussing, Cheong province decided to announce this news nationwide. Hashtag Shenlong is coming to Cheong Island. Hashtag the people of Cheong Island were still immersed in the sadness of Shenlong's coma yesterday. But when they opened their phones today, they saw the news. What? Shenlong is coming to Cheong Island? Wasn't Shenlong severely injured yesterday? It's such a long distance from Zhongzhong to Cheong Island. Can it really come so quickly? With such a long flight, I hope Shenlong won't encounter any problems. The people of Cheong Island are now conflicted. They are afraid that Chen will come, but also afraid that he won't. The official announcement has been made. What's there to be afraid of? That means Shenlong will definitely arrive safely. You're right. So what are we waiting for? Let's start preparing. Didn't you see the news? Last time Shenlong went out, it went to the zoo. I've already bought tickets for all the zoos on the island for the next few days, waiting for Shenlong to come and play. Damn, bro, you have a clear mind. I'm going to buy too. Buying tickets is useless. Who said Shenlong has to go to the zoo? And even if it does, can you run there in a short amount of time? Not even dogs are buying tickets. The directors of several zoos never expected that they would be the first to benefit from Shenlong's arrival on Shon Island. In less than half an hour, all the zoo tickets for the next 4 days on Shon Island were sold out. You guys are really dogs. In half an hour, I've already sparked, but the network is so bad that I couldn't grab any. It's all your fault for saying that not even dogs are buying. I hesitated for just 10 minutes, and they were gone. Are you blaming me? Saying that, this netizen posted a screenshot of the ticket below. I bought them early. Wow, didn't you say you wouldn't buy a dog and analyze it seriously? Dad doesn't say that. How can we beat you? You're really a dog. At the same time, in Taoyuan village, after selling the main crop, watermelons, Lin Yuchu had some free time. These days, she had been accompanying Chen Jiao and had accumulated some small things. In the morning, she accompanied her grandmother to pick green beans. These uneaten green beans could be processed into pickled green beans and could be eaten for a long time. Grandma looked at her diligent granddaughter and laughed. You're almost done, no need to help, why don't you go and accompany Shenlong? Lin Yuchu focused on picking the green beans and weakly said, he disappeared in the morning, he must be busy outside. Just then, a figure wearing jeans appeared in the distance on the field ridge. Tao Yingying ran over. As she ran, she said, hey, Yuchu, look at your phone. Phone? Lin Yuchu was a bit confused, but she obediently took out her phone. Before she could unlock it, a news article popped up. Shenlong is about to go to Hainan province, and the people of Hainan province welcome him. Ha, little guy, are you going to Hainan province? Tao Yingying looked at Lin Yuchu, who was full of confusion, and asked, don't you know? Lin Yuchu shook her head. Tao Yingying said, if you don't know, how did the media find out? Just as the two were puzzled, Tao Yingying's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Chen Anhua. Uncle Chen, hello? Chen Anhua didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Shenlong wants to go to Hainan Island, and we arranged a private plane. Ask Lin Yuchu when she can depart. Tao Yingying looked at Lin Yuchu. Lin Yuchu instinctively shook her head and stuttered, no need. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuchu felt that her expression was incomplete, so she added, I'll buy my own plane ticket. No problem. Chen Anhua didn't hesitate at all and agreed directly. The call ended. Chen Anhua said to his secretary, go and see which plane Lin Yuchu bought, we'll charter that plane. Understood. Tao Yingying still had a puzzled look on her face. Yuchu, why does Shenlong want to take you to Hainan province? Lin Yuchu blushed. Although she was introverted and not good at expressing herself, as a top student, she wasn't dumb. The last time she went to the zoo, and now going to Hainan province, it completely matched the wishes on her notebook. It turns out that the little guy was really paying attention to her wishes. Yuchu, why are you smiling? Ha? Nothing. Maybe he wants to see the sea. Lin Yuchu couldn't lie, she stuttered when she lied. Tao Yingying didn't ask further. The two of them carried the picked green beans and walked back. When they reached the village's small shop, Lin Yuchu said to Tao Yingying, you go back first, I have something to do. The small shop. Taoyuan village was a relatively backward village. The elderly who didn't know how to use the internet would ask the shop owner to buy things for them. Young people would also ask the owner to bring back packages from the town. Slowly, the small shop became the interaction point between the villagers and the town. Lin Yuchu pushed open the door of the small shop. Behind the counter stood a kind-looking aunt. Aunt Wang, did you bring my things back? Of course I did. I wouldn't forget your things when I can handle other people's. As she spoke, Aunt Wang took out a delicate transparent box from the nearby cabinet. Inside the box was a double-layered birthday cake. There was a dragon drawn on it, with the words wishing the Dragon King good health and growth. Thank you, Aunt. Lin Yuchu took the cake and thanked her. She had ordered this cake from a cake shop in town using WeChat last night. At the same time, Chen Jiao was walking outside. He had carved an ice jade bracelet last time and planned to give it to Lin Yuchu, but he hadn't had time to give it to her. He planned to give it to her today, but spitting it out directly from his mouth seemed a bit disgusting. Chen just wanted to find a box to hold bracelets. As he walked to the entrance of the village, he suddenly heard a quarrel from inside a house. Damn it, Lao Zhao. You said this bracelet is worth over 100,000. If I hadn't gone to the market, I wouldn't have discovered it. This bracelet is worth 10 yuan, you can buy 3 of them. The most valuable thing in the whole set is those 3 boxes. Luckily, I didn't show it off outside, otherwise, where would I put my face if my sisters found out? Before Chen could continue listening, 3 red boxes flew out from the front gate and landed right in front of him. Wow, I'm so lucky. Ask and you shall receive. Chen directly opened the most intact box with his dragon claw. Inside, there was indeed a bracelet made of glass. He threw it away and replaced it with the one he had carved himself. The box was pretty good, but it looked out of place on the ground. If it were placed in a jewelry store, it could definitely be sold for a high price. Not bad, not bad. My future wife will definitely like it. In the evening, Lin Yuchu placed the cake on the table. Tao Ying suggested, Yuchu, why don't we live stream it? I've seen many people on the internet worrying about Shenlong. It's a good opportunity for them to see the current Shenlong. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuchu turned to Chen and said, I don't know. Chen nodded in agreement. After evolving to the second stage, he needed 10 times more power of belief. Although he could slowly recover some of it after using the power of belief, the speed was too slow. Through the spread of the livestream, his evolution speed could at least be increased by 100 times. Seeing Chen nod, Lin Yuchu also nodded. Then, let's live stream it. She took out the tripod and phone she had used to film videos before. She logged into the account of Orange Girl and started the livestream. Hashtag recording Shenlong's first birthday, wishing Shenlong a happy birthday. Hashtag what? Shenlong's birthday? Front row, watching. Wishing Shenlong a happy birthday. But wasn't Shenlong just discovered a little over 10 days ago? How can it be his birthday already? Isn't a birthday once a year? That's a good question. According to my research, dragons should have long horns every 500 years. Shenlong grew horns yesterday, so it should be his 500th birthday. Ha, are you kidding me? 500 years? I haven't even read 2 novels in these 10 days, and you're saying it's been 500 years? Maybe this Shenlong grows faster than usual. Is this just faster? The entire comments section turned into a large discussion. However, the protagonist of the event didn't pay attention to these comments. Lin Yuchu was carefully lighting the candles. She turned off the lights, leaving only the warm yellow light of the candles in the room. Chen quietly watched by her side, the candlelight reflecting on Lin Yuchu's face, making her face look delicate. Chen was somewhat moved. Since graduating from university, he had immersed himself in the scientific research system, working day and night to develop better seeds. He hadn't celebrated his birthday properly in over 10 years. Thank you, my treasure girl. When emotions ran deep, Chen took out the bracelet he had prepared. He placed it on the table and pushed it towards Lin Yuchu with his claw. Tao Ying, who was sitting next to them, saw the red box that Chen took out and her eyes narrowed. Her eyebrows furrowed. Why did this box look so similar to those 10 yuan for 3 boxes they saw at the market last month? Lin Yuchu was also taken aback. They had gone to the market together. They heard the stall owner say that those boxes were 10 yuan for 3, and they had watched for a while out of curiosity but didn't buy any. Now, it suddenly appeared in Chen's hands. She didn't know where he got it from. Lin Yuchu carefully picked up the red box. Her cheeks turned red, and she softly said, thank you, thank you. She opened the box, revealing the icy jade bracelet inside. If the green jade looked a bit old-fashioned, this icy jade bracelet was definitely suitable for a pure and innocent girl like Lin Yuchu. Lin Yuchu carefully put the bracelet on her wrist. Then, by the light of the candle, she shook her arm and looked at both sides. Tao Ying sat beside her, showing an envious look. Although she knew that the bracelet was made of glass, Lin Yuchu's temperament was there, and it didn't look like glass at all when she wore it. Instead, it looked like real jade. Lin Yuchu stretched her white arm in front of Chenjiu, giving him a glance. Then she quickly pulled it back and whispered, candle. With this delay, the candles on the cake were almost burned out. Let's sing the birthday song. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Chenjiu had never heard Lin Yuchu sing before. This birthday song sounded like dewdrops on lotus leaves, clear and lively. It was evident that Lin Yuchu was really happy today. The audience sitting in front of the TV couldn't help but sing along. Wishing you a happy birthday, wishing you a happy birthday. The power of faith in Chenjiu's body also skyrocketed with this song. She truly deserves to be my future wife. Now I don't have to worry about not having enough power of faith. The song ended. Chenjiu closed his eyes. I hope my future wife is safe and joyful, and I hope our child will be born soon. Then, with a breath of dragon, he blew out the candle. This action stunned the audience watching the live broadcast. He's really smart. Is this the dragon with horns? Much smarter than my child at home. He truly is the Dragon King. It seems like we've chosen the right person. Wait, why do I feel so envious? Oh, damn it, I forgot. I was caught off guard and ate dog food. But speaking of which, aren't you curious about the dragon's wish? The dragon's wish should be for good weather throughout the country. Makes sense. After finishing the cake, Lin Yuchu took off the bracelet from her wrist. Then she put it back in the red box and put it in a small cloth bag. She gently placed it in the middle drawer of the wardrobe. After thinking for a while, she felt uneasy and took it out again, placing it together with her gold jewelry and bank cards. That night, she wrote earnestly in her notebook, "This is the first gift he gave me. Although it's not valuable, it's priceless in my heart." She drew a smiley face at the end. Closing the notebook, Lin Yuchu began to pack her luggage into the suitcase. She had booked a flight for tomorrow noon. The next morning, Chen Angwa knew that Lin Yuchu didn't have a car and it was inconvenient for her. He sent a specially modified RV to Taoyuan village. Chen Jiu's dragon body, which was over 2 meters long, couldn't fit in a regular car. Zhongjiang Airport. Today was definitely the busiest and most exciting day for all airport staff. There was only one reason: the dragon god was coming, and he was going to take their plane. This made some employees who were on vacation rush back. Vacation and other things didn't matter, I just love working. Everyone has been informed, and there is only one task: ensure the dragon god's flying experience at Zhongjiang Airport. Tell me your plans. In order to reduce contact risks and cumbersome procedures, we have decided not to follow the normal boarding process and instead follow the specifications of a private jet. But I saw the notice. This is just a regular commercial plane, right? If we follow the private jet process, what about the other passengers? Right, I forgot to mention, although this plane is a regular commercial plane, all the tickets have been bought out. In other words, the dragon god has chartered this plane, so this trip is a private jet. With that said, everything became easier. The aviation department dispatched experienced former fighter pilots and selected a group of the most beautiful flight attendants. 2 maintenance teams conducted cross-checks on various parts of the aircraft to prevent any accidents. Even the logistics chefs were preparing their signature dishes. They would be served on the plane to prevent Chen Jiu and Lin Yuchu from getting hungry during the flight. In the anticipation of everyone, the RV carrying Chen Jiu and Lin Yuchu appeared. Lin Yuchu was very nervous. This was the first time she had ever taken a plane in her life. In the past, when she went to school, she would always take the regular train and never the high-speed train, just to save a few bucks. What she didn't know was that the airport staff were even more nervous than her. Everyone was practicing their familiar skills over and over again, afraid of making any mistakes. Chef Lao Zhang in the kitchen cooked a dish 3 times and still wasn't satisfied. "Lao Zhang, I think it's good enough. You don't know anything. What if the dragon god wants to eat it and it's not delicious? This may be the only chance in my life to cook for the dragon god. I absolutely cannot be negligent." Really? The dragon god may not even eat the food on the plane. At the entrance of the airport, it was already crowded with people. With so many airport employees, there were bound to be loose lips. The citizens of Wanjing City rushed over after hearing about this. I watched the live broadcast yesterday. The dragon god has already grown horns and its scales are emitting a faint golden light, and it has grown more than just a little bit. I saw it too. The dragon god is even more majestic and powerful. I hope to see the dragon god in person today, so I can show off in the group. Here they come. The dragon god is in that RV. The RV slowly drove into the square in front of the airport. It entered the airport directly through the prepared passage, bypassing the waiting hall. What the hell? They're not getting off. Damn, didn't even see a shadow. What are you thinking? How could the Dragon King wait with us here? They must have a private plane. That's true. Lin Yuchu didn't expect that she could board the plane directly after getting off the RV. Didn't she buy a regular plane ticket? A group of flight attendants stood in 2 rows, lining both sides of the red carpet. Welcome the dragon god on board this flight. Their voices were very uniform. However, Chen Jiu felt a bit embarrassed. What kind of game is this? Don't scare my Yuchu. Fortunately, this kind of formality only happened once. After boarding, all the staff entered their work mode and silently waited for the plane to take off. Chen Jiu, after seeing Lin Yuchu sitting in the first-class cabin, turned around and got off the plane. I'm already the dragon god, do I still need to take a plane? He wanted to see how many steamed buns he would need after this upgrade, from Zhongjiang to Cheong province. At the same time, the crew members on the flight, especially the flight attendant who was preparing to close the cabin door, were dumbfounded. How could the dragon god leave the caretaker behind and run away? Before they could react, Shenjiu directly slid and flew into the sky. What? What's going on? Quick, report it. If the dragon god left because of their poor service, they would be scolded severely. This incident would definitely have a huge negative impact on the entire airline company if it got out. Has the female passenger left? Not yet, she's still in the first-class cabin. That's good, the dragon god especially likes this caretaker. If the caretaker hasn't left, it means the dragon god isn't angry. The captain reported this incident over the radio. This matter had already exceeded their ability to handle it. At the control tower, several key leaders of the airport were present. They were staring at the special plane, afraid of any accidents. Then they saw that the dragon god actually flew away on its own. When the captain reported this, they had already started contacting the working group. They made a phone call directly to Chen Anghua. After listening to the description, Chen Anghua pondered for a moment. His judgment was the same as the captain's. As long as Lin Yuchu hadn't left, then the dragon god would be fine. Lin Yuchu was on the plane, and the dragon god flew out again. Is it possible that the dragon god wants to fly to Cheong province on its own? The secretary standing next to him said. Chen Anghua nodded. There is indeed such a possibility. In that case, coordinate with the Air Force and let them provide escort. Then, he contacted the airport again. Don't worry, you can take off according to the normal procedures. Understood. In the cabin, Lin Yuchu is carefully examining the flight manual she has organized. In order to avoid causing trouble for others, she always prepares herself before doing something unfamiliar. Soon, the plane takes off. Lin Yuchu's seat is by the window, the prime spot for observing the entire plane. She turns her head and gazes out the window, captivated. As the plane ascends, it passes through the clouds. Lin Yuchu sees clouds so close for the first time. They are so pure and white, like an ocean of white. The nearby clouds resemble cotton, just like when she used to bury herself in a pile of cotton as a child. The distant clouds resemble snow-capped mountains, mysterious and beautiful. Occasionally, there are groups of strange vertical clouds, like white fluffy dolls, like delicious cotton candy. Her first thought is to open the camera on her phone and capture this beautiful scene. She adjusts the angle of her phone and presses the record button. The clouds move backward in the frame, breathtaking. Just as Lin Yuchu was mesmerized, a black dot suddenly appears in the clouds, passing through the middle of the cotton candy and flying straight towards them. The plane's radar starts alarming. Report, there is a foreign object approaching. What is this thing, moving so fast? The atmosphere in the cockpit becomes tense. It's not a flying object, it should be a creature from the natural world. A bird? Impossible, how could a bird fly so fast and directly towards us? 2 seconds of silence. The 3 people in the cockpit say in unison, it's a divine dragon. The flight attendants receive the command and come to the windows to observe. Within a dozen seconds, Chen has already arrived 100 meters away from the plane. At this distance, he can see Lin Yuchu inside the aircraft. If the plane changes direction, he can react quickly. Moreover, at such a close distance, there couldn't possibly be any other aircraft on the same route. It is very safe. However, the pilots are no longer calm. Being 100 meters apart in the air, it's not the same as being 100 meters apart on the ground while driving. They are currently flying at a speed of 253 meters per second. If the other party is in front, they won't even have half a second. What should we do? They told us to continue flying normally, don't worry about it. The captain, who used to be a fighter pilot, has extremely strong mental resilience. This is just a challenging task for him. The other pilots can only treat it as if there is no divine dragon and continue flying according to the usual procedures. In the first-class cabin, Lin Yuchu is still filming. In her eyes, Chen is covered in golden scales, with dragon horns against the wind, and his dragon beard swaying in the breeze. His whole body rises and falls, passing through one wave of white clouds after another. The distant sun suddenly becomes a backdrop. This is so cool. A group of flight attendants are captivated. A smile unconsciously appears on Lin Yuchu's lips. The little guy has really grown up. 3 hours later, the plane lands smoothly at Sanya Airport. There are too many planes taking off and landing at the airport, so to prevent accidents, Chen detaches himself from following the plane after arriving in Sanya. He flies alone to the nearby Tianyahaija tourist area. He has been to Hainan Island before during his years of scientific research, but he never had the chance to enjoy it. He never expected to turn into a dragon and have a chance to truly enjoy it. The Tianyahaija tourist area is right next to Sanya Phoenix International Airport. It's only 10 kilometers away by car. He can wait in the sky for Lin Yuchu for a while. The news that the divine dragon is coming has already spread throughout Sanya. Therefore, many citizens have gathered at the airport entrance, waiting to pick him up. Following the experience of welcoming celebrities, they come with signs already prepared. It's a massive crowd. If it weren't for the explosive barriers set up by the relevant departments, the normal operation of the airport would be affected. At the same time, under the guidance of the Zhejiang province, they have also dispatched modified RVs. The hotel on the other side is also undergoing special renovations to provide a comfortable gaming experience for Shenlong. Lin Yuchu had just gotten off the plane when specialized staff came to meet the flight attendants. Ms. Lin, according to the information we received, Shenlong has already gone to the Tianyahaijio scenic area. We will take you there. Guided by the staff, Lin Yuchu got on the modified RV. This RV, which had been renovated, completely separated the living area from the driving area. The arranged staff and driver were in the front. Lin Yuchu lay alone on the bed in the living area and took out her phone. This perfect video, let everyone see it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuchu decided to upload the video she had just taken on the plane to the video platform. The video platform had long handed over the review authority of the Orange Girl account to the Security Bureau. There were dedicated personnel in charge of reviewing, applying, approving, and passing. The process for ordinary people to go through the normal channels would take 2 hours. This video, which involved top-secret content, was approved in just 8 minutes. Successfully published. The account you follow, Orange Girl, has updated. The handsome Dragon King is online. Today's hot search was originally dominated by Shenlong on Xiong Island. But after Lin Yuchu uploaded this video, all the viewers went crazy. The previous Shenlong flying was indeed able to fly, but it didn't fly high, its body wasn't big, and it didn't have the complete form of a dragon. This time, Shenlong flying. Although it was only 2 meters long, it was still far from the legendary dragon. But with the backdrop of clouds and light, especially the faint golden light, it fulfilled everyone's imagination of Shenlong. Oh my goodness, I didn't expect such a video. Shenlong is so domineering. Flying alongside an airplane. This speed is also very fast. Look at him, he's still at ease. If Shenlong were to fly at full speed, what would the effect be? Supersonic? Wow, give Shenlong 2 nuclear bombs, wouldn't it become a supersonic bomber? Your suggestion is good, don't suggest it next time. The working group and the Shenlong Research Institute were also studying this video. Our research in the field of animal science has already reached its limits. Let's transfer it to the Institute of Physics. The military industry also needs relevant research, give them a copy. Every new discovery of Shenlong could be a huge advancement in human technology. Everyone was very excited. Now, among this group of scientists, there was a legend. As long as they could be associated with Shenlong, even studying a pile of shit could win them a Nobel Prize. In a certain mountain range in the southwest. In a certain secret research institute. After a few military industry big shots finished watching the video and browsing the comments, they said, perhaps Shenlong can really fill the gap in the next generation of bombers. Are you serious? After Lin Yuchu finished uploading the video, she didn't pay attention anymore. She felt a bit dizzy after sitting on the plane for more than 3 hours. She slept for more than 20 minutes in the RV. When she opened her eyes again, she had already arrived at the Tianyahaijiao viewing area. Lin Yuchu looked around for a while but didn't see Chinjiu, so she gathered up her courage and asked, Where is Shenlong? The staff next to her pointed to the sky. Shenlong is up there. At this moment, Chinjiu was soaring in the clouds. He was using the water droplets in the clouds to take a bath. This trip from Zhongjiang to Cheong province didn't consume 2 steamed buns, but it did consume a layer of faith power. The consumption wasn't significant. In the instant that Lin Yuchu uploaded the video, it replenished him. It even grew a lot. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he would grow to the next stage. Truly deserving of being my future wife, she has made a great contribution. Next door. From Zhongjiang to Cheong province, there were fighter jets and reconnaissance planes accompanying them all the way. Now that Chinjiu hadn't landed, the reconnaissance plane was hovering nearby. The video of him shuttling through the clouds was being recorded in real time at the Air Force Base. Shenlong, what are you doing? It seems like he's playing in the clouds. It's normal for Shenlong to see such dense clouds for the first time and want to play for a while. Something's not right. Why does it look like he's taking a bath? It seems so. Wherever the clouds are thick, he goes there. Damn, Shenlong is really good at playing. Taking a bath with clouds? 666. After everyone unanimously said 666, they reported this matter. Meanwhile, underground tourists, through telescopes, also saw Chinjiu in the sky, shuttling through the clouds. Shenlong is so handsome. If you want to fly, fly. In the clouds, it's like a myth, completely matching the stories. Shenlong must be flying in the sky to let us worship him more intuitively. Quick, where's the photographer? As a well-known tourist attraction, Tianyahaijiao attracts many photographers with their cameras and equipment, especially when the weather is good. Today's weather is nice, and the sound of cameras clicking is like a symphony. When they heard that Shenlong was flying in the sky, they turned their cameras to capture the dragon in the sky. Your photo is so well taken, it perfectly showcases the majestic posture of Shenlong. It's definitely award-worthy. It's Shenlong's own domineering aura, otherwise no matter how you take the photo, it won't work. Thanks to Shenlong, we got such a great photo opportunity. However, the next official announcement left everyone dumbfounded. Shenlong is taking a bath in the clouds above Sanya. What? You've been flying around, turns out you were taking a bath? But soon, everyone turned to envy. It's still better to be a dragon, being able to take a bath in the clouds. When can we become dragons? I'm sorry to be born as a human. After Chinjo finished bathing, he noticed the presence of Lin Yuchu below. You came so quickly? Then this dragon is coming down. Chinjo dived down from the clouds, with his majestic dragon head facing the tourists below. It was a visually stunning sight. Dragon King, don't mess with me. I'm just here to watch the excitement. A man in swimwear was scared to the point of peeing himself. Of course, Chinjo didn't come for them. With a sharp turn, he flew to the entrance of the scenic area. Lin Yuchu saw Chinjo coming and ran to greet him. Other staff members also left wisely. Lin Yuchu came to the seaside for the first time and wanted to see the ocean the most. Chinjo also went straight to the point and took Lin Yuchu to the bay. Here, there is the famous Tianya stone. Visitors who come here must take photos in front of the Tianya stone. Today, because of Chinjo's arrival, the scenic area was mobilized urgently. The tourists who were about to come here were advised to leave. Of course, these tourists were not treated unfairly. A special activity area was set up for them to see Shenlong from a distance. Everyone was satisfied and had no complaints. The Tianya stone is always there, but Shenlong is not always there. Lin Yuchu took a photo with Chinjo in front of the Tianya stone as a customary practice, and then they walked to the beach. There were strange rocks standing tall, with waves crashing one after another. In the distance, where the sea and sky meet, it looked like an incline. There were also 1 or 2 coconut trees as decoration. This scenery was something Lin Yuchu had never seen before. She took off her shoes and walked along the boundary between the seawater and the dry sand. Occasionally, the waves would splash her ankles. Chinjo didn't linger too much on these views. He was currently testing his domain power, searching for various creatures in the seawater, hoping to find something interesting under the sand. Just as he was focused, suddenly a handful of water was splashed onto his head. He. Chinjo looked up and saw that it was Lin Yuchu, this little girl. Before he could react, Lin Yuchu splashed water again, splashing it onto his face. Are you ready for a water fight with this dragon? Using the swing of his tail, Chinjo created a large splash of water and splashed it towards Lin Yuchu. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuchu, who usually seemed quiet, was very agile. With a quick move, she managed to dodge it. Interesting. Who can resist a water fight? I am the dragon god. Speaking of which, since my rebirth until now, I haven't played in the water yet. Since you want to play, let me show you a dragon sucking water. With that in mind, Chen turned around and dived into the water, disappearing on the surface. Lin Yuchu wanted to continue playing. In the blink of an eye, Chen was gone. Ha! Little guy, where did you go? Lin Yuchu's heart tightened, feeling anxious. He was just here, how did he suddenly disappear? She looked towards the place where Chen was just now. Besides the turbidity caused by the stirred-up sand, she couldn't see anything. I won't splash you anymore, come out. However, her words received no response. Where did the dragon god go? I saw him dive into the water just now and then disappear. Did he go under the sand? What would the dragon god do under the sand? He's a dragon god, not a worm. Right, did the dragon god go to the deep sea? As if in response to their thoughts, a strange phenomenon appeared on the distant sea. The sunlit, cool sea suddenly had a thin mist. Moreover, that mist was thickening at a visible speed. Under the mist, the sea rippled and gradually formed a circle. A whirlpool was forming. Under the whirlpool was Chen's majestic dragon head. Just now, he was preparing to splash water at Lin Yuchu. When he sucked in water, an instinctive force propelled him, causing his power of belief to erupt and the speed of water suction to reach an unimaginable height. As a result, a water vortex began to form directly on the water surface. With the continuous intake of seawater, the mist on the sea surface had turned completely white, forming a large white barrier. People couldn't see what was happening at all. After seeing this scene, the command at the Air Force Base immediately sent reconnaissance planes to fly over the whirlpool for long-range reconnaissance. As for the helicopters at close range, they dared not send them. With this level of meteorological change, one wrong move and the helicopter would be destroyed. The video images from the reconnaissance plane could only see a mass of white mist. It was impossible to see what was happening inside the mist. However, the whirlpool around the mist was getting bigger. Valuable information was transmitted back through radar images. The dragon god is indeed inside the white mist. So, all of this was caused by the dragon god? They remembered the scene where the dragon god created a wind wall and forced the helicopters to retreat. The wind wall on the land had already become lethal. Now, the whirlpool on the sea surface had reached the level of a meteorological weapon. Just talking about the white mist, if it was placed around a warship, it would be a perfect cover. The huge whirlpool below was even more terrifying. If such a whirlpool was created under the warships of the lighthouse country, the power was unimaginable. I can't even imagine the power. This dragon god is truly a weapon of war. This was their perspective from the military. When the live video reached the Dragon God Research Institute, the group of scientists immediately thought of Chen's increased power. In just a few days, he had grown from a young dragon that could be held in someone's arms to a monster that could create a dragon sucking water. This is not even his complete form. He can still continue to grow. I can't even imagine it. What kind of power will he have when he grows to the size of the legendary dragons? At that time, I'm afraid that even global missiles won't be able to stop him, right? Lin Yuchu stared blankly at the sea in front of her. Did he create all of this? Such a sudden and spectacular sight, even if it was shown on video, would still be shocking. Facing it in reality, the impact was like knowing that you won $1 billion in the lottery. Adrenaline surged. Lin Yuchu's heartbeat increased significantly. This is too powerful. As the whirlpool grew larger, water droplets began to form water lines in the dense mist. The density of the mist was so high that it slowly condensed into flowing water. However, this water did not fall into the sea due to its weight, but instead, following the direction of the water vortex, it formed a vortex in the air. This vortex grew larger and larger, and after a few minutes, it turned into a small tornado. However, the wind in this tornado carried seawater and various small fish and shrimp. The tourists on the other side were completely frightened. What kind of play is this? Quick, run! If we get sucked in, we'll be disabled if we don't die. A spectator taking photos with their phone gasped. The current dragon is so terrifying. Soon, a portion of the tourists retreated to the back, watching from a distance. Only a small group continued taking photos. Among them were a newlywed couple. Inside the Tianya Haikuo tourist area, a wedding hall had been built specifically for hosting weddings. Because the scenic area primarily focused on the theme of love, many people chose to get married there. Li Zhang and Wang Ying had scheduled their wedding half a year ago, and today happened to be the day of their wedding. The wedding was halfway through when they heard that the divine dragon had arrived at the scenic area, right by the seaside. The two families discussed it and decided to pause the wedding and collectively run to the seaside to see the divine dragon. They would continue the wedding once the dragon left. The bride's father was a geologist who had become permanently disabled 10 years ago after falling from a mountain during a scientific expedition. As soon as he heard that the divine dragon was there, he pushed his wheelchair and came over as well. Looking at the magnificent scene in the distance, the old man immediately had the photographer take a family portrait. Make this photo big for me. I want to hang it in the most prominent place at home. After sighing, the old man began to educate everyone. Dragon sucking water is a waterspout on the sea. The waterspout carries the seawater and forms a huge water column between the sea surface and the clouds, just like a dragon in the clouds sucking water. That's why we call it dragon sucking water. However, this time, since the waterspout appeared, it hasn't moved. This is truly a divine dragon sucking water. In the air, Chen was just testing how big of a waterspout he could create. It had to be said, it was a lot of fun. Which man could resist a straight, destructive waterspout? Not bad, not bad. With this kind of destructive power, my safety on the sea is guaranteed. After confirming his maximum strength, Chen relaxed his whole body. He let go of the water he had sucked up, leaving only a portion because he still wanted to have a water fight with Lin Yuchu. In the moment he released his power, all the seawater floating in the air came crashing down. It created a real downpour in the area. The sea surface was like a drum, making a loud noise when struck. The small fish, shrimp, and crabs mixed in the water were directly knocked unconscious. As the mist cleared, Chen, flying in the air, once again appeared in people's sight. It's the divine dragon. It really is the divine dragon. Everything just now, was the divine dragon drinking water? Simply invincible. He's really cool. Even the divine dragon playing in the water is so impressive. If I have the chance, I want to be a divine dragon in my next life. Additionally, because there were mixed intentions among the tourists, some people captured everything that just happened on camera and spread it overseas. Chen didn't care about these things. This was just the basic version. If he upgraded a few more times, aircraft carriers would be nothing. At this moment, he was using the power of faith to purify the remaining water inside him. Then, he mischievously looked at Lin Yuchu. Let me give my future wife a bath. Chen leaped and appeared in front of Lin Yuchu. Just as Lin Yuchu was about to reach out and touch Chen, she saw a large mass of water being spit out from Chen's mouth. Before she could react, it all fell on her. Instantly, her clothes were soaked. Ambush. No sportsmanship. In the distance, Tourists with binoculars saw this scene and burst into laughter. This divine dragon was truly mischievous. Although the divine dragon was powerful and had great strength, we had to admit that it was still just a dog. Fortunately, Lin Youchu's clothes weren't see-through. Being wet, she couldn't see anything. Lin Youchu was stunned after being sprayed with water. It wasn't because she was angry about being ambushed. It was because she felt something strange. The water sprayed by Chen onto her body didn't have the strange salty taste of seawater, but instead, it was sweet. And after the water was sprayed onto her, she felt completely refreshed, with no trace of fatigue from before. What's going on? Before she could ask, Chen sent 2 more streams of water, knocking Lin Youchu down to the ground. The seawater surged, and this time, Lin Youchu was completely soaked. Are you challenging me to a water fight? Lin Youchu understood that this was a continuation of the unfinished battle from earlier. She immediately splashed water back at Chen. Chen nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. When you come out to play, you can't hold back. And so, it was one person against one dragon. Under the attention of the surrounding tourists, major research institutes, online live streams, and even foreign intelligence agencies, they happily played together. Damn, I'm so envious. What have I done to deserve seeing this? Unknowingly, I've eaten dog food again. After playing for a while, Lin Youchu got tired. She sat directly on the beach and looked towards the distant sea level, saying seriously, "Thank you for bringing me to see the sea. Today has been the most relaxing day for me in these years." Chen still didn't say anything. He summoned the power of faith within him and gently covered Lin Youchu's body. A warm sensation spread. Visible water vapor emerged from Lin Youchu's body. Then, miraculously, her clothes dried up. Thank you, thank you." She was still worried that her clothes would be wet and embarrassing when she went back. Unexpectedly, Chen directly solved the problem for her. When Lin Youchu finished tidying up her clothes, Chen flew into the air again. Damn, I absorbed too much water just now. What should I do with the remaining water? Having this water inside him was a complete waste of space. But since it had all been purified by the power of faith, it would be a waste to simply throw it back into the sea. Suddenly, he saw the tourists on the beach in the distance who were watching the commotion. Forget it, I'll give it to you guys. Li Zhang and Wang Ying held hands. After they had finished eating dog food earlier, they held hands even tighter. Fortunately, they also had each other. The wedding host on the side was speaking auspicious words. In this place where love is witnessed, encountering a divine dragon, your marriage will definitely be unbreakable. Wang Ying's father, sitting in a wheelchair, nodded. Although he knew that the wedding host was just saying auspicious words, he still found it meaningful. Who wouldn't want their child to have a perfect marriage? Just as they were immersed in this joyful atmosphere, a sudden change occurred. The divine dragon suddenly flew up and then flew towards them. What's going on? How did the divine dragon come over? Thinking back to the scene of the water tornado earlier, several people's legs went weak. It was just like the story of Yi Gong and the dragon. These people would usually argue and worship dragons, but when a real dragon came, they were terrified. Li Zhang and Wang Ying realized that the situation was not good, so they pushed the wheelchair, trying to move Wang Ying's father to a safe area. However, Wang Ying's father waved his hand, indicating that it wasn't necessary. Don't be afraid, the divine dragon won't harm us. Dad, how do you know that it won't harm us? It's simple, because it's a divine dragon, the divine dragon of the Dragon Kingdom. Before Wang Ying's father could finish his sentence, a stream of water fell from the sky and sprayed directly towards them. In an instant, they were all drenched like wet chickens. When the people around saw this situation, they quickly ran away. Damn, the divine dragon has gone crazy. What kind of play is this? Stop. I'm leaving first, I don't want to be the first person to die at the hands of a divine dragon. Soon, most of the group had run away. Wang Ying's father, still sitting in the wheelchair, didn't run either. In the moment when the divine dragon sprayed water onto him, he seemed to feel a slight itchiness in his legs, as if ants were crawling. Dad, let's go, Wang Ying urged anxiously. But before she could take any action, Chen sprayed 2 more mouthfuls of water. This time it was not a widespread attack, but a very precise one that sprayed all over Wang Ying's father. Being disabled in middle age, let me help you, Brother Long. It's better to save one person than to help everyone. Chen directly sprayed the remaining water all over Wang Ying's father. Again and again, the wheelchair was knocked over. He was also knocked down, covered in mud. After doing all this, Chen turned around and left. The tourists watching from a distance were furious when they saw this scene. What's wrong with this divine dragon? Why is it still bullying people? He even specifically targets disabled people, how despicable. Damn, the divine dragon has completely lost control. Just because of this, I'm turning from a fan to a hater, it's so infuriating. Let's go, the divine dragon doesn't deserve it at all. Just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation, Wang Ying hurriedly helped her father up with tears in her eyes. Are you okay? Are you okay? We should have left just now. Why did you have to believe in that divine dragon? With Wang Ying's support, the man trembled as he stood up. Then he said sternly, What nonsense are you talking? Apologize to the divine dragon now. Thank the divine dragon. Apologize to the divine dragon? Why should we apologize to the divine dragon? He bullied you. Before Wang Ying could finish speaking, Li Zhang grabbed her arm. Trembling, he said, Dad's legs are healed. Wang Ying froze, looking at her father. It was then that she realized, without the wheelchair, her father was actually standing up. Her father, who had been disabled for over 10 years, was standing up. Could it be that the divine dragon did this to save him? Tears streamed down Wang Ying's face. She knelt down with a thud and bowed towards Chen. Thank you, divine dragon. The audience, who had just been filled with righteous indignation, were all confused. The divine dragon had done this. Why were you still bowing to him, you unfilial child? But soon, someone said, that disabled person seems to be cured? Damn! It seems like he can really walk upright now. This is a medical miracle. The divine dragon was just saving them. No wonder the divine dragon sprayed a disabled person. Did we wrongly accuse the divine dragon? Those who had just shouted about turning against the divine dragon were all stunned. They turned around to bow and apologize to the divine dragon. However, when they looked towards the beach, both the divine dragon and Lin Yuchu were nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Chen had already boarded the RV. The next destination was the Kangyan Hotel. The Kangyan Hotel was located in Sanya Bay, a famous 5-star hotel. The beach was right outside the door. The prices were higher than ordinary hotels. The rooftop had a 1,200 square meter infinity pool, a famous spot for social media check-ins. Of course, Chen didn't need to consider any of these. The relevant authorities had already made arrangements with the hotel. Even the rooms had been redecorated overnight to better suit the divine dragon's stay. The service and security personnel had also undergone emergency training to ensure that no one would cause trouble or take photos. Elevator control has been switched. Please go directly to the 10th floor. No one else will get on the elevator midway. Guided by the staff, Chen and Lin Yuchu checked into a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room suite. The original sofas, tables, and beds in the room had all been replaced with larger versions. After the staff left, Lin Yuchu carefully placed the luggage and curiously looked around the room. In the past 20 years, let alone a star-rated hotel, she hadn't even stayed in an ordinary motel. When she was in college and needed accommodation outside, she would spend the night at an internet cafe. Overnight cards were cheap, and she would usually go on time. She could sleep and play on the computer. It wasn't considered unsafe when she was with Tao Engying. A hint of envy appeared in Ling Youchu's eyes. If only she had money. Who wouldn't want a clean and tidy big house? But soon, she retracted that hint of envy. Aside from Chen's private funds, she had also earned a lot this year, with watermelons selling for 8 yuan per kilogram. A total of 218,482. 34 yuan. This was her little treasure trove. All in all, Lin Yuchu could now be considered a small rich woman. Being able to save so much money before the age of 25 is only a minority in the crowd. Save more money and build a big house. Lin Yuchu looked at Chen Jiao, who was 2 meters tall. He's so big, we must save more for him. We'll give him the biggest room. Having made up her mind, Lin Yuchu took her pajamas out of the box. It had been a long time since she had ridden in a car, and her head was a little dizzy. After feeling for each switch in the bathroom, she turned on the water, bathing and sleeping. As for Chen Jiao, he now had the power of faith to protect his body, so it didn't matter whether he slept or not. Bored, he simply turned on the TV and started watching. After spraying water at a disabled person, the divine dragon cured their disability of over 10 years. Envy. Wedding blessings from the divine dragon. On the day of the bride's wedding, the divine dragon cured her father's 10-year disability. In just half an hour, Chen Jiao had already caused a sensation on major TV news channels. Everyone was reporting on what had just happened. Chen Jiao watched carefully. Water evolved by the power of faith can cure a 10-year disability? He was doubtful himself. He had tried the power of faith before. If he exerted the power of faith on the second level, maybe he could achieve such an effect. However, today he used only one layer to purify all the seawater. The amount sprayed on the tourists was even less. His intention at the time was to bless the newlyweds and bring happiness to the family, to alleviate the physical ailments of the disabled person. So he sprayed all the water. Could it be because of my blessing? Chen Jiao shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. He was ready to try again next time he had the chance. After watching TV for a while, Chen Jiu felt that the power of faith within him had become much stronger. He calmed down and began to slowly digest and solidify it. On the internet, with the fierce competition among major TV stations for coverage, as well as the editing and dissemination by official online accounts, this incident also became a hot topic. Hashtag Divine Dragon spraying water on site. Hashtag Divine Dragon cures disabilities with water. Hashtag luckiest couple of the year. Blessed by the Divine Dragon. Hashtag on the first day of blessings, the disability is cured. Hashtag the internet is different from television. It allows for discussion. Everyone is discussing the points that interest them. Soon, a brand new perspective emerged. Hashtag the most powerful wedding witness in the universe, the Divine Dragon. Hashtag haha, I didn't expect the Divine Dragon to have this function. This is stealing the job of the matchmaker. But speaking of which, I think the couple in the news is really lucky. So, the father of the bride's 10-year disability is cured, not only economically losing a burden but also gaining assistance. In this way, their future path will be much smoother. I envy them. If I get married, it would be great if the Divine Dragon could witness it. Praying for the Divine Dragon to witness the wedding. You guys are daydreaming. Does the Divine Dragon have time for this? Today, that couple was really lucky. So envious. The Wang family, envied by the entire internet, didn't idle after returning home. Even before they arrived home, they started contacting a gold shop. They wanted to order a pure gold statue of the Divine Dragon to be worshipped at home. The Divine Dragon is their reborn parents. At the same time, an inconspicuous news also made it to the hot list. Hashtag Kangyan Hotel's online booking system crashed. Hashtag just as news of Chen Jiu checking into Kangyan Hotel spread, countless people flooded into the hotel's booking system. It wasn't that they expected to have any contact with the Divine Dragon. They just heard that if a person stayed near the Divine Dragon for a long time, they would be blessed. There were different opinions on this, but the villagers of Taoyuan village said that since the appearance of the Divine Dragon, there had been fewer visits to the hospital in their village. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the rooms at Kangyan Hotel were not unreasonably expensive. Even if there was no effect and they didn't see the Divine Dragon, they could treat it as a vacation. Then, because of the sudden influx of too many visitors, the server crashed. All the vacant rooms were booked. Even before the hotel had a chance to raise prices, the lobby on the first floor was filled with people. The hotel reception had never seen such a scene even during the peak tourist season. The guests in the queue stretched as far as the eye could see. If it weren't for the police maintaining order, it would have been chaotic. These were tourists and locals who couldn't get what they wanted online and had come offline. Hello, I would like a room, any room will do. The front desk shook their head and replied with a professional smile, I'm sorry, all of our rooms have been booked. Do you have any storage rooms or something similar? Just tidy it up, put a bed in, and I can manage. The front desk replied. In the end, this gentleman's request was not fulfilled. However, he came up with a new idea. Can you help me ask if anyone is willing to share a room? I'll pay for the room, just give me a spot on the floor. Gender doesn't matter. The front desk shook their head again. I'm afraid you'll have to contact them yourself. Unexpectedly, this gentleman was resourceful and actually made contacts. He stood by the elevator and politely asked anyone who came down, excuse me, can we share a room? Share a room? How does that work? In the end, with the gentleman offering an additional 1,500, he actually found someone to share with. This move shocked everyone in the queue for the whole year. Wow, it actually worked. I want to share a room too. Count me in. If all else fails, I can sleep in the lobby. With this gentleman leading the way, some even brought their own blankets to sleep on the floor. The whole hotel became chaotic and couldn't drive them away. We are also customers, why should we be kicked out? It's your hotel's problem if you don't have any rooms. We're sleeping on the floor, what else do you want? I don't care, we're not leaving. The hotel staff were at a loss. It's not that they didn't want to make money, but they couldn't let the dragon god see this mess when it appeared. If their competitors caught wind of it and made a big deal out of it, the board of directors would blame them and they would be in trouble. Besides, compared to the experience of staying with the dragon god, the money was insignificant. Seeing that they couldn't resolve it themselves, the hotel quickly contacted the relevant authorities. In the end, with the coordination of the local authorities and the hotel, 2 large rooms were made available. All those who wanted to sleep on the floor were gathered in these 2 rooms. Have your staff remove the beds and everything? Isn't it a waste of space for us to sleep on such a big bed? With everyone's efforts, the entire room was cleared out. The floor was ready for occupancy. On the 10th floor, Chen had already turned off the TV and had no idea that such a crazy thing had happened in his hotel. However, after those people checked in, Chen felt the rate at which his faith power was growing reached an unprecedented height. Under his continuous guidance, these powers began to gather anew. In 3 hours, the total amount of faith power doubled. It also became denser. Why does it feel like my domain is summoning something? Chen felt a tingling sensation in his dragon claw. Domain, expand. A golden light flashed, rippling like water. A pale yellow circle formed around Chen. Last time, the radius of this circle was 3 meters. This time, it directly increased to over 6 meters. The speed of this upgrade is amazing. Chen couldn't help but marvel. In the novels he read during college, the protagonist would obtain an unparalleled technique, train hard, get beaten by the antagonist, and step by step reach the pinnacle of life. Now, he had become the dragon god, playing with Lin Yuchu every day. Going outside was considered training. And the speed of his training was not slow at all. He could level up just by lying down. Not bad, not bad. Something's not right. Chen mobilized the life force within his domain and discovered that there seemed to be more than one life form below him. What's going on? Is there a garden below? Besides the botanical garden, he couldn't think of any other way to achieve such a density of life forms. Since it's a garden, let's try doubling the life force. Chen controls the power of the domain, slowly extending downwards. Of course, he learned from his previous experience and didn't exert much life force to avoid damaging the ceiling. Grow, consider it as payment for your hotel room, he said. Little did Chen know, there were no plants below him, but a group of people sleeping on the floor. Zhou Yang lay on the ground while others played with their phones, sharing their experiences of living beneath the Shunlong. Only Zhou Yang, with his laptop, was typing away. As a senior programmer, he was responsible for solving any code issues. Unfortunately, he had to sit here and code during his vacation in Sanya. Isn't that Zhou Yang? Suddenly, the man next to him sat up and pointed at Zhou Yang in disbelief. Zhou Yang looked up. The man was slightly overweight and bald, looking unfamiliar. Who are you? The bald man patted his shoulder and said, I'm Wang Fusheng. Wang Fusheng? You're Wang Ge? Wang Fusheng was Zhou Yang's college roommate, and they had a good relationship back then. But after 10 years, they ended up in different industries, and their contact became less frequent. Wang Fusheng said, Hey kid, after all these years, you haven't changed a bit. You're as skinny as a stick. But you still have so much hair. Unlike me, after doing business for over 10 years, I've lost most of mine. Wang Fusheng patted his own head, which shone brightly. Zhou Yang laughed and said, Not at all, as a programmer, I'm also bald. Wang Fusheng pointed at Zhou Yang's thick hair. After more than 10 years, you're still so humble. Your hair is no different from when we were in college. By the way, are you here to benefit from the Shunlong? Zhou Yang nodded and said, Yes, I came to Sanya for a vacation and happened to be here. Wang Fusheng replied, Who isn't? I'm here for business, and to be closer to my client's company, I booked another hotel. If I had known, I would have come directly and not have to sleep on the floor. Zhou Yang asked, Since you're in business, do you have any channels to find out the secret of the Shunlong that is not publicly known, like the dragon urine from last time? Wang Fusheng shook his head directly and said with a bitter smile, I'm just a small boss. Even bosses 2 levels higher than me don't know. Anything related to the Shunlong is classified. You'll go to jail if you casually inquire. Zhou Yang closed his laptop and said, That's true, but... Before Zhou Yang could finish his sentence, he froze in disbelief, staring at Wang Fusheng's head. What's wrong? Zhou Yang stuttered, Wang Ge, your hair is growing. Wang Fusheng laughed, Zhou Yang, you still love cracking jokes. But he did feel a bit itchy on his head. He reached out and touched it, feeling something sharp. What's going on? He touched it again, and it felt even sharper. Everyone could see that the hair on Wang Fusheng's bald head was growing at a visible speed. Lao Li, your hair. Lao Zhang, yours too. In an instant, the whole room exploded. Everyone's hair was growing. Is this the blessing of the Shunlong? So, sleeping on the floor here really works. The most common problem for middle-aged people is hair loss, but now that their hair was growing, the room was filled with joy. Wang Fusheng pointed at Zhou Yang's hair, puzzled, and asked, Why does your hair seem unchanged? Zhou Yang awkwardly smiled and took off his wig, revealing that even the bald spot on his head had grown hair. Wang Fusheng gave him a thumbs up. We're still brothers. Such an important event naturally had to be shared with family and colleagues, especially those who were bald like them and constantly thought about hair growth. If they didn't tell them, it would be as if it never happened. So, the middle-aged people in a room started taking selfies. Then they posted them in various groups with captions. Thanks to the divine dragon's blessing, my baldness of many years has finally been cured. In recent years, with the increasing pressure in various industries, it's become common for people to go bald or experience hair loss. Hair regrowth has become a popular keyword. And when you add the Divine Dragon to the mix, it only took 10 minutes for it to trend on the hot search list. Hashtag the Divine Dragon cured my 10-year baldness. Hashtag look at my hair, let everyone know. Hashtag I haven't been to a hair salon in 5 years, today I got a card worth 100,000. Hashtag those customers who thought sleeping on the floor was useless because it was expensive, now regret it. If only they had known, they would have squeezed in. Several old professors from the Divine Dragon Research Institute were ecstatic. These old scientists were severely affected by baldness. Although they spent every day in the laboratory and didn't care much about it, who wouldn't want to look a bit younger? Manhwa, I heard that the Divine Dragon can make people grow hair again. Look, Wang Lao, I can't do anything about it either. Even if the Divine Dragon is in Xiong Province or Zhongjiang, I can't ask the Divine Dragon to do anything. That's true, next time the Divine Dragon goes out, you arrange a few nearby rooms for us. On the 10th floor of the hotel, Chen had already retrieved his domain. These plants grow pretty fast, it only took a bit of life force. I wonder what else this life force can do besides making plants grow. In his previous life, Chen was also a researcher. He was very interested in exploring the unknown. Forget it, let's rest first and try going out to sea tomorrow. The next morning, when Chen woke up, Lin Yuchu had already brought breakfast from outside. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she quietly watched him. You're awake, have something to eat. Looking at Chen, who was drinking porridge, Lin Yuchu hesitated and twiddled her fingers. Then she gathered her courage and said, "See, can you accompany me to play today?" Chen looked up at Lin Yuchu. Lin Yuchu quickly pointed to the beach outside the window, then pointed to the small bucket, shovel, 2 screwdrivers, and a pot of salt that she had somehow obtained. We're going clamming. Clamming? 4 people from inland, clamming was something new and exciting. The sense of discovering the unknown and the sense of accomplishment were very appealing. Chen, as an angler, also enjoyed watching clamming videos. Although most of them were fake, Chen looked out the window. It was now 11 in the morning. Who goes clamming at this time? Clamming is done by following the tide and waiting for the water to recede. Some creatures that couldn't run in time would be stranded on the exposed beach or in puddles. At this time, people would go with their equipment to pick them up. If you were lucky, you could get some harvest. But this depended on the tide. Even if the tide receded today, it would usually be in the morning or afternoon. It was now noon. Where could there be a beach to go clamming? Seeing that Chen didn't react, Lin Yuchu quickly said again, "I want to bring back some conch or beautiful shells for my grandmother." Chen nodded. It didn't matter when the tide would recede. This dragon wanted to go clamming. It could go clamming any time. So, led by Lin Yuchu, the two of them left the hotel. Based on yesterday's experience and to avoid disturbing the Divine Dragon's playtime, the relevant departments had developed an emergency plan. They designated specific areas. Now, if tourists wanted to enter, they had to draw lots. The number of people allowed in each hour was fixed, and the quota was not large. Moreover, those who entered had to sign an agreement. Unless there were special circumstances, they couldn't approach the Divine Dragon within 10 meters. Otherwise, they would be permanently blacklisted. So today, when Chen and Lin Yuchu walked out of the hotel, there weren't many people outside. Everyone just watched from a distance, without the previous frenzy of the airport pickup. At most, they were just taking pictures with their cameras. This high-pressure plan caused a lot of dissatisfaction among tourists and citizens. After discussions and reports, the authorities decided to send a photographer from a television station to broadcast live. People could see the latest news about the Divine Dragon on their phones, and the protesters dispersed. Everyone is gathered around their phones and TVs. Look, the zookeeper is carrying a bucket and a screwdriver. They must be going to gather seafood. The locals are familiar with these tools. And the one Lin Yuchu is holding, it's clearly a specially bought seafood gathering set. Gathering seafood? Interesting. Shenlong is going to gather seafood. Photographer, hurry up and take good pictures. If you take good pictures, I'll reward you with a chicken leg. But at this time, there's no tide to gather, right? This person clearly doesn't know who would go gather seafood at this time, and today is not even a day for gathering seafood. Looks like Shenlong will return empty-handed this time. The opinions online are unanimous. Whether from a scientific or experiential perspective, unless Shenlong goes into the water to catch it, there's no way to get any seafood. There's no ebb tide at all, so how can they gather seafood? But the next scene dumbfounded everyone. After Chen and Lin Yuchu arrived at the seaside, indeed, there was nothing except for the dry sand. Lin Yuchu took out her phone and searched. After learning the truth, a hint of disappointment and apology appeared on her face. She said to Chen, "I'm sorry, I made you come here for nothing. I should have checked before coming out. Chan smirked. No tide? Then let's create one. Gathering his strength, Chan leaped forward. He flew up into the sky, more than 10 meters above the sea surface. Then he suddenly plunged downward. He released all the faith power he had accumulated yesterday. His dragon claws slapped the sea surface, but there were no normal splashes of water. Only ripples spread out. And they grew bigger and higher. What's going on? As the ripples turned into huge waves and stopped about 200 meters away, a water wall formed. The seawater also slowly receded. It was blocked outside the water wall in an abnormal state. Only the beach filled with seafood remained. Lin Yuchu was dumbfounded. She looked at Chen in shock. As the live broadcast image was transmitted to users' phones, the live room instantly fell silent. The group of people who had just said the timing was wrong had already begun to doubt their lives. So, this is what Shenlong gathering seafood means? After 10 seconds of empty screen, one person finally spoke. I thought gathering meant gathering, like gathering at a market. Now I understand, gathering seafood means driving the sea away. This is a real eye-opener. Shenlong's amazing operation, I'm impressed. Truly worthy of the Dragon King. Finally, I found the reason why I always return empty-handed. Turns out I don't know how to gather seafood. Expanding horizons. Before Lin Yuchu could recover from her shock, Chen had already walked onto this beach that was forcefully created. After Lin Yuchu walked out of her shock, she followed Chen's footsteps. A hint of tenderness flashed in her eyes. He really is capable of anything. Just 3 meters away, they discovered a clam hole. Lin Yuchu quickly poured salt into it. The clams were stimulated by the salt water and popped their heads out. Lin Yuchu reached out to grab them, but the clams quickly retracted and she missed. Remembering the seafood gathering videos she had watched, Lin Yuchu used a shovel to dig. However, as soon as the shovel went down, the clam hole was flattened. It was impossible to tell where the clams had gone. Lin Yuchu held a shovel, unsure of what to do. Activate the domain. Shen didn't indulge in these delicacies and directly used his ultimate move. Soon, he located the Clam King's position and stimulated it with power. The Clam King emerged once again. This time, Lin Yuchu had experience and quickly made her move, grabbing the Clam King and throwing it into the bucket. In this way, the two of them worked together, mercilessly harvesting the delicacies on the beach. At the same time, in a conference room in the capital city, an unprecedented meeting was taking place. The host was the central television station, and representatives from several national television stations were present, representing various skin colors. The purpose of their collective visit this time was to obtain the broadcasting rights for Shenlong's livestream in their respective countries. In the past, the viewing password for the Dragon Kingdom was Giant Panda. They didn't grasp it, and now the flow of Shenlong completely surpasses that of the Giant Panda. So, without receiving a definite response from the Dragon Kingdom, they stationed people there to be able to respond to the Dragon Kingdom's questions at any time. After multiple discussions between the Dragon Kingdom Central Television Station and several other departments, several plans were finally finalized. As for which one to use, it depends on the situation of today's meeting. Everyone is here, so the meeting officially begins. Sitting on the chairman's podium is none other than Chen Manhwa. On his left and right sides are representatives from the Central Television Station and the Security Bureau. Let's get straight to the point. The plans are in the folders in front of you. The countries are different, and the conditions are also different, but the general direction is the same. This meeting is highly valued by each country. In order to show their humility, many countries have sent representatives who are proficient in Chinese. They don't even need simultaneous interpretation. Only a few major countries brought their own translators. The representative of the lighthouse country, sitting in the front row, opened the plan in front of him. 1. Stop all false attacks on the Dragon Kingdom and Shenlong. 2. You only have broadcasting rights, not filming rights. 3. All profits generated from broadcasting belong to the Dragon Kingdom. 4. All surrounding areas and copyrights belong to the Dragon Kingdom. Production requires payment of usage fees, and you are obligated to prohibit piracy. 5. In addition to broadcasting revenue, you are required to pay an annual broadcasting fee of $10 billion. In the words of the Dragon Kingdom, you are going too far. The representative of the lighthouse country angrily burst out in Chinese. If we follow your plan, we won't earn a penny, and we will have to pay $10 billion every year. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The representative of the lighthouse country left in anger. Several other smaller countries also left with him. In fact, they also wanted to broadcast, but the conditions in the contract were beyond their capabilities. So, they decided to follow the lighthouse country's tough stance. On the other hand, several small and medium-sized countries obtained broadcasting rights. The first few clauses of their contracts were the same, only the broadcasting fees were not as outrageous. Especially the Camel country, they praised the Dragon Kingdom for being generous, only asking for a little bit of oil. The television stations of various countries, they had prepared the live broadcast route for Shenlong when the negotiation team set off. Even the program icons and slogans were prepared. After the contracts were signed, the television stations of several small countries cheered. When the people heard the news, the streets were filled with excitement. Overseas dragon descendants who were squeezed and had poor signal couldn't help but ask in their social circles, "Don't you have your own divine beast? What's the big deal about our dragon kingdom's Shenlong? Our country's divine beast only appears in mythical stories, but the dragon kingdom's Shenlong actually exists." Of course, the majority of people had only heard that the dragon kingdom's divine beast had appeared. They came to watch the excitement. They all had a question in their hearts: is the dragon kingdom's Shenlong really as powerful as the legends say? Why don't their own country's divine beasts appear? And a small part of them simply doubted that the Dragon Kingdom was using special effects. Everything is fake. It's all a conspiracy. As for the countries that didn't obtain broadcasting rights, they could only watch the replay on the central television station's overseas edition. This made the people below very unhappy. Their own country boasts about how powerful it is every day. In the end, they couldn't even negotiate the broadcasting rights for a television. What kind of powerful country is this? Embarrassing. I'm considering immigrating to the Dragon Kingdom. I heard that the power of Shenlong can make people immortal. I long for it. Only the national television station of the thieving country continued its shameless tradition. After being humiliated, they made a high-profile announcement. Shenlong was discovered in their country and then snatched away by the Dragon Kingdom. The Foreign Ministry is currently negotiating. If they can't reach an agreement, they will make the Dragon Kingdom pay an unbearable price. The temporary office of the Shenlong Protection Task Force at the television station. The representative of the Bear Country, Alexev, walked in. "Mr. Alexev, the contract has been signed. Is there anything else you need?" The representative of the Bear Country took out a photo from the folder. In the photo, there was a huge yacht. "Hello, Mr. Chen, this time I am not representing the television station, but representing our family." Chen Anghua frowned. "Oh, your family? What does this yacht mean?" Alexev took out a gilded paper. "This is the most famous yacht in our family, and also the largest yacht in the world. After hearing that Shenlong was playing in Sanya, our family decided to provide this yacht for Shenlong to play with. Currently, the yacht has entered the waters of Sanya, and we hope you can help coordinate." Chen Anghua thought for a moment and replied, "I need to apply to the higher-ups for this matter, please wait a moment." 10 minutes later, Chen Anghua received instructions from his superiors. Agreed. However, the yacht must undergo inspection by the Security Bureau. All staff must be replaced by personnel from the Dragon Kingdom. Okay, we fully accept. Alexev agreed without hesitation. Their goal was just to lend the yacht to Shenlong. By then, their family would own the first yacht that Shenlong had ever ridden in the world. It would be prestigious in the world of wealthy people. This is much better than having a bigger yacht at home. After multiple coordination efforts, the world's largest yacht appeared in the waters near Sanya. Many fishing boats and cargo ships saw this majestic yacht. The crew members took photos and posted them on social media. Hashtag the largest yacht in the world has arrived in Sanya. Hashtag a lucky day, captured this mysterious yacht. Hope one day I can also go on board and play. Hashtag those yachts worth tens of millions are nothing compared to this. Hashtag the domestic wealthy circle also received this news. Their thoughts were different from ordinary people. They immediately thought about their own business. The family that owns the yacht is in the oil business. It seems unrelated to us. Oil business? Then why are they coming to Sanya? No, they are not here for Sanya. They are here for Shenlong. Shenlong is in Sanya, so they came to Sanya. But that doesn't make sense. They are an oil family, why would they look for Shenlong? Shenlong doesn't produce oil. Besides, Shenlong is the totem of our country. It has nothing to do with the Bear Country. Several people were puzzled. Could it be that they just want Shenlong to take a ride on the yacht? Soon, major corporations sent their own personnel to inquire about the yacht in Shenlong. For them, information was a tool for making money. Sanya, by the seaside. With Chen's help, Lin Yuchu caught a bucket full of clams, mussels, conch, crabs, and small shrimp. But none of them were big. Lin Yuchu took out her phone and took a photo of the bucket of spoils. She posted it on the Orange Girl's social media account. Hashtag first time going clamming. A bountiful harvest. Hashtag, wow. So jealous. This is the benefit of having a big shot with you. When I went last time, I only found 2 dead conch. Haha, if it weren't for the live broadcast, I would think these were planted in dugout. Shenlong and the caretaker are here to stock up. Take off. All because Shenlong is so powerful. After Lin Yuchu walked to a safe area with her spoils, Chen retracted his power of faith. The water wall made of seawater collapsed with a loud crash. The area was once again filled with seawater. Everything returned to calm, as if they had never been there. At this moment, a Bear Country man in a suit walked over. Beside him stood the staff who had been responsible for Shenlong's travels these past few days. Hello, Miss Lin, we are tourists from the Bear Country and would like to invite you to participate in a very special project. Lin Yuchu tightly gripped the handle of the water bucket, feeling nervous. She stuttered, no need. The man from the Bear Country was taken aback by her response. It wasn't that he was angry, just a bit surprised. Their family had never been so directly rejected before. Even other countries would give them face. He explained again, we are the largest oil company in Bear Country and we want to provide the yacht for Shenlong to go out to sea and have fun. This time, Lin Yuchu did not refuse. The other party said it was for Shenlong. She couldn't make decisions for Chinzhou. Lin Yuchu turned to look at Chinzhou. The people of Bear Country also looked at Chinzhou. The majestic dragon head made him a little scared. Thinking of the instructions from the elders in his family, he added, there is no one on the yacht except for the people arranged by your dragon country. We just want to let Shenlong enjoy the trip and better protect this land at sea. This time, he spoke sincerely, without that lofty air. Chinzhou thought for a moment. If that's the case, it doesn't seem inappropriate to go. Moreover, if the country allows them to come, it means that everything is arranged. The most important thing is that he himself has never played on a private yacht before, even a small yacht. He used to want to rent a yacht and go fishing at sea, but never had the time. Thinking of this, Chinzhou nodded. Seeing Shenlong nod, the people from Bear Country breathed a sigh of relief. If he didn't complete this mission, he would probably be scolded at the family meeting when he returned home. He made a phone call. We have obtained Shenlong's agreement. The yacht is entering the port. Ms. Lin, please go back and prepare. Our yacht will enter the port in 10 minutes. This time, Lin Yuchu did not refuse. Since Chinzhou agreed, she agreed too. She searched in the bucket with a shovel for a while and found the 2 most beautiful seashells. Then she whispered to Chinzhou, let's go. They walked towards the direction of the hotel, 1 person and 1 dragon. When passing by the bucket, Chinzhou stopped for a moment. Then he turned to look at the people from Bear Country. He looked at them with a pounding heart. These things are useless here, it's a waste. Consider it as the cost of renting the yacht. Chinzhou extended his dragon claw and pushed a bucket of small seafood in front of the people from Bear Country. Then he and Lin Yuchu entered the hotel without looking back. Does this mean that Shenlong is giving me this bucket of seafood? The people from Bear Country asked the staff from Dragon Country next to them in disbelief. The staff nodded. It seems like it, yes. Hooray! Under the gaze of the onlookers, he picked up the bucket of seafood and ran. Quick, while it's still fresh, book the nearest plane for me and send this bucket of seafood back to Bear Country. He found 2 of the biggest abalones inside. Then he arranged for his subordinates to take action. After sending these seafood onto the plane, he took out his phone and dialed the only number inside. The seafood gifted by Shenlong has been urgently sent to Rublevka. Please arrange for someone to receive it. Rublevka, as the most famous wealthy area in Bear Country, many families own properties here. At first glance, all you can see are buildings that resemble castles. What millionaires, here they are at the bottom. As an oil tycoon, the Khodokovsky family also owns properties here. After receiving the message from Dragon Country, they arranged for a high-level security team to escort it, bringing along pre-prepared salt water, and went to the airport to welcome it. Soon, after the bucket of seafood was processed, it was placed on a large dining table. 80% of the core members of the family were present. According to their family status, they sat in order. Let's begin. The family leader sitting at the top gave the order. A plate of well-prepared small octopus was placed in front of him. Then, in order, there were crabs, razor clams, small shrimps, and so on. The further down, the smaller the portion. In the end, each person could only get a few peanuts. Grandpa, are we going bankrupt? Why do we have to eat this kind of food? The youngest grandson stood up, looking puzzled. The others didn't dare to speak, but with a child leading the way, they all echoed. These things combined are not even worth a piece of fabric on our clothes. Is Grandpa trying to make us appreciate the simple things in life? I've never eaten such lowly food since I was born. One of the most fashionable girls, with a disdainful expression, said, if my classmates find out, they will definitely mock me. The old man sitting at the top of the table tapped on it. Eva Nova. This is a gift from the Dragon Kingdom, given to us by the Divine Dragon. If you don't want to eat it, you can share it with your siblings. What? A gift from the Divine Dragon? As the trendiest young generation, how could Eva Nova not know about the Divine Dragon? The biggest hot topic on the internet these days is the Divine Dragon. Her classmates all want to witness it. If they find out that she ate something given by the Divine Dragon, it would be more prestigious than any luxury item. Thinking about this, she took a photo of the crab on her plate. Then she found a picture of the Divine Dragon on the internet and posted a tweet. #having seafood sent by the Divine Dragon, another happy day. Eva Nova experienced the feeling of having over 99 notifications for the first time. It was absolutely amazing. She originally planned to show off only in her close circle of friends. But unexpectedly, the data was so good that it was picked up and recommended. It immediately became a hot topic and her identity was exposed by people in her circle of friends. The princess of the wealthy bear family? Eating seafood sent by the Divine Dragon? Except for the fact that the seafood variety was a bit ordinary, every other keyword was enough to attract attention. The younger generation who played well with Eva Nova in the wealthy circle called her, "Is your tweet true? Did you really eat seafood sent by the Divine Dragon? Oh, that's so cool, Eva Nova. I have to get some for my grandfather too." Eva Nova, do you know? Now our entire family is trying to contact the Dragon Kingdom, but we're being rejected. Eva Nova, next time you have something like this, you must invite me. It's cooler than wearing luxury items. By the way, my dad asked me to ask you how your family got the seafood. Eva Nova was now being praised and adored. Even those who used to compare their taste with hers were complimenting her. It gave her an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Under the attack of everyone, she quickly revealed the whole story. What? You gave the Divine Dragon the world's largest yacht? That's a symbol of status. As the saying goes, true wealthy people don't compare luxury items because they are part of their daily lives. They don't compare cars either because no matter how expensive they are, they're just cars. True wealthy people compare yachts. The bigger the yacht, the higher the cost. So, there is a saying that wealthy people compare whose yacht is bigger. A large yacht is extremely important to these wealthy families. And now, Eva Nova's family actually gave the yacht to that Divine Dragon. Oh, that's too extravagant. No, you don't understand. Eva Nova ate seafood sent by the Divine Dragon, which is more precious than a yacht. I heard from my friend in the Dragon Kingdom that just one bite of the Divine Dragon's watermelon can cure a dying patient. Really? Then eating seafood like Eva Nova did must have tremendous benefits. Maybe she'll even turn into a superhero from a movie. Hearing this, Eva Nova was overjoyed. She vowed never to belittle the seafood sent by the Divine Dragon again. It was simply the best food in the world. Even more sophisticated than the caviar she had eaten. She stood in front of the mirror, quietly observing the changes in her body. If I become a superhero, I must go to the Dragon Kingdom and worship the Divine Dragon as my big brother. However, reality was that there were no changes at all. These seafood items were just ordinary seafood. They had no effect other than being a gift from Chen. Even the remaining trace of belief was completely absorbed by Chen. Joking aside, how could I give my things to a foreign country? The bear is not allowed either. Chen and Lin Yuchu have already boarded the yacht. This yacht, known as the world's #1, is truly massive. It has 2 helipads alone. For this sea voyage, the country has arranged the most professional and youngest service team. There is also a team of retired naval drivers. Ensure the sailing experience of the Shenlong. As for the security team, there isn't one. Shen's performance in the past 2 days has caused the Special Forces team to go on strike. Protect Shenlong? No, it's Shenlong protecting them. If there really is a problem that Shenlong can't solve, even if they put on Iron Man's armor, they still can't solve it. After discussion, the higher authorities decided to remove the close protection team and only leave the team to maintain the peripheral order. As for the core security tasks, they will be taken over by warships on the sea surface and submarines underwater. They silently protect Chen's safety from the shadows. At the harbor, a giant yacht is docked by the shore. Compared to the hundreds of thousands, even millions of small yachts around it, they are like toys. After Chen and Lin Yuchu boarded the ship, the relevant departments cancelled the control around the hotel. The harbor was now filled with onlookers. Whether it was for Shenlong or this world's largest yacht, they all had to come. Captain, should we persuade them to leave? Request reinforcements, maintain order at the scene, and prevent stampede accidents. Soon, the chaotic crowd was divided into sections, just like a military training scene. Their eyes were fixed on the large yacht, taking photos, posting on social media. Lin Yuchu sat on the clean shell window, with Chen lying next to her. In front of them was a huge sea view terrace. With a glance, the vast sea was fully visible. Looking down from a high place was completely different from looking at the sea on the beach. Lin Yuchu couldn't help but be captivated by the beautiful scenery. She fixed her phone and started recording a video. Chen's attention was not on this at all. After all, looking at the sea from the sky was even more shocking than being on a yacht. At this moment, he was studying a new thing. He wanted to directly transport the continuous power of faith into his domain without storing it in his body, just like using a power bank for a phone. It would be more convenient. Domain, expand. The familiar feeling spread around Chen. This time, the radius of the domain was still 6 meters, but Chen could clearly feel that the energy density inside the domain had become denser. It's effective. Expand downward. Under Chen's control, the domain sank into the sea, with the main part completely submerged. Fish swam by, and curious little turtles circled around the golden domain, as if there was something attracting them inside. Everything on the seabed appeared clearly in Chen's mind. It was as if he was not lying on a bed but in the sea, seeing everything with his eyes. Not bad, not bad. This is like having an advanced form of perspective. Ha! What's that? Chen originally wanted to retract the domain to test something, but at that moment, he saw something different. A group of creatures, over 2 meters long and about the same size as him now, were swimming towards him. They had dorsal fins and tail fins. At first glance, Chen thought they were sharks. But after a closer look, he realized that they were not sharks but Chinese white dolphins. There were over 20 of them. Chinese white dolphins, also known as the pandas of the sea. Just by their name, one could tell how rare they were. Moreover, as far as Chen knew, Chinese white dolphins usually gathered in groups of 3 to 5, rarely more than a dozen. Why were over 20 of them suddenly gathered today? Could it be that they were attracted by the power of his domain? Chinese white dolphins were highly intelligent creatures in the sea, much smarter than ordinary fish. Soon, the group of over 20 white dolphins reached the golden domain. They swam in a circle, connected by their heads and tails, around the circular domain. It was extremely shocking. If this was captured on camera, it would become one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries in the world tomorrow. They really came for the domain. Chen thought for a moment and covered them with the domain, then used the power of life. Ha! Something's not right. In the instant the domain swept over them, Chen noticed that the aura conveyed by one of the white dolphins was different from the others. It felt particularly weak. He swept over them again. Sure enough, this white dolphin is injured. It's an external injury. I don't know if it was caused by a boat propeller or an abandoned fishing net. The wound is infected and getting worse. If it continues to worsen, death is only a matter of time. Chen concentrated his life force and transferred it to the injured white dolphin. Under the treatment of life force, the wound slowly scabbed over and then disappeared. After being healed, the white dolphin performed a 360-degree spin in the water to express its joy. The other white dolphins also circled around a few times before swimming away together. At this time, the yacht's engine also started. Retract the field. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Yuchu staring at him quietly. Lin Yuchu's 2 thin arms were supporting her on the bed, like 2 sections of lotus root. Facing Chen, Lin Yuchu gently requested, "Let's go outside. I want to change the angle for filming." Chen nodded and went to the front deck with Lin Yuchu. This was originally the helipad. But this time, only a rescue helicopter was parked at the back, and there was no plane arranged on the front helipad. Looking forward from here, the yacht was sailing smoothly on the sea, pushing through the waves. Far away, seabirds flew by, adding a touch of color to the somewhat monotonous blue. Wow, it's so beautiful. Lin Yuchu picked up her phone and started taking pictures. In the cockpit, Luan Zhilong used to operate warships. Driving this yacht was not difficult for him, but he and his team were not playing with their phones. Everyone was at their posts, looking at the unchanged data. Serving Shenlong was their honor. There could be no room for error. Speed normal, course normal, power system normal, sea surface weather normal. Ahead, wait, look quickly, what is that? Luan Zhilong picked up the binoculars and looked in the direction pointed by the crew. On the water, a shocking scene was unfolding. A dense group of dolphins was leaping on the sea surface. It's the Chinese white dolphin. It's the Chinese white dolphin. The Chinese white dolphin, also known as the giant panda of the sea. Everyone had been working at sea for a long time and knew what level of protected animal the Chinese white dolphin was. In the whole world, only 3 zoos or marine parks could see the Chinese white dolphin, and they couldn't even reproduce. So many white dolphins. There are at least 20. Wait, white dolphins rarely gather in such large numbers, and this is not their feeding ground either. Quick, Shaoli, contact the Department of Animal Protection. Everyone else, continue working. Shenlong Protection Task Force. After receiving the news that Qianlong wanted to go out to play, Chen Anguo brought several corps members and 5 representatives sent by Cheong province to form a new temporary task force. Report to Captain Chen, the yacht has reported that more than 20 Chinese white dolphins have been found around the yacht. The experts from the White Dolphin Conservation Base said that the probability of 20 white dolphins hunting together is extremely low. They are now sending a boat to the location where the white dolphins appeared. Chen Anguo frowned. Chinese white dolphins? Why would Chinese white dolphins appear there? Tell those experts not to get too excited and ask the yacht for a few photos. Soon, close-up photos of the white dolphins leaping in the water were sent to various departments. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Normal Chinese white dolphins cannot appear in that area at all. Even if they do appear, there can't be more than 5. The experts who protect white dolphins were the first to express their doubts. We need to go to the scene. Several people were excited to board the boat, but they were stopped by the members of the task force. No! Qianlong is still on the yacht, and if I'm not mistaken, this abnormal situation should be related to Qianlong. The professors couldn't show support without confirmed experimental data. This time, unexpectedly, he nodded. Apart from the dragon and geological activities, there is nothing that can attract the white dolphins here. And there haven't been any special geological activities recently, so it must be the dragon. Just as the few people were anxiously discussing, the yacht received the latest news. The white dolphins have been following the yacht. It's not a coincidence at all. The answer is about to be revealed. It really is because of the dragon. What exactly did the dragon do? The few professors were confused. The working group showed them the video of Chen's visit to the zoo last time. So that's it. But why is it only the white dolphins that show affection while other animals show fear? We won't be able to figure it out in a short time. Let's apply to inform the whole country about this white dolphin incident. The request from the conservation base was understandable to the working group. Only by letting the public know can they demonstrate that their base is doing a good job. The working group agreed. This can be considered a typical event involving the dragon, where the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. There is no need for secrecy procedures. Let's inform them. Also, send those 2 photos. Groups of Chinese white dolphins found around Cheong Island. As soon as the official news came out, it was immediately popularized by the big names in the animal protection community. They informed the public about how rare Chinese white dolphins are. Then, the Dragon Kingdom News also reposted the report. With the support of a huge traffic flow, it quickly climbed up the trending list. Now, on the trending lists of major platforms, the dragon reigns supreme, and other matters can't even squeeze in. Celebrity gossip hasn't made it to the trending list for half a month. The appearance of Chinese white dolphins immediately attracted the attention of the public. Finally, it's not about the dragon. Haha, although I'm also a little fan of the dragon, I've resisted the intense bombardment of the trending list for half a month. Let me see what this news is about. Groups of white dolphins found around Cheong Island? I remember, didn't the dragon just leave Cheong Island? Wow, it seems like it. Before everyone could start discussing, a major news followed closely. Orange Girl is about to live stream the dancing of white dolphins in the sea. Damn, it really is the dragon. Great. The dragon is going to show us the white dolphins. We can also see the sweet daily life of the dragon and the caretakers. I'm ready. This live stream content, not watching it would be a lifelong regret. Those who just said that the dragon was appearing too frequently are now forwarding it to their friends. It's so exciting. The dragon is taking us to see the white dolphins. Wow, this content sounds amazing. I can't wait. I'm taking the front row. I'm first. Even before Orange Girl's live stream room opened, it was already packed with viewers. The comments section instantly became active. On the yacht, upon learning that Lin Yuchu was going to live stream, a staff member approached with a black box that looked like a suitcase. Miss Lin, this is our professional filming equipment that can help you with your live stream. The staff member carefully placed the box on the ground and opened the latch. Inside was a Sony F35 camera, along with its accessories. The Sony F35 is the standard equipment for shooting feature films. Just the camera body alone costs over 700,000. In addition, there was also a drone. Lin Yuchu looked at the dark body of the camera, and a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. She had initially wanted to refuse, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She loved photography and filming. Although she didn't like being in front of the camera, she was very dedicated to capturing and sharing beautiful scenery. After struggling for a while, Lin Yuchu whispered, "Thank you, I won't break it." The staff member showed a hint of surprise and left after saying, "You're welcome." Lin Yuchu took out the instruction manual from the box and started reading it word by word. She would jot down the key points on her phone. If she encountered something she didn't understand, she would search on Baidu. It didn't look like she was reading an instruction manual, but rather studying a piece of literature. After reading the entire manual 4 times, she began to assemble the stand and manipulate the camera. Chen shook his head with a smile. She's really something, no wonder she became the top student at Zhongnon University. At the same time, he felt a bit sorry for her. She's so careful, probably afraid of not being able to afford any damages. If everything was guaranteed, who would want to live so cautiously? On the yacht's deck, the staff member returned to the staff dormitory with a puzzled look on his face. There, 3 sisters were already waiting for her. How was it? How was it? Getting up close and personal with the Divine Dragon must have been amazing, right? Tell us, how was the Divine Dragon and its caretaker? The woman thought for a moment and shared with everyone that caretaker named Lin Yuchu seemed to be afraid of damaging the camera. She even thanked me. Wow, she's not aloof at all. With her temperament and beauty, I thought she would be difficult to get along with. But you must have been mistaken. How could she be afraid of damaging the camera? Exactly, for us, we can't afford to lose hundreds of thousands, but for the Divine Dragon, it's just a matter of seconds, right? I heard that last time, those watermelons were sold for billions each. Listening to her roommate's analysis, the woman nodded. Maybe, I really misunderstood her, she's just polite. In front of the helipad, Lin Yuchu had already set up the camera. It must be said that Lin Yuchu's learning ability was off the charts. There were so many buttons on the camera, and she used each one accurately and flawlessly. She didn't seem like a beginner who had just touched a machine for the first time. Lin Yuchu took out her phone from her pocket and connected it to the live streaming room. This way, she could directly broadcast the footage from the camera, providing the audience with a better visual experience. Manipulating the joystick, she aimed the lens at the group of dolphins on the sea surface. The group of white dolphins was still following the yacht. The yacht's captain seemed unwilling to leave them behind and intentionally slowed down the yacht's speed. Here it comes. Live streaming is starting. Wow, such a vast sea. The video quality is amazing. It's like watching a movie. It's almost perfect, except that the live streaming network seems to be lagging. Unbelievable, the caretaker has upgraded her equipment. Where are the white dolphins? Everyone could only see the sea surface on the screen, without seeing the protagonist, the white dolphins. Lin Yuchu sent a message in the live streaming room. Don't worry, everyone. The yacht is faster than the white dolphins. I'll slowly adjust the camera's direction. 5 seconds later, the audience finally saw the group of white dolphins. Wow, it's so spectacular. So many white dolphins together, it's a rare sight. We're completely benefiting from the Divine Dragon's presence. Thank you, Divine Dragon. Thank you, caretaker. Lin Yuchu was enthusiastic about filming. Chen, however, felt something was off. Although the yacht had slowed down as much as possible, the dolphins were animals and couldn't swim in high intensity for too long. This stretch of following the boat had already exhausted their stamina. If he wasn't on the boat, these little guys would have left long ago. Since you're giving us face, I can't treat you poorly either. Chen made a leap and flew directly out of the yacht. Look, the Divine Dragon has appeared. Damn, after 3 hours, the Divine Dragon is still so handsome. I'm a fan of the Divine Dragon's looks, no one can stop me. Girl, you're too dramatic. What is the Divine Dragon going to do? It looks like it's going to find the white dolphins, right? When Chen suddenly appeared, the most excited ones were not the audience in the live streaming room, but the group of white dolphins in the sea. As soon as Chen flew into the sky, they began a new round of jumping. Their chubby and adorable heads flew out of the water, drawing an arc in the air. Then they fell back into the water, creating a splash. It was like a beautiful painting. The captain of the yacht, Luan Jilong, was also stunned. The crew member next to him shouted, They seem to be competing to see who can jump the highest. Experienced Luan Jilong shook his head. No, they are trying to get closer to the Divine Dragon. Looking at the group of white dolphins below, Chen flew down directly, blending into the water, as if melting, disappeared. Activate the domain. Supplement the power of life. 2 instructions. The power of life emanated from Chen's body, continuously supplying the surrounding white dolphins. The white dolphins, who were exhausted just now, suddenly gained strength. Their speed instantly increased. Chen also swam to the front. In order to better control the power, he released golden threads formed by the power of life backwards. They were draped over each white dolphin. As long as the power of faith within him was not depleted, these white dolphins could continue swimming. At some point, Lin Yuchu's operated drone had already flown over the dolphin group. The perspective in the live broadcast was also switched. Looking down from the sky, the Divine Dragon swiftly swam in the water. More than 20 white dolphins closely followed behind him. Like frontline soldiers charging forward, unstoppable. And Chen, he was their king. My mom asked me why I'm kneeling while watching the live broadcast. This is so cool. Divine Dragon, our king. What they didn't know was that after Chen released the power of the domain this time, 5 ocean overlords, killer whales, were rushing over to the nearby waters. Wu Dakuan was an ordinary fisherman from Chon Island. 3 days ago, he took his 2 younger brothers out to sea for fishing. Now, they were sailing on the sea, setting up fishing nets. Wu Erkin took a sip of water and said, "Big brother, I heard on the radio that the Divine Dragon also went out to sea, right in our sea area." Wu Dakuan tidied up the fishing net while nodding. "I know, the Maritime Bureau sent a message yesterday, asking us to stay away from the yacht the Divine Dragon is on. It's a pity, otherwise we could have gone to take a look. What's there to see? If we can go, others can go too, and then the sea will be chaotic." "That's true." Wu Erkin nodded in agreement. He raised his head and looked towards the distant sea. "I wonder which direction the Divine Dragon is in." Suddenly, in his line of sight, a more than 1 meter high fin appeared. Immediately after, the second, third, fourth, and fifth fins. 5 fins, each more than 1 meter high. Brother, what is that?" Wu Erkin exclaimed in fear. Wu Dakuan followed his younger brothers' pointing direction and looked. A group of black and white monsters leaped out of the sea, slapping the water surface, creating loud splashes. It was terrifying to hear. If it hit their fishing boat, their boat would definitely not withstand it. "Don't be afraid, they're killer whales." After seeing that they were killer whales, Wu Dakuan breathed a sigh of relief. Killer whales were the smartest creatures in the ocean. Although they were ocean overlords, they were particularly friendly towards humans. Under normal circumstances, wild killer whales would not attack humans. There had never been such a thing in history. There were even records of killer whales helping fishermen catch fish. "Killer whales won't attack humans, let's move to the side." The fishing boat started and moved to the side. The 5 killer whales did not stay near the fishing boat and swam directly forward with clear targets in mind. "It's strange, what are these killer whales going to do?" Wu Dakuan had a question in his mind. 5 minutes later, he understood. In the distant sea, a visible yacht was approaching. Wu Dakuan quickly took out his binoculars to look. This is such a big yacht? It matches the description from the Maritime Bureau. It's the one the Divine Dragon is on. No wonder these killer whales are swimming towards that direction so quickly. In the yacht's control room, Luan Jilom also saw the group of killer whales getting closer and closer. Killer whales were different from white dolphins. White dolphins were at most 2 meters long, but killer whales were a whopping 9 meters long, almost the size of a small yacht. Attention, there are 5 killer whales approaching. At the same time, in the live broadcast room, "I'm so envious I'm crying. I didn't even have a chance to see the white dolphins, but the Divine Dragon is playing with so many white dolphins in the sea." Originally wanted to recognize Shenlong as the big brother, but unexpectedly the Baiji dolphin took the lead. Sigh. Damn. Several exclamations interrupted the comments. Audiences from all over the world were stunned in front of their screens. On the live broadcast, several huge killer whales broke in. The Baiji dolphin was only 2 meters long, while the smallest of the 5 killer whales was 7 meters long. The visual impact created by the comparison gave the audience who had never seen killer whales a direct understanding of them. It's a killer whale. The ocean overlord, killer whale. And there are 5 of them. With this lineup, they can take on any challenge in the ocean. What are they rushing over for? Oh my god, they're not here to eat the Baiji dolphin, are they? Killer whales eat everything, especially high-calorie food. Shenlong, run. Don't let the killer whales eat you. Shenlong? Does Shenlong even need to run? If these killer whales try to eat Shenlong, their teeth will probably break. You're right, Shenlong's scales now can withstand even drilling impacts. Let the Chinese Baiji dolphins run. They are national treasures. But killer whales are also protected animals. It's time to compare protection levels. What level of protected animal are you? However, the attack scene that the audience imagined did not appear. The 5 killer whales stopped behind Chen and formed a V-shaped formation, just like the Baiji dolphins, following Chen. Something's not right. They are following Shenlong just like the Baiji dolphins. Damn! What kind of divine team is this? With this posture, the 5 killer whales are acting as Shenlong's bodyguards. Impressive! I'm kneeling while watching the live broadcast. I can't express my admiration for Shenlong enough. When can I become Shenlong? Like the Baiji dolphins, Chen infused each killer whale with the power of life. Now, they were happily like children, surrounding Chen. Chen looked at the more than 20 Baiji dolphins behind him. They had already encountered killer whales here. If it weren't for him, several of the 20 Baiji dolphins would have been eaten by the killer whales. Cancel the domain. Go back. Chen moved and flew out of the water, returning to the yacht. The Baiji dolphins that received the command also disappeared from the camera. The 5 killer whales stayed. They stayed by the yacht and truly acted as its escorts. Although Chen withdrew the power of life, it was not difficult for the killer whales to follow the ship for a long time. At the same time, at the central television station, the first global live broadcast of Shenlong was about to begin. Signal transmission stable. Camel received. Sheep received. Bear received. International television station received. Almost at the same time, all the signals were ready. Several television stations had already released news about the live broadcast in advance. So, even though advertisements were still playing on TV, many people were already waiting in front of their televisions. This live broadcast was of great importance at the central television station. It was decided by the higher authorities that the Security Bureau and the central television station would be jointly responsible. These live images had to be reviewed by the Security Bureau before being synchronized overseas. In other words, the live broadcast overseas would be slightly delayed compared to the actual live broadcast. In the control room, the station manager gave the order, synchronize. So, the footage from the drones was sent worldwide. It was already early morning in some countries, but they still stayed in front of their televisions waiting. Oh, finally here. My beloved Shenlong. Is this Shenlong's yacht? It looks so big, I love it. I really want to witness this Eastern divine beast. I heard from my friend in Dragon Country that Shenlong can turn into clouds and travel between heaven and earth. I wonder if it's true. In addition to the audience interested in Dragon Country and Shenlong, there were also skeptics. They still didn't believe that the legendary Shenlong had appeared in Dragon Country. They thought it was a conspiracy. The black screen flickered a few times, and the scene of Chen with a group of Baiji dolphins appeared on the screen. The neat and imposing image attracted bursts of exclamation. This is amazing. It matches all my imaginations of the divine dragon. However, skeptics quickly followed suit. They took several screenshots and made annotations, then posted them on social media. After our analysis, this is definitely a computer-generated image. Dolphins cannot swim so neatly in the sea. So, it must be a fake. But soon, their claims were proven wrong. Chen jumped back onto the yacht, and the dolphins obediently swam away. Oh my god, what was uploaded online is real. The divine dragon is really on the yacht. It's still the largest yacht in the world. To those who said it's fake, wake up. If it were really fake, the bear family would have come out to debunk it. Exactly, my wealthy bear friends all say it's real. If you don't believe it, just keep watching. After Chen returned to the yacht, he went back to his bedroom. Just now, a completely different power of belief emerged within him. It seemed to come from those dolphins and killer whales. He wanted to absorb all of this power of belief and see what was different. On the deck of the helipad, Lin Yuchu was still live streaming. After Chen left the camera, the popularity of the live stream slowly decreased. After all, many people came for the divine dragon, but in reality, they still had their own jobs. Once the divine dragon left, they left too. Lin Yuchu didn't mind this. No matter how much the popularity decreased, it was still millions of times better than her own videos. After Chen left, she started filming the beautiful scenery on the sea. After watching for over half an hour, she felt visually fatigued. She ran to the entertainment room on the yacht and took out a complete set of painting tools. Then, she wrote live painting in the live stream room. 1 hour later, Chen absorbed all the power of belief into his body. After spending so much time in this field, not only did the traditional power of belief not decrease, but it also increased by half. With global support, the effect of this live stream was better than any previous ones. These different powers of belief seem to contain the power of the ocean. After the traditional power of belief is triggered, there is the power of life. What will this have? Chen was somewhat excited. He decided to find a place to try it out. He came out of the room. Lin Yuchu was still painting. On the paper, the top third was blue sky and white clouds, while the bottom 2/3 was all sea. It gave a strong sense of oppression. After a few strokes, the turbulent waves on the sea were perfectly depicted. Wow! The dragon's caretaker is really talented at painting, huh? The impact of this scene is too strong. Chen also saw the painting on the easel. Not bad, my future wife is really something, but it's too monotonous. I need to add something. Chen walked up and took out a paintbrush from the toolbox. However, his dragon claws were too large, making it difficult to handle. A faint power of belief flowed out from the gaps in his claws, assisting Chen in holding the paintbrush. Lin Yuchu saw Chen coming out and taking the paintbrush, and gently said, You want to paint? Chen nodded. Okay, sure. Lin Yuchu put down the canvas and placed the palette next to it. The audience in the live stream room was stunned. What the heck is this? Is the divine dragon going to paint? Before everyone could react, Chen's brush strokes had already started. He sketched a few strokes on the lower third of the paper, representing the sea, and then filled it with color. The bow of a cruise ship appeared. With a few more strokes, a girl in a blue dress appeared on the bow. In front of the girl, there was an easel. Holy cow! The divine dragon is painting the caretaker. The brush didn't stop. With a few more strokes, the rough outline of Lin Youchu's painting appeared on the easel. A painting within a painting. The divine dragon's painting skills are amazing. Did it really never learn? The divine dragon can actually paint? All the viewers were in an uproar. However, the matter is far from over. After Chen put down his brush, the painting on the canvas magically floated up. It hovered in the air, like a flying kite. In less than 2 seconds, a dazzling blue light burst from the paper, turning the livestream screen white. What kind of sorcery is this? The painting is glowing on its own. Is this really happening? I have a feeling that this painting is going to fetch the highest price in history. When the audience looked again, the paper was gone, and Lin Youchu ran to the edge of the boat, pointing at the sea. Quick, help! The painting has been blown into the sea. Chen himself didn't expect it. He had only used the power of belief generated by marine creatures, but he didn't expect it to have this effect. In the cabin, a crew member rushed in. Captain Luan, Shenlong's painting has been blown into the sea. Hurry, go and retrieve it. Yes, we are preparing the speedboat. But what? But the painting is made of paper. I'm afraid we won't be able to save it in time. Let's go and see first. Leaving 2 people to take care of the boat, the others ran to the edge of the boat. When they arrived, they were stunned by what they saw. The painting hadn't sunk to the bottom of the sea, it was floating intact on the water's surface. And around the painting, the 5 orcas were in perfect order. How is this possible? Exclaimed the audience in the live stream. They couldn't see the condition of the paper, but they could clearly see the 5 orcas. The global audience was shocked. Oh my god, are these the Sea King orcas? This is too spectacular. 5 orcas, why are they surrounding the painting? In response to the audience's questions, the largest of the orcas took a leap out of the water, creating splashes, and together with the painting, flew onto the boat. It's helping us retrieve the painting. Several crew members snapped out of their shock and quickly went to pick up the painting that had fallen on the deck. Captain Luan Jilon's hand froze halfway. How is this possible? This paper is dry? A regular piece of paper dropped into the sea, and it's still dry? Countless questions flooded their minds, but they didn't dare to investigate further. They quickly returned the painting to Lin Youchu. Lin Youchu also didn't expect the painting to be intact, but considering Chen's various skills, she wasn't too surprised. She showed the complete artwork to the audience in the live stream. Holy cow, this painting is fine. Nothing happened to it? Before the audience could finish being shocked, the live stream suddenly went black. Why did it suddenly end? Please start the stream again, I want to see what happens next. The sudden closure of the live stream was done by Chen. Next, he was going to do something big that couldn't be broadcasted. With Lin Youchu, they returned to the bedroom. Under Chen's guidance, they went to the bathroom. The bathroom on the yacht was similar to a high-end hotel, meticulously arranged by the staff. The pink bathroom was adorned with real flower petals. This was a luxury on the sea. Chen jumped onto the bathtub and pressed the water button. Lin Youchu blushed and whispered, "Isn't this inappropriate?" Chen was taken aback. What was wrong with this? He just wanted to test whether the painting he made using the power of the ocean would function as he imagined. Before Lin Youchu could react, Chen threw her painting into the bathtub. As expected, just like in the sea, the paper didn't get wet at all. Chen extended his dragon claw and pointed at the bathtub. Lin Youchu's face grew redder and redder. "You want me to get into the bathtub?" Chen nodded. Lin Youchu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she put her hand on the button of her coat. She closed the bathroom door, took off her coat, and prepared to continue undressing. Chen was stunned. "Hey, you misunderstood." Chen reached out his dragon claw and blocked Lin Youchu's tender arm, shaking his head vigorously. "You mean, we don't have to take off our clothes?" Chen nodded. Lin Youchu was confused, not knowing what Chen was up to, but she obediently took off her shoes and stepped into the bathtub. The moment she entered, she understood what Chen was doing. Although the bathtub was filled with water, she couldn't feel the presence of water at all. Lin Youchu reached out her hand above the water surface, but there were no water droplets on it. It seemed unbelievable. She then submerged her head into the water. Her mouth, nose, and eyes were all functioning normally. It was no different from being in the air. Moreover, she still couldn't feel the presence of water. Chen stood by, nodding in satisfaction. It was just as he had thought. The painting drawn with the power of the ocean had the ability to protect humans and allow them to freely move in the sea. Perhaps, it's not just the painting. Any object with the power of the ocean might have this ability. If that's the case, the power of the ocean is really something good. Chen didn't expect that helping a white dolphin would have this effect. Unfortunately, the power of the ocean is much harder to obtain than the power of belief. It was much more troublesome to make the creatures in the ocean grateful to him than to simply livestream. Lin Yuchu fumbled around in the bathtub for a while before raising her head. Her eyes were filled with excitement. This is so much fun. There was no one else in the bathroom, so Lin Yuchu felt more relaxed and cheerful. After speaking, she tried again. The water still had no effect on her. She stepped out of the bathtub. Not only was her body dry, but even her clothes were dry. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now, he could take Lin Yuchu to play in the sea. The world beneath the sea surface was much more exciting than above. Meanwhile, the global billionaires went crazy. Regardless of the country or the means, they were all watching the same video clip. It was the final part of the livestream. The divine dragon painted a picture and flew into the water without any problems. In a villa in Lighthouse Country, I really like this painting. I think our family should own it. In Camel Country, a group of men wearing white turbans exclaimed, "Our oil is finally useful." The Bear Country's Hodakovsky family, who had sent a yacht as a gift, immediately held a family meeting. We must buy it at any cost. Other tycoons were also unwilling to be left out and expressed their intentions to bid. And so, the global media worked overtime and started reporting. The Morgan family announces a bid of $5 billion to acquire the Divine Dragon's painting. The Rockefeller family announces a bid of $7 billion. The Saudi family refuses to back down and announces a bid of $10 billion. The entire world news scene suddenly turned into a large auction. Major families were making bids, and the prices kept rising. Even the price of oil experienced significant fluctuations because of this event. The situation had reached a point where domestic billionaires couldn't sit still. In Malaysia, a group of wealthy individuals gathered for a meeting overnight. Regardless of the economic or image perspective, we must buy this painting. But we don't have that much liquid capital. How about pooling our resources? That's a good idea. We didn't contribute to the yacht last time, so we can't fall behind this time. Moreover, this painting definitely has room for appreciation. We won't lose if we buy it. Soon, they managed to pool together $15 billion. The next day, at a press conference held by the Foreign Affairs Department, the first question from the reporters was about the Divine Dragon. Regarding the news of multinational billionaires bidding for the Divine Dragon's artwork, what is your stance? The spokesperson was well prepared. We have noticed the situation on the internet, but we declare here that we are not selling the Divine Dragon's artwork, and we do not have the authority to sell it. Only the Divine Dragon can decide whether to sell it or not. We adhere to the principle of free trade, and we will not oppose any amount of money if Shenlong is willing. This statement left the major family groups speechless. They were used to buying whatever they wanted. They never thought about what would happen if the other party refused to sell. In the past, they would only think that the price was not high enough. But this time, the other party was Shenlong. How can we make Shenlong willing to sell this painting? After discussing internally for a long time, a Hodakovsky family announced that whoever could buy this painting for them would receive a $3 billion intermediary fee. This news sparked another round of frenzy. The intermediary fees kept increasing. The domestic wealthy felt relieved after receiving this news. At least in the country, they had more channels than the foreign wealthy. They didn't have to worry about not having enough money or the painting being snatched away. They quickly found Chen Anghua through various connections. Chen Anghua had only one sentence to say: "I don't have the authority to make decisions for Shenlong." The sunlight spilled on the sea surface. Lin Yuchu didn't see any news about the painting. The reason was simple: she was too far away from the land now and her phone had no signal. After informing the crew on the ship, Lin Yuchu and Chen came to the side of the ship. In the pocket of Lin Yuchu's clothes, there was the painting from yesterday. The 5 killer whales were still there next to the yacht. They were like real escort ships, patrolling around the yacht, guarding against any enemy. In the cockpit, Luan Jilong and the night shift driver exchanged shifts. Where are we now? According to the established route, we are 230 nautical miles away from the coastline. Continue heading south. The weather today was even better than yesterday, and the yacht was not moving fast. After half an hour of sailing like this, something unexpected happened. The 5 killer whales suddenly swam towards the front of the yacht. They jumped in the water and their positions didn't change. What's going on? Captain Luan, it seems like they are trying to stop us from moving forward. Luan Jilong frowned and said, "Stop the ship here." the yacht began to slow down. The 5 killer whales continued to jump in the water. Lin Yuchu found it interesting and took out her phone to take pictures. Only Chen knew what was going on. There was a sunken ship below this area of the sea. When he expanded his domain, he could see that this ship had been underwater for a long time. It was likely an ancient trading ship. Underwater treasure hunting was something Chen used to enjoy watching in videos. He didn't expect to encounter it himself. The sea was calm today, with no wind or waves. The yacht quickly came to a stop. Looking at the whirlpool formed by the killer whales in front, Chen reached out his dragon claw, ready to jump down. But halfway through, he retracted his hand. I almost forgot about the live broadcast. Chen pointed to the black box next to him. Lin Yuchu obediently opened it. Chen then pointed to the phone. Are you saying we should live stream? Chen nodded. Lin Yuchu opened her phone and said to Chen, we don't have a signal now. Just then, Captain Luan Zhilong walked over. After contacting the land, they had activated the onboard Wi-Fi. He helped Lin Yuchu connect. Start the live stream. Wow! Finally, we're live. I thought we would disappear for a few more days, but we're live the next day. Sister loves you, Shenlong. Keeper, our boss wants to buy your painting for 15 billion. Will you sell it? Spread the word, our boss wants to buy your painting for 150 yuan. Spread the word, our boss wants to buy the keeper for 150 yuan. Spread the word, our boss wants to buy 150 chickens. Chickens? What chickens? Little Heisey, did you reveal your chicken feet? Under the joking of the netizens, the comments section became outrageous. Lin Yuchu thought they were just joking and didn't pay much attention. She nervously put the painting back into her pants pocket. Chen then manipulated the camera, giving it the power of the ocean. In this way, there is no need to bring any underwater waterproof cameras. Guided by Qinjiu, Lin Yuchu picked up this camera that can operate normally underwater. Wow! What are those killer whales doing? They are gathered together, it seems like they are feeding. No, there is nothing in the middle of them. The audience in the live broadcast room was immediately attracted by the killer whales on the sea surface. However, before they could react, they saw Qinjiu leap and jump into the middle of the killer whales. Oh my god, the dragon is going into the water again. Yesterday it was the white dolphins, today it's the killer whales. Zookeeper quickly launched the drone. Looking forward to the drone's perspective. What they were waiting for was not a drone, but Lin Yuchu's leap. With a splash, Lin Yuchu also jumped into the water, creating a splash just like the experiment in the bathtub yesterday. In the water, she was no different from being on the boat. She even lost the feeling of gravity. She could move freely. The heavy camera on the ground had no weight in the sea. It could maintain stability without even using a tripod. The global audience watching the live broadcast was confused. What's going on? Why did the zookeeper jump into the water too? And how is the live broadcasting equipment stable? Will the zookeeper still be able to live broadcast on the water surface? Wow, the zookeeper is so powerful. The zookeeper has made a great contribution. Before they could finish their astonishment, Lin Yuchu had already followed Qinjiu and dived underwater. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to drown. On the live screen, the camera was slowly sinking into the seabed. This feeling, the camera must have fallen. Haha, I knew it. How could it be possible to live broadcast on the sea surface? The zookeeper lost a camera, get ready to compensate. Wait a minute. Why is the camera descending at a constant speed? The camera is becoming more and more stable. It doesn't look like it's falling into the water. Oh my god, is it possible that the zookeeper is still holding the camera? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But that's the fact. With the protection of the power of the ocean, Lin Yuchu's movements in the sea were even simpler than those of professional divers. She held the camera tightly and followed closely behind Qinjiu. Qinjiu appeared on the live screen again. It's the dragon. The dragon is swimming towards the seabed. Is the zookeeper also moving towards the sea? Oh my god, the zookeeper is so amazing. He secretly learned diving. And he's a professional. I remember, Lin Yuchu was quite poor in college. How did she get the opportunity to learn diving? The camera didn't capture Lin Yuchu's state. If the audience in the live broadcast room saw it, they would see that Lin Yuchu wasn't wearing any professional equipment, only a painting protecting her. It was completely crazy. It turns out that this is the correct use of the dragon's painting. The audience didn't know, but the crew on the yacht knew it very well. Luan Zhilong saw with his own eyes that Lin Yuchu didn't wear anything and jumped into the water, and she never appeared on the sea surface. They were still preparing to rescue her, but after seeing the live broadcast, they realized that they had acted rashly. The other party was completely fine. Luan Zhilong, who had been commanding warships for many years, was not lacking in intelligence. He instantly associated it with the painting that didn't get wet yesterday. No wonder she took this painting with her when she went into the sea. With this judgment, Luan Zhilong immediately reported the matter to his superiors. Under the sea, at a depth of 200 meters, sunlight could no longer be seen, and it was completely dark around. The live signal was also disconnected and interrupted. Chen Jiu didn't expect that it would be so deep down here. No wonder he couldn't see clearly even in his own domain. Releasing the power of faith, a blue light sphere was formed. The light tore open a gap in the darkness. The normal diving depth of a regular diving suit is only 60 meters. Now, they had already reached 200 meters. Chen Jiu turned around and looked at Lin Yuchu, but there was nothing unusual. Some uneasiness, he added some ocean power to Lin Yuchu's clothes. Continue to dive. As for the camera, it couldn't connect to the live signal and was useless. It was simply placed 200 meters away. 250 meters. 300 meters. 350 meters. Finally, they reached a depth of 400 meters. Only then did they see the seabed. No wonder it hasn't been discovered for so many years. Chen increased the power of faith, forming a blue light. Under the blue light, a piece of iron skin was revealed. Some of these iron skins were buried under the sand, and only an outline could be vaguely seen. The only thing that could be determined was that this ship was even bigger than the yachts on the sea surface. Power of the domain, unfold. A golden light flashed beside Chen's body, and his eyes showed a hint of excitement. I really found the treasure. It was all gold coins and gold bars below. Sweeping to the side, a long metallic object appeared. It looks good. Chen directly used his claws to dig out this thing. It was a golden staff. It looks good. I wonder how valuable it is. When Lin Yuchu saw this thing, her mouth dropped open in shock. If she wasn't mistaken, this was something she had seen in a magazine before. The Victoria Parliament Scepter. It was the national treasure of John Bull. After disappearing more than 100 years ago, it had never appeared again. Lin Yuchu wanted to speak, but her voice couldn't be heard due to the protection of the ocean power. She could only watch as Chen swam towards the surface with the scepter in his mouth. Without hesitation, Lin Yuchu followed and swam upwards. With the protection of the ocean power, their ascending speed was almost the same as their descending speed. They quickly reached a depth of 200 meters from the water surface. Lin Yuchu held the camera and continued to ascend. At a distance of tens of meters from the sea surface, the live signal finally recovered. The live broadcast began. Here it is. Finally, what just happened? Looking at the deep sea, did the dragon and the caretaker go down? It's very possible, otherwise why would there be no signal? 666. This diving depth can be withstood by the human body. I can understand the dragon enduring the water pressure, but how did the caretaker endure it? Why ask? It must be the dragon's powerful protection. What is this depth? Makes sense. It seems like there's something in the dragon's mouth. What is it? Looks like a yellow stick. Did the dragon pick it up from the seabed? When Lin Yuchu completely surfaced, the audience finally saw what was in the dragon's mouth. Wow, it looks like a scepter. So domineering, but why does it feel familiar? I searched on Baidu. It seems to be called the Victoria Parliament Scepter. What? The Victoria Parliament Scepter? The temporary working group in Xiong Province sat in the conference room with serious expressions. After receiving the message from Luan Zhilong, they organized experts for analysis. Now, they saw the live broadcast footage. The results were obvious. The painting by the dragon really had the ability to repel water. Moreover, it could protect people to freely move underwater. They didn't know the specific diving depth, but it was definitely not low. In the video, the seawater turned black. It was bottomless. Team leader Chen, how should we handle this information? Chen Anguo was also undecided. A painting that could repel water was definitely a treasure that would shock the international community. But if such a function could be applied to military use, if weapons with the same effect could be developed, then to put it simply, submarine crew members could swim out of the submarine for operations. Not to mention the decisive impact on the war situation, reducing casualties was certain. Just as he was hesitating, the phone above finally rang. Anghua, we have further discussed the situation you reported, and we have decided to announce it publicly. Understood. Chen Anghua didn't ask for the reasons behind it and quickly arranged the propaganda work. Across the Pacific Ocean, there was an underground secret base. After several intelligence personnel from the lighthouse country analyzed the live video one by one, they came to a shocking conclusion. Captain, there's something wrong with this painting. Painting? After comparing it one by one, the only anomaly on Lin Yuchu's body is this painting. Combining yesterday's news about the dragon god painting unaffected by water, this is the most likely explanation. The man sitting next to the demonstration board took a sip of coffee and said, "Let our people from the dragon country verify it." Understood. The muscular man sitting next to him walked out. In less than 5 seconds, he came back. "What's going on?" Our guess was correct. The dragon country has already released the news. The captain frowned and took the tablet handed to him by the team member. On it was the spokesperson of the dragon country. The dragon god's painting can repel water and protect humans in the deep sea. Let it be known. John Bull's intelligence agency was also studying this video. But when they saw the part where the dragon god set sail, they all stood up, staring blankly at the golden scepter in Chen's mouth. If nothing went wrong, something big was about to happen. The photo of the scepter quickly reached the highest leadership of John Bull. "Queen, this is the long-lost Victoria Parliament scepter. We lost it over 100 years ago. I never thought we would see it today. God save the Queen, we have found it again. This is a symbol of our country's prosperity. Quick, negotiate with the dragon country, we need to get our own things back." At the press conference of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a journalist from John Bull asked, "Why doesn't the dragon country immediately return the Victoria Parliament scepter, which belongs to John Bull?" The spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs took out the prepared script again. "The ownership of the scepter is clear. It is not in our hands, nor in your hands, but in the hands of the dragon god. If you want to obtain the scepter, you can negotiate with the dragon god and purchase it." This statement immediately caused a huge uproar in the international public opinion arena. How could the dragon country dare not return the national treasure that belongs to John Bull? Several major countries jointly questioned and pressured the dragon country to hand over the scepter. But the dragon country quickly counterattacked, saying, "John Bull has not returned the 32 national treasures that were stolen from our country. John Bull has no right to question our decision. If you insist on clinging to it, we will take all necessary and reasonable countermeasures." After speaking, they even presented evidence on the spot. The several powerful countries, who were originally full of momentum, were speechless in the face of irrefutable facts. Seeing the unfavorable situation, John Bull quickly held an emergency meeting. "We can't get the scepter back from the dragon country, but we can get it directly from the dragon god." Soon, the think tank came up with a plan. How can we get it directly from the dragon god? We can't even get close to the dragon god. It's simple. We can do it through live streaming. We can fully utilize the comments section of the live stream to communicate with the dragon god's caretaker. Everyone's eyes lit up. The plan was unanimously approved. Soon, John Bull assembled the strongest hacker team in the country and launched an attack on the server of the Tiger Fish livestream to obtain permission. They took over the comments section of Chen's livestream. "Hello, we are businessmen from John Bull. The Victoria Parliament scepter in your hands is a national treasure of our country. We are willing to offer 5 billion to buy it back." Lin Yuchu didn't pay much attention to the comments section, but this message caught her eye. She also saw it. Buying a national treasure scepter? Lin Yuchu brought her phone in front of Chen. "Here, someone is asking you." Chen just glanced at it and took out a blank piece of paper from the pile of painting tools from yesterday. Then he picked up a brush and wrote a word on it. "Has the dragon god agreed?" Lin Yuchu aimed the camera at the paper and wrote the word "get lost" on it. "Please tell Shenlong that we are sincere, and besides, this is our national treasure. We don't have to give you a single penny." As soon as their message was sent out, Chen wrote a few words on the paper. "Quickly show us what you wrote, did you agree?" Lin Yuchu held back a smile and moved the camera to the paper. There were 2 lines of words written on it. "Won and die, why should we return what we picked up with our own abilities?" Several representatives of John Bull looked at the big words on the screen and almost spewed blood. "Damn Shenlong. We must make him pay. When someone is worried, someone else is bound to be happy." Other viewers were almost laughing at Shenlong's actions. When the system recovered, the viewers left messages one after another. "Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Why should we return what we picked up with our own abilities? Makes sense, very reasonable. No wonder it's Shenlong, I love it." Shen didn't care and ignored them. What is this one staff compared to the pile of treasures waiting for him to pick up? Just now, Lin Yuchu was underwater and he couldn't operate. Now, he jumped into the sea again. What the hell? Shenlong is ignoring John Bull's representatives? What's the point of reasoning? They all went into the water. Wait, he went underwater once and came up with a staff. Doesn't that mean there are more treasures below? Exactly. Anything that can be with the staff must be a big treasure. Waiting for Shenlong to come up and open our eyes. Several representatives sent by John Bull originally wanted to close the live broadcast room directly, but when they heard that there might be other treasures underwater, they still endured and continued watching. The Shenlong of the Dragon Kingdom is so rude. We must make him pay. John Bull is not so easily bullied. After some discussion, John Bull decided to divide their forces into 3 routes. One route guarded the live broadcast room. One route continued negotiations with the Dragon Kingdom. And the other route was handed over to the Navy to see if there was any way to detain this national treasure and find a reason to bring it back to the country. Chen Anhwa quickly received the notice from above. John Bull still wants to get the Queen's staff? When did they want to return the national treasure they stole from us? Chen Anhwa was not interested in John Bull's so-called statement at all. Other staff members also expressed their support for Shenlong. Exactly, why should we return what we picked up with our own abilities? Shenlong and the higher-ups have both said they won't return it, so our mission is clear. In the next few days, thoroughly investigate the staff members who have been in contact with John Bull, and don't let anyone take advantage of it. In addition, start preparing for the welcoming ceremony. Shenlong will be back in a few days. Inside the live broadcast room. It's been half an hour, why hasn't Shenlong come out yet? Just a moment ago, it was only about 10 minutes. Is Shenlong in trouble in the sea? Yuri worried about Shenlong? Don't worry, even if the sea dries up, Shenlong won't be in trouble. Then why hasn't he come up yet? Could it be that the treasures are difficult to find? Difficult to find treasures? No, not at all. There are just too many treasures. Such a big ship, although not all filled with treasures, it still has a full small cargo hold. I don't know how they managed to get it. Most of it belongs to John Bull, and a small part belongs to other countries. How about I bring the whole ship up? It's not that all these things are valuable. Chen just felt itchy hands. When playing games before, he would pick up equipment that dropped on the ground, regardless of whether it was useful or not. He always thought, what if it comes in handy? In addition, he was also worried about other players picking it up. This ship is the same. Today's live broadcast caused such a big commotion. If he didn't clean up properly, there would definitely be others coming to search for treasures. It's better to be a good person to the end and pack everything up. Power of faith, erupt. Power of the ocean, erupt. This time, Chen used all the power in his body. The blue light sphere tightly adhered to every support point of the sunken ship. The damaged areas were all repaired with the power of faith. Come on! On the sea surface, the 5 killer whales that were circling in place seemed to sense something and dispersed. They swam away as if escaping in all directions. The originally clear sea suddenly turned murky. The viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked. What is going on? It seems like something is emerging from the seabed. With such a commotion, did the dragon move a mountain? No way. Could it be an underwater earthquake? As they watched the surging dark currents beneath the sea surface, the viewers had various opinions. The experienced old captain, Lu Zhilong, also took out his binoculars to observe the details. The last time he saw such a scene was when a submarine exploded underwater. 1 minute later, before everyone could reach a definite conclusion, 2 thick chimneys emerged from the water. What is this? Chen Jiao was still floating up. Soon, the deck of an ironclad ship was revealed. Now, viewers from all over the world could see clearly. It was a ship, an ironclad ship. Look at those 2 chimneys, it's a steam-powered ironclad ship. No wonder it was able to find the Victoria Parliament scepter. It seems to be the John Bull warship from the previous world. Oh my god, the dragon has salvaged the entire warship. As expected of the dragon. Ha ha ha, they really didn't leave anything for John Bull. Before the entire hull floated up, Qinjiu used the power of the ocean to drain all the water inside the ship. Then, using the power of faith, he isolated the damaged areas of the ship. This way, the ship would not sink again. Standing on the warship, Qinjiu carefully inspected every detail. He made sure nothing was overlooked before he started working. The viewers in the live broadcast room watched as Chen Jiu patrolled the warship and couldn't help but look up at him in admiration. The dragon is truly strong. And handsome too. It feels like he just came back from the battlefield. Before everyone could recover from their shock, they saw Chen Jiu jump down from the deck and onto a yacht. He walked up to Captain Lu Zhilong. Taking out paper and pen, Chen Jiu wrote on it, "Move the treasures back." Lu Zhilong instantly understood. A warship that could hold the Victoria Parliament scepter definitely had other treasures. He gathered several crew members and emphasized that they were not allowed to take any items. Then, he requested support from his superiors. Only then did they board the warship. They were all retired soldiers and had signed confidentiality agreements before boarding. Chen Jiu entrusted them with the task of moving the treasures with peace of mind. Then, a scene that left the viewers dumbfounded occurred. Bags of treasures were transported over using ropes. Lin Yuchu opened one bag and saw that it was full of gold coins. The next bag was filled with exquisite decorative accessories, crowns, necklaces. Even after being underwater for 100 years, they couldn't dim their brilliance. But without exception, these were all treasures lost by the John Bull royal family. Looking at these treasures, the representatives of John Bull were once again excited. They had long given up hope, but they didn't expect to find them. They shouted in the comments section once again, "If the dragon is willing to return all our treasures, except for the scepter, we are willing to let the dragon choose a few items as gifts." The decision was once again in Chen Zhou's hands. Just like before, he took out pen and paper and wrote a sentence on it. Lin Yuchu moved the camera to show everyone. "Get lost, you idiots. Only children make choices. I want them all. Ah, this is hilarious. I want them all. I support the dragon. The dragon put in so much effort to salvage them, why should he give them to you? Exactly, if you want them, first pay the salvage fee. Let's set the salvage fee at 100 billion. After all, it was the dragon who personally salvaged them." The people of John Bull were so angry that they threw their tablets on the ground. And the ordinary people of John Bull also saw bag after bag of treasures. After learning the meaning of those few Chinese characters, they took to the streets one after another, demanding that the country reclaim its national treasures. Originally, it could have been a situation that could have been eased, but it was suddenly pushed to the forefront. At sea, the reaction of the Kingdom of John has no impact on Chen Zhou and the Dragon Kingdom. Under the arrangement of Chen Anhwa, 2 large ocean-going tugboats set off. That's right. They are prepared to tow back that huge sunken ship. Captain Chen, is it necessary? The towing fee for such a large warship alone is in the millions, and that's just the beginning. We have to transport the ship to Zhongjiang, which will incur another large transportation cost. Yes, Captain Chen, the actual value of such a large ship is not worth the transportation cost. Chen Anhua knocked on the table, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then he cleared his throat and said, "I have carefully analyzed the cost. Indeed, as everyone has said, the transportation cost is not worth the actual value of the ship, but we must consider the added value. If we transport this ship to Long Palace, Wanjiang City, it will become a famous attraction." Someone raised their hand and said, "Isn't it just a broken ship? What kind of attraction can it have? There are many old warships in coastal cities." Chen Anhua said, "No, we can't think like that. Yes, without the treasure, it's just a broken ship, but this is a warship brought up from the sea by the divine dragon. With the blessing of the divine dragon, will it still be just a broken ship? Compared to the transportation cost of several billion, creating a unique attraction to attract attention is almost the same. Think about it, the divine dragon has over 900 million fans on the internet, and that's just domestically. There are over 1 billion fans internationally. As long as 1 out of 10 can be attracted, that's 20 million visitors. That's just the number of people, not the number of visits. By then, even if Chinese people pay 10 yuan for a photo and foreigners pay $100 for a photo, the income will be considerable. Furthermore, the divine dragon brought up this ship for a reason. Even if it's for the divine dragon, we must do it. The powerful ocean-going tugboat quickly arrived next to the yacht. When the workers saw the dilapidated appearance of the sunken warship, they showed expressions of disbelief. Such a ship, miraculously floating on the sea. It's simply a world wonder. But they signed a confidentiality agreement and only discussed it privately. It didn't spread. Chen Anhua climbed onto the cruise ship from the tugboat. He informed Lin Yuchu and Chen Zhou of his plan. Chen Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This is exactly what he wanted. Money is not a problem for him, what he needs is the fame of these treasures. He took out a piece of paper and wrote 2 words on it, Dragon Palace. Chen Anhua, as an old fox, immediately understood. They want to transport all these treasures to Dragon Palace. Chen Zhou wrote 2 more words, renovation. Chen Anhua nodded quickly, understood. Let's start working on it once we transport these back. Both sides were satisfied. Only Lin Yuchu looked confused. What Dragon Palace? What renovation? She didn't know anything, but she didn't ask. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked, and the most important thing is that even if she knew, she couldn't help. When the workers on the tugboat installed the steel cables, Chen Anhua boarded the tugboat with several large bags full of treasures. Among the bags of jewelry, the Victoria Parliament scepter was mixed in. It looked like a pile of junk. Not to mention the Kingdom of John, even Chen Anhua felt heartbroken looking at it. These are national treasures. The price they could fetch at an auction is unimaginable. Prepare the guards on the shore. As soon as we land, pack them up and send them to the military district. They will be protected and classified by professionals before being escorted to Zhongjiang province. Yes. The few people who thought it was a waste to tow the ship back were silent after seeing this pile of treasures. Several billion in transportation costs? What is several billion to the divine dragon? With just these treasures, taking out a large item can cover the transportation costs. the Kingdom of John. They have also established a dedicated research group for this incident. Report. We have had multiple negotiations with the Dragon Kingdom. Their attitude is very firm, they firmly disagree. The live broadcast has also been shut down, we can no longer contact Shenlong. Now, we can only rely on the Navy. Isn't this bad? With our strength, I'm afraid that no one wants to use the third plan. If it fails, their position will not be guaranteed. In the current situation, they don't care about national treasures anymore compared to their own position. But now, so many people are paying attention to this matter. Even if they don't take action, the result will be the same. Suddenly, this group of people found themselves in a dilemma. Is there another way? Can we use Dragon Country's national treasure to exchange? In the midst of silence, a team member proposed his own idea. Exchange Dragon Country's national treasure for our own national treasure? If it were in the past, they would definitely not agree. But now, this is probably the only way. If Dragon Country's national treasure is returned, the people will not react too strongly, and in terms of public opinion, they will be seen as just. At that time, Dragon Country will have no reason not to return their national treasure. Okay, quickly apply for this plan to Dragon Country. Shen Anghua stood on the deck of the ocean-going tugboat and suddenly received an urgent message from above. What? John Country wants to exchange national treasures? As a Dragon Country person, Shen Anghua really hopes that the national treasure will return to the country. But, if you want to exchange, then exchange. If you don't want to exchange, then don't exchange. Isn't this bullying? Besides, these things belong to Shenlong. They don't have the authority to dispose of them. Shen Anghua called the captain, Luan Jicheng. This news quickly reached Chen Zhou's ears. Chen Zhou took out a piece of paper and wrote 3 words, salvage fee. Then he went back to sleep. Shen Anghua saw the 3 words written by Chen Zhou and felt like he had found a treasure. Yes, from a moral perspective, it is the right choice for each national treasure to return to its own country. But, shouldn't we Shenlong be compensated for salvaging your national treasures from hundreds of meters deep in the sea? After Chen Anghua reported the 3 words to Shenlong, John Country also received a reply from Dragon Country at the same time. It's completely possible, the handover ceremony will be held in Dragon Country tomorrow. Great! Finally, we can give everyone an explanation. It's just a pity for those treasures. It's okay, after all, we snatched them. John Country, London Airport. 32 Dragon Country national treasures. Under the reluctant eyes of major museums, they were packed and loaded onto the plane. What a pity! This is a huge loss for our country. Everyone looked at these treasures with reluctance. Stop sighing, compared to our Victoria Parliament scepter, these are nothing, right? You're right, our scepter is supremely glorious. These antiques are just valuable objects. As long as we can exchange for the scepter, what are these things? They are just Dragon Country's old junk. The plane took off, heading for Zhongjiang province. On the Dragon Country side, a damaged warship was being towed on the Yangtze River. After calculations, it was much more convenient to transport it by waterway than by land. Team Leader Chen, it will take me 3 days to get from here to Zhongjiang. I'm afraid I won't make it to the exchange ceremony. Chen Anghua laughed and said, exchange ceremony? Why do we need to make it to the exchange ceremony? It has nothing to do with us. But, John Country's treasures are still on our ship, right? Chen Anghua waved his hand, the water here is deep, don't ask anymore. After that, he sent a message to the yacht captain, Luan Jilong, requesting Shenlong's participation in the exchange ceremony with John Country's national treasures. Shenjiu originally didn't plan to go, after all, Zhongjiang was too far from the sea. It could fly, but flying there would also consume energy. But when he thought of John Country's previous behavior of not returning the national treasures, he decided that he must attend this exchange ceremony. Besides, this is a well-known opportunity. Maybe the power of his faith inside him can surge. No matter how you look at it, it's not a loss. After arranging Lin Yuchu, Chen Jiu soared into the sky. Back to Zhongjiang. 3 hours later, Chen Jiu appeared at Zhongjiang International Airport. In 2 hours, the transport plane from the Kingdom of John will land at the Zhongjiang International Airport. This unprecedented national treasure exchange ceremony is taking place at the international airport. In order to express fairness and justice, a huge open-air exchange platform has been set up. Below the platform, journalists from major television stations around the world have gathered. The atmosphere is more lively than a press conference at the foreign ministry. There was even a fight between a television station from country A and a television station from country B, claiming that their positions were stolen. 200 security personnel from the armed police were deployed to surround the area and stabilize the emotions of the journalists. On the platform, the other people from the Kingdom of John have not arrived yet, only one diplomat is present. On the side of the Dragon Kingdom, Chen is standing with a middle-aged man wearing an executive jacket. A group of journalists are constantly taking pictures of Chen. Wow, this is so cool. The dragon of the Dragon Kingdom is indeed handsome. It would be great if our country's mythical creature could appear too. I envy other countries so much. My angle is perfect. I must give this photo to my child and let him come to this mysterious Eastern country in the future. The journalist from the thief country interjected. He wanted to say that the dragon was actually stolen by them, but seeing this group of enthusiastic foreign colleagues, he wisely chose to keep quiet. Just when everyone's attention was focused on Chen, the middle-aged man in the executive jacket began to speak. Thank you all for attending the National Treasure Exchange ceremony between my country and the Kingdom of John. As a responsible major country, the Dragon Kingdom has always advocated the principles of fairness and justice. Just as the Kingdom of John wants to return the national treasures to the Dragon Kingdom, we have also brought the national treasures of the Kingdom of John. As soon as the speech began, the journalists below reluctantly shifted their focus from Chen. They started recording the scene in its entirety. The diplomat from the Kingdom of John sitting next to him straightened his clothes, finally gaining some presence. The middle-aged man continued, the ownership of these national treasures from the Kingdom of John is not in our hands, but in the hands of the Divine Dragon. The success of this exchange is entirely due to the support of the Divine Dragon. This statement once again shifted the focus to Chen. Applause erupted from the audience. The Divine Dragon is so magnanimous. You don't understand. Have you forgotten what the Divine Dragon wrote on paper before? The Divine Dragon said that if you have the ability to pick it up, why should you return it? He now agrees to the exchange solely because of the 32 national treasures that were lost in the Kingdom of John. If it weren't for those 32 national treasures, why would the Divine Dragon agree to the exchange? Wow, now that you mention it, it all makes sense. So that's how it is. Tears of joy. The Divine Dragon truly sacrifices the self for the greater good. On the platform, Chen couldn't hear what everyone was saying. The power of belief within him surged once again. This time, it was more intense than any previous live broadcast. The power of belief that was consumed during the salvage of the sunken ship was replenished in just over 10 minutes. The total amount was still increasing. After absorbing for over an hour, this power gradually subsided. The power of belief within Chen reached an unprecedented height. Just at that moment, the plane from the Kingdom of John arrived. Under the gaze of numerous cameras, several representatives from the Kingdom of John disembarked from the plane. The cargo hold of the transport plane was slowly opened, revealing one securely fixed wooden box after another. As soon as the cargo hold opened, the prepared security personnel walked up in an orderly manner. They skillfully lifted these wooden boxes and placed them on the central exchange platform, one by one. The representatives from the Kingdom of John wanted to say something, but they were stopped by their leader. The whole world is watching. They cannot forcibly take them back. Let's begin the handover. The few of them took their seats and took out documents from their briefcases. The professional personnel from the Dragon Kingdom also took their seats and brought a silver briefcase and a stack of documents. In the eyes of people around the world, this unprecedented exchange ceremony began. The old professor sent by the Dragon Kingdom Museum conducted a thorough appraisal of the 32 collections. Report, they are all genuine, nodded the middle-aged man sitting in the middle, along with Chen. The girl next to them pushed the silver box on the table over. What is this? John, the representative of the Johan Kingdom, was puzzled. The representative of the Dragon Kingdom pointed to the box and said, "Please open it." John hesitated for a moment but decided to open the box. Inside, there were stacks of banknotes. Looking at the money, John's representative became even more confused. What does this mean? The middle-aged man said casually, "This is 506,320.31 yuan, which is the storage fee calculated by our experts, as well as the transportation fee for bringing it here. It represents the protection that the Johan Kingdom has provided to the national treasures of the Dragon Kingdom over the years." Upon hearing this, the representative of the Johan Kingdom finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily, saying, "The Dragon Kingdom truly deserves to be a great nation. We admire your etiquette." He then happily accepted the box of money. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Your Johan Kingdom is also a traditional great nation, so the payment to the Dragon Kingdom should not be any less, right?" Without hesitation, the representative of the Johan Kingdom nodded and said, "Of course, as the great Johan Kingdom, we value the spirit of the contract." "Well then, please bring out the goods we need to inspect," said the middle-aged man, who was Jiang Sihai, the person in charge of the Dragon Kingdom's related work. "Naturally, we will inspect the goods for you, but before that, we hope that you can pay the relevant fees, just like us," Jiang Sihai said, waving his hand, and the girl next to him handed over a notice. We, the Dragon Kingdom, follow the principles of fairness and justice. All calculations are the same as yours. The representative of the Johan Kingdom picked up the notice. Transportation fee 1 billion yuan. Storage fee 150,000 yuan. Seeing the string of numbers, the faces of the Johan Kingdom's group turned black. This is unfair. Our transportation and storage fees amount to over 500,000 yuan. Why does your transportation fee cost 1 billion? Zhang Sihai cleared his throat and said, please don't get agitated. The over 30 million yuan includes the shipping fee for your abandoned warship. That's not right. We only want the national treasures. When did we ask for a warship? That dilapidated warship, let alone its value, couldn't even be transported back. Even if it was transported back, it could only be sold as scrap metal. It had no value at all. The Dragon Kingdom immediately retorted, you can't say that. The treasure is inside the warship. If we don't bring the warship back, how can we be sure that there are no other priceless treasures inside? If any priceless treasures were sunk by us, it would be a loss for the world, wouldn't it? If the Johan Kingdom thinks that these treasures are not worth so much money, we can temporarily keep them for you, and you only need to pay us 5 million yuan in storage fees each year, the Dragon Kingdom said, leaving several representatives of the Johan Kingdom speechless. Indeed, the treasure and the warship were together. For the sake of safety, it was justifiable to bring them all back. They immediately reported back to their country. A transportation fee of 1 billion yuan? Isn't this robbery? But we have already accepted the transportation fee they gave us. You guys are useless. Forget it, we can't lose face for our great nation. It's just 1 billion, as long as we can bring back the national treasures and stabilize the domestic situation, everything will be worth it. They hung up the phone. The think tank beside them asked, do we really have to spend 1 billion? 1 billion, it's the national treasury's money anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Soon, 1 billion yuan was transferred to the Dragon Kingdom's account. Report, the funds have arrived, Zhang Sihai nodded. The representative of the Johan Kingdom asked again, so now, can we see the treasures? Of course, but you will need the permission of Mr. Shenlong, said the representative of the Dragon Kingdom. The representative of the Johan Kingdom's face darkened and said, what do you mean by that? Zhang Sihai laughed and said, your national treasure was discovered and salvaged by the Divine Dragon. Now, the Divine Dragon has entrusted us to exchange it with you. The items are of equal value, but the Divine Dragon may require you to negotiate the salvage fee. Salvage fee? The representative from Jonland almost spat out blood. He hadn't thought about it. Besides the storage and transportation fees, there was also a salvage fee. The representative from Jonland made up his mind. Since he had already given 1 billion, he wasn't afraid of anything now. He said to Chen, respected Divine Dragon, may I ask how much the salvage fee is? Chen sat there, enjoying the show. He loved this kind of trickery. Now that it was his turn to take the stage, he was naturally very excited. He picked up a pen with his claw and wrote 4 words on the table. The entire room held its breath. Everyone was anticipating how much the Divine Dragon would ask for as the salvage fee. The Divine Dragon personally salvaged it. And it's such a large ship, it's probably quite a lot. The Divine Dragon can sell a painting for hundreds of billions. This salvage fee should start at least at 100 billion. 100 billion? What can Jonlin do? Who knows? The Divine Dragon said before that all these things belong to him. I think the Divine Dragon's asking price shouldn't be low. After Chen finished writing, Zhang Sihai picked up the paper and showed it to all the reporters and the representatives from Jonland. What is it? What is it? Quick, zoom in with the camera. The photographer skillfully aimed the telephoto lens at the fluttering white paper. A coin? A coin? It says a coin on it. What does a coin mean? It should be one of the coins from the treasure. Damn, looking at it this way, the Divine Dragon is really conscientious. This isn't just conscientious, it's like a living Buddha. With so many coins, what does one coin mean? When the representatives from Jonland saw these 4 words, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Giving 1 coin to the Divine Dragon wouldn't make much of a difference with so many bags of coins. It was a small problem. Without hesitation, they agreed. No problem, you can take 1 coin directly, and we'll take the rest back to Jonland. Unexpectedly, as they were about to stand up, they saw Chen writing something again. Zhang Sihai signaled everyone not to get excited and to wait for the Divine Dragon's instructions. Soon, Chen wrote another sentence. Zhang Sihai almost burst out laughing when he saw it. Fortunately, he had been through a lot in society over the years and had developed good self-control. He didn't actually burst out laughing. He picked up the paper and showed it to everyone. Another sentence was written on it. Give them 1 coin. When everyone read it clearly, the whole room fell silent. The last female reporter couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. So, the meaning of one coin is to give them one coin. Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the room. The viewers watching the live broadcast also burst into laughter. Awesome. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing too hard. Impressive, as expected of the divine dragon. I knew it. It couldn't be that simple. The representatives from Johnland were dumbfounded. Give them one coin? The leader angrily asked. What does this mean? Jiang Sihai still had a smile on his face and calmly said, the divine dragon's intention is to give you one coin from the treasure, and the rest will be deducted as the salvage fee. Impossible, absolutely impossible. 32 national treasures plus 1 billion in cash, in exchange for one coin? Whoever signs this will be scolded. It's no different from being humiliated and insulted. Jiang Sihai still smiled and said, this is the condition set by the divine dragon. I believe you also know the divine dragon's worth. In Lighthouse Country, one of his paintings was sold for 300 billion. How much would it cost for him to salvage a sunken ship in such deep waters? The representatives from Johnland were once again speechless. These words were all true. Although national treasures were national treasures, they also had a price. The actual value of these things added up was indeed not worth tens of thousands of billions. Then we won't make the exchange. We demand that the cultural relics we brought be taken back. Several representatives from the country of John thought for a while before angrily speaking, but when they turned to look at the area where the wooden crates were placed, there were no crates left. They had all been moved by well-trained armed personnel. They were already on their way to the village of Taoyuan. Sorry, our exchange agreement has already been reached, and you have also signed and paid. As for that gold coin, we will send it to the country of John 7 working days later, so please pay attention to receiving it then. One of the representatives at the scene fainted from anger. Soon, this news spread to the country of John. The major core departments were all confused after receiving the news. They exchanged 1,032 national treasures for this? In their anger, they announced, Implement Plan C, notify the Navy. The country of Banana, by the seaside. The John Country Aircraft Carrier Strike Group, which was being repaired here, received the order. They began to sail at full speed towards the northwest. Captain and Congressman Steve had a serious expression on his face as he was having a core conversation with the country's leaders. On the screen in the command room, the entire conference room was filled with people. Faced with the increasingly powerful Dragon Country, sending out an aircraft carrier strike group was the only way. Once used, it had to be handled with extreme caution. There was no room for the slightest mistake. Congressman Steve, I now order you to enter the waters of the Dragon Country. This voyage is for pressure, there are no further orders, and any direct conflict is prohibited. Steve's expression was serious. He stood at attention, saluted, and said loudly, understood. As the captain of the aircraft carrier, he understood the danger of this operation. The Dragon Country was not some insignificant small country. It needed to be treated with caution. Whoever engages in direct conflict would be a fool. While the aircraft carrier strike group was sailing towards the waters of the Dragon Country, the country of John announced this news to the world through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Elizabeth aircraft carrier, deployed. For a moment, the whole world was in an uproar. If it were in normal times, this would be a strategic statement. But everyone knew that the country of John had just been tricked by the Dragon Country, and now they were taking action. There was only one reason, to force the Dragon Country to hand over those national treasures. If the Dragon Country didn't comply, it would mean declaring hostility towards the country of John. The country of John established a joint command headquarters to deal with this incident. Now, they were all watching the trajectory of the aircraft carrier on the screen. 2 hours later, the aircraft carrier strike group would be able to enter the waters of the Dragon Country. At the same time, the Dragon Country also released a message. The John Country's actions this time are undoubtedly playing with fire. The logic of the National Treasure Exchange incident is clear and cannot be changed. Please don't make any more mistakes, John Country. At the same time, the Dragon Country also took action. Multiple destroyers and submarines set sail. They were prepared for battle. As for the protagonist of this incident, Chen Jiao, he was currently visiting his mansion in the village of Taoyuan. The plot of land where the Dragon Palace was being built was usually located on the outskirts of the village, with no villagers coming over. Now it was being protected by a special forces team. The villagers only knew that a large construction project was being carried out there, but they didn't know the specifics. The entire construction team consisted of 2 construction companies and employed the most elite official employees. No outsourcing was used. This was to facilitate secrecy. On the main road, 6 military trucks were driving in an orderly manner. They were filled with fully armed security personnel. They carried automatic rifles and even squad machine guns. There was even a truck with individual missiles on top. The 6 trucks carried over 100 wooden crates of various sizes. Even they themselves didn't know which ones contained national treasures. Jiang Sihai and Chen Jiao were on the front truck. Jiang Sihai knew that the divine dragon could understand human language, but couldn't speak it, so he simply introduced the plan for the dragon palace to Chen Jiao. On this side of the mountain, we plan to build a backyard. In the middle, there will be the main building complex, all large buildings no more than 4 stories high. In front, we plan to build a visitor area. These cultural relics, including the gold coins behind, and the warships, will all be placed here as the Divine Dragon Museum. Chen Jiao nodded. This design ensures both privacy and openness. He is very satisfied. However, there is still something missing. There is no pen and paper here, so he extends his dragon claw and writes on the steel plate of the truck, Dragon Temple, then points to a remote location on the map. How could I forget about this? No problem. I guarantee the completion of the mission. Jiang Sihai pats his own head. What does a legendary existence like the dragon god need the most? Incense. Build a dragon temple, and the incense will come. Shen nods in satisfaction. With the dragon temple, his power of belief might increase faster. After arriving at the construction site, the security personnel loaded all the boxes into the first completed air raid shelter. Chen followed Jiang Sihai around. The construction plans of several construction companies were all divided into groups, with each group contracting a building. In just a few days, the foundation had been laid. Due to the absence of high-rise buildings, the construction speed was fast. After taking a look, Chen was satisfied. After confirming that there were no other issues, Chen flew south to the sea area. His yacht trip with Lin Yuchu was not over yet. Lin Yuchu was still waiting for him on the yacht. Before leaving, he used his life force to help Jiang Sihai, who was on the verge of baldness, grow some hair. Jiang Sihai looked at himself in the mirror, full of confidence. He made a few phone calls to the capital. Hey, Lao Wan, come to my house tonight for a drink. It's nothing, just catching up. Hey, Lao Jin, come to my house tonight. I prepared good wine. It's no trouble, no trouble. Then, he called his wife. Buy some good food. Lao Wan and Lao Jin are coming over to drink tonight. Today? Aren't you busy with work? Why are you drinking today? You'll find out when I get back. Looking at the disconnected phone, Jiang Sihai's wife frowned. She complained, what secret work is he up to again? Jiang Sihai couldn't help but touch his own hair. Did he make dumplings just to eat dumplings? It was for that bit of jealousy. Chen delayed in Taoyuan village. John's aircraft carrier had already entered the Dragon Kingdom. Just as it crossed the territorial waters, several destroyers quickly surrounded it. Captain Steve looked around with binoculars. He was very nervous at this moment. Not only him, but the entire crew of the aircraft carrier was also nervous. They had been to this sea area before, but it had never been like today, being closely watched as soon as they entered. The aircraft carrier strike group, which should have been like a fierce tiger, now resembled a lamb, surrounded by a pack of wolves. Captain, what should we do? Steve glanced at the orders coming from the country. There were no updates. So he said, continue forward according to the established route. With this order, the aircraft carrier accelerated at full speed. The international news scene was in an uproar. On the Dragon Kingdom's yacht, Captain Luan Jilong did not receive any evacuation orders. His mission was to stay put and wait for the return of the Dragon God. As a retired soldier, he was particularly excited at this moment. The news constantly coming in on his phone gave him a feeling that something big was about to happen. Looking back 3 years ago, what do you regret the most? If given a choice, Steve would definitely refuse to take on the position of captain of the Elizabeth aircraft carrier. In his imagination, holding this position meant being domineering everywhere. Now he realized that it wasn't about being domineering, but rather walking on the edge of a knife. On the aircraft carrier, the soldiers no longer had their usual laughter and joy. They were all at their posts, facing their work in the best state. They all understood that their usual mistakes were nothing more than scratching an itch for the aircraft carrier. But if they made a mistake today, it could be a disaster. In the radar monitoring room, several sailors couldn't believe their eyes. Not only were there destroyers around them, but underwater, there were also 5 submarines tracking them. And they were intentionally made visible. The invisible missiles were the most frightening. Report. Submarine spotted in the rear. Unknown model. Report. Submarine spotted on the port side. Unknown model. Report. Reconnaissance aircraft spotted in the air. Congressman Steve wiped the sweat off his palms with a handkerchief and said, no combat actions allowed. Understood. After giving the order to his subordinates, he dialed the phone number of the temporary command center. Mr. Cunningham, our soldiers are in great danger. Please make a quick decision on the next step, otherwise, I would rather go to court than retreat. I won't let the carrier strike group be buried here because of something that has no result. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, followed by the sound of a door closing. Mr. Cunningham said in a low voice, Steve, don't complain. Wait for orders. Don't forget that you are a soldier of John Bull. He then reassured, I am dealing with those foolish congressmen. Please trust me. Hanging up the phone, Mr. Cunningham returned to the main conference room. He picked up the microphone and said to everyone, Ladies and gentlemen, let's stop discussing meaningless matters. Our carrier strike group is in great danger. Please come up with effective solutions. If there is no conclusion in an hour, our carrier battle group will withdraw from the waters of Dragon Country. Just then, a man in a suit with glasses stood up. He was the representative of the intelligence department. I have a plan, let's discuss it. Director Oliver, go ahead. Oliver stood up and put the information collected by the intelligence agency on the screen of the projector. He pointed at the information on the screen with a pen and said, Our goal this time is to force Dragon Country to hand over a national treasure and regain the face of John Bull. And we cannot actually engage in conflict with Dragon Country. To achieve both of these goals at the same time, there is only one way. Oliver's pencil moved and pointed to a name. Lin Yu-chu? Director Oliver, what does this woman have to do with our operation? Oliver said, according to the intelligence we received, this woman named Lin Yu-chu was the first to discover the Divine Dragon and also has the closest relationship with the Divine Dragon. We cannot directly confront Dragon Country, nor can we go after the damn Divine Dragon. This woman is the best breakthrough. The leaders of various departments in the audience looked at each other. Director Oliver, please explain more clearly. Oliver nodded and said, Lin Yu-chu is currently on a yacht owned by a wealthy person in Bear Country and is not a military target. Since it is not a military target, it would be normal for our carrier control system to malfunction and accidentally collide with the yacht, right? As soon as he said this, thunderous applause erupted in the room. Yes, why didn't they think of that? If the carrier collided with Dragon Country's fleet, it would be provocation. But if a warship collided with a civilian vessel that is not even from Dragon Country, it would only be an international dispute. And they did it accidentally. They didn't initiate any provocative measures. They didn't even move the planes. Except for entering Dragon Country's waters, which was somewhat unjustifiable, everything else was justifiable. Soon, this plan was unanimously approved and conveyed to Captain Steve. After reading it, Steve was also satisfied. At least there won't be any danger to lives. Issue the order, full speed ahead towards this point. Entering the coordinates of the yacht's location, slightly adjusting the course, the engines roared. The fleet set sail. This slight change was quickly captured by the reconnaissance aircraft in the sky. It was transmitted back to Dragon Country's exercise command center. What are they trying to do? They are heading towards this line. Will they sail out of Dragon Country's waters? No, we still have 2 escort ships here on a mission. This is the route where the Divine Dragon yacht is located. Their target is the yacht. Several people widened their eyes. They didn't expect John Bull to play such a trick. But dealing with this matter was also extremely tricky. They could only order the yacht to evacuate urgently. Report it immediately. It's too late. The speed of the large yacht is only about 20 knots. Now, the aircraft carrier is only 10 minutes away from them, and there is no time to evacuate. What should we do? Find a way to get the personnel off the ship. Captain Luan Jilong just received the order and saw the huge aircraft carrier approaching from the distance. Although they have the largest yacht in the world and can take off 2 helicopters, the opponent is an aircraft carrier, which is more than twice as long and incomparable in width. There are also other warships around the aircraft carrier. The pressure they bring is just like what a small yacht sees. At this time, the public radio also transmitted a message. Yacht ahead, we are the Elizabeth Aircraft Carrier Formation. The control system is malfunctioning and unable to turn. Please avoid immediately. Yacht ahead, we are the Elizabeth Aircraft Carrier Formation. The control system is malfunctioning and unable to turn. Please avoid immediately. If you don't avoid, you will bear all the consequences. Luan Jilong clenched his fist and slammed it on the control panel. Damn it! They're playing dirty tricks. Captain, should we start the evacuation? There's not enough time. Hurry, start the yacht. Another group will take the speedboat. Arrange Lin Yu-chu to take the helicopter, and the rest, if necessary, jump into the sea. The situation is critical. If the yacht is hit by this aircraft carrier formation, it will definitely sink. The other party is obviously intentional, and coordination is impossible. Luan Jilong, as an experienced captain, quickly came up with 2 plans. The alarm sounded. Everyone on the ship started to evacuate. At the same time, in the sky, Chen Jiujing leisurely enjoyed the beautiful scenery on the sea surface, crossing through the clouds, feeling free. This is much more comfortable than being on an airplane. Suddenly, he felt a piece of information in his mind that didn't belong to him. This information came from the power of the ocean. What is this? Driven by curiosity, Chen Jiujing analyzed this piece of information. It's sent by those killer whales. They seem to be saying there's danger? Chen Jiujing's heart tightened, and there was no time to study the principles behind it. He looked towards the direction of the cruise ship. It was all clouds and mist, still far away. Never mind. He released all the power of his faith, merging with the surrounding wind. Full speed ahead. With the power of the wind, travel with the wind. This wind is not an ordinary sea breeze. It is a power vibration created by Chen Jiujing. As Chen Jiujing released more and more power of faith, his speed became faster and faster. The sound of his body in the air vibrating spread forward. But as Chen Jiujing's speed approached the speed of sound, a sonic barrier formed in front of him. Continue to accelerate and break the sound barrier. A circle of white mist appeared directly around Chen Jiujing's body. A sonic boom cloud appeared. At the same time, a huge sound spread to the sea surface. All the fishermen working on the sea were stunned. If I'm not mistaken, what just passed by wasn't a fighter jet, right? What fighter jet? That's a dragon, a divine dragon. Some people were quick enough to capture this historic scene and share it on social media, but it was quickly deleted by the authorities. As Chen Jiujing continued to accelerate, his flying speed had reached Mach 3, which is 3,672 km per hour or 1,020 meters per second. Compared to the speed of the aircraft carrier at 60 km per hour, it was like an elephant encountering an ant. The aircraft carrier formation was advancing, and the people on the yacht were evacuating urgently. Everything was tense. Everyone's heart was in their throat. But, at this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the distance. This sound seemed to come from hell. People couldn't help but cover their ears. And it kept getting louder. In such an urgent situation, this sound made both sides instinctively stop their actions. What's going on? Steve's heart tightened. At this critical moment, he was afraid of any accidents. They couldn't afford the consequences of any unexpected events. Captain, it seems to be a sonic boom. Sonic boom? Supersonic? The other party sent a supersonic aircraft? What are they trying to do? Does Dragon Country really want to stop us? Steve's judgment was half correct. Although it wasn't a supersonic aircraft, the Dragon Country headquarters was indeed prepared to stop the aircraft carrier fleet at all costs. But they were interrupted by a photo. The exercise headquarters. The deleted photo of the Divine Dragon's flight was displayed on the largest screen. Supersonic is certain, but we don't know how much faster it is. Breaking the sound barrier with physical strength. Is this the power of the Divine Dragon? The shockwaves, pressure, and low temperatures generated by supersonic flight cannot be withstood by ordinary aviation materials. This is definitely the pinnacle of human material technology. The Divine Dragon can actually withstand it with its body. Oh my goodness, is this the Divine Dragon? It's a deterrent presence even higher than nuclear weapons. From the position where the photo was taken to the distance to the yacht, it's only 120 nautical miles. The Divine Dragon needs 2 seconds per nautical mile, so it only needs 240 seconds, 4 minutes, to arrive. That's 6 minutes faster than the John Country's aircraft carrier fleet. After the calculation, the headquarters ordered all Dragon Country ships and submarines to quickly evacuate. No more missions. Stay in position after leaving the area. Although the captains were puzzled, they strictly followed the orders. Evacuate. On the HMS Elizabeth aircraft carrier, Captain Steve was completely panicked. On the radar, they monitored all the Dragon Country warships evacuating. The submarines underwater also entered the deep sea and disappeared. Combined with the increasingly closer sonic booms, it was even more uncomfortable than being surrounded by a bunch of Dragon Country warships. At least at that time, he could still be sure that he was safe. At most, he would be captured. The vice captain looked up with binoculars. The direction where the sound came from, the white sonic boom cloud appeared. In the center of the sonic boom cloud, it was none other than the Divine Dragon. It's the Divine Dragon. It's the Divine Dragon. An anxious voice came from the loudspeaker of the satellite phone. The temporary headquarters of John Country. Everyone was dumbfounded. That dragon was just participating in a ceremony in Zhongjiang. How could it arrive in the southern sea area so quickly? However, the explosive news that followed made them feel scared. That dragon actually came all the way with the sonic boom cloud. How is this possible? What do we do now? It's too late to regret. We have no way out. So what if that dragon comes? Can it defeat the aircraft carrier? Issue the order. Once the dragon attacks the aircraft carrier, consider it as a declaration of war, and eliminate it at all costs. Understood. At the moment when the world media was holding their breath and paying attention, John Bull issued another announcement. Once the evil dragon attacks the aircraft carrier fleet, John Bull will take all means of attack against the evil dragon. After the announcement was made, although major news agencies didn't know what was happening on the sea surface, they understood. It seemed that they had reached a critical moment of survival. In the sky, when Chen saw the outline of the yacht, he slowed down. At the same time, the imposing aircraft carrier also appeared in his line of sight. Seeking death, Chen instantly understood why the killer whale had sent him a danger message. It turned out that the John country's aircraft carrier strike group was going to collide with the yacht. You like comparing sizes, huh? Blossom. When Chen flew to the middle of the yacht and the aircraft carrier, a golden light flashed from his body. Then it turned into dots of golden light, falling together. Like a golden rain, all of them fell into the sea. They merged with the seawater and disappeared. What is the divine dragon doing? I don't know. Steve didn't need to think to know that the divine dragon was about to unleash its ultimate move. He no longer cared about the domestic declaration. He immediately ordered, change direction. Avoid the area where the golden light fell. The anxious response from the vice captain next door came, it's not possible. Captain, in order to create the illusion of an accident, we shut down all the power units. Now the carrier is moving forward solely relying on inertia. To adjust the direction, we need to restart the power system. Damn it! Steve has never felt as desperate as he does today. There is no way. He can only follow the threat above and put all the soldiers on the warships into combat mode. However, Chen Jiu's actions did not pause for a moment. After the golden light fell into the sea, the blue sky and white clouds suddenly turned into dark clouds pressing down. The calm sea suddenly turned into turbulent waves. Everything changed. The killer whales that had been guarding the yacht, the killer whales that never left for a moment, also began to retreat behind the yacht. What's going on? Before Steve could react, the aircraft carrier started to shake. In front, where the golden light fell, a white wave tip appeared. What is that? Can someone tell me what that is? As the golden light continued to fall, the white wave tip grew at a visible speed. From 1 meter to 2 meters to 3 meters, it grew to over 100 meters high, completely covering Chen Jiu's body. The height of the Elizabeth was only over 50 meters. This giant wave was twice as high as the aircraft carrier. Now, Steve couldn't see the yacht on the other side anymore. In front of him, there was only a huge wall of water. A wall of water that could hit at any moment. Sound the alarm. Evacuate all personnel on the deck. Captain, what about the fighter jets? Don't worry about them. Come back quickly. Soon, all the crew members hid inside the cabin. On the deck, there were only 12 carrier-based aircraft and 1 helicopter left. At the same time, the huge wave fell and ruthlessly struck the deck. In just an instant, all 12 carrier-based aircraft and the helicopter were completely destroyed. The crew members hiding below were dumbfounded. What the F***ck is this? Chen Jiu could only think. I really am not human. At this moment, Chen Jiu was flying in the air. His original intention was to continuously release the power of faith to strengthen his domain. Unexpectedly, during this process, the power of the ocean was released and formed a certain connection with the seawater, just like when he summoned the wind before. So he came up with this move of borrowing strength to strike, letting the seawater form waves to attack the aircraft carrier. The effect was very obvious. Originally, he could only create such a large wave by releasing all of his faith power. But with the help of the ocean, now it was wave after wave. The Elizabeth was pushed up into the sky and then fell down violently. It had no means to fight back at all. However, as an aircraft carrier, its ability to withstand wind and waves was still strong. As long as it didn't overturn, it wouldn't sink. As for the other ships around it, they were in a sorry state, either dead or severely damaged. Those who could run were running out. They were even willing to brave the black smoke to leave this area. With the push of the waves, this powerless aircraft carrier slowly drifted back along the same path. Shenlong, what are you doing? In the exercise command center, watching the live video sent by the reconnaissance aircraft, everyone was a bit confused. The huge wave just now startled them as well. Fortunately, our ships on this side evacuated early. No one can rival this level of attack at sea. That's not necessarily true. After all, the other side didn't resist. If they resisted, they might be able to hold on for a while. The leading commander shook his head. It's not that they didn't resist, but they didn't even have a chance to resist. In the face of the power of nature, humans are so insignificant, and Shenlong can mobilize the power of nature. If we were to find a modern weapon equivalent, Shenlong would be like a multifunctional meteorological weapon. Meteorological weapon? Hearing this name, everyone was shocked. The old man next to them nodded and said, Li is right. The initial hurricane and the current towering waves both utilize the power of nature. It seems that Shenlong has activated this force. This is consistent with the principle of a meteorological weapon. The people in the command center gasped. It was so terrifying. If that's the case, there is only one way to defeat Shenlong, which is to eliminate him before he mobilizes the power of nature. Eliminate him? Did you forget about the long supersonic flight just now? Can the human body withstand the pressure of supersonic flight that can be eliminated by ordinary weapons? The command center fell silent. Everyone was secretly relieved. Shenlong is the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom. As for John Bull's command headquarters, it is now in chaos. They only received the last evacuation message, and the chaotic and terrified screams on the phone. Then they completely lost contact with the aircraft carrier strike group. What happened? I only heard something about Shenlong, giant wave. They were attacked by Shenlong? Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. If something happened to the Elizabeth carrier formation, their positions would be compromised. No one can bear this responsibility. Quick, go negotiate with the Dragon Kingdom. What exactly happened? Just as the few people were preparing to leave, the long-lost satellite phone rang. A weak voice accompanied by the sound of electricity appeared. I am Steve. We have now been swept out of the Dragon Kingdom waters by the giant waves. The aircraft carrier fleet is severely damaged and requests to return to port for repairs. After Steve finished speaking, personnel from the intelligence agency also rushed in. They brought a weather report. Just now, the Dragon Kingdom waters suddenly experienced abnormal weather for more than 10 minutes before returning to normal. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom issued a brief message. Extreme weather occurred in the Dragon Kingdom waters. The Dragon Kingdom deeply regrets the severe damage to the Elizabeth. If necessary, the damaged ships can be towed to the Dragon Kingdom port, and the Dragon Kingdom will send the best repair team to assist in the repairs. Damn it! Anger spread throughout the command center. The sound of smashing and cursing echoed. Meanwhile, in the world news arena, various media outlets were closely following this conflict. When the Dragon Kingdom's brief message was released, everyone began to analyze it word by word. Extreme weather? Damage to the Elizabeth? They dared not guess the cause of the extreme weather, but it was obvious that John Bull had lost. On the other hand, John Bull had not responded until now. Silence prevailed. Soon, insiders leaked the news of the departure of the ocean-going tugboats, and there were dozens of them all at once. It seemed that the entire aircraft carrier fleet couldn't move. The foreign media, who had prepared to hype up this issue, fell silent collectively. The articles they had written were about John Bull's victory. Who could have imagined that the result would be the complete annihilation of John Bull's aircraft carrier formation? Could it be because of that dragon? Organizations from various countries began to collect intelligence and analyze. They quickly found the picture of Chen breaking the sound barrier. Seeing this, the reason was already apparent. Shenlong guards, aircraft carriers prohibited. At the same time, in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, the evacuated Dragon Kingdom ships gathered again. It wasn't because there was a battlefield to clean up, but because Shenlong was gone. Just now, after the Elizabeth was cleared out of the Dragon Kingdom waters, the weather returned to normal. There were no more dark clouds, no more strong winds, and no more waves. However, Chen was also gone. After he communicated with nature and the sea using his power of faith, all of his power of faith was released and then absorbed again. However, after these powers of faith returned to his body, there was an additional, gentler force. After absorbing these, his power became uncontrollable. It began to impact his physical body. In this way, he once again fell unconscious, and he fell directly into the sea. It was only because of the cover of the waves that no one else saw the scene. Everyone only knew that after the waves, Shenlong was gone. In the exercise command center, the people went from joy to silence. How is this possible? How could Shenlong disappear? Could it be that the wave just now consumed all of his power and he fell into the sea? Soon, someone said, "This is all part of the traditional plot of fantasy stories. The protagonist resists the main antagonist, uses all their power, and ultimately perishes together. It's possible. Quick, send anti-submarine ships, anti-submarine aircraft, and submarines to search that area of the sea." On the yacht deck, the scene just now shocked everyone. They were all witnesses. They witnessed the power of the divine dragon. Lin Yuchu was also on the deck, but her attention was not on Chen Jiu's strength. She knew that Chen Jiu would definitely win. What she was worried about was whether Chen Jiu would get hurt. The mist rose, and her heart tightened. As the mist cleared, she searched the entire sea surface but couldn't find Chenjiu. "Little guy, please, don't get into trouble." Without the power of the ocean surrounding him, Chenjiu slowly sank with gravity. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure of the seawater. The seawater rushed in from all directions, entering Chenjiu's nostrils and ears. It seemed like they wanted to burst through. However, in the instant these seawaters touched the energy inside Chenjiu's body, they seemed to come to life and all rushed out. A burst of blue light emerged from Chenjiu's body, tightly enveloping him. This blue light was the power of the ocean. Over 10 minutes later, the sea layer where Chenjiu was located could no longer see any trace of light. Only Chenjiu shone brightly at the bottom of the sea, and all those strange-looking underwater creatures gathered around him. It was as if they were on a pilgrimage. Chenjiu also woke up from his dazed state. What's going on? Why have the powers of faith and the ocean disappeared completely? He quickly sensed his surroundings. After seeing the blue power of the ocean and the power of faith tightly surrounding him, he breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, a question arose. Wait, during the last upgrade, these were the main powers that strengthened his body. Why did they all disappear this time? With intense curiosity, he once again looked inside his body. The place where energy was stored was no longer blue, only red and green energy mixed together. He knew the green was the power of life, but what was this red? After thinking for a while, Chenjiu tentatively guided these two forces. As soon as he touched the red force, a familiar feeling surged up. Isn't this the force that appeared after I stirred up the waves? This red force was the reason he fell unconscious when it descended from the sky. Chenjiu wanted to continue investigating, but after his attempt to guide it, this red force was no longer under his control. It became completely unruly. It flew up. It seemed like it wanted to tear his body apart. Chenjiu was startled. Although his dragon scale armor was strong, it was useless against missiles, but he didn't dare to gamble on whether his body could withstand it. Damn, I hope I don't die here. The scene Chenjiu worried about did not happen. After the red energy touched his body, it was as if it was blocked by a mountain. It all retracted and returned to the side of the green energy, enveloping it. The transformation continued. 3 minutes later, the two energies actually merged together and became a golden seed. In Chenjiu's mind, there were also some instinctive memories. The red energy just now was the original power of the dragon. Now, the combination of the original power and the power of life generated a seed of origin within his body. This was the true power of the divine dragon. In gaming terms, the powers of faith and the ocean were consumables, while the power generated by the seed of origin was the basic attribute. It would continue to increase as he grew, and unless there were special circumstances, it would not decrease. Is this the true power of the divine dragon? After the golden seed appeared, the blue energy outside his body was also absorbed back. It began to constantly collide with the golden seed, as if it wanted to be absorbed by it. Chenjiu wanted to continue watching, but the powers of faith outside were slowly dissipating. He had to quickly absorb them back. If they all flowed into the deep sea, who knows what kind of monster might be born. On the surface of the sea, anti-submarine aircraft flew back and forth in this area, continuously dropping sonar to try to locate Chenjiu's position. But besides their own submarine, they didn't see anything. Underwater. A small sea area, 8 submarines are conducting a carpet search. But the sea is too deep, and the sonar's exploratory capabilities are not good. Report, no dragon found at depths of 0 to 1,000 meters. Exercise Command Center. The members of the Dragon Protection Task Force also arrived here. Chen Anghua exchanged information with the command center personnel. After learning about the relevant information of Chen's previous upgrade, they made a new judgment. It is highly likely that the dragon is undergoing a new round of upgrades. If that's the case, the dragon can only be at the bottom of the sea. But this sea area is extremely deep, probably 1 to 2,000 meters deep. Our submarines can't go down at all. We may have to borrow a research submersible. We still don't know if the dragon is alive or dead. Let's apply to the higher-ups first. On the yacht, Lin Yuchu just stared at the sea surface without saying a word. She looked at the place where Chen disappeared, and tiptoed. It seemed that this could help her see further. Following the direction of Lin Yuchu's finger, Captain Luan Jilong led the crew on the yacht to search on the sea surface. Captain, the Navy's ships haven't found anything, can we find it? Luan Jilong coughed awkwardly. He didn't expect to find anything, but it wasn't good to just stand around. With so many people from other departments present, they also had to put on a show. You talk too much. What is the dragon? It's a godlike existence. If human technology can't detect it, only our eyes can see it, right? Luan Jilong said confidently. The other crew members nodded in agreement. Makes sense, Luan Gu has strategic vision. Another crew member raised a question. I feel like Luan Go is talking nonsense. How is that possible?" Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly a blue light shot out from the bottom of the sea. Although it became very weak after reaching the water surface, every crew member saw it. Looking down from the side of the boat, a cluster of blue blossomed on the seabed. They didn't know what it was. They only knew that it was deep. Definitely a depth that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. "Wait! Touch this water!" a crew member screamed. Luan Jilong reached out and tested it, then quickly pulled his hand back. One word: hot. The seawater had become scorching hot. It even started to bubble. Combined with the blue light below, they suspected that nuclear fusion was happening down there. "Run! Run fast!" Several people started the speedboat and quickly boarded the yacht as if escaping. Exercise Command Center. The detection equipment they left behind immediately transmitted the abnormal data back to the command center. The brightness, the water temperature. Everyone fell silent. This wasn't just boiling water in a kettle, it was the ocean. What could make the ocean change like this? Could the dragon have exploded down there? Nonsense. Look at this data. The temperature is slowly decreasing, and very smoothly. If the dragon isn't controlling it down there, it's simply impossible. In other words, it's highly likely that the dragon is upgrading at the bottom of the sea. Upgrading at the bottom of the sea? The command center began a new round of analysis. They uploaded the data to the Academy of Sciences, asking the academicians to simulate the data and see how many nuclear bombs could cause this effect. After the news was released in the Dragon Kingdom, media outlets around the world hired civilian ships to try to enter the southern sea area to find out what was happening. If anyone could get first-hand information, it would definitely elevate their news influence to a new level. For media organizations, this was more important than any amount of money. Intelligence agencies from various countries also seized this information and had their agents disguise themselves as journalists or fishermen, trying to enter the southern sea area. Of course, they were all driven away by the patrolling ships on the outskirts. Until the dragon reappears, not even a fly is allowed in. Exercise Command Center. Chen Onguo waved his hand. They were now anxiously waiting for information from the search team and the Academy of Sciences. Report. Search team report. Speak. Through sonar detection, we have confirmed that the dragon is in the seabed. The current situation is unknown, but the sea temperature has returned to normal. Is the research submersible in position? It is currently being deployed, and we are determining the actual location of the dragon. Speed up, we cannot afford any mistakes. Understood. News also came from the Academy. Preliminary analysis suggests that this energy release is similar to nuclear fusion. Further calculations are needed for specifics. Due to limited data, their simulations are challenging. But one thing is certain. If this level of energy release were to occur on land, it would be devastating to all plants and animals. Is this the true power of the dragon? Chen Onghua, who has been dealing with the dragon from the beginning, is starting to feel afraid. Overseas, the ground intelligence personnel couldn't infiltrate, so they resorted to high-tech methods. They dispatched reconnaissance aircraft for close surveillance. Satellites were also deployed. Faced with this pervasive detection, the Dragon Kingdom wanted to intercept but was powerless. The detection results quickly reached the intelligence departments of various countries. The Dragon Kingdom has dispatched a large number of ships, claiming to be conducting post-disaster search and rescue operations, and they are sailing back and forth in the area where the Elizabeth was attacked. Moreover, these ships are primarily reconnaissance vessels. The Air Force has dispatched reconnaissance aircraft and is dropping a large number of sonar buoys on the sea. Spy satellites did not capture any relevant impact from the dragon. The temporary command center of Jonland was filled with grief just now, but now it is boiling with excitement. When these pieces of information are combined, the result is clear. The Dragon Kingdom's national treasure is missing. The Dragon Kingdom is urgently searching, but they haven't found anything after searching for so long. Soon, new information came. Geological movements occurred again in the southern sea area. A large amount of energy was released from the seabed. For detailed information, please wait for the Dragon Kingdom spokesperson's announcement. Upon hearing this news, the people of Jonland became even more excited. Ha ha, I knew it. That dragon isn't as powerful as they claimed. I guess their aircraft carrier formation suffered a very painful price in the face of our opposition. Their confidence was restored a bit. It seems that my aircraft carrier formation wouldn't be a pushover against the dragon. With such a massive energy release, the dragon should be dead, right? Probably dead. Besides, all the energy inside it has been released. I can't think of anything else that could cause such a huge energy change. I heard that the seawater was boiling. It's probably finished. After reaching a unanimous conclusion, Jonland, who couldn't swallow the news, didn't bother to confirm it and issued a public statement. We express deep regret for the damage suffered by the dragon in the natural disaster. Just like our Elizabeth, this is a tragedy for both our countries. The announcement was brief but contained a lot of information. There were many possible interpretations. Global media were worried about the lack of material for the next round of reporting. Analysis began immediately. Both the dragon and the Elizabeth were attacked in that natural disaster. However, according to the information we received, the yacht of the Bearland was unharmed. What exactly happened in that sea area? Judging from Jonlin's tone, the dragon's chances of survival are slim. After the analysis, each media outlet wrote analysis articles. One official media outlet from the lighthouse country even obtained photos of the damaged Elizabeth aircraft carrier from somewhere. They used this to argue that the dragon of the Dragon Kingdom must also be in a bad state now. This wave of public opinion quickly spread back to the domestic audience. The people who had been waiting for the Orange Girl to start broadcasting were suddenly attracted by these analyses. The news of the dragon's demise began to spread widely. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The dragon is so powerful, how could it have perished? I also think so. At most, it's severely injured. I don't believe a natural disaster could overpower the dragon. That's the dragon, capable of withstanding missiles. However, someone quickly turned around the photos posted by the lighthouse country. What the heck? Is this the HMS Elizabeth? This appearance, is it back to its original state? Although the HMS Elizabeth is a bit worn out, we have to admit that as a real aircraft carrier, it's hard to imagine how terrifying this natural disaster is to cause such destruction. Confused, do you really believe this is a natural disaster? It must be Shenlong and Zhangguo clashing. Judging from the state of the HMS Elizabeth, Shenlong's condition is probably not good either. I kind of believe that Shenlong has been seriously injured. The news spread quickly. Soon, this speculation turned into a certainty that Shenlong was truly gone. Has Shenlong really left? Countless people left messages on the official account, but received no response. No confirmation, no denial. How is this possible? Let's pray for Shenlong like we did last time. Last time we prayed, Shenlong came back to life. It will definitely work this time too. Good idea. Soon, funeral supply stores all over the country became lively. No one organized it. Everyone spontaneously shared in work groups, school groups, and family groups. There was no fixed time, no fixed location. Everyone was praying. Meanwhile, underwater, after an hour of circulation, Chen finally absorbed all the power of faith into his body. These blue energies were now tightly gathered around the golden seed. After multiple impacts, the golden seed finally cracked slightly. Those blue powers of faith were drilling in like hungry ghosts and being continuously absorbed. Can this seed really sprout? Chen tried his best to find relevant information in his mind, but couldn't find anything. It seemed that this instinctive thing would only unlock when he reached the corresponding strength. Just now, the concept of the power of origin appeared in his mind solely because the seed of origin appeared in his body. While he was contemplating, a continuous stream of power of faith came from afar and rushed into his body. The form was similar to last time at China Agricultural University, but the degree was at least 1,000 times stronger. After absorbing this continuous stream of power of faith, the golden seed underwent another change. The shell cracked open, and a green sprout emerged from inside. Is this sprouting? Before Chen could take a closer look, the green sprout began to emit a golden mist and quickly spread into the gaps left by the absorbed power of faith. At the same time, Chen also felt the power that had helped him create a 100-meter wave before. Is this the power of a dragon itself? On the surface of the sea, the Jelong was ready to start its diving operation. It's been so long since the blue light disappeared, and Shenlong hasn't appeared yet. Could it be? Chen Anhua shook his head. Last time, it took 14 hours for Shenlong to wake up from a coma. Our instruments detected that after 6 hours, all the data returned to normal, and for the remaining 8 hours, do you know what Shenlong was doing? Chen Anhua's rhetorical question aroused everyone's curiosity. They all looked over. The leading technician curiously asked, what was it doing? Chen Anhua laughed and said, for the remaining 8 hours, it was sleeping. Sleeping? Everyone was dumbfounded. Truly, it was the lazy Shenlong. While others were giving their all, it was sleeping here? Chen Anhua waved his hand. You don't need to worry, just focus on your work. Yes. After everyone left, Chen Anhua stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the sea where Shenlong disappeared. He then looked up at Ling Yuchu on the second floor of the yacht and sighed. I hope there will be a good outcome. Those words just now were deliberately said to liven up the atmosphere. If Shenlong really was sleeping underwater, he would be willing to search for 5 days and nights. Just now, he received 3 urgent calls asking him to find out Shenlong's status. Now, there is a double explosion of discussions internationally and domestically. If there is no reasonable explanation, their spokesperson couldn't hold up either. Just as he was thinking, another phone call came in. Xiao Chen, how's the situation at sea? The person on the other end spoke in Mandarin with a dialect. Chen Anhua didn't dare to neglect and quickly explained the situation on the scene in detail. You must make good use of the Jialong submersible. As for the matter of Shenlong, you must give everyone an explanation. Whether Shenlong is dead or alive, you must bring him back. At the same time, don't let the pressure be too great. If they want to make noise internationally, let them make noise. They're just a bunch of media people who bully the weak and fear the strong. They can't stir up a storm. Chen Anhua quickly said, I understand. Thank you, teacher. The person on the other end said, hey, don't thank me. I have one more thing to say. If you can't find Shenlong, don't call me teacher anymore. Before Chen Anhua could continue speaking, the phone was hung up. He heard 2 beeps. Chen Anhua shook his head and smiled. The old man was still sharp. This wasn't telling him not to worry, it was giving him an ultimatum. The secretary standing next to him asked, does the old man want us to pay attention to the impact? Chen Anhua nodded and said, give the public an explanation. Inform everyone, prepare to start the live broadcast the search for Shenlong. The secretary's eyes lit up. This is a good method. It prevents rumors from spreading and gives hostile elements no chance to take advantage. But the only drawback is that if something has happened to Shenlong, the live broadcast will have an extremely negative impact. This is completely gambling with Chen Anhua's position. But, team leader, what if something happens? Chen Anhua waved his hand. If something happens, I'll take the blame alone. Under Chen Anhua's organization, the Orange Girl account started broadcasting again. Everyone, go watch. Orange Girl is live. Damn, really? Have you seen what happened to Shenlong? No, it seems like they're live searching for Shenlong. Searching for Shenlong? So, Shenlong really disappeared? It seems like both sides suffered losses. Could it be that Shenlong is really lost? It shouldn't be, the authorities are still searching, which means they don't have a definite judgment. That's true, let's all pray in front of the screen together. This time, the overseas platforms did not update simultaneously. But it couldn't stop everyone's curiosity. Intelligence agencies from various countries obtained the live broadcast route and played it at their bases. Ordinary people also recorded and shared the broadcast. Major news media also followed up with reports. Suddenly, the world's attention was focused on this Shenlai in the east. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The Jialong submersible officially launched and began to dive. After 4 hours, the Jialong submersible reached a depth of 1,800 meters. The sea surface remained calm. John's command center. A group of people who usually leave work on time. Now they were eating hamburgers and fast food in the command center while watching the live broadcast. They were even more eager than the domestic audience to see what Dragon Country could salvage. Ha, I hope that Dragon can still be found intact. I've seen the data analysis. With such tremendous energy, it's probably already merged with the seawater. Poor Dragon Country, still praying for their disappeared Shenlong. The sturdy dragon scales they boasted about might leave behind some fragments. On the other side, the people of Lighthouse Country were already celebrating with champagne. If for John's country, this was revenge. For Lighthouse Country, this was reaping the benefits. All the strategic plans made because of Shenlong could be cancelled. This was like Qin Shi Huang eating Sichuan peppercorns and getting numb. Poor people of John's country, still celebrating this. Just because of them, it's probably impossible to repair the Elizabeth now. Let our people contact them and say we're willing to help repair the aircraft carrier, but at the lowest price. The lowest price? Why? When they send the aircraft carrier to us, when it's repaired, we'll have the final say, won't we? Until now. Because of this matter, the world order is quietly changing. 4.5 hours later, the Jialong, which had dived into the sea, suddenly sounded an alarm. What's wrong? Report, the Divine Dragon has been found, the Divine Dragon has been found. The excited voice of the Jialong pilot transmitted to the world through the live broadcast. Lin Yuchu, who was standing by, suddenly brightened her eyes. She perked up her ears, wanting to hear more clearly. Chen Anhua took the microphone and asked, what is the current situation of the Divine Dragon? The Divine Dragon is in good condition, surrounded by blue light, specific details unknown. Under the sea, Chen was originally sleeping. Suddenly, he was illuminated by a strong light, waking him up from his dream. Has the Jialong come down? This big guy in front of him, Chen had seen it in the news in his previous life. It seems that the people above are in a hurry. I'd better go up and sleep. Chen casually swung his dragon tail, and a whirlpool appeared behind him. He had now grown to over 4 meters long. His body had doubled in thickness. The dragon scales, which had previously had a golden sheen, now reflected a dazzling light when illuminated. Report, Jelone reporting. The divine dragon has left the observation field. The tense report came again. Chen Anguo was very excited at this moment. Because of his exertion, his hand holding the microphone had left an imprint. Trembling, he asked, "Did the divine dragon leave on its own?" "Yes." Upon hearing the affirmative answer, there was a commotion on the yacht. "The divine dragon is not dead. The divine dragon is not dead." At the same time, the sonar network deployed in the sea began to sound alarms. Units started reporting. 1,500 meters, divine dragon spotted. 1,000 meters, divine dragon spotted. 800 meters, divine dragon spotted. 500 meters, 300 meters. The divine dragon is rapidly ascending. The divine dragon is preparing to emerge. The photographer nervously aimed the live camera at the sea ahead. The atmosphere on site suddenly quieted down. Except for the continuous warning sounds coming from the intercom and radio, everyone else silently looked towards the sea. In the country of John, who had just finished his drink, the parliamentarians watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded. "What are they saying? Translate for me." Report, they are saying the divine dragon is surfacing. With a bang, a bottle of wine was thrown to the ground. Fuck. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be a fake by the Dragon Kingdom. Cecilio, open the recording and send the contents to the technical department for verification. Finally, there was movement in the seawater on the screen. A whirlpool appeared on the water's surface, and it was expanding at a visible speed. The divine dragon is 200 meters from the sea surface. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. Suddenly, the whirlpool, which had expanded to a diameter of 10 meters, disappeared in an instant. Through the sea surface, people could vaguely see a golden figure. The golden figure in the sea was like an intercontinental missile, soaring into the sky, breaking free from the constraints of the seawater, breaking through the clouds towards the sun. Wow! The divine dragon is amazing! Ha ha ha! The people on the water surface laughed with joy. On the shore, they shouted and chased after it, running from one end of the ship to the other, just to be able to find the divine dragon in the clouds. Rainbow! Look, it's a rainbow! The divine dragon was blocked by the clouds, they couldn't find it. But 3 huge ribbons fell from the clouds, forming 3 special rainbows. No rain, no dewdrops. The sky was still sunny, yet this situation of rainbows appeared. Is the sky welcoming the divine dragon? Quick, take a picture and post it on social media. It's so beautiful, it would be a pity not to capture it. The viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. This rainbow that appeared out of thin air, combined with the majestic sea surface and the sky with white clouds, created a picturesque scene. This wasn't just watching the divine dragon set sail, it was clearly a large-scale wallpaper photoshoot location. However, what happened next made everyone hold their breath. After hovering in the clouds for a while, Chen Anguo descended directly. He was now over 4 meters long, with a majestic dragon head and sharp golden claws. A body covered in golden scales shimmered under the sunlight. Mist grass. Is this a divine dragon? The difference between this and the previous livestream is too big. Before, it only resembled the descriptions in ancient texts, but now even the eye color matches. And it's also grown almost twice as long. Wait, the last time the divine dragon underwent this kind of transformation was at Zhongnon University, which means the divine dragon has evolved again? The group of people from the Zhan Kingdom were on the verge of tears. Just now, they were still hopeful. Even if the divine dragon didn't die, it was heavily injured. Maybe it would have fallen into a state of decline. Unexpectedly, from the video, their hopes were dashed. This Eastern divine dragon not only wasn't injured, but it also became stronger. F***CK. This is definitely a trick from the Dragon Kingdom. It's video synthesis. Quick, take the recording to the technical department for verification. If our Elizabeth is like this, how could the divine dragon be completely unharmed? Just then, an advisor from the nearby war zone said, "It seems like we overlooked an important detail." What detail? The advisor said in a deep voice, "Whether it's the giant waves or the aircraft carriers being damaged, it's all caused by that dragon." In other words, is there a possibility that we didn't cause any harm to it? As soon as this question was asked, everyone present fell silent. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The onlookers from the Lighthouse Kingdom were also dumbfounded. They thought it would be a mutually destructive battle. As it turns out, it was a one-sided crushing. The divine dragon didn't get hurt at all, it even leveled up. Spread the word, restart the closed strategic plan. Yes. After descending from the sky, Chen returned to the yacht. With a wave of his dragon claw, golden light descended. It accurately landed on the bodies of the 5 tiger whales. If they hadn't given a warning, he wouldn't have been able to arrive so timely. Now, his domain expanded directly to 100 meters. Blessing the tiger whales was a breeze. The golden light absorbed into the bodies of the tiger whales. It only disappeared after a burst of strong light. The 5 tiger whales absorbed the dragon's aura and excitedly leaped in the seawater. They kept making, whimpering, sounds. The people on the boat were all taking videos with their phones. These were truly wild tiger whales. Indeed, only by following the divine dragon could one witness such a rare spectacle. In Chen's mind, the message from the tiger whales appeared again. The general meaning was to thank him. Moreover, these guys seemed to want to worship him as their king. Chen still needed to study the specifics. He didn't know how this message was transmitted to his mind. Just then, new information appeared in his mind. Meet the Dragon King? Analyzing it carefully, it was all messages sent by the surrounding marine creatures. Whether it was turtles or sharks, regardless of their intelligence level, they all appeared in his mind. What new ability is this? Before he could accurately translate the meaning the marine creatures wanted to convey, the power of the ocean within him suddenly surged. This is last time he harvested the power of the ocean because of that group of white dolphins. This time, the power of the ocean he harvested was almost 100 times more than before. Chen suddenly understood. He had released a part of the power that he hadn't absorbed in time at the bottom of the sea. It seems like it was absorbed by these marine creatures. Now they recognized him as their big brother. In that case, wasn't he the Dragon King of the South Sea now? Awesome, crass. Even if he were placed among the Dragon Clan now, he would still be a prestigious existence, right? While he was contemplating, Lin Yuchu ran over. Chen was now a full 4 meters long. Compared to Chen, Lin Yuchu looked like a tiny dot. Chen Anghua, who was watching from above, waved his hand and said to his subordinates, "Turn off the livestream, order everyone to return to their original positions, and do not allow anything seen today to be spread outside." Then, he himself transferred from the yacht to the nearby ship. Now it's time for us to wrap up. How is the public opinion in the country? Everyone is celebrating and happy about Shenlong's growth. What about internationally? Internationally, it's not as good. Many countries have raised doubts, saying that our videos are fake and that Shenlong has actually been dead for a long time. It's all the technology and tricks we used with 3D. Chen Anghua said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about them. In the face of absolute strength, their media attacks are nothing." After arranging the follow-up work, Chen Anghua called his immediate superior. "Hey, Lao Gao, everything is going smoothly on my end. Have the people from the Confidentiality Bureau come to classify and rank all the information." The man on the other end of the phone coughed and said, "Anghua, how many times have I told you, address me by my position when we're working?" Chen Anghua laughed. "Okay, high-ranking position." Although they were superior and subordinate, they were also comrades who had served together. They often drank and joked together. The man on the phone said helplessly, "You haven't changed at all. I've already sent people from the Confidentiality Bureau over. Your proposal for this live broadcast is great. It has greatly weakened the enemy's prestige, crushed the rumors, and boosted domestic confidence." He lowered his voice and added, "But there shouldn't be a next time. What about your future? What about your younger sister? What about your child?" Chen Anghua smiled and said, "No, this isn't a risk. It's my trust in Shenlong. I don't believe it will die because of such a small matter." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and it could be heard that the other party was hesitant, but in the end, the man agreed with Chen Anghua's idea. Based on these few incidents, Shenlong is definitely not an ordinary creature. Under the orders of the Exercise Command Center, each fleet left the area one after another. The sea returned to calmness. Only the 5 killer whales were still playing nearby. Some other small marine animals also wanted to join in the fun, but usually, they would be the killer whales' dinner. When they saw the 5 killer whales here, they all ran away. After trying his enhanced domain a few times, Chen returned to his room and fell asleep. The 1.8-meter bed he used to have no longer met his needs. The staff had to put 3 beds together to barely have enough space to move around. Chen lay on the bed and entered a deep sleep mode. At night, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded on the calm cruise ship. Chen opened his eyes and looked out through the glass. Several large ships that had left before had returned. They turned on giant searchlights and shone them on the sea. On the deck, one could vaguely see the staff running around in a hurry. What's happening? Chen was curious and got up to look out the window. Besides the searchlights, there was nothing unusual on the sea. The 5 killer whales had changed their positions to play, and they didn't send any abnormal messages. At the bottom of the sea, Zhao Tongjun anxiously checked the status of the Jiaolong. As the driver of the Jiaolong, after completing the mission of searching for Shenlong assigned by his superiors, in order to save energy and effort, everyone decided to let Zhao Tongjun continue to collect geological samples and water samples from the seabed. Unexpectedly, something went wrong with this collection. Without paying attention, the Jialong slipped into an inconspicuous underwater crack. Mayday, mayday, Jialong calling. Speak! After scanning and detecting, this is an underwater crack. The crack is not too wide, and my current location happens to be in the widest part nearby. Currently, the Jialong is stuck in the crack. Based on the information transmitted by the Jialong, the command ship quickly drew a simulated diagram. In the command room, a group of people looked at the analyzed position and were shocked. Currently, we have analyzed 3 models. The first scenario is that the Jialong has been lucky, as the crack gradually narrows from top to bottom, leaving no space for the Jialong to fall further. The second scenario is that the crack is evenly wide, and the Jialong happens to land in the widest part, preventing it from falling further. The third scenario, which is the worst, is that the crack resembles an hourglass, with only the middle part being narrow, and the Jialong gets stuck there. In this case, every self-rescue attempt by the Jialong would be extremely dangerous. Wang Yu, who is in charge of the Jialong, said in a deep voice from the podium, regardless of the scenario, the oxygen inside the Jialong is not enough to sustain it for the next 48 hours, so our rescue mission must be carried out as soon as possible. Tell me, do you have any good ideas? The experts in the room looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Retrieving a deep-sea submersible stuck in a crevice several kilometers deep in the ocean? That's a joke. They wouldn't even dare to design such a project. Currently, we can only proceed with a conservative rescue plan, mainly relying on the Jialong to self-rescue, said one expert. The others looked at him with disdain. He truly lived up to his reputation as the big brother who always talked nonsense, saying something as if he hadn't said anything at all. A young professor quickly retorted, "We must not act rashly. My proposal is for the Jialong to exhaust all methods to explore the surrounding terrain and topography. Then, based on real geological data, we can design a safe self-rescue plan." Wang Yu nodded and said, "For now, we have no other choice but to proceed this way. Let's adjourn the meeting and focus on our respective tasks." Just as everyone was getting up, an elderly man with white hair sitting at the back stood up. "I have a better solution." Everyone turned to look at him. This elderly man was also a big shot on the ship, but his expertise was in engines. He had no knowledge of deep-sea exploration. What could he possibly suggest? Wang Yu, with a curious expression, said, "Old Lu, please share your idea." Old Lu didn't say a word, but simply extended his hand and pointed to the yacht next to them. "The yacht? The yacht can. Wait, are you referring to Shenlong?" When they heard the words Shenlong, everyone's eyes lit up. Of course. How could they have forgotten that Shenlong was here too? The deep sea was vast, and the geological conditions were complex, but that was all for humans. What about Shenlong? Going several kilometers deep into the ocean was like going home for Shenlong. Quick! Report to the Shenlong Protection Task Force and ask them to request Shenlong's assistance. Chen Anghua didn't expect this. He had just left the ship, ready to return to Chon Island to arrange the next steps of the publicity work. But a phone call brought him back. What? The Jialong is stuck in the sea and can't come out? Seeking Shenlong's help? This plan is feasible. I will go and ask Shenlong. Chen Anghua couldn't afford to be negligent when it came to the life and death of the Jialong. 3 hours later, he returned to the yacht. At that moment, Chen was sitting at the open-air bar, enjoying the breeze and sipping his drink. He was accompanied by 5 killer whales, observing the divers going up and down on the sea surface. Being Shenlong is still the best. I can even enjoy the show while eating melon seeds. I wonder what's happening down there. Could they have discovered oil? Just as he was contemplating, there was a knock on the door. Chen was taken aback. Who could it be? Disturbing me while I'm enjoying my melon seeds. He opened the door, and Chen Anghua stood there, looking apologetic. After Chen Anghua explained the situation, Chen finally understood what those people were doing. The Jialong was stuck at the bottom of the sea, and they wanted him to go and rescue it? It seemed that the melon seeds had fallen on his own head. The Jialong had gone into the sea to save him in the first place, so no matter what, he had to go and save it. Besides, for him now, it was just a piece of cake. As the current East Sea Dragon King, going several kilometers deep into the sea was like going home. Speaking of home, maybe after a few more promotions, he could really build a true dragon palace at the bottom of the sea. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals were all readily available, and he had the 5 street-smart killer whales patrolling the sea for him. Chen Anghua stood by, watching the Shenlong shaking its head continuously. He thought that the Shenlong was unwilling. He added, "If you are willing, consider it a favor from us. If you need any help in the future, Before Chen Anghua could finish his sentence, Chen leaped into the sea. He didn't want to listen to Chen Anghua's empty words. With his current status, even if he didn't know any favors, would Chen Anghua refuse to help? Chen had done scientific research in his past life and had mixed in academic circles. This child is so naive, probably thinking that the Shenlong's intelligence is similar to that of a child. After diving into the sea, Chen quickly sank. He soon reached the bottom of the sea. The strange-looking creatures of the deep sea gathered around him. Among them, the deep-sea uncun fish were the most numerous. On the back of the deep-sea uncun fish was a long fishing rod-like structure, with a circular glowing protrusion at the top, similar to the lantern fish in those marine-themed works. They emitted light and swam around Chen, as if guiding him. The deep-sea uncun fish could grow up to 1-2 meters and looked quite impressive. Chen didn't drive away these creatures. After all, he was now the Dragon King of the South Sea. He should enjoy the company of his subjects. Expand the domain. Search. With the help of the domain, Chen quickly found the deep-sea crevice. This should be the result of the movement of two tectonic plates. The Jiaolong submersible was just over 20 meters below. The crevice was evenly split, not very wide, but slightly wider than the Jiaolong. The Jiaolong didn't fall down because of pure luck. It encountered a protrusion that wedged it in. Report. Shenlong has been detected. Shen saw the Jiaolong submersible, and the detection equipment on the Jiaolong also spotted him. The driver quickly reported to the mothership. The group of people who had just had a meeting on the mothership breathed a collective sigh of relief upon hearing the driver's report. Shenlong had arrived, and the Jiaolong was safe. Shenlong had arrived, and they could finally eat in peace. I am Wang Yu, Comrade Zhao Tongjun, please don't panic, don't make any unnecessary movements, let Shenlong take you home. Yes. Previously, in order to save the remaining energy, Zhao Tongjun had turned off the searchlight. Now, with Shenlong's arrival, turning on the searchlight would help Shenlong determine his position. He reached out his hand, ready to turn on all the lights. Just then, the Jiaolong suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Zhao Tongjun was startled. Could it be that they were going to continue descending? But soon, his worries were dispelled. The Jiaolong slowly began to rise. It was Shenlong. Shenlong had started to act. Below the Jiaolong at this moment, Shen supported the fixed point of the submersible with his back and slowly ascended using his own strength. He didn't use the more convenient power of the ocean because he wanted to test the true strength of his body. Their current location was at a depth of 5,000 meters in the deep sea, equivalent to withstanding 500 atmospheres of pressure. If it were a person in this place, it would have already been deformed by the pressure. There were very few submersibles in the world that could reach this depth. The materials capable of withstanding this pressure were extremely expensive. Is this it? Shen thought that with such a big guy, he would probably have to exert some effort with his physical strength. However, when he started to slowly ascend with the Jiaolong, he realized that it had no weight on his back at all. It seems that artificial things can no longer test me. Next time, I'll find a small mountain to carry around. As Chen rose to the surface, the sonar detector, which hadn't been withdrawn from the water, quickly spotted the silhouette of the Jiaolong. Report. The Jiaolong is rapidly ascending. Report. Shenlong was not found. So how did the Jiaolong ascend? Wang Yu picked up the microphone and shouted to the Jiaolong, Wang Tongjun, can you determine the location of the Shenlong? After multiple tests, Wang Tongjun gave a positive reply. The Shenlong is right below the Jiaolong, and it is lifting the Jiaolong to the surface. What? The Shenlong is lifting the Jiaolong to the surface? Everyone was shocked. This was completely different from what they had seen before. Under more than 5,000 meters of sea, the Shenlong was lifting the Jiaolong upwards. The water pressure was unimaginable. It was like lifting the entire ocean. Damn, is this really a human? No, is this really a dragon? It seems we had some misunderstandings about the power of the Shenlong. If they had known this, they would have mobilized 5% more power. Blood would have been sprayed out. Who needs the Jiaolong? Just go straight to the Shenlong. With such a vast ocean resource, why not exploit it for oil and natural gas? They couldn't even imagine it. If the submersible could reach the strength of the Shenlong, the country's resources would reach a new level. Unfortunately, this was just imagination. Even in their science fiction novels, they wouldn't dare to write something like this. When Chen reached a depth of over 2,000 meters, his eyes suddenly showed a strange color. He sensed something abnormal in his domain. When he turned around, he saw a sperm whale. Sperm whales were also giants of the sea, with a length of up to 18 meters and weighing over 50 tons. They were the largest toothed whales. The most famous thing about sperm whales was ambergris, this precious fragrance and medicinal material. Sperm whales in the world are now on the verge of extinction. It seemed that this guy in front of him was also attracted by his power over the ocean. The deep sea is truly amazing. After resting, I can bring Lin Yuchu down to play. Last time he came down, he wasn't the Dragon King of the South China Sea yet, so these marine creatures avoided him. As a result, he didn't see anything good. Now, the density of marine life was comparable to artificial breeding. Watching marine life here was 1,000 times more enjoyable than in an aquarium's glass tunnel. After thinking for a moment, Chen continued to ascend. Damn it! In the cockpit of the Jiaolong, Wang Tongjuan's face was covered in tears and snot. Just now, he didn't know what happened, and the Jiaolong suddenly did a 180-degree rotation, almost turning his brain into mush. If he hadn't been strapped to his seat, he would have been dismembered. I hope the Shunlong can hold on. Wang Tongjun worried. The final result could only mean that his worries were unnecessary. Chen not only saved him from the seabed, but also placed the entire Jiaolong on the mothership. Report! The Jiaolong is 50 meters away from the sea surface. The Jiaolong is about to emerge. Several large searchlights shone on the water's surface. Everyone stared at the mysterious blue sea. Did the Shunlong really lift the Jiaolong with its own physical strength? What kind of freak is this? It seems that after this incident, we need to reassess the power of the Shunlong. I think there's no need to assess. With the current strength of the Shunlong, there is nothing in my knowledge that can defeat it, unless we try using nuclear weapons. That's true. The difference between first place and second place by 1 meter is the same as a difference of 2,000 points and 20,000 points. Although they said that, Chen Angwa still packaged the specific data and sent it to the Academy of Sciences and the Shunlong Research Institute. These experts and big shots had been complaining about not having research projects a few days ago. The data sent in these past few days had driven them crazy with overtime work. The calculations from the last time were not even finished yet, and now there was another one. Damn it, I found that our research speed can't keep up with the Shunlong's increasing strength. Who doesn't? I used to start work at 10 and finish at 4, but now I've been starting at 8 and finishing at 9 for a whole week. We old folks are still okay. Those young guys below us now start at 7 and finish at 11. Don't tell anyone, but I saw the apprentice that old Xia brought. He starts work at 7 o'clock and finishes at 1 in the morning. According to their young people, he's a workaholic. When others heard this, they were shocked. It seems that as long as you work long enough, even the king of hell can't catch up to you. In the office of the dean, Dean Lu was also troubled. Although they are the highest level research institution in the Dragon Kingdom, they used to read various foreign journals to stay at the forefront of their field, gain inspiration, and explore new research directions. But ever since they had the Divine Dragon, whether it was physical journals or online journals, the viewership is now less than 1% of what it used to be. Looking for research directions? No need at all. Just stand on the data provided by the Divine Dragon, and there are directions from all sides. Even if you walk blindly, you can still reach the forefront of technology. Moreover, this applies to any discipline, from biology to weapon manufacturing. As long as you can think of a scientific field, you can have a connection with the Divine Dragon. This should have been a happy thing for Dean Lu, but recently there have been some new problems. Dean, our project applications have been pushed to next year. We can't keep up with the speed of their review process. Our review speed is no match for their application speed. Dean Lu coughed awkwardly. Raising funds is his responsibility, but the country's money cannot be entirely invested in research. This year's research funding is already the highest it has been in years. Well, let's have a meeting and talk to everyone, asking them to slow down and focus on a few main directions. The assistant seemed to anticipate that Dean Lu would say this and immediately said, I already mentioned this to them. Do you know how they responded? How did they respond? They said they don't have any main or supporting directions. Everything they do is the main focus. And they also said that they are already slow enough. Their research speed is 70% slower than the Divine Dragon's upgrade speed. When Dean Lu heard this, he rubbed his head with a headache. Finally, he said, if they need funding, they can take my brain and exchange it for funds. If I can have whatever I want, what do I need them for? Since they can be mentors, they can bring in resources. The assistant could tell that Dean Lu was completely helpless. He tactfully left and printed the dean's words into an official notice, which was sent to various research institutes. The mentors who received the notice were stunned. The dean was really going all out. But they could also understand that this year's research funding was already higher than usual. If it weren't for the Divine Dragon, it would never be fully utilized. How about we cut a few unimportant projects? Several academicians looked through piles of research reports over and over again. Even the footnotes were turned over. They still couldn't find a project that could be eliminated. It's a dilemma. Any project they put forward was something they had dreamed of before. How about we decide by drawing lots? It's already like this now. In a few days, who knows how much the divine dragon will grow again. There will definitely be a bunch of research directions. Then let's exclude all the projects that can't be applied in the near future. After 15 meetings, each group only kept their top 2 favored directions. The other 1,000+ projects were all sealed and entered the highest level of confidentiality. They would be released when the time is right. The divine dragon is truly terrifying. It has completely revolutionized our entire scientific academy. Who can deny that? I never wanted to work overtime. Why can't I control my own hands? The attraction of the divine dragon was too strong. They all wanted to uncover its secrets with their own hands. Even if they had to work until the early morning, they were willing to do so. Chen still didn't know that his casual experiments had illuminated the entire scientific academy. After returning the Jelong to the mothership, he came to Chen Angua's place. Just before he left, Chen Angua had mentioned that he owed him a favor. Now, it was time to use it. Chen Angua was both anxious and fearful when he saw Shenlong coming to find him. He thought about pulling out a chair, but then realized that Chen's 4-meter-long body wouldn't fit comfortably. In the end, Chen pointed to the laptop on the table himself. Chen Angua quickly handed it over. Chen typed 4 words on the keyboard. Underwater live broadcast. Are you saying that you want to do a live broadcast underwater? Chen nodded. Do you need us to help you with the broadcasting equipment? Chen nodded again. Then he turned and left. Dealing with smart people is simple. He had originally planned to take Lin Yuchu down to play. The underwater world was much more fun than a zoo. But he discovered that after the seed of his origin sprouted inside him, it had 3 ways to grow. One way was to let it grow on its own, like a traditional dragon, cultivating for hundreds or even thousands of years. Another way was to absorb the spiritual energy in the world to nourish the root of the origin. The last way was the power of belief. Like spiritual energy, the power of belief could also act as fertilizer. This was the most convenient way for Chen to use at the moment. So, he thought of the underwater live broadcast. Live broadcasting was the easiest way to earn the power of belief. I wonder what kind of power I will have when this seed of origin grows into a small tree. Shenlong's request. Shen Anhua didn't dare to neglect it. He urgently organized the matter of the underwater live broadcast and submitted an application letter to the higher authorities overnight. Doing a live broadcast underwater was a huge project. It required coordination from multiple departments. It couldn't be done by just his work group. In the night, at a testing base on Shon Island, led by the Shenlong Protection Work Group, an emergency meeting was held. The participating units were all large-scale research institutions or state-owned enterprises with dragon in their names. It was already late at night, and outside the window was pitch black. The meeting room was brightly lit. Aren't you the ones in charge of maintaining the Jelong? Are you the ones dealing with satellites? Why are the 3 major telecommunications companies here? Several professors from Cheon Island University's communication department looked at the familiar units in the room, feeling surprised. They had been doing research for so many years and had never seen a project that could bring these people together. And it was still in the middle of the night. It should be noted that some of these units were high-ranking. Ordinary people couldn't even contact them, let alone cooperate with them. What are we here to do? Who knows? No one told us before you came. Several people shook their heads in confusion. Then who called you here? The principal urgently called us and said there was a groundbreaking project that had never been seen before and needed our participation. The principal personally called you in the middle of the night? It must be a project of national secret level, right? Before a rough idea could be discussed, several men in suits walked in from outside. Behind them were 6 well-dressed young men, who were Chen Angua's staff stationed on Shon Island. As soon as they entered the room, everyone fell silent. Hello, we are from the Shenlong Protection Work Group. We have a project that requires everyone's cooperation. Please hand in your phones, as the level of this meeting is classified as secret. Several well-dressed young men took out prepared boxes and collected all the communication devices in the room. The main reason for calling everyone here this time is to solve a communication problem. A problem? There can't be a problem. With our cooperation, communication can be achieved globally, even in outer space. The unit in charge of satellite communication research was very confident. It was not 10 years ago anymore. Communication technology was advancing rapidly. Just their unit alone had enough strength to confidently speak. Not to mention the cooperation of more than a dozen other units. Communication? It would be a piece of cake. The man in the suit on the stage nodded, agreeing with his words. Our project this time is to establish deep-sea communication in this area of the ocean, allowing the Dragon God to livestream in the deep sea. We estimate that we need at least 5 kilometers. Deep-sea communication? The man who was just full of confidence earlier was taken aback and sat down awkwardly. The attenuation rate of light and radio waves in water is too fast. Traditional communication methods are useless. Our satellite communication can only guarantee communication between the sea surface and land. The others also looked at each other. Deep sea communication is not their area of expertise, mainly because there is not much demand for it in normal times. There are few machines that can enter the deep sea, so who would livestream? Currently, the main communication technology we use for underwater operations is acoustic communication. The speed of sound propagation in air is over 300 meters per second, while in water it can reach 1,500 meters per second. We convert relevant information into acoustic signals, which are then received by the mothership and translated into text and images. This is the communication method that the Dragon God is currently using. This technology is relatively mature, but it was quickly rejected by other units. We object. Don't forget, this is supposed to support live streaming signals, and underwater acoustic communication can only carry very limited information. Sending messages is one thing, but live streaming is impossible. We also think so. Then what should we do? Finally, representatives from the three major telecommunications operators stood up and proposed a very simple solution. The simplest way is the best. We just need to throw a few thousand kilometers of optical cables into the sea, connect them to terminal devices, and then we can live stream underwater. The live stream signal can be transmitted to the mothership and then converted into satellite signals for global broadcasting. It's simple and straightforward. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. This plan is really feasible. It's no wonder the three major operators are so wealthy that they can solve problems in such a straightforward and aggressive manner. Being straightforward and aggressive can also be a good way to solve problems. 3 days later, over a dozen units collaborated to produce all the necessary equipment, which was transported to the sea area where Chen Jiu was located for deployment. Chen Anhua knocked on Chen Jiu's door and informed him that they were now able to livestream. Afterwards, the latest update from Orange Girl was released. The Dragon God will conduct an underwater livestream at 3 p.m. Please spread the word. After the previous incident with the country of John, netizens across the country were paying attention to the latest updates from the Dragon God. However, in these past few days, not only were there no new updates, even the original video materials quietly disappeared from the internet. They could only be shared privately. At Zhongjiang First Middle School, several boys hid behind a tree in the flower bed. Do you have the videos? Haven't watched them in days, itching to see them. Of course, I have them. They're all the latest ones, 10 yuan each. Alright, here's the money. Transfer it to you. Take it, this is a USB drive. Remember to return it to me tomorrow. No problem. One of the boys made an OK gesture and plugged the USB drive into his phone. He opened the files on the USB drive and indeed found 10 video clips. In the first clip, the Dragon God's golden scales shimmered under the sunlight, causing ripples on the water's surface as it leaped into the sky. Damn! So majestic! The Dragon God truly lives up to its name. The boy's eyes were filled with admiration. He continued to watch the second clip. Chen Jiu was lying in bed, unaware that his video was being treated with such reverence. If he knew, he would have to spew dragon blood. He is a real dragon after all. Lin Yuchu, who was lying next to him, was currently dealing with the latest updates from Orange Girl. She originally wanted to reply to each comment one by one, but there were simply too many. She could only choose a few with a high number of likes to reply to. Underwater livestream? Is it the same as last time? Which country's treasure is it this time? I prefer Lighthouse Country. Lin Yuchu replied below, stating that this time it was just a simple underwater livestream to show everyone what the deep sea looks like. Damn! Deep sea exploration players are loving this. Will it really show us deep sea creatures? I've only seen them in books. Lin Yuchu replied, yes. Soon, another comment with a skyrocketing number of likes was pushed up. Deep sea live, can the caretakers wear swimsuits? We can give you some reference when the time comes. It will be more convenient to go to the sea with Shenlong. Lin Yuchu's cheeks turned red when she saw the word swimsuit. With a swipe of her small hand, she was about to skip this comment. Unexpectedly, Chen, who had gotten up at some point, took the phone and replied to this comment. Read, nonsense. At the same time, the plan for this live broadcast was being urgently formulated. For domestic live broadcasts, everything remains the same. Let the Confidentiality Bureau and the Security Bureau conduct visual inspections. As for foreign live broadcasts, should we proceed this time? Since the incident with the Elizabeth, they had temporarily suspended the overseas live broadcast route. Although the previous live broadcast did not open an overseas route, the live footage has already been leaked. It can be found on major foreign video websites. We are contacting copyright agencies in various countries to file complaints. What is the current effect? It hasn't been very effective. Only the countries that cooperate with us have taken down the videos, and several major video websites are still waiting for our response. And they are deliberately manipulating the comments. Oh, what is the specific sentiment? The man took out a USB drive and projected the organized comments onto the screen. Based on our observations, many new comments are praising the mighty and handsome Shunlong from the East. However, these comments don't last more than 10 minutes. The hottest comments are like this. The man clicked on the first one. The East cannot compete with us economically, so they have introduced Shunlong culture, using technology to create the image of a god to deceive us. I think our Hollywood can also create an image of a god and beat their Shunlong. It's ridiculous that so many people worship a virtual imaginary thing. I wonder when the ignorant people of the Dragon Kingdom will wake up. Just 2 random comments made people's blood pressure rise. The man said, it can be confirmed that someone is purposefully manipulating the comments, and public opinion is being guided in the direction they want. An elderly man wearing a modified Zhongshan suit slammed his hand on the table, making a loud noise. Then he threw the documents in his hand onto the table. With a cold snort, he said arrogantly, "Humph. Shameless. Spread the word, prepare for a synchronized overseas live broadcast. Let them witness what the Eastern Shunlong is. What is a spiritual totem? Those so-called gods of theirs are nothing." Soon, the spokesperson of the Dragon Kingdom announced to the world, "Another global live broadcast of Shunlong is about to begin, please stay tuned." In the country of John, they did not secure the broadcasting rights and could only watch the overseas version of the central television station's live broadcast. This station usually has low viewership, but even so, the members of the parliament were still worried. Now, we are completely relying on the viewpoint that Shunlong is fictional. Once it is exposed, it will probably cause a huge storm. They had already moved on from anger. It should be said that they had no right to be angry anymore. They just hoped to delay this matter a little longer to save their crumbling positions. The truth is clear, Shunlong definitely exists. Our Elizabeth is the witness, but we must deceive the public and pass this problem on to the next term. Spread the word, ban the Dragon Kingdom TV station, and block it on all platforms. Everyone nodded in agreement, very satisfied with this plan. It was definitely the best method. Do you want to prove your innocence? I won't even give you that chance. Just then, the director of the intelligence agency stood up. I object. Don't be ridiculous. Do you have a better solution? Of course, if we unreasonably ban the Dragon Kingdom TV station, it will only raise more suspicions. So, I propose that we take action and interfere with the signal of the Dragon Kingdom TV station at our base. Give everyone a signal blackout directly, and then announce it as a technical issue. Everything will be perfect. This idea is great. The director of the intelligence agency is truly remarkable. With unanimous approval, this urgent task was assigned to special agents. At the entrance of the Longwa TV station base in the John Kingdom, there was suddenly a crowd of people, many of whom were unidentified electricians. On the yacht, Chen took another nap. He discovered that when he slept, the speed at which the butt of his origin in his body absorbed spiritual energy would be faster. Now that it was afternoon, it was time to go for a stroll in the sea. The mysterious underwater world was still very attractive. Although he had become the Dragon King of the South China Sea and had dived into the deep sea a few times, he had never really understood these marine creatures. Chen brought Lin Yuchu to the entertainment hall on the second floor. Chen Anhwa was already waiting there. He opened a black box, inside of which was a small sports camera. This device simply modified the sports camera with a signal transmission module so that the camera could connect to the underwater signal receiver later. As for the protection issue, they had no way to solve it. But thinking about how the Divine Dragon could stay dry with just a painting, this problem was directly skipped. With the power of the Divine Dragon, did they still need to worry about this? Chen nodded. Lin Yuchu, who was standing behind him, instinctively took the sports camera in her hands. Rest assured, we have perfectly solved the signal problem. We hope you have a pleasant time underwater. All the preparations had been completed, only the most important thing was left. To help Lin Yuchu withstand the pressure of 10,000 meters of seawater. The power of the ocean from the previous time had slowly dissipated over time, and the level of protection had also decreased. It was estimated that they couldn't dive to a depth of several thousand meters. After thinking it over, Chen brought Lin Yuchu to the women's changing room. Swimming was a necessary activity on this large yacht. If the weather conditions were not suitable for swimming in the sea, there was also a small swimming pool on the yacht. Therefore, everything needed for swimming was well prepared. Even in the changing room, There were different styles of swimsuits to choose from. Chen pointed his claw at the sets of swimsuits displayed on the wall, indicating for Lin Yuchu to choose one. Lin Yuchu glanced up and saw casual ones, as well as tight-fitting athletic swimsuits, but the majority were sexy bikinis. As expected, these are the things that the wealthy play with, Chen thought. What he didn't know was that everything on this yacht had been cleaned up long ago, and these were all specially prepared for him. Lin Yuchu blushed, instantly imagining herself wearing these swimsuits. Her face grew even redder. She looked at Chen, who was standing there without any movement. It suddenly occurred to her that Chen was taking her to the underwater world, so he wanted her to change into a suitable outfit. Oh, what are you thinking? Lin Yuchu walked up and chose a white bikini from the wall. Then she went into a cubicle to change. When she came out, she only briefly looked in the mirror to see if there was anything wrong with her outfit. Then she turned to face Chen, seemingly waiting for his approval. Chen felt a bit frustrated. He hadn't enchanted this swimsuit yet, so how did Lin Yuchu put it on? He walked forward, extended his claw, and gently placed it on Lin Yuchu's body. Then he released the power of the ocean from within himself. Power of the ocean, enchantment. 10 minutes later, Chen and Lin Yuchu walked out of the changing room. To prevent any wardrobe malfunctions, Lin Yuchu was wearing something like a bathrobe. The dragon and the human arrived on the deck of the first floor. They turned on the camera, and the live broadcast of the underwater world officially began. Inside the live broadcast room, although it hadn't started yet, there were already billions of viewers. After sending out the preview, the Orange Girl's 10 billion fans received notifications about the start of the broadcast. Previously, it was the hot search that brought traffic to accounts. Now, with the Divine Dragon, platforms were competing to be on the hot search. Some smaller platforms even wished to give all 10 spots to the Divine Dragon. The audience was also very excited. This live broadcast not only allows us to see the majestic dragon, but also gives us a glimpse of the deep sea world. What's more important is that all the previous speculations will be answered in this live broadcast. In a studio at the central television station, after overnight renovations, this studio has been transformed into a dedicated space for the dragon. Today will be its first appearance. The documentary channel has sent a commentator who has been providing commentary for the Ocean World program for a long time. The Academy of Sciences has also been instructed to send 2 experts who specialize in researching marine animals. They will provide explanations about the animals in the deep sea during the live broadcast of the dragon. This will be the world's first large-scale popular science live broadcast. This format is amazing. Wow, this is more interesting than watching a documentary. Dragon, our god. With this quality, can't it beat the BBC? After receiving this news, netizens were excited. If they can really combine live commentary with the insane deep-sea exploration of the dragon, the quality of this live broadcast will reach unprecedented heights. Even if it's just a simple introduction without any emotional plot, it will be the largest, most detailed, and most exciting popular science program in history. At the same time, in a remote mountainous area in the southwest, inside an Old Hope primary school, Zhang Yunwan turned on the projector donated by volunteers and connected it to her phone. The screen changed, and the live broadcast room of the Orange Girl appeared on a simple screen. Under the podium, 28 children curiously looked at the screen on the screen. The clothes they were wearing were not decent, and some were not even clean. The sudden heavy rain outside the window had splattered mud on them, but they still had smiles on their faces. Because today, the teacher would take them to watch TV, a much bigger TV than the one at home. According to some classmates who had been to the city where their parents worked, this was what a movie theater looked like. After Zhang Yunwan was ready, the live broadcast room had not started yet, so she shouted loudly, "Do you want to see the sea, classmates?" "Yes," the students replied in unison. For these children from the mountainous areas, it was already good enough to leave the mountains. The sea? That was something they didn't dare to hope for. They could only guess what the sea looked like from their textbooks. Zhang Yunwan continued, "Are you interested in the creatures in the ocean?" "Interested." The children's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Zhang Yunwan pointed to the screen and said, "Then today, let's watch the ocean world together, okay?" "Okay." The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became lively. Zhang Yunwan continued, "Today, we can see this video thanks to one person, no, thanks to a dragon, the dragon of the Dragon Kingdom. Today, the dragon will take us to see the underwater world. Do you all like the dragon?" "Yes. My grandma said the dragon is huge. It's even bigger than the buildings in the city. The dragon can also save people. I saw it on TV. The dragon can control the wind and rain." Outside the window, the rain continued to pour. But inside the classroom, there was laughter and joy. On a cruise ship in the southern waters, after Lin Yuchu finished adjusting the camera, the live broadcast officially began. He pressed the record button. Chen, with his 4-meter-long golden body, appeared in front of the world. So majestic. Take a screenshot, this can be a wallpaper. Come, those rumor-mongering dogs, come and see what a dragon is. What is computer-generated? A live scene of a major face-slapping. Where are your data analysis? Show it to us. At a press conference at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a journalist from John Country asked, according to our understanding, the Dragon Kingdom's major scientific research projects are currently progressing slowly. What is your opinion on this? Spokesperson, our scientific research is like the upgrading of a divine dragon, step by step, firmly moving forward, laying a solid foundation, in order to eventually become a divine dragon. Lighthouse Country journalist, how do you plan to deal with the extreme weather that Dragon Country is currently facing? Spokesperson, with the divine dragon, Dragon Country will surely have favorable weather. In the massive storm in the Southern Sea, our cruise ship didn't suffer any damage, while John Country's aircraft carrier was severely damaged. This is a good proof. Then, throughout the press conference, no foreign journalists asked any questions. All the questions came from Dragon Country journalists. After the press conference, several friendly foreign journalists gathered together. They felt worse than eating shit. They had planned to attack Dragon Country's reputation from multiple angles. Unexpectedly, no matter how they asked questions, the spokesperson managed to bring it back to the divine dragon and the Queen Elizabeth. John Country's face was almost swollen. The key is, this is all true. They couldn't refute it. Fuck. Damn it. It's a good thing there was no live broadcast. As long as the domestic audience didn't see it, it's fine. Are you sure Dragon Country's TV station won't report it in John Country? The representative of John Country laughed disdainfully. Report? They have to be able to report it first. John Country, Dragon Country TV station base. The staff members who were preparing for the live broadcast were dumbfounded. They had lost the signal. The program couldn't be aired at all. Not to mention the broadcast signal, even the mobile signal was blocked. They could only use landlines to communicate with the outside world. After more than 10 minutes of anxious handling, they finally contacted John Country's telecommunications department. Hello, we have received your feedback. We will send someone to your place within 7 working days to solve the problem. Please be patient. The staff member of Dragon Country TV station angrily slammed the phone on the ground. Shameless. Extremely shameless. They just want to prevent us from broadcasting the Divine Dragon live. They are deceiving most of John Country's people. Now, what should we do? Let's report it first. After several attempts, they couldn't contact the domestic side. In the end, they could only sigh helplessly, we can only bring the resources over for a replay later. What they didn't know was that next door, at the Camel Country's news station in John Country, the live broadcast footage had already appeared in the broadcasting room and started to be broadcasted within John Country. Of course, they had hired simultaneous interpreters for Arabic. We want the whole world to hear the live broadcast in Arabic and let our people know the true Eastern Divine Dragon. With Camel Country taking the lead, other countries with broadcasting rights responded one after another. They urgently changed their own TV stations' programs. They hired simultaneous interpreters to broadcast the live broadcast in their own national languages. The intelligence agency of John Country, who had originally planned to celebrate their great victory, was dumbfounded. Fuck. How did we forget about them? Should we also block them now? Fuck. Take a look for yourself. At this moment, on the internet in John Country, these live broadcasts had already been marked with flames. The spread was much faster than they had imagined. Moreover, even the citizens of their own country were providing real-time translations for these live broadcasts. So, a strange scene unfolded. This live broadcast was translated from Chinese into various languages, but not English. The people of John Country then translated them from various languages into English. Although some sentences were far from the intended meaning, many people still watched. The Eastern Divine Dragon is so cool. Love from John Country. After Lin Yuchu jumped into the water, he took off his inconvenient coat. The power of the ocean emanated from his swimsuit, enveloping the surrounding space and forming something like a bubble room. As for the audience in the live broadcast room, they couldn't see it. Lin Yuchu held the camera, and they could only see the majestic figure of the Divine Dragon swimming in the water. He's here. He finally came. The underwater world is so beautiful. I envy scuba diving enthusiasts. Although I have dived to depths of over 10 meters, I have always yearned for the deeper seafloor. As soon as I entered the water, those 5 killer whales swam over and played beneath the surface. Chen has been here for the past 2 days, and this stretch of water has completely transformed into a paradise for marine life. Even those creatures with predatory relationships have stopped hunting because they are illuminated by the power of life. The density of marine life in this natural sea area is even higher than that of an aquarium. Various schools of fish swim around Chen. It seems that being closer to Chen will bring greater honor. Lin Yuchu, who was on the side, captured this scene with a camera. It immediately caused the audience to exclaim, "I thought the dragon was already popular on land, but I didn't expect it to be even more popular in the sea." Of course, haven't you seen the Dragon King? It seems like the sea belongs to the dragons, right? It really seems that way. So now the divine dragon has a new identity, the Dragon King of the South Sea? Now that you mention it, that's true. But wait, if there is already a divine dragon, could there be other dragons in the depths of the sea? Wow, I never thought about that. The debate about whether there is a real dragon palace and dragon king in the deep sea suddenly became heated. But more importantly, everyone marveled at the beauty of the underwater world. The documentary-like quality of the visuals made everyone captivated. It's true. Any screenshot can be used as wallpaper. This is the first time I've seen a live broadcast that looks this good. Especially the divine dragon, with all those fish surrounding it. The divine dragon is now the ruler of the entire ocean. Chen continued to dive quickly. He soon descended to a depth of 100 meters, where the killer whales no longer continued downwards. They were just swimming above. Chen didn't stay long either. His main goal for this dive was the sperm whale, a deep-sea monster even further down. He continued to dive with Lin Yuchu. At a depth of over 300 meters, a creature that made people's scalps tingle swam by. Its head was spindle-shaped, entirely red, and had densely packed tentacles underneath. It looked to be over 10 meters long. In terms of appearance, it was definitely a sea monster. Wow, it's a giant squid. More accurately, it's a giant cuttlefish. Really? Is this the giant squid? Wow, it looks really big. In terms of size, including the tentacles, it's 3 times the size of the divine dragon. It's really terrifying. Is this the original form of those sea monsters? Its attack power must be strong. Finally, we've seen a species that can rival the divine dragon. Let's fight. The audience cheered and shouted. But soon, a netizen posted a picture of the damaged Victoria aircraft carrier taken secretly. Even this aircraft carrier couldn't withstand a single move from the divine dragon. This giant squid, no matter how powerful it is, can't beat an aircraft carrier, right? Blind person, you've noticed the key point. Well, I hope the giant squid doesn't die too miserably. On the live broadcast, the giant squid dragged its several huge tentacles and approached Chen. Among the entire giant squid family, this one was considered large. Its largest tentacle was bigger than Chen's entire dragon body. If it weren't for the fact that Chen had already gained a rough understanding of his own strength in the past few days, he would have been a little afraid when he saw this big guy. But now, well, this guy in front of him was about the same as the seafood in the market. If he hadn't sensed any aggression from this giant squid, he could have taken it away with a single dragon claw. No need for any fancy moves. Wow, the divine dragon isn't afraid at all. Upstairs, isn't that obvious? That's the divine dragon. The divine dragon. Are you really afraid of a giant squid? Even if the father of the giant squid, the old king squid, came, it would be useless. Lin Yuchu held the camera and stood beside them, originally a little afraid. But thinking of Chen being by his side, he calmed down. He stabilized the camera and continued filming. In the footage, after the giant king squid swam to Chen's side, it spread out all its tentacles. What is it doing? This doesn't seem like an attacking posture. All the viewers watching the live stream were confused and couldn't understand the perplexing actions of the giant king squid. Only Chen knew, as he received a message from the giant king squid in his mind. So it came for help. Chen looked towards the space between the 2 tentacles, where there used to be 1 tentacle but now it was bare. It was probably bitten off during a fight with another animal. And this giant king squid came to find him precisely for this broken tentacle. Activate the domain. Chen didn't think much about it. After all, helping these marine creatures would also allow him to gain the power of the ocean, which was considered a gain. Power of life, bloom. A circle of golden light bloomed from Chen's body. When it touched the spot where the giant king squid's tentacle was broken, the golden light flowed in. That tentacle, which had been broken for a long time, actually started to sprout and grow. At the same time, in the central television station, the Divine Dragon Studio, the 2 expert professors and the announcer were dumbfounded. They had prepared a lot of information about small fish and shrimp, sea turtles and sharks, corals and shells, but they never expected that the first creature to be officially introduced would be the giant king squid. Since they hadn't prepared any humorous and witty commentary, they didn't provide any commentary. After searching for information, they finally found a few stories that could pique everyone's interest. They opened their microphones and prepared to start explaining to the audience. Just then, the station manager rushed in urgently and pressed a button. Stop the broadcast. What? Stop the broadcast? Why? Don't ask, don't be interested. You guys stay here and continue researching. When we're ready to resume the broadcast, I'll let you know. In reality, he didn't know why either. These were orders from the security and confidentiality departments responsible for reviewing the content. It was just that the giant king squid had spread out its tentacles, so why did they stop the broadcast? Could it be that this action had some secret? In the security department's review room, in fact, what the viewers saw was not a live broadcast in real time. Including the time for signal transmission, they also had to roughly review the content. By the time it reached the hands of domestic viewers, it was already 5 minutes later. Foreign viewers had it even worse, with a delay of 15 minutes for a proper broadcast, and those translations took more than half an hour. So, when they stopped this live broadcast, apart from them, no one had seen the golden light emanating from Chen's body. Looking at the perfectly intact tentacle that had regrown on the giant king squid, everyone present was shocked. Is this the most mysterious power of life of the divine dragon? Quick, seal it and report it to the higher authorities. All the live screens around the world turned black and an explanation column popped up. The underwater signal facility has been attacked by unidentified creatures and is undergoing repairs. Although the viewers felt a bit unhappy, they also understood the immense difficulty of broadcasting from the deep sea. They expressed their understanding one after another. However, the official institutions of various countries were not focused on this. In the lighthouse country, at the Special Biological Research Institute, the video from the moment the giant king squid appeared was cut and sent here. It's confirmed to be the giant king squid. Such a large living giant king squid. If the divine dragon's report of its length being 4 meters is correct, then according to the scale, this giant king squid is about 16 meters long. With this length, we're not far from the largest giant king squid we've discovered. The key is, the previous one was dead, but this one is alive. If we can continue filming, it will fill the gap in our 200 years of research on deep-sea creatures. When they saw the giant king squid approaching the divine dragon in the video, the footage abruptly stopped. They went crazy. They grabbed the special agents who brought the video and said, "What about the rest of the video? Where is the rest of the video?" The special agents' brains were almost scrambled. Finally, seizing a moment, they shouted loudly. The rest of the live broadcast was paused. There isn't any. There isn't any. Fuck. Upon hearing this, several professors let go and then cursed. How is it possible that there is none? Can't they go and buy it from the Dragon Kingdom? A bunch of foolish politicians. Short-sighted. The special agents continued to explain, there is a problem with the live broadcasting equipment on the Dragon Kingdom's side, so now the whole world can't see anything. The professors felt a bit relieved. Although they couldn't get first-hand information, neither could other researchers. This way, they didn't have to worry about their research direction conflicting with others. While physical data couldn't be obtained, the discussions grew more intense. On the Nature Forum, the largest and most populous natural science forum in the world, every new member had to be recommended by 2 senior members and provide relevant qualifications. After approval by the administrators, they could join. Therefore, the minimum requirement to be on this forum was to have published influential articles as a master's degree holder. Usually, they would exchange ideas on the cutting-edge research here, discussing whether they could generate new inspiration. However, today, the atmosphere on the forum suddenly changed. Whether they were old or young, experienced or just beginners, everyone was uploading pictures and videos of the giant Pacific octopus. It's so huge, a complete live octopus. If we can observe it for a long time, we will definitely obtain unexpected data. Perhaps we can deduce the breeding patterns of the giant Pacific octopus through it, and maybe even find other giant Pacific octopuses. This will fill the gap in our research on deep-sea animals. If we had real-time data, I already have an idea for my next research project. Unfortunately, the live broadcast has been suspended now, so we can't get more data. Maybe the Dragon Kingdom has other data. Members from the Dragon Kingdom, have you made any new discoveries? Several members with the Dragon Kingdom flag logo shook their heads one after another. Regarding the research data on the giant Pacific octopus, we only have this much, so we can't provide you with more. These zoologists from the Dragon Kingdom were not excited at all. It was just a giant Pacific octopus. After studying the divine dragon for a month, they no longer cared about the giant Pacific octopus. If the research prospects for the divine dragon were as high as Mount Everest, then the giant Pacific octopus was at best just a small hill. It's not that it had no research value, but it was unnecessary. After browsing the forum, they continued to complete the tasks assigned to them. The project on the divine dragon was already scheduled for next year. They didn't have time to pay attention to the giant Pacific octopus. However, when those foreign experts and professors saw the messages posted by the scientists from the Dragon Kingdom, they expressed disbelief and sent private messages saying they were willing to pay a high price to acquire the data. Some even said that if it was due to confidentiality issues, they could apply for citizenship in the Dragon Kingdom. As long as they could study the giant Pacific octopus, nothing was a problem. But these messages all sank without a trace, without receiving any replies. The reason was simply, during working hours, don't waste time browsing these useless websites. Focus on doing experiments. But teacher, didn't you say last time that we should spend more time here and pay attention to several foreign experts? What's the point of looking? The tables have turned, and now they are paying attention to us. Hurry up, do the experiments. Today's data still needs to be handed over to the neighboring laboratory. Don't slow down the overall progress. Half an hour later, viewers from all over the world finally received the notification that the broadcast had started. The scene changed. Now, the giant Pacific octopus was following closely behind Chen, like a little brother, repelling all incoming enemies. Weren't they supposed to fight just now? What happened in the past half hour? Did the giant Pacific octopus surrender to the divine dragon? Quick, look closely. Does the giant Pacific octopus have any external injuries? After a unanimous inspection, they didn't find anything unusual. There wasn't even a trace of a fight. I told you, how could the giant Pacific octopus possibly fight with the divine dragon? Did you see those killer whales? The legendary street hooligans saw the divine dragon and became obedient. The mighty king squid would surely submit when faced with the divine dragon. Indeed, they would be defeated in an instant if they were to fight. The audience didn't notice anything unusual. However, foreign scientists who were focused on the state of the king squid made a terrifying discovery after multiple comparisons. The current king squid has an extra leg compared to before. How is this possible? Could you have made a mistake? Impossible. There is absolutely no room for error. Our group has watched it 50 times, and there is definitely an extra leg. Although we haven't deeply studied the habits of the king squid, we have dissected its basic body structure and examined its genome. It is impossible for it to grow such thick and strong tentacles on its own. Moreover, it happened within half an hour. There's a problem. Definitely a problem. After organizing their findings, they reported this information to the council. This has surpassed the scope of biology's explanation. Only by using the resources of the nation can a reasonable explanation be found. The council did not dare to neglect the matter concerning the divine dragon. An emergency meeting was quickly convened, inviting experts from various departments to study the issue. Finally, a reasonable conclusion was reached. That is, their previous speculation was correct. The divine dragon of the Dragon Kingdom is just a bluff, a computer-generated creation. The change in the king squid was just a technological mistake. If that's the case, how do we explain the damage to the Elizabeth? The room fell silent. After 3 minutes, someone from the military spoke up. Is it possible that the Dragon Kingdom has developed weather weapons and has been impersonating the divine dragon with them? Makes sense, I support your view. In that case, everything makes sense. Quickly, send people to the Dragon Kingdom for on-site investigation. In the southern waters, Chen and Lin have already descended more than 1,000 meters into the deep sea. Here, Chen once again sensed the presence of sperm whales. And there is not just one. A group of sperm whales? Chen sensed the presence of 3 sperm whales through the seawater. One of them is enormous, measuring 18 meters in length. The other 2 are smaller, only 7 to 8 meters long, 1 male and 1 female. The 3 sperm whales also sensed Chen's presence and quickly swam towards him. At this moment, the style of Chen's live broadcast channel has completely changed. Previously, it was about watching the divine dragon display its power, but now it has suddenly become a healing live stream, plus educational content about the world. Domestic and foreign television stations that were broadcasting nature documentaries and similar programs were stunned. It turns out that what defeated them was not their peers, but a crossover. However, these documentary directors had to admit that the topics filmed by the divine dragon were more impressive than theirs. Would any of those directors dare to go down to such deep depths? And the divine dragon doesn't need any disguise. The king squid automatically becomes its subordinate. When they go to film documentaries, they have to use fake props to deceive others. They might accidentally encounter unexpected situations and end up with nothing. Now, they are watching Chen's live stream themselves, hoping to get a chance to edit the live video. With a little editing, this excellent material could become a global sensation. In fact, they don't even need to edit it. This live stream has already become a worldwide sensation. After being broadcasted by several qualified television stations, the effect was outstanding. The ratings skyrocketed. Some channels used their own country's language only for their compatriots living abroad. The usual ratings were no different from zero. It was just a way to showcase their country's existence. Unexpectedly, after broadcasting Chen's livestream, it suddenly became popular, especially in the country of John, where there was no broadcast from the Dragon Kingdom's television station or their own national television station. People flocked to other channels all at once. Oh, this is a magical TV. The divine dragon from the east is leading us to explore the deep sea world. If our country's directors could produce such images, they would definitely be our pride. The mysterious divine dragon is so great. It has brought the mysteries of the ocean to the whole world. Our parliament is so foolish. They only know how to discredit the divine dragon's existence, but they don't know how much good the divine dragon has done. Although I don't understand the language above, my child and I will be glued to the TV for 24 hours. Sorry, my child became permanently disabled from diving. Thanks to the divine dragon for letting him see the underwater world, he is so excited. As a mother, I am grateful for everything the divine dragon has brought. In the country of John, the image of the divine dragon suddenly shifted from being a treasure plunderer to a positive one. Compared to the treasure that doesn't belong to them in the first place, these documentary images are real. Moreover, they watch them without spending a penny. You should know that in the country of John, this is basically impossible. After the spread became more widespread, viewers from all over requested the TV station to open a tipping channel. Hey, we should thank the divine dragon for the live broadcast and provide economic support. Request the TV station to open a tipping channel. Yes, it is the duty of the audience. When they learned that the TV station was only broadcasting and didn't have the right to open a tipping channel, they immediately turned to the Dragon Kingdom Embassy in the country of John, demanding payment for the live broadcast from the divine dragon. The staff at the Dragon Kingdom Embassy were collectively confused. What kind of business is this? It's not mentioned in their training manual, right? At the same time, when the John country's parliament learned that a bunch of people had gone to the Dragon Kingdom Embassy to demand payment for watching the live broadcast, several members of parliament were infuriated. Damn, they can't even collect taxes normally, but they're so eager to pay money. Should we stop them? Stop? How are you going to stop them? Last time with the national treasure, they didn't continue causing trouble, thank goodness. Should we cut off the live broadcast signals of the other TV stations? The leading member of parliament waved his hand. No need, at this point, stopping them will only stir up bigger conflicts. It's time to go off work, I'm leaving first. After saying that, he walked out without looking back. He drove home. Opening the door, his 5-year-old son was playing with a toy car. George. Dad, a big truck. The member of parliament picked up his son, who was playing on the floor, and then turned on the TV. George, do you want to watch the giant octopus? The giant octopus in the story. When he heard the name giant octopus, the little boy's eyes brightened. Daddy will show you the giant octopus. Saying that, the member of parliament changed the channel to the channel of the camel country. On the TV, the screen showed Chen with the giant octopus. The little boy broke free from the member of parliament's embrace and ran to the TV. Pointing at the red squid with his finger, he said, "Giant octopus." Then, the little boy wanted to say something else, but he stood still. After waiting for half a minute, he pointed to where Chen was and said, "Dragon. The dragon from the east." At this point, the little boy jumped up. And at that moment, the giant octopus, who had been following Chen all along, suddenly shrank its body. Then, without caring about Chen, it quickly swam upwards. Viewers from all over the world were a bit confused. Isn't this giant octopus the little brother of the divine dragon? Why is it running away? But soon, someone exclaimed anxiously, "Sperm whale! It's a sperm whale! There's a sperm whale coming up!" Sure enough, under the blue light shining around Chen, 3 blurry figures were swimming upwards from below. Although they were blurry, some professionals still recognized them as sperm whales. No wonder the giant octopus ran so fast. Why? Sperm whales eat giant octopuses. If it doesn't run, it's just waiting to be eaten. So that's how it is. Soon, 3 killer whales appeared completely in the field of view of the live broadcast room. The largest one, bigger than the giant king squid, was a whopping 17 meters long. In addition, it was wider, creating a huge visual impact. In front of them, the divine dragon seemed small. However, these guys swam up and started circling around Chen. They showed no intention of attacking. Another group of followers? 3 killer whales. One is so big, the other 2 are smaller, about 7 or 8 meters. The professors who had been diving in the live broadcast room couldn't help themselves. They wrote down their analysis in the chat. The 2 smaller killer whales are obviously a pair, and the largest one is quite old. Whales of this level usually don't appear in groups, they only roam the sea by themselves. The fact that they are gathered together now is likely due to some reason, and that reason is most likely the divine dragon. Chen was also experiencing such large marine creatures up close for the first time. Although he was currently in the form of the divine dragon, what man could resist the temptation of such a huge deep-sea behemoth? He reached out his claw, wanting to feel the texture of the killer whale. However, just as his claw made contact with the largest killer whale, the creature suddenly shot out more than 10 meters away. It then trembled and looked at Chen in fear. "Ha! I forgot to control my strength." In his excitement, he had forgotten how sharp his divine dragon claw was. Using the strength of a human to touch a killer whale resulted in piercing its skin in an instant. Ah, the killer whale got scared. Indeed, it's the divine dragon. Just a touch and it scared this big guy like that. Yes, just a touch. The audience, watching through the screen, did not see that the deep-sea behemoth had been injured. Then, with a click, the screen went black again. Equipment malfunction, being repaired. The audience, who were watching an exciting moment, were frustrated that the equipment had broken again. They started complaining on various social media platforms. Which organization is running this live broadcast? Why does it always cut out like this? Damn it, refund. Let's understand, after all, it's in the deep sea, the environment is complex, sudden malfunctions can be understood. Understand my ass. If it's so easy to break, why don't you throw a few thousand or 800 down there? How can everything break? Soon, some experienced netizens discovered the company that supported this live broadcast. Dragon Nation Marine Exploration Center? Damn it, this seems fishy. Some research institute in the south? Why don't they even have a name? Sketchy, sketchy. Dragon Nation Mobile, Dragon Nation Telecom, Dragon Nation Unicom? Damn it, refund. The three major telecom operators, who were responsible for the official accounts in Xiong province, were almost in tears from the criticism. Brothers, this really has nothing to do with us. But they couldn't reveal the truth, otherwise they would definitely be in trouble. Fortunately, this time the blackout didn't last as long as last time. It was only 2 minutes before the live broadcast returned to normal. The three killer whales also returned to the side of the divine dragon. Shen had used the power of life to heal the killer whale just now, and he had also enchanted his claw with some energy to touch the killer whale. Now, the killer whale was no longer afraid. The faint power of life flowed over its body, making it feel extremely comfortable. It felt like the burden of the barnacles that had been attached to it for years had finally been removed. A sense of relief. Wow! Wasn't this killer whale very scared of the divine dragon just now? Why is it approaching again? What happened during those 2 minutes? Damn it! The most important 2 minutes were missed. Can't move, can't connect, can't trust, you guys come out. Damn it! It really has nothing to do with us. After playing with the killer whale for a while, Chen took his claw back. This humpback whale feels smooth to the touch, but it doesn't have any warmth. It's still more enjoyable to stroke something furry. Chen remembered the lions and tigers from last time. He also remembered the giant panda that ran fast and couldn't be stroked. Looks like I'll have to go find them when I get back, Chen thought to himself. After Chen removed his paw, the three humpback whales in front of him started spinning in circles. It seemed like they were playing, but also performing. As whales, humpback whales are very intelligent. Looking at the three humpback whales, Chen thought of something even more famous than humpback whales, ambergris. Ambergris is a very precious fragrance and traditional Chinese medicine ingredient. In ancient times, it was a top-grade tribute. Legend has it that ancient people found this thing when they picked it up from the seaside. They were overwhelmed by its fragrance and deduced that it was formed from the saliva of a divine dragon, hence the name ambergris. Later, it was discovered that this thing is actually a stomach stone of humpback whales. After humpback whales eat other creatures, some bones cannot be digested. They use oil to wrap them in their stomachs, gradually forming solid masses. Finally, they are either vomited or excreted, forming ambergris. Of course, when this thing is first expelled, it is very smelly. It has to undergo the washing of seawater before only the intoxicating fragrance remains. What a pity, this thing requires time to precipitate. Otherwise, I could talk to these three humpback whales and have them produce some. Fortunately, the three humpback whales didn't know what Chen was thinking, otherwise they would have fled directly. This is a stone, not saliva. How could it be so simple to produce it just by thinking about it? Unless Chen directly tears open their bellies with his claws. Then take out the ambergris and use the power of life to restore them. Wait! A flash of inspiration came to Chen's mind. Ambergris is said to be the saliva of a divine dragon. Am I not a divine dragon now? Although it felt absurd, Chen decided to give it a try. He took a breath and spat directly into the sea. This performance stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. Even Lin Yuchu was a bit confused. not knowing what Chen was doing. It wasn't until that spit came into contact with the seawater and slowly solidified. It turned into a gray object and quickly floated up. What the F***? I get it. I get it. You get it, hurry up and say it. What's the point of saying it? I have to buy a ticket to Cheong Island. The barrage in the live broadcast room kept scrolling, speculating on what had happened. Even those top zoologists couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. They had never seen such a phenomenon before. Until one viewer tentatively said, "What is the most famous thing on a humpback whale?" That must be ambergris. The legendary ambergris is the saliva of a divine dragon. You guys, is the divine dragon trying to produce real ambergris? What the F***? That makes sense. And that saliva really turned into a solid and floated to the surface of the sea. No wonder that guy wanted to go to Cheong Island. He must be going to retrieve ambergris. If he finds it, he'll get rich overnight. Definitely, ambergris produced by humpback whales is extremely expensive. It costs 500 grams per kilogram. Ours is even more expensive, 1,000 grams per kilogram. F***. You guys are killing me with laughter. Most of the audience in the live broadcast room were joking around, but a large number of them actually started taking action, especially the coastal fishermen and the crew members on the ocean freighters. Whenever they had free time, they would stand by the shore and fish out anything gray they saw. Although most of what they fished out was rotten wood, it still couldn't dampen their enthusiasm for retrieving ambergris. Chen still didn't know that his spit had made the entire sea area lively. Now he was certain that his saliva seemed to be useful. At least it was different from ordinary people's saliva, it could solidify. As for whether it smelled good or not, he wasn't sure. Let's continue going down. With Lin Yuchu, Chen continued to swim downwards. The three humpback whales followed along. This depth is nothing to them. #dragon's saliva. #real dragon's ambergris appears. This time, Chen made it to the global trending list. Domestic viewers are very familiar with these things. Viewers who go out to search for treasures at sea have started posting videos under related topics. Other viewers have also started paying attention. As for those foreign viewers, they are confused. They don't understand what dragon's ambergris is. But after learning about the magical uses of the dragon's artwork, watermelons, and so on, they vaguely feel that this thing must be extraordinary. The rich, however, are different. They have a deep understanding of the treasures of the Dragon Kingdom. At their level, luxury brands are just everyday items. Ceramics, silk, various carvings, and embroidery techniques. Those are the real luxury items. They are not fake at all, pleasing to the eye, and truly exquisite works of craftsmanship. Foreign luxury items rely on enchanted logos, but Dragon Kingdom's luxury items don't need enchantments. You can tell at a glance that you can't afford it. In their circle, logos are already childish. It's either the high craftsmanship of the Dragon Kingdom or extremely cutting-edge technology. When they saw that lump of dragon's ambergris floating up, they were collectively excited. That's real dragon's ambergris. This could definitely become a family heirloom. We missed out on the last artwork, but we're definitely getting this dragon's ambergris. After analyzing by several major families, they collectively believe that the biggest difficulty now is finding this real dragon's ambergris. The last artwork had ownership, but this thing floating on the sea surface, surely no one has ownership, right? Whoever finds it first gets it. But we're not sure if the dragon's saliva can really be used as a fragrance. What's there to be sure about? Even if it doesn't have a fragrance effect, it's not an ordinary thing. The dragon's urine is useful, so this saliva must be of great value. Soon, they contacted their own companies engaged in foreign trade and transportation in the Dragon Kingdom. They asked them to gather ships and head to the southern sea area for search. In addition, they also announced to the world through their own media. Whoever finds the dragon's saliva will receive a cash reward of 3 billion. Now, the entire southern sea area is completely boiling. Even those fishermen who haven't been out to sea for 2 or 3 years have prepared their equipment and set out to search for dragon's ambergris. The early bird catches the worm. On the yacht and mothership above Chen, hundreds of staff members have also received instructions from their superiors. Search for dragon's ambergris. The big shots from the Academy of Sciences are also very eager. A piece of physical dragon's ambergris is worth 100 of their research directions. So, the country is also in a hurry. After seeing foreign bids of tens of billions, they quickly dispatched warships to search. However, with so many people, they couldn't find any clues. Under the sea surface, the 5 tiger whales are still there. As well-known street roamers of the ocean, time is the one thing they have in abundance. Moreover, this sea area is now teeming with various marine creatures because of Chen's presence. They are here, no different from having a buffet. After eating their fill, they simply play around here. The 5 big guys jostle each other, seemingly wanting to determine who has greater strength. Suddenly, below them, something with a familiar scent is rapidly floating up. The 5 ocean roamers all come to a halt. They swing their tails and aim their heads downwards. They seem to want to figure out what the floating thing is. In the instant it floats past them, the middle tiger whale pounces and directly swallows it. The grayish-yellow solid turns into liquid and disappears as soon as it enters the whale's mouth. The middle whale splashes twice. The power of the dragon flows through its entire body. The live broadcast continues. What happens in the world of the sea has nothing to do with Chen. However, the power of his faith inside him is growing rapidly. After diving several hundred meters, Chen once again discovered a new presence. What is this thing? Why does it look so much like a giant octopus? Soon, the owner of this presence appeared in Chen's line of sight. Its body was also red. At the moment, it was huddled together, hiding in a crevice of rocks. It really resembled a giant octopus, except its head was bigger and its tentacles were slightly shorter. Chen searched for information about this creature in his mind. Soon, a name came to him. Giant barrel jellyfish? Giant barrel jellyfish, also known as giant squid. The name sounded just as powerful as the giant octopus. Its aggression was indeed more formidable than the giant octopus. However, both of these creatures were part of the diet of the sperm whale. To the sperm whale, these two creatures were just snacks. Now, behind Chen, there were 3 sperm whales. After the giant squid appeared on the live broadcast, the comments section once again erupted. It completely overshadowed the previous discussion about Dragon Amber. What the hell is this thing? It's giving me goosebumps. Damn, why does this thing make my scalp tingle? This is the real sea monster, right? Those big eyes, my heart is pounding. What's going on? This creature is called the giant barrel jellyfish, a ruler of the deep sea. Its tentacles have 8-centimeter long barbs. 8-centimeter long barbs? The audience immediately thought of fishing hooks. If the hook was 8 centimeters long, how big would it be? An 8-centimeter hook could even catch a person, right? Damn, if one of those tentacles hit a person, wouldn't they die instantly? Such a powerful existence, why is it hiding in the crevices of rocks? Why isn't it attacking? Attack who? Attack the dragon god? Even with its 80-centimeter long barbs, it wouldn't stand a chance against the dragon god. Attack the sperm whales? They are its natural enemies. Eating them is like eating snacks. It can't even defeat one, let alone 3. I get it. This is like a street thug encountering a serious boss. Chen initially wanted to approach and have a friendly interaction with this ruler of the deep sea. But as soon as he approached, this giant creature, spanning over 10 meters, ran away. It only left behind a cluster of eggs on the ground. So it was laying eggs here. Although the giant squid was large, its lifespan was not long, only 3 to 400 days. Therefore, reproduction was particularly important to them. Forget it, I won't disturb you. After thinking for a moment, Chen decided to end today's deep-sea journey. He stopped the 3 sperm whales from chasing after him. He released the power of the ocean, enveloping the largest giant squid egg. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. No, it's a fisherman who never returns empty-handed. When visiting the deep sea, one must bring something back. This giant squid egg is not bad. I wonder if I can raise it into a giant squid. He was already a dragon god himself. It made sense to raise a different kind of pet, right? Under the influence of the power of the ocean, the largest giant squid egg was lifted up. This egg was a full meter long. If placed in shallow waters, no one would think it was an egg. After informing Lin Yuchu, Chen began to ascend with this giant squid egg. The giant squid had long since disappeared, let alone obstructing him. With Chen present, the 3 sperm whales did not eat these eggs either. They swam up together. What the hell is the dragon god doing? If I'm not mistaken, those should be giant squid eggs. What does the dragon god want with giant squid eggs? Could he be planning to grill them on his yacht and eat them? I think it's possible. Then why doesn't he capture the giant squid as well, make an iron plate, add some dragon breath, sprinkle some cumin and chili powder? Damn, the taste would be amazing. Awesome. Most of the audience found it amusing. On the natural forum, the server crashed. Who could have imagined that the giant octopus was just an appetizer? And there were even larger creatures waiting for them. Oh, the eggs of the king sour jellyfish. They haven't even seen the actual thing, let alone a photo. The divine dragon actually managed to obtain the eggs of the king sour jellyfish. If they could get their hands on this, it would definitely be a historic milestone in the study of deep-sea creatures. Of course, that's assuming they can't access the divine dragon's data. If they had access to the divine dragon's research materials, they wouldn't even bother with this stuff. Have the members from the Dragon Kingdom not been contacted yet? No, it seems like they've all gone offline together. We've tried privately messaging them, but we haven't received any replies, and their statuses have all been changed to engaged in research, do not disturb. A few of us administrators have contacted some Dragon Kingdom professors we're close with using our personal identities, and they said they're conducting a historic research project and don't have time to focus on these deep-sea creatures. A historic research project? Although it wasn't explicitly stated in the conversation, it was obvious. It must be research related to the Divine Dragon. How the tables have turned. Last month, they were begging us for directions, and now we can't even contact them. That's for sure. If I had a research project related to the Divine Dragon, I wouldn't bother with these trivial matters either. Think about it, is there any way we can also obtain research materials? Forget about the Divine Dragon, even the giant squid would do. There are naturally methods, but implementing them would be a bit difficult. Several professors looked over. Curiously, they asked, what methods? Join the Dragon Kingdom. I've already submitted my materials, but it's quite difficult. With my qualifications, I estimate I'll have to work in the Dragon Kingdom for at least 2 years. After some contemplation, several professors applied to immigrate as talent to the Dragon Kingdom, but it seemed unlikely to work, so they contacted acquaintances in their own Dragon Kingdom. They applied for work visas. Are you all just casually leaving like this? What's the big deal? As long as we can research the Divine Dragon, I don't mind cross-dressing. The staff at the Dragon Kingdom Embassy were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen so many elite talents applying to go to the Dragon Kingdom. This world is too crazy. Amidst global attention, Chen, along with Lin Yuchu and the giant squid egg, emerged from the sea. The 3 sperm whales, at Chen's signal, swam to a distance to breathe. However, Chen was a bit puzzled. Of the 5 transient orcas, only 4 remained, and he didn't know where the other one had gone. Chen didn't dwell on these small details. With the strength of the orcas, he didn't have to worry about them encountering any trouble in this sea area. After leaving the sea, Lin Yuchu gave some instructions in the live broadcast room and then closed the live stream. On the cruise ship, Chen Anghua and his group were already prepared for the welcoming ceremony. Just then, a phone call came in. Anghua, the global live broadcast this time was organized very well. It has received a great response internationally. Your live broadcast this time is equivalent to a year's worth of publicity for our news department. Chen Anghua nodded with a sincere smile. For this live broadcast, we also have to thank the cooperation of several other departments. Well, enough with the formalities. Has the Divine Dragon surfaced? Report, the Divine Dragon has already emerged from the sea, and we are currently preparing to welcome it. That's good. Remember, your current task is to meet the Divine Dragon's demands while ensuring its safety as much as possible. Understood. The call ended. Lin Yuchu took the elevator and boarded the cruise ship, escorted to the changing room to change clothes. With the protection of the power of the ocean, her clothes were not wet at all. Chen, on the other hand, flew directly up with the giant octopus egg. He flew to the indoor swimming pool on the yacht and dropped the egg of the king sour jellyfish into it. With the envelopment of the power of the ocean, it didn't matter what kind of water the egg was in. After completing these tasks, Chen returned to the deck on the first floor. Chen Anghua led the way to welcome them. Thank you, Divine Dragon, for taking us on this exploration of the deep sea world. Your live broadcast this time has filled many gaps in natural science. On behalf of all humanity, I thank you. Chen Anghua knew that the Divine Dragon couldn't speak now, so he didn't continue with the nonsense. Instead, he asked Chen, what are your plans for the next step? Chen extended his dragon claw and wrote 2 words on the ground, go home. Then he turned around and went back to his room to sleep. Chen Anghua looked at the 2 words on the ground and felt a tremor in his heart. It wasn't the meaning of these 2 words that shook him, but the fact that they were written on a steel plate. The secretary standing next to him was also a bit frightened, but still said, Team leader, should we arrange for someone to repair it? Chen Anghua came back to his senses and waved his hand. This is the property of the Khodorkovsky family. We should inform them and let them make the decision. After arranging the task for the return journey, Chen Anghua called the Khodorkovsky family. It was their patriarch who answered the call. These days, with the Divine Dragon gaining popularity, the whole world admired the Divine Dragon. And they all knew that this luxury yacht was a gift from their family to the Divine Dragon. The wealthy individuals who hadn't been in contact for a long time called to congratulate him. They said it was an absolutely correct decision. The companies under their family also benefited greatly from this incident. The most popular business was yacht rentals. The yacht that the Divine Dragon had ridden on had become a famous yacht in the world of the wealthy. People were willing to pay to rent it for several months. Normally, their family also had this business to offset the daily maintenance costs of the yacht. However, there weren't many people renting it. But after the Divine Dragon wrote on it, the waiting list for contacting him was already scheduled for the next year. If he hadn't made it clear that the rental business was temporarily suspended, it would have continued to be pushed back. Now, the Dragon Kingdom called. He was extremely excited and answered the phone without hesitation. "Hello, we are the staff of the Dragon Kingdom Divine Dragon Protection. We would like to seek your opinion." Through the translator, the old man understood the meaning of the Dragon Kingdom. Shen Onggwa continued, "The Divine Dragon used its dragon claw to write and carve through the yacht. Do you need it to be repaired to its original state?" When the old man heard that it needed to be repaired to its original state, he became anxious and quickly stopped him. "If it doesn't affect the yacht's normal navigation, please don't touch it. Are you kidding me? A painting by the Divine Dragon can sell for such a high value. And that's just on paper. The value of the Divine Dragon's writing doesn't even need to be considered. It would definitely be globally sought after. And this wasn't even painted on paper, but written on a steel plate. If it were to be displayed in the future, that would be impressive. We request that you please protect this area and not let anyone destroy it. If the location affects normal navigation, then cut it off and we will send a ship to retrieve it." Shen Onggwa replied, "That won't be a problem. There is another matter. According to the Divine Dragon's instructions, we are now returning to the port. We want to keep this cruise ship in the port for a month, and after confirming that nothing is missing, we will exchange it with you." The person on the other end of the phone agreed readily. For their family, whether they had a yacht or not was the same, but having the Divine Dragon's patronage was important. Shen Onggwa added, "If within this month, the Divine Dragon uses your cruise ship again, this time will be extended." "No problem." After finalizing the yacht matters, Shen Onggwa withdrew all the staff he had brought to the yacht and returned to the mothership, Jelon. They still had an important task to accomplish, finding Dragon's Amber. Luan Jilong led the crew and sailed the yacht back. Their destination was Cheon Island port. At the same time, Shen Onggwa also informed the staff on Cheon Island and prepared for their arrival, especially the evacuation of the crowd and traffic control. These tasks required a large number of personnel. Complete secrecy was impossible. Soon, the news of the Divine Dragon's return to the island spread on the local hot search in Cheon Island. "I'm in the front row, eating popcorn. I'm first. Haha, I'm already waiting at the seaside. I wonder which port the Divine Dragon will come from this time." After spreading throughout Cheon Island, it made it to the national hot list. The Divine Dragon has finally returned from the sea. The last time the Divine Dragon went out to sea, it was only 2 meters long. Now, the Divine Dragon is already 4 meters long. Everyone can look forward to seeing the Divine Dragon in person. Watching through a live stream is no longer enough for them. As the yacht slowly moved forward, Chen had already entered a deep sleep. In this state, the tree of origin inside him would grow faster. He didn't notice that shortly after the cruise ship left, a killer whale emerged from the water. It continuously rammed its head against the rocks in the water. Once, twice. Until the rocks were shattered, there was not a single scratch on its head. It was the killer whale that had consumed the dragon's saliva. After absorbing the energy from the dragon's saliva, its body underwent a comprehensive evolution. The most obvious change was the defense of its skin. These rocks in the sea, which were not very hard, could now be rammed without any consequences. In addition, its swimming speed and biting force had also increased. The ocean street racer had leveled up. After colliding with these rocks, it left that area with 4 other killer whales. 2 days later, the yacht was getting closer to Cheon Island. Meanwhile, various types of boats had gathered in the previous area. There were fishing boats and medium-sized yachts. The Divine Dragon had left, but the dragon's saliva was still there. After a few days, the dragon's saliva would definitely surface. The waves during these few days were not that big, so if nothing unexpected happened, it would still be in that area. It was a reward worth billions. Who wouldn't be envious? Even though the probability was extremely low, everyone wanted to give it a try. Some wealthy people even rushed over in their own yachts. Even if they were rich, several $100 million in liquid assets was not a small amount. The entire area was in chaos. Helicopters also came to join in the fun and broadcast the progress of the search for dragon's saliva worldwide. In a villa in the lighthouse country, several men in suits were full of confidence. "Rest assured, this time we will act quickly. We have hired 80% of the fishing boats. We are determined to obtain the dragon's saliva. It is already worth billions now, and in a few more years, its value will be immeasurable. This is definitely the most valuable item with appreciation potential of this century." Just then, a man nearby said, "But isn't this thing not rare? In the end, it's just the saliva of the Eastern Divine Dragon. If it wants to, it can produce countless dragon's saliva." Just based on this, it loses its investment value. As soon as the man finished speaking, a cane flew towards him. The old man sitting in the middle angrily said, "You've really become foolish from reading too many books. Even if the saliva of the divine dragon can be produced 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, it still has value. Besides, what do you think the divine dragon is? If you let it produce more dragon's saliva, it will produce more dragon's saliva. How foolish." This global treasure hunt game was full of excitement. New faces kept joining in. Even businessmen from small countries had transformed into fishermen at this moment, hoping to try their luck. The scene was no less than the gold rush of the past. The official scientific research ship of the Dragon Kingdom had already withdrawn after cooperating with the military's divine detection. They were certain that there was no dragon's saliva on the sea surface. Perhaps the dragon's saliva had dissipated after floating up, or maybe it had drifted to some other place. But this was beyond the scope of human search. The ocean was too vast, whether it could be found or not depended on luck. After some consideration, the officials simply withdrew to avoid wasting research resources. Team Leader Chen, since we have already determined that there is none here, why don't we inform the whole world? Chen Anhwa smiled and said, "What's the point of informing them? It's not like our country invited them here." As he spoke, he pointed to Cheon Island on the map. "I'm afraid you don't know yet, but because of their arrival, the consumption on Cheon Island has skyrocketed in the past 2 days. Especially shipyard orders, we can't even get them at a higher price now." The secretary was taken aback, forgetting about this function. "What about our fishermen? If they don't fish, it's a waste of time." Chen Anhwa threw another document. "Do you think they're really here to find treasure? Our fishermen are smart. They're being hired, 5,000 per day for a small fishing boat, 1,000 per day per person. There are people willing to pay. This way, we solve the fishermen's employment problem and increase their income. Why not?" The secretary couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Wonderful." The yacht docked at Cheon Island. Chen did not stay with the special forces escort. He and Lin Yuchu took a plane directly to Zhongjiang province. Of course, Chen also brought back the spoils of war, the eggs of the giant squid. The construction of the Dragon Palace progressed quickly. He planned to get a larger aquarium for his Dragon Palace. This giant squid would be the first batch of pets. Since the establishment of Taoyuan village, it had never been so lively. The construction of the Dragon Palace was already 90% complete. The final work of decoration and removing odors was underway. The John Nation warship had also arrived at Zhongjiang port. From the port to Taoyuan village, such a large ship, we can only cut it first, transport it in groups back to Taoyuan village, and then assemble it. The leader in charge of transportation reported to Chen Anhwa, who had rushed back. Chen Anhwa waved his hand. "Put this matter aside for now, we have more important things to do." Transporting the ship back to Taoyuan village, although troublesome and costly, had no impact on the financial budget of Zhongjiang province. After all, John Nation had already paid for the work. The reason Chen Anhwa changed his mind was because Chen brought back the large king sour jellyfish eggs. This thing could grow up to 10 meters long, and the aquarium to be built would definitely need hundreds of meters. There was no space left in the Dragon Palace for something that big. Fortunately, the space left by the ship was still unused. After a telephone conference, they had invited the most famous aquarium architect in the country and experts in animal growth to go to Taoyuan village. The world's largest aquarium, or rather, a private aquarium, was being created in their hands. The leader of the transportation team didn't ask much. They were currently working on confidentiality. If they didn't need to know, they wouldn't ask. He just continued to report on the work. The cultural relics on the warship have been handed over to the special forces. They are already on their way to transport them, ensuring that they can be displayed in the museum before the dragon god arrives at Taoyuan village. Chen Anhwa nodded. "Understood. You can go back with them." When the man left, Chen Anhwa turned to the man in the suit behind him and asked, "How is the security work going?" The man in the suit took a sip of strong tea and replied, "Don't worry, everything is arranged." Chen Anhwa said, "Don't take it lightly. Have those foreign organizations been investigated?" The man in the suit said, "Those guys, ever since the dragon god caused such a big commotion at sea, they've been silent. I don't know if they're scared or planning something big. Their activities have slowed down since the dragon god returned to the village." Chen Anhwa's nervous expression relaxed a bit and he said, "If they're not taking action, then focus on the masses. The dragon god has become a belief for people now. With so many people, there will inevitably be a few crazy fans. If they go all out to find the dragon god, it might cause a serious incident." The man in the suit said, "Don't worry, we have conducted more than 10 inspections of the route for the dragon god's return to the village. In order to meet everyone's welcome for the dragon god, we have issued quotas to every community and village. After a lottery, those who come to welcome the dragon god can enter the scene only after passing the review. In addition, we have arranged a motorcycle and riot armored vehicle escort team. They will provide full escort throughout the journey. Chen Hongwa said with satisfaction, remember, no accidents should happen. Make the security team in Taoyuan village stay alert and don't let outsiders mix in. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, the plane landed at Zhongjiang Airport. The caravan that welcomed Shenlong drove directly into the airport. There was also a temporarily modified water tank truck behind. After Chen put the squid eggs into the water tank, he boarded the caravan with Lin Yuchu. Outside the airport, it was already crowded with people. If it weren't for the experienced security team dispatched by Zhang Jiang, who had arranged riot walls in advance, it would have been chaotic. Everyone, please remain calm to avoid unnecessary accidents. Shenlong is tired, please do not disturb him. After the caravan came out, it joined the motorcycle team dispatched by the traffic police in front. There were riot armored vehicles following on both sides, and at the end, the convoy slowly drove towards Taoyuan village. Along the way, there were crowds welcoming them. However, due to the organization from various places, everything was orderly. It was not as crazy as Zhongjiang Airport. 4 hours later, the convoy returned to Taoyuan village. The current Taoyuan village was as solid as a fortress. Chen Hongwa finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Shenlong entering Taoyuan village. He wasn't worried about any accidents happening to Shenlong. With Shenlong's strength, even if he had an accident, Shenlong wouldn't. It was just that if any trampling incidents or the like occurred during the welcoming ceremony, he would take full responsibility. The convoy can retreat now. Leave the rest to the Taoyuan village protection group. Chen led Lin Yuchu into the village. These days, the village hadn't changed much. It was just that there were more people. The villagers who had gone out to work had returned one after another to build new houses. Lin Yuchu's home was also livelier. Without Shenlong, these villagers dared to come in and chat with Lin Yuchu's grandmother. As soon as Chen entered the village, he attracted everyone's attention. However, the villagers only dared to watch from a distance and didn't dare to approach. The current Chen was about 4 meters long. Not to mention the golden scales, just his majestic body alone was enough to make people feel scared. If it weren't for their reverence for Shenlong, they wouldn't even dare to look at him from afar. Lin Yuchu pushed open her wooden door. Her grandmother was sitting on the threshold of the inner room, peeling beans, with a small orange cat lying next to her. When she saw Chen coming in, the orange cat meowed and jumped onto the roof. "Grandma, I'm back," Lin Yuchu said. Her grandmother smiled happily. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Have you eaten? Should I go and—" Lin Yuchu's grandmother subconsciously said half of her sentence, but when she saw Chen's huge figure, she stopped talking. She really didn't know what Chen would eat now. Such a big Shenlong, even if they emptied the rice jar at home, wouldn't be enough, right? "Grandma, I'll take care of his food." Lin Yuchu looked at Chen, but she also didn't know how much Chen could eat now. These few days, Chen hadn't eaten anything. It seemed like Shenlong didn't need to eat. Lin Yuchu didn't understand either. However, she still prepared a pot of beef stew with small potatoes to eat. Making a big pot should be enough for him to eat, right? Lin Yuchu thought to herself. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Sihai walked in from outside. He now had particularly thick hair and was wearing an executive jacket, looking 10 years younger. After receiving the news that Chen had returned to the village, he rushed over immediately. "Hello, I am here to invite you to visit the Dragon Palace. Our Dragon Palace project is nearing completion," Jiang Sihai respectfully said to Chen. Lin Yuchu wanted to ask who he was, but seeing that he seemed to be familiar with Shenlong, she didn't say anything. Chen nodded in satisfaction. He was worried about not having a place to sleep after returning. Seeing Lin Yuchu looking confused and not knowing what had happened, Chen wrote the word "leave" on the ground. Then he walked out of the yard with big strides. Although Lin Yuchu didn't know what had happened, she obediently followed Chen's footsteps. Jiang Sihai also followed closely. However, as soon as he stepped out of the threshold, he saw Chen and Lin Yuchu flying directly into the air. The wind rises. The Dragon Palace was still some distance away from Taoyuan village, and it would be a waste of time to walk there. So, Chen directly gathered a gust of wind around Lin Yuchu using his elemental power, allowing her to fly with him to the Dragon Palace. As for Jiang Sihai, he drove here, so Chen didn't bother. Jiang Sihai looked at the Shenlong flying farther and farther, dumbfounded. "I haven't gotten on the car yet. No, I haven't taken off." Lin Yuchu looked at the increasingly vast view beneath her feet and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't know if it was from fear or from the wind. Humans long to fly in the sky with their own bodies, but when they actually fly, they still feel a bit scared looking at the 100-meter high altitude. Lin Yuchu nervously looked at Chen beside her. At this moment, Chen was facing the wind, swaying the dragon's body, leisurely flying in the air. With the white clouds behind him, he looked so cool. This scene made Lin Yuchu's anxious heart calm down a bit. The Shenlong is taking me for a ride. How could it let me fall? Thinking of this, she simply opened her arms and closed her eyes, trying to be as relaxed as Chen. But every time she closed her eyes for only 5 seconds, she couldn't help but open them to see if she was safe. Fortunately, with Chen by her side, she could move around confidently. She finally experienced the joy of flying with her own body. Looking at the tiny village below, a feeling of overlooking the mountains surged in her heart. It's so beautiful. She took out her phone and took a picture. This perspective is usually only captured by drones. After taking a landscape photo, she turned the camera of her phone towards Chen. She quickly pressed the capture button. Then she turned around in a hurry and secretly set this photo as her screensaver. After making sure there was no problem, she put her phone in her pocket. Halfway through, an idea flashed through Lin Yuchu's mind. In this state, could she do a special live broadcast? Has anyone ever done a live broadcast from this perspective with a phone? She turned to Chen beside her and said, "Can I do a live broadcast?" Chen nodded. After all, he didn't have to put in any effort for the live broadcast, so it didn't matter whether she did it or not. If it required him to expend energy and time, he would compare it to sleeping and see if it was worth it. If it wasn't as good as sleeping, he would choose to sleep. Soon, the orange girl started her live broadcast. This time, there was no advance notice, but there were still many viewers waiting in the live broadcast room. The news of the Shenlong returning to the village had generated a lot of excitement. Many people thought that after being away for so long, the orange girl should do a live broadcast of the daily life in the village. Of course, the official account also reminded every fan. "Ah, I knew Shenlong would do a live broadcast today. Huh, another drone live broadcast? The scenery is so beautiful. The caretaker's drone is getting better and better, flying so smoothly. Is this Tao Yuan village? The rice fields have turned yellow, it's a sea of golden rice fields. So beautiful." Lin Yuchu held her phone and turned around to show everyone. "Wow, this drone is really smart, it can even spin like this. What brand of drone did the caretaker buy? I want to buy one and play with it too. Wait, isn't that Shenlong? Why is it next to the drone? Damn, I saw the corner of a robe. This isn't a drone, it's Shenlong and the caretaker. What the hell, Shenlong and the caretaker are flying in the sky. Shenlong is taking the caretaker to the sky?" All the viewers were dumbfounded. They were suddenly pulled out of their mood of enjoying the beautiful scenery. If they didn't see it wrong, the caretaker should be flying. And without relying on any technological tools, he was flying with Shenlong. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Awesome! Shenlong, take me too. I want to fly. I'm wearing silk stockings, I look so good. Take me. Can I join the stepmother group? Are you guys stupid? Shenlong is flying next to the drone. This is the caretaker's live broadcast. Be careful, the caretaker might block you. Damn! Thanks for the reminder. I'll privately message Shenlong when the caretaker is not around. Lin Yuchu didn't see these comments. After flying for 5 minutes, a hazy mountain village appeared in front of her. Through the thin mist, she could still feel the grandeur of the architectural complex. Wasn't this place just a barren mountain before? In a daze, Lin Yuchu even began to doubt if she had traveled through time. Just then, Chen started descending, and their destination was precisely that architectural complex. Are we going there? The phone turned around, and the viewers in the live stream also saw the magnificent buildings. What is that? Holy cow! It looks like a garden-style house. No, not just one, it's a group. Could it be built by some hidden tycoon? Although the land in the village is cheap, it must still be expensive to build such a whole complex. It seems like Shenlong and the others are going inside this villa. Anyone who can associate with Shenlong must be either rich or noble. The discussion in the live stream suddenly became lively. Everyone speculated about who owned this large villa. Until someone said, is it possible, is there a possibility that this villa belongs to Shenlong? Look, the frontmost building, it's carved with the words Shenlong Museum. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen slowed down and successfully landed at the entrance of the architectural complex with Lin Yuchu. Most of the workers had already left this place. Only those who were building the aquarium remained. The work of the Dragon Palace had already been handed over to the supporting service staff such as the butlers, nannies, and chefs. Of course, there were also some ordinary security guards responsible for confidentiality and security work. Lin Yuchu rubbed her eyes. She seemed unable to believe that there could be such a large architectural complex here. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Chen's economic strength, but she had just been here not long ago. How long had it been? How could such a large villa be built so quickly? Moreover, this villa complex was not rough at all. The green area was at least 60%. It was like a park. Chen didn't pay attention to Lin Yuchu, who was immersed in shock. He walked into the Dragon Palace first, ready to find out what could be improved. However, the Dragon Palace was just too big, and with flowers and shrubs surrounding it, he found it a bit overwhelming. It would be great if someone could introduce me to the surroundings, Chen thought to himself. This seems to be Zhang Sihai's job. While everyone was touring the Dragon Palace along with the camera, in the capital city, a unique meeting was taking place. After handing over his work to Zhang Sihai, Chen Anghua also came here. Emo, why don't you tell everyone? The old man sitting on the chairman's podium pointed to the man sitting next to him. The man's name was Zhang Emo, a famous director in the Dragon Kingdom. Alright, the main reason we invited everyone here this time is for one thing. We want to make a movie about Shenlong. As soon as these words were spoken, the meeting table immediately became lively. What? Make a movie about Shenlong? There were already many movies about dragons on the market, but those were all special effects, and most of them lacked imagination. Now that there were real dragons, they hadn't even thought about this possibility. Zhang Yimou continued, according to our data statistics, the biggest global focus right now is Shenlong. If we can make a movie about Shenlong, we might surpass Disney and Marvel and become the biggest IP in the world. The old man sitting in the middle smiled and said, Emo's suggestion is excellent. This is an excellent cultural propaganda opportunity, so we called everyone here to discuss whether we can make it happen. The meeting room became lively once again. Excitement appeared on everyone's faces. If they could create an IP for Shenlong, future movies and TV dramas would definitely sell well overseas. Corresponding theme squares, theme amusement parks, and other offline venues could also be developed. By then, they would go beyond the country's borders and become popular worldwide. This was definitely a big cake, a market that the Dragon Kingdom had previously found it difficult to enter. If they succeeded, it could solve the employment problems of a large number of people, even becoming a new point of economic growth. Don't talk about making money yourself. If they get their hands on both projects, it would definitely be a great political achievement. Just then, Chen Anghua raised his hand. Anghua, you speak. Chen Anghua, I object. The whole room fell silent. We all support it, why do you object? The old man still smiled and asked, then you tell me, why do you object? Chen Anghua opened the microphone in front of him and said, what filming TV dramas, filming movies, are all your wishful thinking? Before doing these things, shouldn't you seek the opinion of the Divine Dragon? A painting by the Divine Dragon can sell for billions of dollars. If you want the Divine Dragon to appear, how much appearance fee would you have to pay? This question silenced everyone. That's right. When did the Divine Dragon agree to come and film? All of this is just their imagination. If the Divine Dragon doesn't agree, it's all in vain. At this moment, Zhang Yimou still smiled. He was not defeated like the others. Zhang Yimou, what Leader Chen said, we have already considered, that's why we called this meeting. This time's film shooting is different from traditional films. We are planning to do something new. Something new? Does that mean we don't need the Divine Dragon to appear? Zhang Yimou, you can say that, appear, but not completely. We have decided to film the Divine Dragon in the style of a documentary. We won't interfere with the Divine Dragon's daily life at all. We will just use a camera to record certain segments, and then edit and package them into a film. Everyone looked at each other. This kind of film is not unheard of in China, but those are all documentaries that record reality and depict a certain kind of life. How can this kind of film compete with Hollywood blockbusters? How can it become an intellectual property? Only Chen Anghua nodded. If that's the case, we can still talk to the Divine Dragon. The old man sitting in the middle knocked on the table, signaling everyone to be quiet. If the film is successful, we can make it into a promotional film. Everyone should do their own work. That's it. The meeting is adjourned. One day later, Chen and Lin Yuchu successfully moved into the Dragon Palace. Lin Yuchu originally wanted to take care of her grandmother in Taoyuan village, but her room was already too small for Chen to sleep in. These past few days, her grandmother's mental state has been very good, so they moved into the Dragon Palace together with Chen. The giant squid egg was placed in the swimming pool. The construction of the family aquarium was proceeding in an orderly manner. After the meeting, Zhang Yimou and the others brought their tools and settled in Taoyuan village. Their initial plan was to interview the villagers. The filming of the Divine Dragon would be done after Chen Anghua negotiated with the Divine Dragon. The staff at the Dragon Palace were all very professional. They were recruited by Zhang Sihai from all over the country. Chen and Lin Yuchu didn't need to worry about trivial matters at all. they just needed to focus on living. These days, Shen has been absorbing the power of belief and rarely going out. The tree of origin inside him has already grown into a small seedling with 7 or 8 leaves. Sometimes it gets boring. Lin Yuchu would cook something for him. Although he doesn't really need to eat now, sometimes he still craves for food. As the saying goes, one should not waste good food in beautiful women. In this way, Shen and Lin Yuchu spent half a month in the Dragon Palace. During this half month, the weather outside was getting hotter. Even though it was already autumn, the sun seemed to want to make a final appearance. It was even hotter than summer. On this day, Shen was lying on the bed absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a different aura flashed by him. Shen abruptly opened his eyes. It seemed to be related to the power of origin inside him. What's going on? He used his power of origin to sense this aura, but it disappeared. Could it be an illusion? No, something must have happened. At the same time, after half a month, the domestic media exploded again. In this half month, the Divine Dragon did not start airing. There is no new news. Although there are many viewers coming to the live broadcast room to check in, they can't stand the long time. Slowly, the popularity of Shenlong has also decreased. Other daily news is not enough to attract national attention. Another day of waiting for Shenlong to start broadcasting. Shenlong, my Shenlong. Shenlong, why haven't you come out yet? Do you think it's possible that Shenlong is upgrading? According to past practice, every time Shenlong upgrades, it grows 2 meters taller. This time it has been upgrading for 15 days, so when we see Shenlong next time, he will probably be over 30 meters tall. You understand Shenlong. Just then, a piece of news squeezed into the comments section of the live broadcast room. Brothers and sisters, look at the news. There is a major forest fire in the mountainous area of Wanjiang City, and emergency rescue is underway. Wanjiang City? I remember Taoyuan Village is in Wanjiang City. Let me check. Damn it. It's true. Taoyuan Village where Shenlong is located is in Wanjiang City, and Taoyuan Village is close to the mountainous area. Damn it. Could it be that Shenlong is practicing in the mountains and set the mountain on fire? Last time Shenlong upgraded in the sea, it made the sea boil, so this is not impossible. Shen was about to spit out a mouthful of dragon blood when he heard these silly netizens' speculations. Am I that kind of mischievous dragon? He was lying on the bed at this time, spreading all the power of his origin in his body. Finally, he caught a trace of abnormality. There's something wrong with the temperature over there. The mountainous area is more than 20 kilometers away from the Dragon Palace. Fierce wildfires are devouring everything. The fire departments of Wanjiang City and surrounding counties are urgently assembling. Forest firefighters are already in place. Red-painted helicopters are hovering at the edge. A team of firefighters in black uniforms rushed out of the forest. We can't suppress it. We can't suppress it at all. With just these few water pipes, we can't even get in. Several people sat on the ground, took off their heavy protective clothing, and their teammates outside quickly sprayed water on them to cool them down. The fire is too big. Our extinguishing speed can't keep up with the burning speed. We must find a way to establish a fire break. We will report the situation immediately. You guys rest first. The forest fire is a race against time. Every second is a matter of life. As the first forest firefighters to arrive, their mission is particularly important. They not only have to find a way to suppress the fire, but also need to determine the situation and main difficulties and report them to the higher-ups. After confirming that the returning team members were okay, the captain quickly reported the situation to the special command post set up in the rear. The special command post. Zhang Sihai happened to be supervising the construction progress of the Dragon Palace Marine Museum. It was close to the fire location. After reporting the fire situation to Wanjiang City, he was directly transferred here. He became the leader of the special team, supervising and commanding the operation to extinguish the forest fire. Hello, I am Zhang Sihai, the overall commander of this operation. Commander, we are the forest firefighters. The fire is spreading rapidly. Please quickly send reinforcements. The command post has already started mobilizing. There are already 1,000 firefighters rushing to your location, and more personnel are being mobilized. Please try to contain the fire while ensuring the safety of the personnel. Yes. We have sent the situation at the scene to the command headquarters by email. The call ended. Zhang Sihai quickly organized a high-level meeting. The leaders of various fire departments attended. This fire is happening during dry weather. It's autumn, and the trees in the forest are shedding leaves. The cause of the fire is still unknown, but the fire is spreading rapidly. The area affected by the fire has already exceeded 600 hectares, and it is still spreading rapidly. Your task is to cut out a lifeline for me and stop the spread of the fire. Yes. It is of great importance, and no one dares to be negligent. Firefighting teams from all over have joined the battle. Jiang Sihai also arranged for people to mobilize the entire city. The front line is important, and logistics are also crucial. Hello everyone, we are reporters from Zhongjiang News. We are currently located only 500 meters away from the edge of the forest fire. You can see thick smoke rising from the forest, and our firefighters are urgently extinguishing the fire. Due to the sudden incident, it is difficult to guarantee rescue logistics. We hope that energetic villagers and citizens near Taoyuan village can come to the scene to support. After Zhongjiang News issued a request for support, major media outlets quickly reposted it, spreading throughout the country. Everyone's attention is focused on this forest fire. Let's all make an effort. This fire is very difficult to control. The firefighters in the front are working hard, so anyone who can go should help. As the captain of the city's firefighting assault team, Wan Mingping quickly arrived at the scene with his team. As a special firefighting team, they are specifically responsible for handling high-risk disaster incidents. It is more dangerous than regular firefighting and has a higher sacrifice rate. However, their skills and experience are stronger than those of regular fire brigades. As soon as they arrived at the scene, they were assigned the most dangerous task: main attack. Luan Mingpeng said while organizing his equipment. As always, the most difficult task is on our shoulders. Main attack. The mountain fire is following the mountain wind, but we will go against the wind, against the fire. Do we have the confidence to complete the mission? Yes. With the command, Luan Mingpeng led the assault team into the fire. In the rear, they were cutting fire breaks. Their task was to slow down the spread of the fire. They must not let the fire spread before the fire breaks are ready. Otherwise, their efforts in creating the fire breaks would be in vain. The fire situation behind them would also be more difficult to control. Captain, something is not right with these flames. As soon as they arrived at the fire scene, everyone's faces became serious. This place is located in a valley, and the problem is not just the fast spread of the fire. The most complicated issue is the constantly changing wind direction, which carries the thick smoke from the fire. This smoke is also deadly. Let's work hard and suppress them. The high temperature penetrated through their protective clothing. The dozens of members of the assault team struggled with the fire using water guns. Zhang Yimo was originally interviewing villagers in Taoyuan village. Upon receiving the news, he quickly rushed to the scene with his filming team. Although he is a filmmaker, he didn't want to miss such a major event. Maybe he could make a movie adaptation of this incident in the future. Some scenes might be able to be captured with ready-made footage. Director Zhang, we've been here for half a month. We haven't even seen a trace of the legendary dragon, let alone film it. If we continue like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to complete the task. Don't worry about the dragon. If I'm not in a hurry, why are you in a hurry? Right now, we should consider ourselves as waiters. When the dragon decides to show up, we'll go film it. In the meantime, we wait. Understood. Oh, by the way, do you think the dragon will appear in this forest fire? In the previous major events, the dragon always protected the Dragon Kingdom. If the dragon knows about this massive forest fire, it should come to the rescue, right? Zhang Yimo nodded. If the dragon knows, it will definitely come. But according to my insider information, the dragon is currently in seclusion in the Dragon Palace, practicing some great technique. This time, it's uncertain if the dragon will know. You know this kind of information too? Last time I asked the working group, they said everything about the dragon in the Dragon Palace is kept confidential. Zhang Yimo waved his hand. My connections are not something you can compare to. Inside the Dragon Palace, Chen finally jumped off the bed. He felt the movement of the firefighting helicopter. Combined with the source of fire he sensed through his elemental power, something big must have happened. Elemental power, return. Retrieving all of his elemental power, Chen walked outside and flew into the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and the weather was hot. But for the divine dragon, any temperature was the same. It didn't affect the sensations inside his body. Flying over 100 meters high, Chen immediately saw the billowing smoke ahead. Such a big forest fire? Chen could clearly feel it. The animals in the forest were scattering and fleeing. At the same time, several fire trucks were rushing over there. If this continues, the entire forest will be destroyed. Those firefighters probably won't be able to hold on much longer. Just watch me. I haven't used my original power since the last time I entered and exited the source. Chen clenched his dragon claw, and the power of the source surged into the sky. It poured into the clouds. Summon the wind. Summon the rain. Quick! The captain can't hold on anymore. Inside the fire scene, Wan Ningping fell heavily to the ground. Since entering the fire scene, he had been at the forefront. The continuous high temperature had soaked his whole body. His body was severely depleted, and the muscles on his arms couldn't help but tremble. The pressure from the water gun lifted him off the ground. "Captain, let's retreat first." Luan Ningpeng subconsciously wanted to say that they couldn't retreat, but his cracked lips and hoarse throat couldn't produce any sound. The deputy captain saw this and quickly shouted to the team members behind him, "Carry the captain out. The rest of you, continue to hold the line with me." "Yes." The team members behind them came forward and struggled to lift Luan Ningpeng. His physical strength was also exhausted to the limit. He relied on the burst of adrenaline to support himself. Just as the two of them were leaving, the deputy captain picked up Luan Ningpeng's water gun and stood at the forefront. "Everyone, keep going. Suppress the fire." The wind caused by the flames roared. It was like hell here, and they hadn't been working for a minute yet. The team members carrying Luan Ningpeng on their backs turned back. "What's going on? Captain, there's fire behind us too. We're surrounded." "What? Surrounded?" In the front command post, Jiang Sihai looked serious. Just now, he received a report from the 3 fire teams. Due to the fierce fire, 5 soldiers from the 3 fire teams and 1 team had fainted, and they could only slow down their progress. However, as soon as their speed slowed down, the flames on both sides directly connected. By the time they realized it, it was too late. The assault team in the middle was now completely trapped inside. It was only a matter of time before they were completely burned. "We have already mobilized personnel to extinguish the fire, but we can't tear open a gap at all. We can't suppress it." Jiang Sihai rubbed his temples and said, "What about the assault team inside? Have you contacted them?" "Their captain has already lost consciousness, but we have contacted the other team members and ordered them to break out." Jiang Sihai exclaimed, "What are the chances of them breaking out?" The fire chief in charge of reporting hesitated for a moment, then held up 2 fingers. 20%? You're telling me that the chances of the entire assault team breaking out are only 20%? These are your soldiers. The chief also became anxious. "We have no other choice. This is in the mountains, and our logistics can't supply water. If there's water, I'll be the first one to go to the front line." Jiang Sihai pounded the table. "I'll do my best to solve these difficulties. But right now, immediately mobilize all available forces and make sure to rescue the assault team. Everyone who can go, go. I don't need you to report to me, I'll go myself. But without enough water, we can't tear open a gap with our bare hands." Jiang Sihai called over the members responsible for mobilizing the masses. "Do you have any way to transport water over there? We have already sent people to carry water buckets. It will take at least half an hour to bring the water up with machinery." "Half an hour? How long can the assault team hold on?" "According to the current fire situation, they can hold on for at most 10 minutes. And even if water comes after 10 minutes, we can't guarantee that the rescued people will still have vital signs." The command post fell silent. Zhang Yimou, sitting in the corner, silently recorded this scene. As a director, the only thing he could do was document it, so that future generations could understand the story behind this accident. Instead of just cold, lifeless numbers. What do we do? What do we do? Everyone, quickly think of a solution. The last 10 minutes. They were racing against death. The entire assault team, always in the most dangerous positions. Many of them had to persuade their families before joining the special forces. If these people were to sacrifice themselves, they would be ashamed of their comrades, their families, and the entire nation. None of us can bear this responsibility. Even if we sacrifice ourselves today, we must save them. If you can't do it, then we'll all carry the burden together, carry the water. With that, Jiang Sihai took the lead and walked out of the command room. He said to those behind him, those in charge of logistics, "Stay behind. Dispatch the fire brigades. Everyone else, come with me to carry the water." Inside the fire scene, Luan Ningpeng was placed in the center. After receiving the order to break out, they began to counterattack. However, the fire behind them did not diminish at all. It continued to advance. They had to withstand the flames from all 4 directions. "Everyone, give it your all, we can definitely break through." The deputy team leader shouted hoarsely, but no one responded. Now, everyone's vision was blurred, relying only on their last bit of willpower to hold onto the water guns. Just when things couldn't get any worse, their water guns collectively lost pressure. Slowly, not a single drop of water could come out anymore. "Report, deputy team leader, we're out of water." I'm out too." Several people reported wearily into their radios. Then, they all put down their water guns and slowly moved towards Luan Ningpeng. When they reached his side, they sat down one by one. Slowly, they formed a circle, surrounded by the fire's glow and smoke. "Ah, brothers, who would have thought, we're still together in the end. Get lost, who's together with you? My girlfriend is still waiting for me to get married. If we can get out, I'll definitely give you a big red envelope. Forget the red envelope, you should think of a way to get out. Everyone joked around as usual, but they all knew that death was just a matter of time. Enough with the jokes, we all died as we should. It's just a pity for the captain. Nyo is only 4 years old. Don't bring up things that shouldn't be mentioned. You might as well talk about how you can get me to the top of the rankings. With your noob skills, I can see right through you. You're good at bragging. You don't know anything. I intentionally lowered my rank. You wouldn't understand. Outside the fire scene, after the crackling sound from the radio, the command center completely lost contact with the assault team. What's going on? We can't reach them. What about the helicopter? Can the helicopter go up for rescue? The fire is too intense, the helicopter can't get close at all. So we really have no way out? The commander remained silent for a long time before saying, we really have no way out. Just then, a clear thunderclap sounded in the clear sky above. What's going on? Jiang Sihai couldn't believe his ears. How could there be thunder with such a bright sun? He hurriedly asked, did you all hear that? Yes, it sounds like thunder. After that thunderclap, the pure white clouds in the sky instantly turned pitch black. What's going on? Everyone present was stunned. The weather in this season was unpredictable, but it shouldn't change this quickly, right? Just as everyone was puzzled, a drop of cold water fell on their heads. It's raining? It's raining? The weather forecast said it would be sunny all month? Wait, something's not right. Did you all forget about someone important? Someone important? In this situation, it's the weather. Are you saying the divine dragon? Yes, it's the divine dragon. Who else can control the weather besides the divine dragon? The divine dragon has come? The divine dragon has come. The scene immediately erupted in cheers. Although the wildfire was still ongoing, and its flames were growing larger, they had a natural conviction in their hearts towards the divine dragon. In front of the divine dragon, no matter how difficult the situation, it was nothing more than a drizzle. The divine dragon has come. We are saved. As the dark clouds gathered, raindrops the size of soybeans fell from the clouds. They hit the flames. This rain was heavy, so heavy that you couldn't hear someone speaking in front of you. This rain was also magical, as there was not a single drop in any other area except where the fire was. The heavy rain quickly suppressed the arrogance of the wildfire. Its rapid spread was interrupted. Although it didn't extinguish instantly, it gradually diminished. The members of the firefighting team took off their protective masks and heavy gloves. They felt the perfectly timed downpour. Although the rain hitting their heads was a bit painful, the feeling of surviving a disaster made them forget about everything else. They lay on the ground, welcoming the rain with a smile. Outside the scene, Zhang Yimou and a group of people were excited. Quick, turn on all the machines. Record this downpour. Everyone was full of enthusiasm. After all, it was the first time in half a month that they had witnessed something related to the divine dragon. Capture every detail. There can't be any omissions. We can have plenty of footage, but not too little. Don't worry about capturing useless footage, let the editors handle it later. Just as Zhang Yimou was directing the shots, a photographer responsible for capturing sky scenes suddenly shouted, "It's the divine dragon! It's the divine dragon! The divine dragon is in the clouds!" Upon hearing this, the other photographers abandoned their work and aimed their lenses at the sky. They saw a burst of golden light faintly appearing within the dark clouds. The thunderous dark clouds, filled with immense energy, gathered around this golden light. It seemed that it was because of this golden light that they had gathered together. Suddenly, after a flash of lightning, a huge golden dragon emerged from the dark clouds. It looked down upon the world. The divine dragon. It's really the divine dragon. This rain is truly brought by the divine dragon. The news media reporting on the side also broadcasted this scene on television news. Hashtag the divine dragon sacrifices itself. The situation changes. The wildfire is extinguished. Hashtag damn. It had to be the divine dragon. Such a huge wildfire, and it was extinguished so easily? To be precise, it hasn't been completely extinguished, but with the momentum of this downpour, no fire can withstand it. The divine dragon is amazing. It just mentions a downpour, and it happens. What's the big deal? My uncle is from Taoyuan village, and he told me that the rain fell exactly on top of the wildfire, with not a single drop elsewhere. Where there is fire, there is the divine dragon, and where there are dark clouds. I heard that the divine dragon has been in seclusion recently, but this fire actually alarmed it. The divine dragon truly has compassion for all living beings. That's right. This big fire has nothing to do with the divine dragon. Everyone, stop discussing. Some people are spontaneously building a Dragon King temple. Let's go support them. Although I don't believe in feudal superstitions, I'll contribute 30,000 yuan to build the Dragon King temple. Shenju's sudden appearance saved the day and transformed the national atmosphere from solemn to joyful. Those who had prepared candles and joss paper to bully the trapped individuals changed the purpose of the joss paper. They rushed into the Dragon King temple to express their gratitude for the divine dragon's help. The wildfire was saved, and the members of the firefighting team were also carried out on stretchers. Although this wildfire caused significant economic losses, fortunately, with the help of the divine dragon, there were no casualties. Everyone was very happy. Shenju looked down from the sky. The main fire had already been extinguished. Some vegetation was pressed down deeper, and there was still a risk of reignition. Let the rain continue for a bit longer. Dark clouds, disperse. With a command, the dark clouds surrounding him finally dispersed and returned to their normal state. Chenju's appearance was also fully captured on camera. Just as Chenju was about to leave, suddenly caught a strange gaze. He is now very sensitive to the surrounding environment. He can even sense a forest fire 20 kilometers away. The scrutiny in this area naturally cannot escape his eyes. He followed the gaze. Ha! Why are there two foreigners? The power of the origin, attach. Inadvertently, Chen released two streams of origin power attached to them. Then he turned and left. The storm had already returned to normal, and it would stop in 3 hours. The remaining work would be left to the firefighters. I can go back to sleep now. After circling a few times in the sky to make sure there were no other missed sources of fire, Chen flew towards the Dragon Palace. At the same time, the two foreigners got into a pickup truck and left the scene. Not long after the pickup truck started, the phone rang. How is it? What did you find? We found that the power of this dragon is very strong. It's not a meteorological weapon of the Dragon Kingdom, but the real power of a divine dragon. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. We saw the dark clouds swirling around him. I can't believe that humans can use the power of nature like this. Understood. Hurry back to the country. If it's discovered that you started the fire, it will be big trouble. Understood. At the same time, at the Lighthouse Country Intelligence Agency, several high-ranking officials had serious expressions. Yes, they were the ones who sent people to start this forest fire. The purpose was to test the power of the divine dragon. If it weren't for the tight security in Taoyuan village, they would have directly set fire to the Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, they couldn't get in, so they had to start a big fire more than 20 kilometers away. A fire that couldn't be extinguished by human power alone. It was meant to lure the divine dragon to take action. Fortunately, the divine dragon finally took action, and they obtained the conclusion they wanted. If that's the case, we will be facing a terrifying enemy. Conventional methods won't cause any harm to this guy at all, and this guy can control the weather. If we confront him head-on, it wouldn't be surprising if our soldiers were struck by lightning and killed. Submit this report and see what they say.